The Immortal Berserker Chapter 201. Barrett jumped over the 5-meter gorge. As he landed on the other side, he felt the waters from up the hill pushing back on him. He wasn't going to lose to a little water, but it was one more concern to deal with. However, he wasn't going to lose to a puny lightning strike. Immediately after that, he got struck by lightning again. He just barely managed to keep his feet, and before he had time to recover, he sensed more. He pulled himself low and to the side, and whether that was enough or not, he wasn't struck directly. The lightning hit uphill a dozen meters, and only a small portion of it reached him through the ground and water. A few steps forward away from the gorge gave Barrett a better sense of confidence, because he didn't want to be pulled into the rushing waters there, waters in which the lightning could still potentially strike him as he was pulled along. Lightning continued to strike near Barrett several times per minute. Sometimes individual strikes were within seconds. Sometimes it was far enough away to not matter, and other times he was struck, but at least once he actually maneuvered himself to avoid being the target. Once more, lightning struck Barrett, coursing through him. He could definitely feel shock going out of himself as well as in. Each individual strike wasn't much. Even normal humans sometimes survived lightning strikes, but they kept adding up. Barrett's muscles weren't responding as easily, and the burns were piling up. He had to restart his heart once or twice, though with his experience in pure body tempering it wasn't so bad. With the latest lightning strike, Barrett felt himself weakening, and he realized that if he was much more injured and tired out, the curse could prove to be a real danger to his life. He was about to call off the training. They would either go around somewhere safer or come back the next day. Master Heikel wasn't going to force him to do anything Barrett thought was a danger to himself. However, was he really at the limit? The Immortal Berserker style was all about finding the very limits of what you could survive. The very first thing he had done was a reckless risk to his life, or at least it had seemed reckless. Each destruction was a danger to himself, but not an uncalculated danger. If he was in control, as long as he hadn't regressed at the first destruction, then there was a chance of him dying from destructions and especially tier advancements, but not a random chance. It was up to himself, his training, his control, and his sense of his own limits. Could the curse kill him if he let himself get too weak? Absolutely. If he was caught with his guard down or without enough stamina to fight it off, the curse would kill him. However, he had been dealing with it for months. Even with its recent increase in strength, he still had a good measure of how much it would take to defeat. He could go for more. Barrett continued to walk on ahead, dodging lightning when he could, being relieved when it wasn't near him anyway, and when necessary, taking a hit. Master Heikel hadn't raised his right arm up for no reason. If it was the highest part of Barrett's body, the lightning would travel through there, and with it being the right arm it was slightly less likely to go through his heart on its way to the ground, which was just off-center in his body to the left. If his heart was fine, then he didn't have to spend any stamina dealing with it, though his body still grew tired as it recovered from the injuries, minor as they were individually. Rain washed over Barrett, the water and lightning strike making it difficult to see, but the peak was approaching. Huge bolts of lightning almost continually struck the peak, and Barrett angled to go around it. There was no need to go directly over it. Maybe if he didn't have to worry about the curse, but while Barrett wasn't completely sure of his limits, facing lightning that was both more powerful and more frequent was off the table. As he continued along, Barrett finally managed to sense the areas that were most likely to have lightning strike, well before it actually happened. It wasn't anything he could sense on the ground, but instead up in the clouds. As lightning built up in particular areas, anything below that in a sort of cone was the most dangerous area. Barrett walked in what he felt was the safest route, though he still had to lower himself or take a hit occasionally. Just as he was passing by the peak a good 100 meters from the most dangerous region, the curse attacked once more. Barrett wrestled with it internally as he felt it dig into his insides as well as his life force. Lightning had passed through him so many times that everything was already tender and sore, and the damage from the curse was even more. That fight took up enough concentration that he forgot to avoid the next lightning strike. That made everything even worse. The lightning coursed through his damaged internal organs, and at the same time the curse landed an attack on him from the metaphysical space it was occupying. Barrett tasted iron, which was always a bad sign when he hadn't been hit in the face. That meant blood had come from somewhere else. Barrett wasn't sure whether to stop where he was or sprint down the mountain, but then he noticed the curse was slightly sluggish. That gave him an idea. The next time lightning came, he was ready for it. However, instead of trying to avoid it, he intentionally got hit. Beyond that, he tried to channel it through him into that metaphysical area. The curse had reacted to it, and it could damage his body, so why could it not work the other way? Indeed, he accomplished the general idea for what he wanted, but since it was his first attempt he failed to direct the lightning properly. The energy that made it struck out at his life force directly instead of at the curse, and he had to leave another opening for the curse to prevent damage from the lightning. However, the curse was still slightly affected. Why shouldn't it have been? The only thing that was stopping him from using berserk energy had been damaging himself. It wasn't invulnerable to other things. Currently he had barely any berserk energy, as the process of gathering more was too taxing on himself with the curse. However, he could still use that to drive off the curse. As he senses the next lightning gathering up above, Barrett moved to somewhere he would almost certainly be struck while gathering his berserk energy to attack the curse. Sure, he would damage himself, but as long as he hurt it more, he would come out on top. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 202. Lightning crashed down onto Barrett, into him, through him, deep inside to his very core. He managed to wrestle some form of control over the lightning, reducing the damage it did to his life force and increasing the damage it did to the curse. Lightning struck again and again until Barrett was almost just a smoking mess, but the curse retreated. It was somewhat of a relief that the lightning had begun to scorch his insides, at least he wasn't bleeding heavily from the curse. He wasn't sure if there was any permanent damage to the curse, it seemed to recover completely from everything he had done before. Before more lightning struck, Barrett started running down the other side of the lightning mountains. He activated the boots he had received from the Order of the Four Winds, running as fast as the wind, or at least faster than he usually would. Behind him came Master Heikel, and because Master Heikel was higher up, more of the lightning ended up directed towards him. Barrett didn't care, Master Heikel would be fine, and he wanted to make it off the mountain with his own power. It was only a handful of kilometers to a safe zone, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes even in his current state. There was just a question of whether he could keep going for that long. Magical boots didn't run on their own. His stamina was mostly used up, and his body was a wreck. His muscles barely listened to him, even the parts that weren't particularly damaged. However, he wouldn't be much of a pure body temperer if he couldn't make his body listen to him even when it didn't want to. He reached a chasm full of rushing water that marked the edge of the most dangerous zone, and he jumped slipping and sliding over it. As he landed on the other side, his feet slipped and he fell, tumbling down the mountain. Instead of trying to stop himself, Barrett just let it happen, even encouraging the motion. Eventually, he came to a stop. He could still feel rain pouring down on him and feel the wind blowing up the mountain, but the sound of lightning had faded slightly, and not just because of the damage to his eardrums. Then he passed out. Fortunately enough, the curse had been beaten badly enough that it wasn't ready to attack again before Barrett regained consciousness a few hours later. It wasn't enough to make up for the lack of real sleep, but the smell of food roused him from his unconsciousness. He needed to eat, and he needed real food and not just trail rations. Master Heikel was preparing a breakfast of sausage and eggs. The sausage they had brought with them, but seeing the giant egg shells the size of his fist he thought that Master Heikel had found a nest of some sort. As he ate, he felt stamina flowing back into him, starting from his stomach and flowing throughout his body. He just let the food rest for a few minutes before he had enough stamina to increase his digestion, after which he ate several days' worth of food for a third-tier warrior in an hour. Learn anything? Master Heikel asked. I certainly got a better grasp on my current limits. As for the curse, it can definitely be damaged by other things than my stamina, but I don't know how to do it without damaging myself. Maybe I just need to save up my energy and try to eradicate it. Perhaps. Master Heikel was eating more slowly, but he consumed nearly as much food as Barrett and he barely had any injuries to recover from. It will never hurt to get the assistance of an expert, however. Truly troublesome curses such as yours are too rare for the Immortal Berserker sect to have any methods for defeating. And the silver blades might be connected to anyone in Streeto who could help. Barrett sighed. You think they have more allies hidden in Streeto? Do you think it's possible that they don't? Master Heikel asked. At the very least, there were more people using their services. They just got a little too frustrated with your success against them and overreached themselves. It helps that you noticed Victoria ahead of time. Barrett shrugged, looking down at the last few bites of food on his plate, and the empty pan over the campfire. The amount of food had been just about perfect. Honestly, I mostly guessed. Though I think the connection with the curse helped, Barrett frowned. They got really careless. People do that when they're angry. Not everyone is trained to act rationally while upset, you know. At best assassins would be trained to dull their emotions, but they don't train in emotions. We're berserkers, but even we make stupid decisions in moments of passion sometimes. Just imagine what other berserkers get up to, if they don't take proper precautions. Well, I imagine they mostly get themselves killed and their group doesn't grow big. Master Heikel laughed. Well, there is that, isn't there? Now then, we should get back on the road. Aglone awaits us. From afar, Aglone didn't look much like what Barrett had expected. Sure, it was a city with guards, but the buildings looking over the walls seemed normal and the walls were the same. He had expected piles of skulls and bodies everywhere. Of course, that was just because of the city's reputation. Even if necromancy was allowed, not everyone would be a necromancer, and they weren't going to just keep heads on pikes outside the city gates for no reason. As they approached closer, Barrett did see the first signs of the city being different. Mixed in among the normal guards on the wall there were those with soulless, dead eyes. If he hadn't been expecting undead, he might have taken them for something other than zombies. After all, they weren't twisted and rotting, and they still wore armor and held weapons. Close to the city, Barrett smelled the stink of formaldehyde vaguely draped over the whole city. It would be barely noticeable if it were restricted to just one small area, but it had suffused through the whole city. Barrett and Master Heikel approached the city from the north, though the east gate was most convenient to their travel route. Unlike Streeto, there were no strict checks, though the guards collected a small fee from them for entering and reminded them to pay attention to the laws. Inside the city, Barrett found the stench of formaldehyde was mostly restricted to one section of the city as they traveled through the streets. Master Heikel stopped them in front of an inn. Let's get set up with a place to stay, then we can start asking around, though not too obviously. I wouldn't put it past the Silver Blades to have sent someone here and they likely already had some contacts in town. However, there should be a number of options for people who can help with your curse, for the right price. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 203. In a city where studying curses was legal, it was easier to develop anti-curse specialists. After all, there were plenty of opportunities to practice, either on willing subjects in the city or on those who were cursed in a conflict outside of the jurisdiction of Aglone. Master Heikel and Barrett took a few days looking around for the best options to cure Barrett's curse. They wanted to find someone skilled with reasonable prices, which took time. They also didn't want to look desperate, so taking a few days to scope things out made it seem like they didn't need urgent help. Perhaps they didn't, but Barrett wasn't exactly safe either. He wasn't fully recovering from every attack by the curse, and he was just barely able to keep up with the constant internal bleeding and healing required. The fight at the Lightning Mountains hadn't left him any better off than the curse, it just confirmed that it was indeed possible to use other methods to attack it than just his own stamina. He was saving up his berserk energy, which he could only recover very slowly without exhausting himself and becoming vulnerable. In their searching, they decided that Master Kivian sounded like the best option. He was a proficient anti-curse master and had a good reputation for charging reasonable prices, reasonable here being still quite expensive, because curses weren't as easy to deal with as normal wounds. Even outside of the Immortal Berserker sect, it was more practical to grow back an eye than to remove a potent curse. Even if the price was reasonable, Barrett still expected to need most of the wealth he had currently, including the price of his equipment. Master Heichel would likely be paying the price, since selling equipment was a good way to waste money, but the idea was still there. Almost nobody under 3rd tier would be able to afford the price of removing a curse on their own, unless it was a weaker one, in which case they could likely handle it themselves or it might even fade away naturally. Barrett was glad the section of the city they were heading to was opposite the one that smelled like formaldehyde. He'd already seen far too many zombies, and in fact even one was too much. He was quite certain that not all of the zombies had been willing participants who gave up their bodies after death, and while Aglone restricted killing inside of it, unlike Streeto they didn't even pretend to care what people did outside of the city. Barrett shuddered when he thought about one of his friends being turned into a lifeless automaton, looking much like them but with soulless dead eyes. There were still occasional undead in other parts of the city. Barrett saw at least a few on the busy city streets. They continued to pass by those and various other people, mostly cultivators with a few non-cultivators mixed in. Finally, they went down a narrow side street and entered a door that only had a small label above it, Kivian. Inside, Barrett and Master Heichel found a young man in long robes sitting behind a desk, poring over a tome. As they came in, he looked up. "Oh, welcome. You have a curse that needs removing, correct?" Master Heichel nodded. "That's right. We need Master Kivian to look at Dash." "Oh, Master Kivian is out of town right now. He won't be back for a few months, I'm afraid." Master Heichel nodded. "Very well then, we shall look elsewhere." With that he turned to leave, and Barrett with him. The young man behind the desk jumped up. "Wait. Are you sure you don't want me to diagnose your disciple there? I am Master Kivian's apprentice, and quite capable myself, no charge for just the diagnosis." Master Heichel turned around. "What if I want you to diagnose me?" The young man waved his hand, his long sleeve flipping. "You're not cursed." "He's the one," the young man pointed towards Barrett. "I see the shadow of the curse peering out from inside him. It's quite sharp." Master Heichel looked to Barrett, who shrugged. "If it's free and you can watch to make sure he doesn't get up to anything funny, it won't hurt to let him try." Master Heichel nodded. "Great." The young man clapped his hands together. "I'm Krenther. If the two of you would come to the back room." Krenther slipped a bookmark into the tome he was reading and directed them towards the only other door, stepping through first himself. Inside the room was a table with a crystal orb on it, flanked by a pair of large cushions on the floor. There were long strings of beads hanging from the ceiling, woven tapestries on the walls, and various strange trinkets that Barrett couldn't imagine the use for, like a circular frame with something like a spiderweb attached to it, with feathers hanging down. Krenther stepped into the room and shoved the table with the glass orb out of the way, then dragged the two large cushions next to each other. "We don't need any of this junk. Just sit right here." He patted one of the cushions, while sitting on the other one. Barrett sat down. "Now, just open yourself up. Try to relax." Krenther reached his hand onto Barrett's head, his wide sleeve dropping down in front of Barrett's face. Barrett immediately started the process of meditating, like he had to do instead of sleeping. "Good," Krenther nodded. "Now hold on for just one moment." Barrett felt something reaching into him, gently stepping inside through some sort of magic, like a careful guest trying not to scuff up the carpet. Inside, Barrett felt everything twisting and turning, and suddenly the curse was revealed. Upon being spotted, it suddenly moved to attack, but before Barrett could react, Krenther reached out and restrained it. I see. A life-consuming curse. Not something easy to live with, for sure. If you had a weaker constitution, I'm sure you would not have made it here." Krenther paused. "So, did it suddenly get stronger when the caster died?" "No. Yes. Well," Barrett avoided shaking his head and disrupting the contact. "Maybe. It did suddenly get stronger, but it shouldn't have been when the caster died. she should have been executed the next day. Did you see the execution? Barrett shook his head. I was busy dealing with the curse strengthening. Crenther nodded slightly. Did the caster harbor a grudge with you, more than anyone else? Upon Barrett's affirmation, Crenther continued, all right, then it's safe to assume they died at the moment the curse strengthened. Either through natural causes or self-inflicted just to get some sort of revenge. That makes it a bit harder to deal with, but it's nothing that I can't handle. Crenther retracted his magic from Barrett. I can cure you. It won't be cheap, but here's the thing. I need a unicorn horn. There's been one spotted in the forests nearby but, Crenther shrugged, I'm just a single third-tier cultivator. I'm not even specialized in fighting. I can tell you are and, he looked over at Master Heikel, there is you as well. You should be able to handle it. You'll have to act quickly though. I heard about the unicorn yesterday, which means there are probably other people looking for it already. Crenther pulled out a map. There's a hidden glade in the Forest of Nightmares over here, you can't just walk straight to it. If it hasn't already been found, it should be there. So, if you can go get that horn for me. I'll cure, Barrett. Right, I can cure Barrett here. Crenther looked up at Master Heikel, we can write out a contract if you like. I can guarantee my ability to remove the curse upon him with limited harm. Master Heikel nodded, fine, but what if we get into conflict with others? We're not the most adept at dealing with curses. Well, Crenther scratched his chin, people who can cast significant curses aren't that common, even in Aglone, but I can provide you with a couple charms. He moved back to a corner of the room and opened up a drawer, just wear these around your necks and most curses will have a significantly harder time getting a hold on you. Just be aware these only work for a day after I activate them. If you still get cursed somehow, then I can also help you deal with any such problems at no extra charge, but I doubt that will be necessary. Very well, Master Heikel nodded. We have an agreement. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 204. Barrett scratched his chin, it's kinda depressing to kill a rare creature just to save myself. Master Heikel shrugged, no need to kill them. Unicorn horns grow back. They don't live well in captivity though. Okay, but if we take its horn, won't it be defenseless? That's basically killing it. Horses aren't defenseless just because they don't have horns on their head, Master Heikel pointed out. Do you want your curse removed or not? I do. Barrett responded enthusiastically, being cursed is terrible. Then we need to hurry. If others get there first we might not get the horn and the creature might die as well. There are other reasons people hunt them. Right. Barrett picked up his running pace. They were already in the forest, which seemed extremely normal up to where they had gotten. It was something Barrett expected to see around Durham or any mundane city, not near a city of cultivators. The trees were all recognizable and the animals were relatively small and tame. Once they neared the theoretical secret grove, Master Heikel took out the map to guide them the rest of the way. Starting at a particularly large and gnarled tree, they ran a large clockwise circle about the center of the forest. Does something like this really work? Barrett asked. I remember seeing these trees before, which is exactly as expected from going in a circle. I don't know about this particular instance, Master Heikel responded, but in places of overlapping space, a seeming lack of progress can suddenly turn into success. They ran another clockwise loop, then started going counterclockwise. Barrett frowned, some of this looks different, did we get off course, or does it just seem different from this direction? Master Heikel didn't respond, and Barrett continued carefully following the steps behind him. By the time they ran far enough to complete another loop, Barrett wasn't recognizing any of the terrain. There were suddenly hills that he would have noticed from the city, and large mushrooms were replacing some of the trees. The sky changed from blue to a rainbow of different colors across the sky. I guess the map was right. How does anyone figure out something like that? They might wander around and find it by accident. There will usually be many routes into an area such as this. Alternatively, it is possible to follow certain forest creatures with connections to these places, such as a unicorn. Right, Barrett looked around, seeing no sign of Aglone or the surrounding countryside. How do we get back when we're done? The map didn't have anything like that. We just walk in one direction far enough, and we will be out. See how it gets misty off on the horizon? Oh, right. So, once we go there, can't we just step back in? Space doesn't always work in both directions. Oh. This is another instance where I learned how the world works so I could recognize when it was following different rules. That's right, Master Heikel looked around. This is a relatively small area. As long as we avoid leaving the area, we should find the unicorn or some sign of it quickly, if it's here. We might start with over there, where there appears to be a section of plains. Barrett squinted his eyes, though that was of negligible benefit since he also used pure body tempering to enhance his vision. He saw a field of green grass, but not the sort of green he had seen anywhere else. Unlike regular grass, which ranged from dark green to a pale green, it was light but not pale or faded looking. Instead, it was very vibrantly green, enough to almost hurt his eyes. Seems just as good as anywhere else. The two of them started running downhill in that direction. Do unicorns eat grass? I don't remember reading about them. They eat grass, among other things. They may not have been included in the books because of their rarity and lack of aggression. Master Heikel frowned as they got closer. You may have to be the one to fight it. It appears we are not alone here. I sense several others up ahead. Barrett tried to feel them, then shook his head. How strong? Oh, a handful of third tiers, with a couple at fourth or fifth. There seem to be a few groups. Let's approach carefully. Barrett stepped gingerly on the now mossy ground, weaving through the trees and mushrooms, some of which were also covered in moss. The ground was fortunately soft enough and void of many sticks or leaves to crunch, so he reached the edge of the field without being noticed by any of the others he spotted nearby. Some warriors were standing at the edge of the man-height grass of the field, crouched down just slightly to conceal themselves from where they were looking. Barrett tracked their heads to see a unicorn, which was slightly larger than most regular horses along with being a pure, shining white. Only its head really stood out from the bright green grass, on which there was a horn that reached over 1/2 meter in length. Master Heikel angled around to one side, and Barrett followed. The two of them approached the edge of the field, trying to stay out of the peripheral vision of the group Barrett had spotted. They did so, but before they could quite reach the field, a handful of arrows shot out of another portion of the grass. The unicorn immediately darted off, though Barrett thought the arrows got very close to it. TCH. They got impatient. Follow after it. I'll distract the people here. Master Heikel leaped out into the field, seeming to chase after the unicorn until the archers fired arrows at him. He turned to face them, at the same time throwing a casual attack with a lead ball towards the group Barrett had spotted. The lead ball exploded with berserk energy not directly next to any of them. It might have seemed like Master Heikel missed, but instead he just didn't want to start a slaughter. They had no grudges with any of the people around, they were just competing for the same resource. Barrett crouched down and dashed through the grass, adjusting his center of gravity so that he could keep his balance even at a high speed in that position. He lost track of Unicorn as it dashed out of the field into another section of the forest, but he noticed spatters of shiny red blood on the grass, and saw a few sparkles up ahead even in the shade of the trees and giant mushrooms. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 205. Figures dashed through the trees and giant mushrooms ahead of Barrett. Ahead of them was the unicorn, though Barrett could only rarely see flashes of light. However, he kept watch for the small splashes of blood that almost shone red on the ground, quite different from the expected dull red. Following the archers would probably be fine, but he needed to catch the unicorn more. Suddenly, there were 2 arrows in quick succession flying through the air towards him. The first was aimed at his head, and he didn't even notice it until it struck his helmet, piercing through at a slightly deflected angle, into his cheek and gum. The second one was less than a second behind the first, but that was enough time for him to react. He tilted his whole body to the side while he ran, assuming more attacks were on their way, though he didn't see the arrow coming until it passed him. The second arrow was aimed at his torso, but his entire torso was in a different place by the time it reached him. He continued forward at a faster pace than before, vaguely seeing someone dart off into the distance. As he ran, Barrett started to tug the arrow out of his face. He could feel it was barbed, and normally that would have resulted in causing more damage as he took it out, but a little bit of stamina let him maneuver his body to pull away from the arrow, leaving the same path it took in to go back out without causing any more damage. Barrett still had to yank to get it out of his helmet, but his body was mostly fine. The wound was still bleeding more than expected for its size, however, even without the barbs causing extra damage on the way out. There had probably been something on the arrow. Barrett was running forward trying to catch a glimpse of any of those he was following when the trees started to split apart, or rather the forest split apart. The trees themselves remained whole, but they moved as the unicorn, a pure white horse with a spiraled horn, charged back towards Barrett. Except it was still quite some distance away when he spotted one of the archers in the parting trees, who the unicorn proceeded to gore with its horn. From elsewhere, 2 more arrows flew towards the unicorn, striking it in the side to go along with the arrow already in its flank. Barrett saw where the arrow closest to him had been shot from, and it had to be the archer who had shot him, since they were further back. He wasn't far, and Barrett changed his trajectory, ready to swing his axe. He didn't have any particular grudge with them before, but the arrows were obviously meant to be deadly, so he wasn't going to hold back either. Since the archer had to stop to fire his bow, at least with the level of accuracy he was displaying, Barrett was within 5 meters of him by the time he was moving again, but even as he looked over his shoulder at Barrett, the distance was closing quickly. Barrett thought these particular archers relied on stealth more than mobility, and while the man wasn't slow, Barrett was much faster, and already had momentum built up. It only took another moment to catch up to him. As Barrett slashed at the man with his axe, he missed having large stores of berserk energy to use. He wasn't able to extend his blade's width without energy, and while he could extend his own arms a small bit if necessary, that was much more difficult to accomplish. Thus, the axe merely sliced through the man's bow and slightly into his shoulder instead of lopping off the whole arm. Barrett's momentum carried him past the man towards the next, who was focused on the unicorn. There was still about 10 meters between them, and the man was drawing yet another arrow, ready to shoot the unicorn's heart as it charged towards him. Barrett wouldn't be able to reach him before that happened, but he did have lead balls to throw even if he couldn't make them explode with berserk energy. In fact, without the berserk energy they were harder to sense coming, as the man figured out when his ribs shattered. It was just after he released the arrow from his bow. The unicorn dodged to the side, but it was not particularly nimble. It merely managed to avoid the arrow piercing its heart. The third archer was subsequently trampled by the unicorn, and Barrett saw the archer who had shot him fleeing. That left just Barrett and the unicorn. Barrett wondered why he had bothered trying to stop the archers when he needed the unicorn's horn still, but he also didn't want to kill the unicorn if he didn't have to. Currently, it was bleeding profusely from 4 wounds, but that didn't stop it from turning to face Barrett, head down slightly. As it started to charge, Barrett made his decision. He pulled out a vial with his left hand, while strapping his axe onto his back. The unicorn charged straight through where there had once been trees and were again, as they moved back to their positions in its passing. Its lowered head pointed the horn straight at Barrett's chest. Just as it approached, Barrett sprang forward and up. The horn scraped along his right side, tearing through the armor and along his ribs. At the same time, his arm went over the back of the unicorn's neck, and he swung himself up onto its back. "Calm down. I don't want to kill you." Barrett wasn't sure if it understood him at all, but if it did it certainly didn't believe him. The unicorn bucked and turned, trying to throw him off, but Barrett locked his thighs around it, keeping him firmly in place. He used his free hand to pull out the nearest arrow, pulling hard because it was barbed. That made the unicorn whinny in pain, and Barrett grimaced, but he still rubbed some of the poultice from the vial he had pulled out onto its side. Touching its wound seemed to hurt the unicorn even more, but the antiseptic salve would help stop its bleeding, both externally and internally. Then Barrett moved on to the next one. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 206. The unicorn wasn't doing itself any good by thrashing around wildly trying to throw Barrett off. It didn't know any better, but regardless it accelerated its own blood loss by trying to stop the pain Barrett was causing. Despite its efforts, the unicorn was unable to remove Barrett from its back, and even when it rolled over on him it only slowed him down briefly. Barrett removed the final arrow in its side and used the antiseptic salve to counteract the bleeding, both that caused by the arrow itself and the toxin on it. He was glad that he carried large amounts of various random salves, because if he carried a normal amount he would have already run out. By the time he finished applying the last bit, the unicorn had exhausted itself into unconsciousness. However, it shouldn't have any more bleeding, so without further trouble it would recover. Standing next to the unconscious form of the unicorn, Barrett readied his axe. As long as he didn't damage the root, the horn would grow back without too much trouble. Unicorns were both rare and relatively peaceful, so he preferred not to cause it too much harm. As he raised his axe, ready to chop down, a wave of cold washed over him, and he found it difficult to move even the slightest bit. A voice echoed throughout the forest around him, "I appreciate your care, young man, but that unicorn belongs to me. I shall be taking it back." An old man in dark robes came into Barrett's vision, though the oppressive cold feeling intensified and Barrett couldn't even move his eyes. The old man strode up to the unicorn, touching its head with his hand. With that, the unicorn awoke, rising unsteadily to its feet, walking off next to the man. Barrett supposed he might be able to move if he put all of his effort into it, but perhaps he couldn't. As the old figure moved further away, Barrett found the effect weakening until his body started to relax on its own, and then the feeling disappeared as the pair moved further than Barrett could see. Barrett sighed and started moving around to the bodies of the archers. They might have some valuable goods, and whatever group they were from had attacked him first. They weren't going to be any more angry at him compared to finding out he'd killed some of them, though it was better if they didn't find out at all. He certainly wasn't going to sell anything of theirs in Aglone. After Barrett finished looting, he sat down to rest. He couldn't feel the curse inside him trying to act up, so perhaps it hadn't recovered from their last encounter. Alternatively, perhaps the charm provided by Crenther also worked to suppress already active curses as well as prevent new ones. That attested to his skill or perhaps the skill of his master, but Barrett wasn't sure how he was going to get his curse removed without the unicorn horn. A few minutes later, Master Heikel came bounding through the forest. He looked around at the bodies and then at Barrett. "Good to see you fared well in battle, what of the unicorn?" Barrett shook his head and explained the whole situation. It seems likely that the old man was at least 6th tier. It wouldn't have been quite so overwhelming otherwise. It's probably best not to mess with him. Master Heikel scratched his chin. It's indeed better to avoid unnecessary conflict with powerful characters, but you do need that unicorn horn. He probably lives near Aglone. If we look him up, we can ask to buy a horn. He seemed reasonable enough that we could probably ask. Very well. Let us return to Aglone. We can look up this old man, or perhaps Crenther will have caught word of another unicorn horn that we can purchase, if we're lucky. Barrett explained the situation to Crenther back in town. "So, we were wondering if you'd heard word of another one somewhere we could hunt down or purchase." Crenther shook his head. "Oh, that's unfortunate. No, I haven't heard of another one." Barrett sighed. "Is there no way to curse this curse without a unicorn horn?" Crenther tilted his head. "Oh, I can cure it just fine without." "Didn't you say you needed a unicorn horn?" "I do." Crenther paused, then waved his hands, causing his large sleeves to wave back and forth. "Ah, there's been a misunderstanding. I need a unicorn horn. I was going to have you use that as your payment for removing the curse. As an apology for the misunderstanding and your wasted effort, I can give you a discount on that, on top of the one for me being the apprentice instead." He held his hand up just below his mouth and spoke in a mock conspiratorial tone. my master charges a lot more than necessary, just like everyone else. Master Heikel nodded, is that so? Well, then perhaps we can come to an agreeable price. Barrett knew he was lucky to have been picked up by Master Heikel, who was willing to expend large amounts of resources for him. He owed Master Heikel and the Immortal Berserker sect quite a bit, even if he counted his part in helping provoke the Silver Blades into causing their own downfall. After all, that was also a personal conflict, and even though they were enemies, the Immortal Berserker sect also hadn't needed to get them shut down, though it was a welcome result. Regardless, Barrett planned to become strong enough to pay back Master Heikel and the sect. Master Heikel didn't really care about the money and in fact was quite satisfied just by Barrett growing strong, but Barrett hadn't yet achieved anything extremely special except a few times out of luck. Once he became 4th tier, the level of basic mastery, perhaps he could start really contributing. With all that said, Master Heikel paid for Krenther to treat Barrett's curse. There wasn't a particularly impressive setup for the whole thing, the two of them once more sat on large cushions on the floor, though Krenther brought out a few more charms that he placed on Barrett. Krenther placed a hand on Barrett's forehead, now, once more let me in. Then follow my lead as we root out this curse. Though the curse was suppressed by the charms, it still took some rooting around to find where it was hiding. Even then, removing it was difficult. It couldn't do much to fight back, but it was still covered in spikes. Barrett had to do the majority of extracting it himself. Krenther just kept it slightly more docile and prevented it from running. While it might have looked like Barrett had the hard job, he could sense Krenther's significant expenditures of mana and energy, and sweat dripped down both of their faces even as they stood perfectly still. Finally, Barrett pushed the cursed out of his inner self, out of his body, and Krenther pulled his hand away. A bubble of energy formed around a squirming black mass, a bubble that then condensed and grew brighter, crushing and burning the curse inside before it fizzled away. Barrett took a deep breath. He hadn't even noticed the drain the curse was causing on him even when it wasn't attacking until it was gone. Now he found himself nearly empty, but was also able to recover. I'm gonna take a nap, Barrett said as he flopped over backwards. His nap lasted a full day, and still didn't make up for the lack of real sleep he'd had for the past half-year. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 207. Waking up from actual sleep was extremely refreshing for Barrett. He would have liked to sleep longer, but his hunger woke him up. He was in the room Master Heikel had rented, though Master Heikel himself was nowhere to be seen. He took the time to check himself out. It was almost hard to believe the curse was gone. He'd been struggling against it for half a year, and in less than an hour of work Krenther had completely annihilated it. Sure, Barrett helped some, but he'd never been able to do anything permanent. It just showed that he couldn't do everything himself. Since he found no traces of the curse, he started to train Berserk energy, his first real chance since he'd been cursed. He had many sources of inspiration to generate anger. Streeto allowed the Silver Blades to exist in their city even though it was clear they violated the rules, just because a few people covered for them. Maybe more than a few, but the point was that Streeto as a whole didn't really care as long as nobody caused too much trouble in public. The Silver Blade only ran into real trouble when they crossed the wrong powerful person, with little to no consequences for all the trouble they had caused to a myriad of those with less power. What good was power if it wasn't used rightly? Barrett wanted none of it. To its credit, the Immortal Berserker sect itself held up to the righteous standards it set forth. Their actions supported their stated ideals, and they were straightforward and upright as possible, and they held their own members up to those standards more than outsiders. While there were still some internal conflicts, they were resolved, if not peacefully, at least non-lethally. Barrett focused on some of the anger he felt for himself, and for others. That anger was converted into berserk energy, which Barrett finally felt flowing through him. Of course, it started without control, proceeding to go wild as was its nature. However, his practice with fighting off the curse allowed him to bring the berserk energy under control more easily than before. He couldn't make up for 6 months of destructions he hadn't performed, but better control was always good. In approximately 6 years, that control would help him advance to 4th tier, possibly a bit longer than 6 years if there were more setbacks. Barrett lay back on the floor, exhausted, but it was a good sort of exhaustion. The fact that he could lie there exhausted without worrying about dying was wonderful. Not long after he finished his berserk energy training, Master Heikel returned. "Good to see you up." Master Heikel grinned. "How are you feeling?" "Tired. Hungry." "Well, we can fix at least one of those easily, and the other will go away with time. Let's go eat." They ate down below in the inn, ordering dish after dish. In Barrett's case, he'd missed a day of food and still had a number of internal wounds to recover, not to mention the blood loss. The staff were familiar with their eating habits, so they just continued to bring food until they were done. They certainly had no reason to complain about additional profit, even if it meant more work. "I went back to buy some more charms," Master Heikel commented. "They won't be quite as effective, but they can be activated at any time." Master Heikel also pulled out a book. "I also got an introductory guide to charm crafting, and dealing with curses in general. Krenther said most of it is low-level crap that isn't much good, but that it is all legitimate. Maybe someone at the sect can find some use of it. I'd love to learn about dealing with curses, but I'm not much good at magic." Barrett shook his head. "Berserk energy isn't really good for smooth removals either." Master Heikel shrugged. "It wouldn't hurt to look. Maybe someone will need a curse removed and it's worth messing up their insides for it." "Yeah," Barrett nodded, "and if I knew the proper techniques, at least I could do more good than harm, unlike when I was trying on myself before. It's a good thing I learned some pure body tempering." Master Heikel nodded. "You did quite well. It's possible that if you had focused exclusively on training berserk energy, you could have achieved similar results, but everything has its own specialty. You found a pretty good balance of things to train." "Except when I need to do things besides fighting," Barrett shook his head. Master Heikel shrugged. "At least you can do some other things. Some warriors don't even bother to learn how to read, and that makes it harder to learn from others. Not everyone has time to teach all the time after all. I'm lucky to be your direct student, but even you have to spend time for your own training." "That's right." Master Heikel slapped the table, not quite hard enough to actually damage it. "I've got my own things to do. I still need to become a grandmaster, after all." Master Heikel puffed up his chest. "I'm sure you can do it. You're still relatively young." Master Heikel looked like he was early middle age, but he was at least 60 years old. "It should only take you, Barrett thought in his head, 20-something years. 25, approximately, with my success rate of destructions. During that time, you'll become 5th tier. Or you'll be dead. Let's just agree to not be dead then." Barrett stuck out his hand. Master Heikel grabbed onto Barrett's forearm. "Deal. In a quarter century, I'll be a grandmaster, and you have to keep training and survive." Some of the others eating looked over at the strange pair, but said nothing. They certainly weren't going to tell a 6th-tier master that he couldn't become a grandmaster, both because he was much stronger than them, and because maybe he could. None of the rest of them were even masters, at best being 3rd-tier like Barrett, and those who were much older. "Well then," Master Heikel said, "I suppose we should return home soon." Barrett nodded in agreement. He didn't like seeing zombies around. At least they weren't used to serve food. At least, not in this particular building. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 208. Leaving Aglone was a relief. Though Barrett hadn't been to much of the city, it was altogether unsettling to Barrett. At least Streeto kept their streets free of zombies and curses, though Barrett wondered what it was like beneath the surface. Not necessarily underground, though perhaps that was something to consider as well. Barrett's thoughts were interrupted by Master Heikel picking him up and tossing him over his shoulder, and then they were running. Or rather, Master Heikel was. "Why are we running?" Barrett said, speaking in between bumps. "Someone's following us. We need to get as far away as we can as quickly as we can." The terrain sped by as Master Heikel ran, and carrying Barrett barely slowed him down. After all, he routinely carried several bags that weighed more. Barrett watched behind them, both because that was the only way he could really look, and because he wanted to see who was following. However, he saw no one. Aglone itself was already a speck on the horizon, and there were no people on the road. At least, not that he could see. That didn't mean nobody was there. Focusing on his eyes, Barrett saw occasional clouds of dust and shifting dirt on the road behind them. It was like they were being chased by ghosts, but more likely it was just invisible people. That said, ghosts weren't entirely out of the picture for Aglone. The traces of people following fell further and further behind, though not at the rate Barrett would have expected. If he had been running, he would have been perhaps a kilometer away from the city now, instead of more than 5. Barrett had never seen Master Heikel go so fast, and perhaps he had never actually done so before. After all, he had only recently advanced to 6th tier. The fact that the people following could keep up at all was impressive. While Immortal Berserkers couldn't claim to be the fastest in terms of top speed or dodging attacks, they could keep their top speed for a long time. So far it had only been a little over a minute, but the point was that the people following had to be 5th tier or higher. Barrett couldn't tell, since they didn't release any energy to detect and their mana usage for their invisibility was well controlled. Who is it? My guess. Master Heikel sighed, silver blades. But possibly someone hired by the people I disrupted to let you get to the unicorn, though that second would seem a bit petty. I didn't even cripple anyone. Damn. They found us? Well, we're not exactly masters of stealth. Anyone with a good description could find us in a city after a few days. If there's Silver Blade, they might have been expecting us but didn't want to risk doing anything in the city. Yet they've definitely succeeded on assassinations in Streeto. Is Aglone somehow better at managing its internal affairs? Since so few things are illegal, they crack down on them much harder. Master Heikel had only just started to breathe heavily, but Barrett decided not to tax him further by making him talk. 2 hours later, they were approaching the Lightning Mountains, and Master Heikel was soaked in sweat. Along the way, he'd been pulling out water skin after water skin. Barrett wished he could contribute somehow, but all he could do was watch behind them. Any signs of those following him were out of eyesight. Even with enhanced vision it wasn't possible to see over the horizon. Well, not without a bit of magic that he didn't know. Barrett had switched to trying to sense killing intent, and while it was concealed he felt just the slightest trace of it still behind them. Master Heikel was likely using the same to keep vague tabs on them. Barrett heard the sound of thunder repeating, and the winds blowing. Flashes of lightning reflecting off of things around him became slightly visible. Then the rain came. Suddenly Master Heikel tossed him to the side, just before lightning struck. Alright, we're heading to the top. Don't delay. Barrett managed to land on his feet and started running up the slope. Master Heikel didn't seem to be dodging the lightning at all, instead just letting it hit him. That let Barrett follow behind at Master Heikel's now much slower pace. However, Barrett had to push himself as he ran up the hill. At the rates of movement he had seen, it would only take a minute or two for the pursuers to catch up to him if he just did a quick jog. Instead, Barrett sprinted up the hill. Even though Master Heikel was directly taking the lightning strikes, Barrett still had to watch out for them. First, they could shock the ground around him, tripping him up slightly. Second, nothing said they couldn't strike a bit further downhill. Barrett didn't quite manage to dodge the first one near him. He was having to suddenly get back into the right state of mind, after all. Even so, he directed it though his body safely. Lightning strikes grew more frequent as they neared the peak, and Barrett was worried about what they would do. He couldn't outrun the pursuers, Silver Blade or not, but Master Heikel had him running. Did he need a few moments to rest or? Master Heikel suddenly stopped. Alright. We're taking a break here. Barrett looked around, seeing nothing above them. They were at one of the peaks of the Lightning Mountains, looking down on the world around them, which was mostly rain, sand, and lightning glass. A break, here. Sure. You're not going to die from a couple lightning strikes now, are you? That curse is gone, you'll be fine. Besides, you've already taken lightning strikes and recovered, so you're pretty resistant now. Right. Okay. This should be fine, I guess. Barrett stood there, watching downhill behind them. Perhaps this was a good place. The rain would reveal hidden figures, and the lightning didn't care whether they could be seen. If they were silver blades, they might be able to avoid the lightning in much the same way as he and Master Heikel did, but if they got hit they would not fare so well. Even a ground strike nearby would cause problems for non-warriors. Not that Barrett expected high-tier assassins to die easily, but a direct lightning strike would cause them some trouble. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 209. Thunder rang out almost constantly around the peak. Barrett had almost tuned out the surrounding sounds except when it struck directly next to him or on him. When it struck him, he channeled it through his body safely. He could have also channeled it around him, but that required him to redirect more of its energy and it was safe enough on the way through. His armor also redirected some of the lightning, though it made more likely to be struck. Regardless, Barrett wasn't in danger of dying. Even normal humans sometimes survived lightning strikes, though never more than one per day, and certainly never a few per minute. Barrett watched the area around him. Master Heikel was also watching, and would most likely spot enemies coming first, but he could always try. Barrett suddenly spotted a shape in the rain, but Master Heikel was already moving down the hill. At another spot, lightning struck the ground, revealing another shape as it crawled up their legs. Both figures were still several hundred meters downhill, and Master Heikel moved to intercept them. It wasn't possible to keep watch on both figures, at least not with Barrett's current skill. While he could control his eyes individually, actually keeping track of the figures required the effort of both eyes. He kept his eyes on the vague outline he could see in the rain, which was the figure that had been struck by lightning indirectly. It wasn't extremely dangerous for a cultivator, but Barrett was still impressed that they kept their concentration on their invisibility spell during that. Then again, they were higher-tier cultivators. If they couldn't do at least that, they probably wouldn't have made it to the level they were at. Barrett remained at the peak. He knew he could handle lightning, but not so much people at a higher tier than himself. Not that he wasn't confident in himself, but he was just being realistic. Since the enemies were using magic, they probably weren't warriors, and thus every strike by lightning would consume a moderate amount of their energy or mana to resist. Probably an inconsequential amount in normal circumstances, but with so much lighting about it would be a constant drain on them. Master Heikel stopped about 100 meters downhill, ready to face off against the enemies. Barrett considered running down the other side of the mountain, but Master Heikel had brought him to the peak for a reason. The lightning would serve as the best protection possible, and if he went down the other side the enemies could just go around and catch him on the other side. It was also possible they would just leave him alone if Master Heikel went to fight them, unless they were silver blades. Barrett watched as Master Heikel engaged the first of the two enemies. Or rather, he watched as Master Heikel dodged and weaved, occasionally tossing a lead ball in retaliation. That made Barrett presume the enemy was still at range, and using weapons he couldn't see from where he was, such as needles. Even though the needles used in combat were rather larger, they were still thin, and from 100 meters away in heavy rain, they were quite well hidden. There was only the barest hint to Barrett of anything coming towards him. He barely noticed it and perhaps wouldn't have been able to react in time. However, at that point lightning decided to strike the metal needle flying towards him. It would have been an exceedingly rare event, except that the lightning was constant. It also sought out the highest thing around, which would be either the people standing or weapons flying through the air. Barrett saw the lightning strike, and though the needle immediately melted he felt the energy around it scatter, energy that had previously been disguised to be hard to perceive. Barrett had little doubt about the enemies being silver blades now. Their techniques were far too close, and coming after him was not the best way for them to win the fight, unless they had a personal grudge of some sort. Master Heikel prevented either of the two invisible figures from moving up the mountain, but he could not be in the way to block or deflect attacks from both of them. Barrett could see that, and he would have to take care of himself. Fortunately, their needles were not meant to travel over 100 meters in wind and rain. Speed would fall off rapidly over that distance, and though it could be maintained with energy, energy too was not as effective at that range. Even archers needed special techniques to maintain full effectiveness at that range. Of course, that just meant Barrett actually had a chance to defend himself. When the next attack came a few moments later, he deflected the needle with his bracer coated in berserk energy. Even so, if he had failed to deflect it, the needle had enough power left to go through his armor and much of him. Even his bracer was dented by just deflecting the needle. Fortunately, his berserk energy managed to disperse the remaining energy on the needle and stop that attack. The attacks continued, and Barrett also had to deal with lightning at the same time. However, for every handful of needles thrown at him, approximately one of them was also either struck by lightning or the attacker down below was. While they could avoid lightning in much the same way he and Master Heikel did, the lightning through the ground was much more effective against them. Specifically, Barrett saw their control over the energy around needles waver when the lightning struck nearby, and once some of the energy was lost, it couldn't be regained at that distance. A needle struck Barrett in the thigh, and he just hoped it didn't have any poison, or at least not much. Though there was rain, the needles weren't in the air for that long. Regardless, Barrett didn't feel any immediate effects, though the needle went at least a handful of centimeters into his thigh, even after penetrating through his armor. It had just barely failed to reach some important nerves, which might have been the actual target. Barrett pulled out the needle so that he could move his leg, and then there was a strange moment where all the lightning stopped and the mountains grew almost quiet. Even the wind had stopped briefly, though the rain continued to pour down. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 210. After the brief lull in wind and lightning, it suddenly redoubled its efforts. Though the wind had been slowly and inexorably blowing sand to the top of the mountains, now it was being picked up much higher than normal, somewhat obscuring sight. Barrett hoped that the wind would reduce the accuracy of any needles thrown at him, but their small profiles meant the effect of wind would be minimal. However, anything could help. Barrett looked around for anything else that might make him safer, since he didn't want to risk getting hit again. However, there wasn't much of anything around except lightning, rain, and wind. There was also sand and lightning glass. However, most of the lightning glass wasn't big enough to use as cover, and even if it was, it only barely covered any of him. Furthermore, it wasn't exactly structurally sound, it really was just glass, if extremely impure glass. Still, it gave Barrett an idea. He found the biggest piece of lightning glass possible, settling on a scraggly structure that snaked off in all directions like a strange bush. It only reached up to slightly below his chest, but it covered the most area possible. He started gathering mana, using it to move some of the surrounding sand, which was earth, as such arbitrary elemental distinctions went. Regardless, he had practiced controlling it, and was starting to create a sort of webbing between the branches of the lightning glass. Then lightning struck him. He had felt it coming, but he couldn't have moved away. Sometimes the bolts of lightning were just inevitable. With a giant roar of thunder, Barrett nearly went deaf. Or at least, he would have if his eardrums were still anything like a normal person's. As it was just very unpleasantly loud and hot as he had to guide the lightning through his body in such a way to avoid it stopping his heart, though even if it did stop his heart, he could restart it if he was conscious. In the end, Barrett just shook his head and went back to what he was doing, except he found that there was nothing in front of him. At best, there were a few centimeters of lightning glass near the root, where it had been a bit thicker. The rest had shattered, which made complete sense. Even if it took a direct hit, there would never be that many structures of lightning sand, with the constant bombardments of lightning in the area. Each temporary structure would be the tallest thing in the area, making it the most likely candidate to be struck. Barrett had already seen that happen to them, but he just hadn't thought about it shattering just from the sound. Barrett just managed to sense the next needle coming, and deflected it, and though he couldn't be sure, he thought he saw a hint of something that wasn't water. He certainly couldn't afford to be poisoned at this point. Abandoning his plan to restructure the lightning sand into a wall, Barrett instead felt down below him. The sand wasn't that deep, maybe half a meter at most. However, that could be enough. It wasn't that hard to use magic to shift the sand so that his feet rested on solid ground, though he was buried up to his shins. Then Barrett started shifting the sand to create a little wall in front of him, another half-meter above the sand. At least, that was the intention, though he started with a curved section a few centimeters tall and about a meter wide. However, he realized he was quickly using up his mana. He wouldn't be able to create anything substantial. A bolt of lightning stopped the next attack from the enemy targeting Barrett. Barrett could tell, because he briefly saw an image of them as lightning struck them. That gave him perhaps a few seconds to choose what he was going to do. Then Barrett thought of it. It was the simplest thing to do. He lay onto his back, and moved the sand up and around him. It took most of his remaining mana, but he was now under a half-meter of sand. He couldn't dodge anymore, but that much sand would make a needle's progress to attack him very difficult. All he had to do was harden some sand around his head and up to the surface so that he had a way to breathe. He could no longer see the battle, but Master Heikel would be doing just fine. Master Heikel suddenly felt Barrett's presence, his berserk energy, become muted. Hopefully that was a good thing. At least, if he was dying there should have been some sign Barrett wouldn't go down so easily. The second enemy who was targeting him couldn't move forward because of Master Heikel's vigilance, so the attacks had been significantly weakened. It was annoying to fight two invisible enemies and stop them from advancing, but now he had a chance. Assuming Barrett had found a way to make himself safe, Master Heikel could now move forward to attack. On the other hand, if Barrett was dying, he needed to win fast so he could go help. A few minutes of resting at the top of the mountain and a few minutes of fighting had let Master Heikel catch his breath. He honestly hadn't been that low on stamina when they stopped, it was just the safest place to fight. Master Heikel felt a moment of opportunity coming, and jumped forward down the hill. There were only perhaps 10 meters between him and the first invisible enemy. That sort of distance only took an instant to move, and Master Heikel chose right after lightning struck behind him, which would make his movements just slightly harder to register. Then he reached out with his hand to grab anything. His fingers found purchase on something, a hand, wrist, or shoulder. Regardless of what it was, he was channeling a good portion of his berserk energy into his fingers and used his stamina to increase their strength to clamp down. He started crushing as the figure also pulled away, and then the lightning struck. Occasionally, there was a much larger bolt than normal. They were equivalent to about 5 regular lightning bolts, though all combined together instead of in sequence it was much more dangerous. Enough to kill a 5th or 6th tier cultivator? Absolutely not, unless they were careless. However, that didn't mean they would have it easy. The lightning struck Master Heikel, and he channeled it through him to his outstretched arm. As it passed through him, the inside of his arm started to burn, but it wasn't the worst he'd ever experienced. It flowed out through his fingertips into the invisible figure, an invisible figure who had no energy gathered at that point to resist the attack. It had all been blown away by Master Heikel's own berserk energy. Unfortunately they were already pulling away, reducing the effect, but Master Heikel still saw blood appear in the air, the first bit he was sure they had shed this fight. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 211. Barrett lay under the sand, concentrating on his breathing. Since he wouldn't be able to dodge, he had to hope that the sand did its part. Lightning continued to strike the area around him, and even being under the surface some of it reached Barrett. He continued to cause it to flow through and around him in ways that were not harmful. It was only a minor use of stamina, and he thought he could keep going for quite some time. Another needle came, he could barely sense it until it started penetrating through the sand, getting through about 30 centimeters before it stopped. That was enough to stab into him just slightly, if it had been on target. However, it was just off to the side. Another came, this time right for his heart. Barrett felt it pushing aside the sand as it rushed deeper and deeper, striking his breastplate and, running out of momentum. The combination of distance and 20 centimeters of sand had robbed the needle of its power, even with an assassin's energy adding to it. At least, it didn't have enough to pierce the breastplate. The weight of the sand pressed down on him. It had to be more than 300 kilograms. That wasn't an insignificant weight, but spread out over his whole body it was actually rather comforting, as if it was holding tightly onto him to keep him safe. Of course, he was the one who had made it do that, but he still felt secure. He continued to breathe through his little hopefully inconspicuous tube, waiting for the next attack, but none came. He continued to hear thunder and lightning up above, but there was nothing else. Then lightning struck directly above him. It wasn't any worse than being hit himself, but the area above him turned into glass. That also disturbed his little tunnel of air, and Barrett had to make a choice of when he would come out. He could hold his breath for a few minutes, even with his heart pumping quickly and the weight of sand pressing down on him. He could try to make another air tunnel, but he was not sure if he had enough mana remaining. He could use some more practice with magic in general, since he ran out of mana quickly, but it was also possibly better to just focus on other areas. Then he found himself ripped out of the ground with the sound of shattering glass above him. He was grabbed by the neck and came face to face with Master Heikel. "Hey Barrett. Nice hiding spot. Thanks. It was kind of hard to deal with the attacks." Master Heikel nodded. "They were 5th or 6th tier, even with that distance you did well." "Any poison?" Barrett took stock of himself and shook his head. "Nothing that I haven't become resistant to." Maybe they didn't have time for more exotic poisons. The lightning threw them off. Plus, they didn't exactly have time to raid their storehouse as they left. They have to be silver blades. Master Heikel sat down heavily. "I managed to drive them off, and they won't be able to recover as fast as me. Just watch over me for a bit while I expel some of this poison, all right?" Barrett nodded, taking guard. He wasn't sure if he could spot them if they came back, but he could at least redirect the lightning, with himself. It only took a few minutes before Master Heikel spat out a few drops of black and milky green goop. "That should be it. I managed to isolate it right away. Let's go, we'll eat on the road. For now, we'll go your fastest pace." Barrett nodded, running down the mountain. Lightning wasn't a big problem anymore, but of course this was just 2nd-tier lightning at most. The only real danger it posed was how much of it there was. A powerful lightning mage could still damage Barrett, but it would be less. In comparison, being almost burnt to nothing in a volcano had made Barrett much more resistant to heat, but there was always something hotter. He wished his boots could help with the running, but they were more for short sprints. Thus, he had to rely on himself, sprinting as fast as he could. That was even faster downhill, and he had good enough balance to not have to worry about it, even as the wet sand tried to make him slip. It had taken them a week to first get to the Lightning Mountains, but now they were traveling more quickly in the other direction. At a sustainable sprint, Barrett was going about 5 times as fast as he did walking, and his normal walking pace was already several times as fast as a non-cultivator. Barrett didn't focus on how fast he was running, only on maintaining the pace as much as he could. That involved careful breathing and remembering to drink water as necessary. In addition, they slowed slightly to eat every few hours. The whole time he was running, his lungs were burning and his muscles were growing ever more tired and sore. Just as Barrett was reaching the end of his berserk energy and his stamina, and his ability to quickly replenish it with food, a city came into view over the horizon. Or rather, the city came into view and it filled the horizon. Streeto was just that big. On the way to Aglone, they had only traveled 8 hours out of the day, using the rest for training of various sorts. Because of that, a week of travel turned into something less than a day, though not much less than a day. Barrett estimated he had been running for about 15 or 20 hours. Then he realized that if anyone was following them, they would have caught up long ago. This was just more training, right? Master Heikel nodded. After the first bit, they clearly weren't coming. Perhaps they ran into trouble navigating around the lightning or are still resting their wounds. However, isn't it more effective to train as if your life depended on it? Barrett sighed and nodded. or when it does depend on it. But that doesn't make it fun. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 212. Pain coursed through Barrett. He wasn't willing to call any pain good pain, but at least he knew it served a purpose. Each destruction he underwent brought more power. He hadn't grown numb to the pain, nor could he let that happen, but at least the pain faded quickly. It was only unbearable for an hour at most. Even with the pain, Barrett was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Though passing the 300th destruction didn't seem that important, he was just about at the halfway point between 3rd and 4th tier. The total journey would be about 7 years, though he'd lost about half a year, so he was looking at something closer to 7.5 years total. In the next year's 3rd tier tournament, he would be at his best for any of those tournaments. He wouldn't quite be 4th tier in time for the next tournament 2 years after that, and he certainly wouldn't still be 3rd tier in for the next 3rd tier tournament unless something horrible happened. Even if he wasted 4 years somehow, he was confident in reaching 4th tier and becoming a master before the second 3rd tier tournament, near the beginning of the next cycle. Barrett stretched and stood up. He needed to get to the arena soon, as today was the final match of the 2nd tier tournament. Kale would be fighting, so he needed to go support him, though Kale's potential victory wasn't really dependent on anyone but himself. Kale's opponent would be a water mage, which also included steam and ice. Barrett wasn't sure about the other details, since he hadn't watched her matches. Still, as one of the participants in the final match, she wouldn't be an easy opponent. Barrett arrived at the arena, where he had previously secured a rather distant seat. It was the final match, after all. However, it wouldn't be much trouble for him to watch from a distance. Both participants arrived soon after, and the referee announced the match. On this side, Kale Anacone, of the Anacone clan, the referee waved his arm, and on the other side, Lucia of the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was a faction local to Streeto. Their school was outside the city, situated on Bitter Cold Peak, southeast of Streeto in the mountains bordering the Tornado Plains, or what had been the Tornado Plains. The match started, as usual, with both participants apart from each other. Barrett watched closely as the match began. Kale was primarily a melee combatant, so he charged forward with a heavy hammer and a metal shield, ready to respond to an attack. Lucia stood her ground, gathering mana and pulling water out of the air. When Kale was about halfway to Lucia, she used a portion of the water as spikes of ice launched towards Kale. Unlike real icicles, the ice spikes were smooth and much closer to a true cone. Barrett imagined they would also be sharper and hold their shape better. As they reached Kale, he used his shield to not only deflect them, but also to force them off course even further by swiping his arm. Several of the ice spikes shattered, and the rest were thrown off course far enough they could not easily turn to attack him. His shield hadn't been quite the right size to deflect them all at once, but he had expanded its size with his metal attribute energy, which was excellent for such maneuvers. As Kale continued forward, Lucia didn't attempt to use ice spikes again, instead merely launching a large sphere of water. It wasn't fast enough to be an attack, but it was definitely still targeted at Kale. Kale continued rushing forward, only slightly changing trajectories to try to dodge around the sphere of water. As he did so, a wave of water shot out from the sphere, latching onto him. However, his momentum carried him onwards, and he pulled away with only a small amount of water latching onto him. That small amount of water became a large problem when moments later the joints of his knees froze up one at a time, causing him to stumble. He managed to catch himself on his hands even as his elbows froze, but he couldn't bend his arms or legs, and then the shoulders and hips were frozen in place as well. Lucia launched more ice spikes at Kale's nearly helpless form, but one by one he broke the ice at each joint. Though he was a warrior and quite strong, there was not generally sufficient leverage to break the ice, especially with the muscles stuck in place, but Kale had trained in pure body tempering. One joint at a time, he focused his strength on each section of ice, starting with his elbows and shoulders. He shattered the ice on his left arm before the ice spikes reached him, and from his prone position it actually wasn't difficult to block them all. One still struck his exposed right arm, but it barely did anything to his tough body, even as it aimed in the shoulder joint of his armor, where the ice melted away just in time for impact. Kale used his energy to sever the magical connection to the ice on his joints, and in another few seconds he had broken the remaining parts and was up and running again. Now he was quite close to Lucia, and she kept all the water nearby, even forming it up in front of her. As Kale approached, Lucia formed a dome of ice, nearly a foot thick. Unfortunately, Kale had significant momentum built up again, and with his metal attribute energy causing his hammer to swing with much more force than it normally could, combined with a little bit of pure body tempering, he cracked the top of the defensive dome as his hammer came down on it. Barrett saw water forming outside the dome and settling into the cracks to help seal them. At the same time, some of the ice forming the dome was melted and reformed to perform the same job. Kale continued striking again and again, circling around to cause damage on a wider scale. Soon, it became clear that he was causing damage faster than it could be repaired, and then the top of the dome shattered, leaving an opening Kale leaped into. Lucia had used nearly all of the water she had gathered repairing the shell, and thus she didn't have much left to defend her. Even as she used her last bit of water to attempt to freeze the area around Kale's eyes, his hammer came down towards her head, only to be stopped by the arena's defensive enchantments. Barrett moved down from the stands to congratulate Kale on his victory. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 213. Barrett wasn't the first to get to Kale, there were a number of others crowding around him. However, once they found out that he was already affiliated with the Immortal Berserker sect, most of them lost interest. They would have liked to get their hands on a young talent, near the peak of second tier at 17 years old. Not that there hadn't been others like him, but one could never have too many talented people. Congratulations, Barrett said, clapping Kale on the shoulder. Thanks, Kale grinned briefly. I can feel how much stronger I've grown, thanks to you giving me a chance to survive. He looked off into the distance for a moment. It's still not enough yet. Barrett nodded. It's hard. There are always more enemies. You might find that the Makeo clan also has other backers. However, winning today means more than just you have grown stronger. Perhaps other survivors of your clan will find their way here. News like this can find people anywhere. Kale nodded. He had paid to have messages posted at various points around the southern Metal Sea directing his clansmen toward Streeto, but it was entirely possible they would not see them, or believe them. However, news of his victory in the tournament could spread, and would be easy to verify. Let's hope it helps. Barrett came to look at his tree in one of the sect's orchards. Mistress Abels did most of the work in taking care of it, along with the normal gardeners, but Barrett would still occasionally drop by. It actually took earth magic to have the tree grow properly, and sometimes he would get in a bit of practice that way. The soil had to be just right, and the tree itself responded to earth magic. The tree had a wide base, along which wide gray thorns jutted out from every point of the bark along the trunk and up into the branches. The leaves were likewise gray but darker and nearly black. During spring it had reddish-brown flowers which stood out against its colorless exterior. However, it had not yet produced any fruit. That wasn't strange, it was a very special sort of tree, and only a few years old. Mistress Abels surmised it needed more time to mature, and possibly some special circumstances before it would actually produce fruit. For example, there could be particular types of insects required to pollinate it, though the orchards were full of many such beneficial insects. Barrett placed his hand on the tree. Though the thorns grew over almost every bit of the surface, his hands were tempered to a great degree of toughness. The thorns could actually still pierce his hand if he was careless, but a careful placement let him feel the life of the tree. While he could generally feel how other plants were alive, this one was different. This particular feeling was through earth magic, as the tree was not like most other trees. In a way, it was most similar to the plants around the Metal Sea, except instead of being metallic, it was more rocky. The difference was mostly in the purity of the elements and their particular composition, but the tree also survived off of water and not the liquid metals from around the Metal Sea. They had tried other liquids, but it seemed to do just fine with water, which was encouraging. One strange behavior it had was that it occasionally wrapped up stones in the ground with its roots, pulling them up into itself. This wasn't a quick process, sometimes it took weeks or months, but Mistress Abels had kept track of what sorts of rocks it devoured and provided more of them. Barrett poured out a bucket of pebbles, then used earth magic to bury them around the roots in various places. It was best they weren't too close to the main roots, but they had to be near enough for the roots that pulled them in. Barrett hoped whatever fruit this tree eventually produced would be useful. It certainly should be amazing if a fruit from it could have a viable seed after hundreds of years, but amazing wouldn't necessarily be useful. The light shone through a piece of quartz that was cut thin, perhaps the thickness of a piece of leather. Barrett checked it, not worried about the imperfections in its structure. In fact, those were quite useful. It just needed to hold together. If it could, it would be able to function as a talisman with a little bit of work. At his current point, he would at best be able to prevent a curse by an amateur, but it would at least slightly inhibit someone of second or third tier. It was like armor, well-made armor that wasn't out of good enough materials was still better than nothing. He'd been studying the book on charms and curse removal magic. As Crenther had stated, it was pretty basic, but everyone had to start somewhere anyway. With the book and his observations of Crenther, Barrett was much more confident in dealing with any future curses. That said, if he was trying to remove a curse from anyone else, it would have to be first tier at best, which would probably fade on its own given time. Even if Barrett hadn't progressed far, a few people associated with the Immortal Berserker sect had started taking curse removal studies seriously. Those who had the skills around Streeto had been reluctant to share their secrets, and in Aglone one would usually pay a dear price to obtain any information, and it was likely to come with a number of things that would be forbidden in Streeto. While a knowledge of curses was important for their removal, it didn't require practice placing them to remove them. It was just that Aglone didn't care, and it was sometimes easier the other way. Master Heichelton Barrett had been lucky to find Crenther, who had charged a reasonable, if still somewhat expensive, price for his services. The book was rather cheap, though neither of them were sure what it was supposed to cost. That was for Crenther to take up with his master. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 214. It was amazing how much weight could be gathered in a small area. Why, Barrett was only wearing something about the size of a thick leather coat, and he must have had a full ton of weight on him. That wasn't an exaggeration either. Doing push-ups alongside Barrett in the small training courtyard were Katia, Herman, and Kale. Very few others stuck with pure body tempering, though there were a few new students and some masters as well. Herman had been missing an arm when they first met. Now, due to his effort over the last several years, that arm was whole again. Unlike Barrett, who had it relatively easy with his true immortal body, Herman had needed pure body tempering to coax it into growing back, a little bit at a time. In front of the class stood Alnher, smiling down at them with a mouth full of teeth. If some of the teeth were crooked or the wrong size, it only helped to solidify his image as a crazy old man. "Keep going, or I'll make you all pile into one stack." At this point, no one was actually going to give up before they finished their exercise routine, but the words of encouragement helped. After running everyone through a variety of exercises designed to train all of the body's muscles, they did some sparring, though no one very quickly. With the weights and fatigue, it was basically just a test of doing the actual movements they would need in combat. Nobody used berserk energy, so the only people who went down did so because of their own fatigue or because someone managed to actually hit them and that toppled them over. Eventually, everyone was on the ground. Some assistants went around detaching the weights, though they struggled somewhat with some of the heavier ones. While they were mostly first-tier warriors, it was still hard to move a half-ton vest. They also went around with food pills, little 1 centimeter balls of nutrition that could provide nutrients and calories, and nothing else. Still, it provided enough for the students to get up and go get real food, with taste and substance. Barrett stayed behind after the lesson to talk to Master Alnher. "How is everything?" Alnher smiled, showing off his teeth like he preferred to do whenever possible. "Not too bad, not too good either though. I'm still old." Barrett nodded. "Even so, you were worried about death coming in a few years." Barrett squinted his eyes. "And you look slightly less old. Did you break through to 5th tier?" Aunha raised an eyebrow. Why, do you think that's even possible for an old man like me? An old man like you? Barrett shook his head. I don't know. Someone with all your circumstances, they would certainly have trouble. But you in particular. I'm absolutely sure you can. That you did, even. Aunha laughed, as expected of my first student. I did indeed reach 5th tier just recently. Sadly, any youth you see is due to that, and not due to success with reversing aging itself. Each tier generally adds about a decade to the cultivator's lifespan. I'm about a century old now, not impossible for a normal human to reach, but at this age cultivating is difficult. My body has been recovering from the long time in captivity, and perhaps I might have another decade or two of puttering around before I meet the grave. Could you reach 6th tier, then? It can be done in 15 years. Oh, yes, sure, it's possible. For young, talented individuals. But I'm not young. Aunha shrugged. I'll let others judge me on that second thing. Regardless, I'm just happy to see that my legacy will live on, even if it's not exactly pure body tempering for most of you. There is one kid though. Oh. A new student? They any good? Aunha shrugged. We'll see. It's too early to say if they'll even stick with it. Barrett nodded. Perhaps they will. I'm sure with your guidance, they have great opportunity ahead of them. Barrett ran into Kale on the streets, along with many others of the sect. You got called too? Kale nodded, his nearly golden hair remaining stiff on his head. Seems to be, almost everyone. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers. The main street was teeming with people heading towards the city square. Well, I suppose we'll find out what it is when we get there. It can't be an attack or there would be an alarm. As they got closer to the square, Barrett spotted a figure on the raised platform in the center. That's Grandmaster Zhubin. This certainly isn't a small matter. Grandmaster Zhubin still managed to keep a well-maintained beard, which was surprising with all the berserk energy leaking out of him and much more that was not. Whispered speculation flowed throughout the city square as people gathered. Whispers Grandmaster Zhubin could no doubt pick out, if he had a mind to. Once people stopped trickling in, he spoke, his voice booming out through the whole square. Fellow Immortal Berserkers and associates, the Immortal Berserker sect is a righteous sect. We do not just speak those words, we act. Today, we answer a call for aid from those who cannot defend themselves, but must. Sasher is a short journey to the east across the Tornado Plains or perhaps just the plains now. On all other sides, they are surrounded by mountains through which they engage in trade with a number of nations. Now, one of them has designs on the fertile ground Sasher has been so carefully and peacefully cultivating. Barrett thought of Clara and Jack, who had once saved him. An army from Ruklua, south and west of Stredo, now marches around the mountains to occupy Sasher. Grandmaster Zhubin frowned, folding his arms in front of him. Stredo itself has declined to interfere in any way, even though the army will be marching through Stredo's territory. However, we have been given leave to act as we deem necessary, if we wish to stop them. Ruklua is a large and populous country. The army numbers in the tens of thousands, half of which are not cultivators. The rest are mostly 1st tier, with some 2nd and 3rd tier cultivators throughout. Grandmaster Zhubin looked out at the approximately 2,000 Immortal Berserkers gathered in the city square. We have gathered here those of you who have combat experience, or who have otherwise been deemed ready for battlefield experience. With just us, we can defeat this army, even if they outnumber us 10 to 1. Grandmaster Zhubin grinned, his beard shifting with his cheeks. Of course, that would be a battle-hard one. We have also solicited the services of our allies around Stredo. Among them, the Order of Four Winds and the nearby Crystal Peak. Grandmaster Zhubin looked out over the crowd once more. None of you will be required to participate. Of those who do, some will die. However, the benefits to your own training and to the cause of righteousness as a whole should outweigh the cost. Just remember, Sasher has no army, nor have they provoked Ruklua, and they need us. You have 2 days to decide whether to join. More details about the situation are available if you wish. By dusk tomorrow, have your answer in one way or the other. Sooner is better. With that, Grandmaster Zhubin walked away in a leisurely way, yet almost faster than Barrett could run. Barrett was joining, of course. If not for the country itself, then for Clara and Jack. The previous time he'd been in a war, neither side should have been fighting. This time seemed likely to have much more death, though if they were lucky, they could just frighten the army into retreating. Barrett looked at Kale, who shrugged, "I don't know anyone involved, but I'll look into the details. You know how I feel about homes being invaded." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 215. Once before, Barrett had found himself part of a military. However, this time it was his choice. In addition, even though the need was urgent, they didn't forget to make sure everyone was trained. Obviously, as cultivators all of the members were quite capable in combat, but having better soldiers didn't win wars on its own. They needed to be organized and work together to defeat the enemy. Everyone was organized into squads according to what they could do. Warriors and duelists formed the bulk of the infantry. Their job was mostly to defend mages and archers from other infantry or cavalry. Meanwhile, those same archers and mages would be responsible for destroying as many enemies as possible. There were cavalry divisions as well, but Barrett didn't have to be concerned with the overall tactics. His job was as part of a group of shock troopers. Most of the enemy soldiers would just be doing their job whether they signed up for it or not. The purpose of the shock trooper teams would be to take out enemy leaders, giving the army both motive and opportunity to retreat. Of course, that was in the case that the battle needed to be fought at all. Perhaps Ruklua would choose to retreat upon seeing the opposition to their forces. If no battle ever happened, that would be just as well. Currently, the Ruklua army was still moving towards the border. If they crossed in, the defense army would go meet them. Barrett's squad would be led by Mistress Abels. While the enemy probably didn't have any 5th-tier cultivators, there was no reason for them to not deploy some of their own. Grandmaster Zhubin would even be one of the generals. Overall, about a quarter of the Immortal Berserker sect would be participating. About half of the members were out on missions of various sorts, and half of those left behind would be in training and taking care of the sect grounds in general. It wasn't impossible that someone would come to cause trouble if they left it mostly undefended, and Strito's laws wouldn't do much good for people who died and if there was no one around to determine who did what. The Immortal Berserker sect still had a number of enemies, including whatever remnants there were of the Silver Blades. Beyond Barrett and Mistress Abels, the squad had another dozen 3rd-tier Immortal Berserkers and 2 4th-tier members. There was also a similar complement of members of the Order of Four Winds. Reyna wasn't in that group, which was just fine. It would allow Barrett to focus more on the tasks at hand than unnecessarily worrying about her. The general idea was that the Immortal Berserkers would help open up a path through the ranks of the enemies, mostly non-cultivators and 1st-tier warriors. Once they got close to their target, those from the Order of Four Winds would be able to quickly take them out, or catch up to them if they were fleeing. However, they wouldn't be able to move through the hundreds of people to get to that point without risk of injury. Meanwhile, any 3rd-tier Immortal Berserker could ignore attacks from non-cultivators entirely, though they still needed to kill them or otherwise get them out of the path. They did several training runs against 1 battalion of 1st-tier Immortal Berserkers. It wouldn't be a perfect comparison, but it was what they had. Besides, getting a cracked rib or 2 from the training would be good for them. Many of them wouldn't be going to the battlefield anyway. In the end, there were 100 1st-tier Immortal Berserkers forming a company. Half of the higher-tier squad then fought their way through, with the goal of reaching a point behind them. Then the injured soldiers were switched out and the other half of the squad took a turn. The Ruklua army had stopped at the furthest point they could reasonably claim was the border of their territory. The past 2 days had been training by the various allied groups who were working to defend Sasher. The squads were assigned to eat lunch together, as a further team-building exercise. Barrett noticed a large disparity in the amount of food on the plates of Immortal Berserkers compared to members of the Order of Four Winds. Some might have thought of it as the difference between muscular men and skinny women, but of course the Immortal Berserker sect was not lacking in its own muscular women, Mistress Abel's included, and there were also men in the Order of Four Winds. It was best for people to go with whatever suited their personality and build, though the training methods also shaped the second. Barrett's squad took up a few tables, and he sat down at one at random with his tray of food. It was actually slightly more than even most of the other Immortal Berserkers. With his extra emphasis on pure body tempering, he consumed more calories. Across from Barrett sat a member of the Order of Four Winds with a tray of food that looked nearly empty but was actually still more than a normal person would eat. The owner of the tray looked up. "Oh, hey. You're Barrett, right?" "I'm Orelia." Barrett nodded. "That's right. You're the one who found the Wind Mage's legacy, right?" "By coincidence, yes. My brother was there to get instruction from him." She shrugged, "though I hear he wasn't that good at teaching. The masters have started teaching us a few lessons from that which are useful to us in particular." Orelia took a bite of her food. "Anyway, it's that incident that led to this. Though it's not really our fault, we profited from that incident, and with that the tornado started fading. Sasher relied on that seemingly unchanging feature to defend themselves. Now it's only fair that we're helping them out." Barrett nodded. "I have some friends living there as well. They took care of me when I almost died in a volcano." Orelia coughed and spit out some of her food, immediately catching it in the air with a bit of wind magic and covering it with a napkin. Sorry about that. That story was real. I thought Reyna was joking about that." Barrett shrugged. "I couldn't kill the guy, so I had to drop us both into the volcano. He was a real tough fight." Then, Orelia scratched her chin. "Is it true you got eaten by a great worm and dumped out in the middle of the Metal Sea?" "It wasn't that far out, but it was still probably the third closest I've come to dying." "I see, so it is true that all Immortal Berserkers are insane. Good to know." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 216. Fire flowed around Barrett, exploding out in all directions, and he blocked the compressed ball of fire. Just the force that reached him nearly knocked him off his feet, but he kept his balance and was merely pushed back. Another fireball flew over past him, aiming for the center of the squad members from the Order of the Four Winds, before passing through the group to fly up into the sky behind them where its power was unleashed. "Looks like we still have some more work to do," Mistress Abels commented. "Just remember, even if we're here to block for you, we can't block everything. The enemy can just aim over us." Mistress Abels gestured to two of the duelists. "You two are designed to magic deflection, and you two to arrow deflection. Remember, this is a battlefield. You can't just personally avoid danger, you need to protect the whole squad. A compressed fireball like that is vulnerable to redirecting when they are making it change direction like that, and of course you can all deal with a wall of flame more easily. Lightning you'll just have to avoid, though it will lose some power if it has to go over anyone. Next time, I want to see some deflection. Up or to the side, never down, unless it's far away." Orelia spoke up. "If we deflect it to the side here, won't it harm the buildings?" "They're not enchanted." Mistress Abels folded her arms in front of her. "This is the Immortal Berserker sect training grounds. Perhaps you don't deal with as much collateral damage, but our buildings won't fall apart so easily. Barrett, throw Johann at the wall." Barrett saluted. "Yes, Mistress Abels." Johann grimaced and readied himself. Just because Barrett was going to throw him didn't mean he had to make it easy. Unfortunately for Johann, he had just recently reached 3rd tier, and his body training was behind Barrett as well. With a quick movement that seemed like Barrett should have been off balance, he grabbed Johann and threw him towards the wall 5 meters away. Johann hit the wall back first, distributing the force evenly. There was a tremendous thudding sound as the whole wall trembled slightly, and Johann slid to the ground. "Why me?" Johann groaned. "You were being lazy." Now then, Mistress Abels turned back to the rest of the group. don't worry about causing damage. These walls don't need fancy enchantments to handle something like a second-tier fireball. She nodded towards Lamont, keep them coming at about that level of power, though save enough mana for at least one real third-tier fireball. The last day they had been marching, not because they needed exercise, but because they were heading to the battlefield. Ruklua had passed their border despite the warnings, intent on advancing. Perhaps they were confident because they still retained a numerical advantage, despite having fewer higher-tier or even mid-tier cultivators. Maybe they just thought the cultivators wouldn't wish to risk losing any of their young prospects. Barrett wasn't sure, but they weren't going to let them just walk through to conquer Sasher. Barrett's loadout for the battle was about the same as his normal equipment, except he had a shield. Normally Immortal Berserkers didn't use shields, at least not as a whole. They relied on dodging attack or letting their armor or tough bodies absorb the damage. However, in the case of intentionally blocking magical attacks on a larger scale, shields made the most sense. Barrett's shield was a big slab of enchanted steel, a tower shield. Along with the other Immortal Berserkers, its tall rectangular shape formed a nice wall with whatever shape they wanted, flat or a triangular formation for pushing forward through ranks of enemies. Mistress Abels took a position at the front of the formation. She was the most important figure, but also the strongest and least likely to die. For their purposes, keeping her in the rear would be a waste of manpower. In battle, once they had a target they would form into the triangle formation, with Immortal Berserkers on the outside and the duelists behind. For the most part, they would just be rushing through the ranks of enemies. Barrett had a position second from the far right, a fourth tier named Owen taking the most critical position on the far right. He wouldn't have anyone protecting his side with a shield. Even so, Owen, Master Owen, technically, probably had the least to worry about. Almost nobody would be strong enough to actually injure him unless he got careless, and those who could were probably the targets they intended to take out. The cultivator army arrived in the foothills below Bitter Cold Peak. If the army from Ruklua changed their trajectory, the cultivators would be able to move to cut them off. They could certainly move faster as a whole. However, they were currently cutting as close to the mountains as they could, perhaps in the hopes of avoiding the cultivators, though certainly their scouts would soon catch notice of the approximately 5,000 people. Even if the cultivators were doing their best to catch any enemy scouts, they weren't perfect. Waking up in the morning knowing he was going to battle might have been worse than the previous time when he hadn't known, but this time Barrett had chosen to participate. He was much stronger and working with a capable squad. Some people would die on the battlefield, perhaps even some of them would be third-tier cultivators like himself. However, it wouldn't be him. That wasn't Barrett ignoring the danger, that was him saying he wouldn't let it happen. He knew full well that he could die. The fact that he was still alive was a rarity considering what had happened to him. At least 2 of the times he would have died if he hadn't been picked up by some kind people. One of those times had been the last time he'd been in a real battle of armies. There, Shanta had picked him off the battlefield where he was meant to die, even though most people would have assumed that he already had. Shanta was here for this battle as well, but he made up his mind to strive to not require her services. Besides, she would already be busy hopefully saving many lives. Or maybe they would get lucky and the enemy army would give up and go home. Barrett held on to that hope until the sound of trumpets came from the enemy's hill, and part of their group started advancing. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 217. Mistress Abels addressed the squad under her command, looking over the 24 members present. She nodded. Good, everyone formed up quickly. As you can see, the enemy is beginning their advance. We have just received our target. Right there dash, she pointed straight towards the army, nearly front and center, there is a group of necromancers. There had previously been no word of Ruklua training necromancers in their country, and we still believe this to be true. However, it seems they aren't above hiring them. Their origins are unclear, but most of them are believed to be second tier, based on the number of undead they are controlling. Barrett focused his eyes to see the first battalion of hundreds that was advancing, seeing a somewhat familiar stiffness in their motions. Our job is to take out the necromancers. Of course, we will not just be rushing into the front of the army. We will be coordinating our attacks with the other strike teams and the rest of the battle. Their squad was positioned just behind and to the side of the front center ranks of the Streeto army. That would allow them to move past and break into the center ranks of the enemy when the opportunity arose. Barrett saw there were perhaps 24 ranks of soldiers between the front of the army and the necromancers, placing them actually in the front quarter. The entire enemy army was about 100 soldiers deep and 200 wide, more than 20,000 soldiers in total. The zombie battalion was merely a few percent of that, though it was sufficient in size to take over a small city, if they were effective in combat. Barrett wondered how a single necromancer could control 50 or so zombies, but perhaps in this case they were more like golems of some sort. Speaking of which, there were also iron golems among the army. They looked much like a soldier in full armor, though with no faces beneath their helmets and no below the helmet at all, it instead being solid. One volley of arrows came from the Streeto army towards the advancing front ranks of the zombies. Though the arrows all hit, very few actually managed to bring down a target. Even if the arrows could penetrate through armor and into the body, most locations simply didn't matter to a zombie continuing to function. Only major structural damage would cause them to deanimate, and even then parts of them might remain animated. As they met with the front ranks of the Cultivator army, that very thing started happening quickly. Most of those on the front lines were first or second tier Immortal Berserkers, a force perfectly suited for cutting into enemies. The initial clash was a bit slow before they realized that blows that would kill a normal person didn't work, but soon enough they were chopping clean through the zombies, rendering them useless. This took a large amount of berserk energy, but they had others who could swap out with them. It was only a few minutes before half of the zombies were gone, and they would not last much longer, but the rest of the army from Ruklua had started mobilizing. The Rukluan army had started to spread out to the sides, and their intent to use their numbers to surround the other army was clear. Of course, they could not completely encircle them unless the army of cultivators didn't move at all, but they were capable of attacking both flanks and the front with overwhelming numbers. A messenger came up to Mistress Abels, and she read the short missive. "Alright squad, get ready. We'll be moving up with the front lines, and when they meet, there will be one volley of arrows before we move full force our way to those necromancers. Remember our practice, no dilly-dallying, don't give them time to react. The necromancers are the primary target, but they have iron golems and warriors guarding them as well. If possible, the berserkers will hold them off while the duelists kill the necromancers." The entire squad waited in anticipation as they slowly approached the enemy lines. They walked in formation, 4 ranks across and 6 deep. They were trying to look like a typical, if small, squad of elite soldiers. The duelists from the Order of Four Winds were mostly concealed behind the larger Immortal Berserkers. While the ruse wasn't exactly foolproof, they didn't need it to work for long. Once the two front lines met, Barrett was prepared to move into position. Then a volley of arrows hit the front legion of the enemy. For the most part the arrows looked random, but they were actually targeted to open up paths for various strike teams. While targeting individual soldiers was nearly impossible for normal archers, a squad of cultivator archers could fairly consistently hit most of the soldiers in a specific area, based on relative positions. Of course, this was only possible because the enemy was for the most part lower tier. Starting about 3 ranks behind the very front, a zigzagging line of soldiers fell to the arrows, leading more or less from the necromancers to the position of the strike team. Barrett stepped out to the side with his shield up, taking his position second from the right in their triangle. Then, the entire squad rushed forward. Barrett didn't have to do more than shove dying people out of the way for the first few ranks, toppling a few soldiers along the way. There was a momentary break in the lines that had not yet reformed, and the squad was stomping over fallen bodies. However, there were still enemies on the far edges where Barrett was. He swung out with his axe, chopping into anyone who stepped in front of him, pushing them out of the way. The ranks were filled with first-tier warriors and common soldiers, and they couldn't do anything to stop the charging squad, especially not with Mistress Abel's, a 5th tier, at the front. By the time they realized they needed to stop the advancing force, it was already too late. 2 final ranks of normal soldiers were bowled over in an instant, and they came face to face with a dozen each of iron golems, necromancers, warriors wielding poleaxes, and some other type of mage, energy cultivators that hadn't been easily visible from a distance. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 218. Now that they had reached the enemy necromancers and those guarding them, Barrett's job was to split off and defend their flank and rear. Half of the Immortal Berserkers, the 3 on either end, were assigned to this job. Thus, Barrett, Owen, and the Yvonne to Barrett's left were guarding the right flank and half of the rear, though most of those directly behind them were still trying to pick themselves up off the ground. The duelists from the Order of 4 Winds moved through the gap in the Immortal Berserkers. They slipped past the slow iron golems and dodged under the poleaxes of the warriors, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Invisible to normal senses anyway, however, it was clearly a barrier made of energy projected by the almost unnoticed energy cultivators. That immediately threw off their plans to kill the necromancers as quickly as possible, but if all plans worked so smoothly there would have been little point in training. The duelists immediately turned back on the warriors they were now behind, as the Immortal Berserkers moved in on the iron golems. Although there were a dozen iron golems and only half that many Immortal Berserkers facing them, the one extra in the form of Mistress Abel's made all the difference. Iron golems could be a match in combat for a 2nd-tier cultivator, and they could hold off a 3rd-tier cultivator for a long time with their durability. However, against a 5th-tier cultivator, the sound of metal deforming immediately came into play as one of them had its head crushed into its chest, Mistress Abel's great hammer clearly responsible. Barrett found himself facing off against regular soldiers and 1st-tier cultivators, a half-dozen or more at a time. Though he would have preferred to let them live since they didn't have much choice about where the army went, he couldn't afford to hold back. He had to chop cleanly through them to deal with their numbers, swiping several at a time with his axe. Next to him, Barrett heard Yvonne roar, an intimidation tactic made all the more effective by the dozens of bodies in front of the 3 from only the last handful of seconds. Barrett hadn't really trained in intimidation techniques much, but he could yell. Owen did as well, and their side found themselves in a temporary standoff. At the very least, the enemy had to pick their way through the bodies if they wanted to fight them, and nobody seemed eager to be the first. Then Barrett felt something. His magical senses weren't extremely practiced, but he had a strong personal memory of the current feeling. Yvonne, Owen, can you hold them here? Even if they were without end, Owen answered confidently. Barrett doubted that he could actually fight them forever, but he had no doubt that Owen could take out a good few hundred at least before having any issues. The army wasn't facing off against just them, so it would have to do. Yvonne just roared again, but that sounded like an affirmative to Barrett. Not that Barrett had waited for their answers. The necromancers were already casting curses, and Barrett had at least something he could do about it. As he ran, he slapped a talisman of his own crafting onto his shield. The closest targets to the necromancers were the duelists, who could sense the magic behind them. They dodged out of the way of the spells, some of which ended up hitting the remaining warriors behind them. Perhaps there would have been no warriors remaining at all if they hadn't had to worry about an attack from behind, but they'd kept their guard up for this very reason. The curses that missed didn't just dissipate, their invisible forms twisted and turned through the air, coming around for another pass. Barrett charged through one of the remaining iron golems, bowling it over with his shield. He didn't have the time to spare to chop it to pieces. He managed to block a curse for one of the duelists who was stuck fighting one of the warriors. Because of him, they didn't have to choose between dodging a poleaxe or a curse. Barrett pulled out another talisman. He didn't have that much mana total, but the good thing about talismans was they used much less mana to activate compared to creating them. Perhaps a third. That meant instead of being able to block 1 or 2 curses he could block 5 or 6. He couldn't completely negate 2nd tier or higher curses, but that was ones at full power. Barrett could feel the difference in not only type of curse but how long it had been prepared. Victoria had been waiting for him for a while, and hadn't rushed, but these necromancers had not been ready to fight, instead intending to move forward, raising dead bodies as temporary zombies. In another few moments, the remaining warriors and iron golems were down. Everyone in the strike team was 3rd tier or higher, while the warriors were only 2nd tier. The iron golems were capable of standing up to 3rd tier enemies, but immortal berserkers were specialized in destruction, and Mistress Abel's was 5th tier. She had taken out half of them on her own. Barrett could feel another round of curses being prepared behind the energy barrier. He wasn't an expert at judging the tier of necromancers, but most of them should have been 2nd tier at best, but one was strong enough to possibly be 3rd tier. As their attacks went out, Barrett moved forward to block that one. His talismans couldn't stand up to the power of a 3rd tier curse, if they were any good at their job, but there was a reason he had attached it to his shield and not himself. He angled his shield to deflect the curse down and to the side, instead of facing it head-on. Half of the curse's energy bled off as it moved along the shield, but it didn't break through. Of course, his talisman was left devoid of mana, but that didn't matter. Mistress Abel's was already at the energy barrier, along with the rest of the squad except those still guarding the flanks. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 219. 12 energy cultivators were projecting their energy together to maintain a barrier around themselves and the necromancers. That kept the duelists from reaching the necromancers to kill them, but now that there was nothing in between the strike team and the barrier, they wouldn't have trouble taking it down. Mistress Abel struck the first blow. Even though there were a dozen people resisting her, the barrier trembled. Barrett felt they were all around 2nd tier, so they should have just barely been able to keep up with her in terms of total energy. Of course, that all depended on how close Mistress Abel's was to 6th tier, and whether or not anyone else was attacking the barrier. The duelists actually conserved their energy and mana, preparing to strike when the barrier fell. Immediately after Mistress Abel's struck and the barrier was still reeling, the other half of the Immortal Berserker team struck. Surprisingly, the barrier still stood, though just barely. The energy cultivators were pouring their all into it to just barely keep it standing. Behind the barrier, the necromancers were preparing something else, though it didn't feel quite like a curse. It was hard for Barrett to tell through the barrier, but it was at least something different from before. Mistress Abel's and the rest of the Immortal Berserkers struck as one. Mistress Abel's hammer crashed into the barrier, warping it, and the rest of the attacks broke through, breaking and tearing what remained. With the collapse of the barrier, the energy cultivators maintaining it collapsed as well, falling to their knees. As he saw the barrier fall, Barrett activated his boots to get a boost of speed. There was at most 5 meters between him and the necromancers, but every bit of speed could make them misjudge their actions. Barrett charged straight for the strongest one, but they had all been prepared for the barrier to fall. As Barrett and the duelists charged forward, black tendrils of magic grew out from them, reaching out at the attackers. Around him, Barrett saw the members of the Order of the Four Winds ducking and weaving over, under, and around the attacks. Though they had great speed, they could also easily shift their momentum. The same wasn't true for Barrett, but he didn't care about dodging. He'd seen such an attack before, and continued to charge forward with his shield out in front of him. As they impacted his shield, he felt a bit of curse magic had been added to the life-draining magic, a technique he was lucky hadn't been used by Artur Niculescu. The tendrils tried to grab at Barrett's life force, but before they could grasp onto him his momentum had carried him within striking range of his axe. Barrett might not have needed any berserk energy to kill this necromancer without the tendrils blocking, he would basically be a normal human, but he used enough to kill a 2nd-tier warrior just in case. His axe came down on top of the necromancer, cleaving the man in two as the black tendrils wriggled and writhed for a moment. Barrett waited for a moment, gathering the energy for another attack, but no spirit left the body. Perhaps he didn't have enough mana, Artur had used an entire room full of people, or perhaps he didn't know the technique either because it was secret or he wasn't connected to the grasping hand. Regardless, nothing happened. Around Barrett, the duelists had killed the other necromancers, stabbing through their hearts or slicing their throats depending on what was convenient. Soldiers started pouring in from the back ranks of the army, and Mistress Abel shouted, bag a body or two and go. Barrett got to work doing exactly that. While killing the necromancers was the most important, depriving the enemy of their equipment was also relevant. They were currently surrounded by the enemy army, so they didn't have the time to leisurely strip them of their equipment, but they had all been given magic rucksacks, storage bags with large enough openings to conveniently fit people in quickly. Barrett stuffed both halves of the leading necromancer and one of the energy cultivators inside after finishing off the latter. Then he turned to run back towards those holding up the rear, though most of them were standing around next to a pile of bodies. "We'll go straight through to our front ranks," Mistress Abels declared. The Immortal Berserkers formed up into the same formation, and the strike team started retreating, straight through the front lines of the enemy. The soldiers there had to choose between turning to stop the retreating cultivators and not turning their backs on the advancing army. Once they realized what was happening, some of them just stepped out of the way, and once some of them started, the rest realized what was happening and scattered to the sides and away. As the front ranks, their losses were already heavy enough without being attacked by higher-tier cultivators from behind, and there were no more zombies to take the brunt of the attacks. Across the battlefield, Barrett could see several other swathes of soldiers being opened up, where hopefully successful strike teams were returning to the cultivator army. Barrett was glad everything seemed to have gone well. The army from Ruklua appeared to be in disarray, and even if they reformed they wouldn't be nearly as strong without their high-tier cultivators. Barrett wondered how they ever hoped to win, at best they could have barely managed to get by. East in the southern Tornado Mountains, a small army marched through an even smaller pass. Chill wind blew on them as their boots crunched through the snow. "Look alive, men. We have to reach Osita before anyone knows we're coming. We can't afford to get bogged down with a little snow." The army, though small, was not weak. With 500 men from 1st to 4th tier and a commander at 5th tier, Sasher stood no chance with their near-complete lack of cultivators. Even if they had time to raise a small army, they would not be able to do much. Especially not once the necromancer among their party got working on an army. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 220. "I'm cold," complained one soldier, rubbing his hands ineffectually on his armored biceps. "What do you expect from the mountains?" commented his nearest companion, "they're cold." "Not in summer," responded the first. "What does it matter? Suck it up. What kind of cultivator are you to worry about a little cold?" "It's getting colder." A chill wind blew through the pass, blowing ice and snow onto the faces of the small army traveling through. "Just shut up," the second soldier said. "The sea commander won't like to hear us chattering." A few moments later, the blowing snow turned into a full blizzard. The soldiers could barely hear their commander shouting ahead of them. "Push on, men. We can be down the mountain before evening. A little cold won't kill cultivators like us." The first to fall was a warrior, joints of his armor frozen by the cold. Nobody around saw him go down, and the feeling of ice and snow covering him froze his thoughts of trying to break the ice or do anything at all. At this point, any of those who could do fire magic were warming themselves, but they couldn't keep up with the cold. One by one, figures were lost in the storm, unable to see the man next to them. They walked onward, only stopping when they stepped on a fallen companion. They could no longer hear anything but the howling wind, and the only thing they could see was the snow immediately surrounding them and the barest hint of the sun in the sky. By the time anyone noticed the magic at play, it was already too late. The 500 men were already at the epicenter of a storm that would never be caused by nature, at least not in any normal mountain. Such a storm could not last forever, but it could freeze a normal human to death in a matter of minutes, regardless of warm clothing. Cultivators below the master level froze within 10 minutes. Those few of higher tier died shortly after. The majority of the efforts were concentrated on them. Only the commander, a 5th tier warrior, made it out of the pass and down the mountain. He barely made it out of the storm, only to be met by an older man blocking his path with a smile. "Be on your way to whichever hell you find least favorable." The old man raised his hands, and the mountain on either side moved with them. An avalanche of snow buried the warrior commander, pressing down on him with its weight and its chill. The commander moved and struggled, calling on all energy in the strength of his body, but he was already weakened from traversing the storm. The snow and ice piled higher and higher, and spikes of ice stabbed into his flesh. It wasn't long before the storm faded, but nothing could be seen of the army, or even the pass. It was completely covered in snow, but soon it started melting very slowly under the summer sun. The old man walked along on top of the snow that was just starting to slosh, reaching down a hand. Out from the snow shot a body covered in robes. "Fascinating," the old man commented. "Frozen, but not dead." With a strike of his gaunt old hand, the body shattered into pieces, and the old man waited for a few moments, then nodded. It almost worked too. The old man turned west to start the trek back across the mountains towards Bitter Cold Peak, several mountains away. Barrett looked over the squad he was in. Their injuries were minimal, cuts and gashes, some broken bones, nothing much. Of course, the duelists who were injured might have said differently, but they would survive. Barrett looked over those who had been hit by curses, starting with himself. As far as he could tell, there were no lingering effects. Without preparation, curses would run out of mana to sustain themselves after causing a certain amount of harm. The necromancers hadn't been planning to fight in the immediate future, they'd only had a few handfuls of seconds to realize they would be attacked. Victoria had a personal grudge with Barrett, and had been waiting nearby invisible. She'd had several minutes and reason to make the curse stick. It wasn't part of a battle, but the whole battle, which Barrett supposed he had lost at the time. The army from Ruklua had withdrawn, though they had lost no more than a few thousand, only 10 or 20% of their numbers. The strike teams had for the most part been very effective, taking out many of their best cultivators. Barrett wasn't sure if they would try another assault, but he didn't think it could possibly be more effective for them. Kale was found in the medical tent with his chest torn open. He saw Barrett walk in and smiled. "Ha! Look what happened to me this time." Shanta flicked Kale on the forehead, her hands briefly stopping their stitching up of his insides. "Quiet. No talking while your chest is open." Barrett watched carefully as Shanta worked on Kale. It didn't seem to be too dangerous in the grand scheme of things. Kale was still conscious and not bleeding that much. He was clearly in great pain, but most anesthetic didn't work as well on cultivators. Barrett could see Shanta finish stitching up something around Kale's heart, moving a needle deep inside of him with flicks of her fingers, then start stitching his muscles to bone, finally ending with stitches on the skin which didn't quite cover everything. Then Kale was wrapped in special bandages and given a salve to stop the bleeding, and finally fell unconscious. Shanta came over to Barrett. "Need anything?" Barrett shook his head. "Just heard Kale was here." "How is he?" She shrugged. "He'll be fine. If his body wasn't as hard as steel he would have been 2 people, but he should recover." Shanta looked over Barrett. "You don't seem like you'll need my help. You look pretty much healed already, maybe the 2-week mark." Barrett shrugged. "I mean, it has been an hour since the battle." Just make sure to visit a healer quickly if anything is out of place. Wouldn't do to have it heal wrong." Barrett nodded. That said, he could fix most of that on his own just fine. It was just an effort of will to set bones properly, and his magic bandages kept everything in place for the short time it took to heal. Only 1st or 2nd tier Immortal Berserkers needed a healer for most circumstances. A 3rd tier Immortal Berserker who had 15 minutes where they weren't actually bleeding to death would basically become stable, since that equated to a day's worth of healing. Of course, that was only for superficial wounds like shallow cuts. Broken bones could still heal out of place, muscles still needed to be properly connected, but with pure body tempering in a true immortal body, Barrett wasn't that concerned with those issues. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 221. Not always seeing the same faces around the Immortal Berserker sect was fairly common. They got new members regularly, and there were always people traveling. Some first-tier members left when it was clear their success at destructions was not high enough to continue. Beyond that, some people never returned from missions, or died while advancing to the next tier. Even so, those that were successful and stayed around would usually reach a high tier. That was why, despite making up just 0.1% of the population of Streeto, the Immortal Berserker sect still had 5 7th-tier members, compared to a total of several hundred throughout all the factions. With all of that said, usually not quite so many faces disappeared from the dining halls all at once. A few dozen first-tier members being lost in a battle where the enemy outnumbered them 4-1 was overall quite good, but it was still sad to see. Barrett didn't know any of the others that well, but he'd seen them around some and now he never would again. The rest who had fought and survived despite many serious injuries would have valuable combat experience that would help their future growth. More importantly, there was a purpose behind them going to battle. Sasher was safe, though not entirely thanks to the effort of the army. One of the 6th-tier members of the Crystal Palace had stopped a smaller but potentially just as dangerous army going through a pass in the mountains. If Streeto as a whole had bothered to try to stop the army from Ruklua, they wouldn't have even considered getting near the border. Now Ruklua wouldn't have another chance, because they had utilized necromancers in their armies. One thing that all of Streeto at least publicly agreed upon was the banning of necromancers and curses. Thus, there had been a public statement that any further actions by Ruklua would not be tolerated. That sounded good, until Barrett thought about the fact that the people who gave the orders would mostly still be alive and consequence-free, even though they tried to take over a country just because it was available. The necromancers brought something else into question. They had abilities similar to the Grasping Hand, who were from the Ustane Empire. Did Ruklua have any connection to the Ustane Empire, or did they just both allow necromancers? They did border each other, which made either the necromancers actually coming from the Ustane Empire or the training techniques being spread between them both quite plausible. Barrett wasn't sure which it was, but he didn't have a good way to find out. The news he found from either place was unclear, and it didn't seem that they publicly acknowledged the necromancers in either place. There were certain types of training that Barrett didn't approve of, but a large portion of necromancers' effectiveness required the sacrifice of others, their life force or their bodies or both. Perhaps there could be necromancers who weren't evil, but they would be a rarity. Countries that willingly allowed evil to live among them bothered Barrett, but the methods he had for dealing with it weren't perfect either. Despite being raised as a noble, he was never much into politics. His father had raised him with the idea that one could be a good ruler bettering their people as a whole. Barrett loved the idea, but he didn't see it being implemented. Even Streeto merely provided opportunities to grow just because of its very size, and not because of any choice on the part of the various factions that ran it. The Immortal Berserker sect and a few others worked to make things better, but it was hard to punch poverty and suffering in the face. Even the number of support personnel needed was limited, though the Immortal Berserker sect was always growing. Sasher applied to become a vassal of Streeto, which was logical based on their positioning. They were surrounded by a curve of mountains that opened up next to Streeto, though that had previously been blocked by the tornado plains. Sasher didn't have much in the way of defenses, and while they could raise an army, they would never be able to match Ruklua if they tried to attack again. Sasher realized that it was possible Streeto wouldn't do anything if Ruklua snuck an army through the passes again, so it was better to work to provide food for Streeto. They could even expand to the west, into the plains that had once been the Tornado Plains. Though they had been windswept for untold years, the soil was quite fertile. It had become clear that the tornado wouldn't be coming back, so all of that land would be a good addition to Streeto's farmable area. It was better if Sasher didn't try to compete. A year passed, and it was time for the next tournament. Barrett was ready for his second time participating in the third-tier tournament. He'd been early third tier for the previous 4 years prior. Kale was in a strange state where he was just on the border of second and third tier. He'd been at the peak of second tier the previous year, but it could still take time to advance. After the conflict with Ruklua, Kale had gone to the Metal Sea for training. It was dangerous, but also the best place for him to train. As long as he stayed away from the northern end of the sea and avoided any giant worms, he would be fine. Even so, the tournament had arrived and Kale had not yet returned. As Barrett approached the arena to find out his first opponent, he nearly ran into Kelani. "Barrett? Damn it, don't tell me I'm matched up against you." Barrett shrugged, we still need to find out. There will be many people fighting today. Anyway, you make it sound like fighting me is bad. It is bad. Kalani shook her head, her long silvery hair swaying slightly compared to her head, much longer than it had been before, nearly reaching her waist. Even if I was confident in winning, I have no delusions about getting through unscathed. It would be a shame to meet in the first round anyway. Hey, is your hair soft now? It wiggled around. Kalani tilted her head, what? Oh, no. I just do that now outside of combat. It's a habit. It lets people forget that I am a warrior if I pretend to not always be armored. Barrett nodded. That could be useful. I doubt anyone would believe I wasn't a warrior whether or not I have armor. Barrett looked down at his arms. They were large, but not tree trunk sized like some warriors. That was just because the muscles were more dense. For the same amount of training, he was probably slightly weaker, but that was made up for by the benefits of retaining flexibility, and possibly more efficient training. The two of them finally reached the counter where they would get their arena assignments. #1, Barrett read. Kalani sighed in relief, #36. Good, I wasn't mentally prepared to face off against you today. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 222. Barrett's first round was against a wizard from the Burning Caves. A group of wizards who lived on and around the volcanoes in Vashia. That meant his specialty would be fire and thus, Barrett planned to defeat him quickly. While Barrett was quite resistant to fire, he had too many unpleasant memories involving it. Defeating Reuben in the volcano had basically cleared him of his fear of fire, but it was still better to not draw out the battle. As soon as the battle began, Barrett rushed towards his opponent. The boots from the Order of Four Winds helped him move much more quickly to start off, and the only thing his opponent could do was fling a sheet of fire at Barrett. The man had likely hoped the fire would deter Barrett and slow him down long enough for the wizard to launch a more powerful attack, but Barrett charged straight through, the flames barely singing him. It was too late for the wizard to turn and run, so he only managed to throw up a barrier of fire, one that was immediately broken through by Barrett's axe swinging down on him. Then the restrictions of the arena took over to stop the blow from killing him. The match lasted less than a handful of seconds. The wizard turned away dejectedly, not listening to Barrett's words. Barrett hoped he would stay to watch later matches and realize how strong Barrett really was. In fact, singing Barrett with his fire magic was something of an accomplishment, especially since the man was just early 3rd tier. His barrier had also slowed down Barrett's attack significantly, but unfortunately for him, his body wouldn't have withstood the remaining damage. He was just a poor match for Barrett. The first round of matches didn't have much in the way of excitement, at least not that Barrett saw. That was to be expected, however, since the tournament mostly separated those who were expected to advance into different matches. It meant weaker cultivators didn't generally get a good match, but it also avoided them getting several rounds in only to go up against much stronger opponents. If they were stronger than expected, they would of course advance as normal. The tournament 4 years earlier had many different participants. There would be some new 3rd tiers as well as some who hadn't shown up at the previous tournament for whatever reason. In addition, a portion of the stronger 3rd tier cultivators would have moved on to 4th tier in the 4 years that had passed, and cultivators who had been late 3rd tier in the previous tournament would almost certainly be 4th tier or never make it much further in their cultivation. Being a 3rd tier cultivator was nothing to be ashamed of, but those who were 40 years old or more still felt embarrassed to be competing against some people in their early 20s. The second round of matches overlapped with the first round, and Barrett watched as many involving people he knew as possible. One of particular interest was a match between Lavender and Kalani. Lavender had faced against Barrett in the previous year, and though he had beaten her he knew she was quite skilled, especially for an independent cultivator who had access to fewer resources for training. Lavender must have researched her opponent at least somewhat, because she wasn't wearing a longsword at her side. She already wore textile armor, a different set from the previous years, so she didn't have to change that out. Barrett hadn't seen many matches between two ranged fighters and certainly not ones with such diverse skill sets. Wizardly duels were one thing, but archers versus, whatever Kelani would be called, was a special case. The match started off with Lavender firing an arrow straight for Kelani. Nothing was strange about that. Kelani retaliated with only a handful of metal spikes, moving at a speed Barrett didn't think would even reach Lavender. Then he realized there was a different meaning to them, with the spikes flying in a formation towards the arrow. The center spike slightly deflected the arrow, barely brushing against it as the spikes turned towards the arrow and the arrow swerved around. Kelani then had to jump to the side to make the arrow just hit her shoulder. Barrett knew how powerful they were, and could see it had gone through the armor there. As an outside observer, Barrett had the luxury of watching the arrows fly without being concerned with silly things like watching for other attacks or avoiding getting hit. Thus, he was able to discern what the problem was. Kelani had tried to deflect the arrow not by deflecting it directly but by using metal energy, and there was no metal in the arrows. They were obsidian-tipped or perhaps a sturdier variant of glass. Kelani had realized immediately after the first hit that there was no metal, so her strategy changed. Instead of using metal energy to deflect the attacks, she threw out dozens of metal spheres, using them as a mobile shield to block incoming arrows. At the same time, she launched metal spikes and needles as actual attacks towards Lavender. Lavender had the advantage of range. Kelani had to control her attacks with pure energy, while Lavender used the bow for more of the propulsion and distance. She was able to move away while firing quickly enough to avoid most of the flying projectiles, and she was adept enough to dodge them. However, she soon found that many of the projectiles that had missed were instead forming a sort of barrier around part of the arena. She had been backed into a corner, a feat only possible because Kelani could control hundreds of individual metal spikes at the same time as she advanced forwards. Perhaps most of them were just floating menacingly, but if Lavender tried to move through them they would be under primary control and converge on her. Lavender's final attempts were admirable. She shot arrows that curved around behind Kelani while she took advantage of the distraction to try to move through one of the barriers. Unfortunately for her, Kelani wasn't so easily distracted. Her attacks reached Lavender just after the arrows struck her in the back and Barrett had the right angle to see that Kelani's metal breastplate expanded outward to catch the arrow before it hit, the metal grasping around the shaft and stopping it from penetrating deeply. Meanwhile, only a few of Kelani's spikes were going to hit, but all of the dozens of spikes in that area were aimed at vital points. The arena's restrictions stopped the attacks with several of them about to drive into Lavender's chest and head, though Barrett couldn't help but wonder what Lavender could have done with just a bit more space. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 223. The next few rounds weren't much of a challenge for Barrett. His opponents were still mostly early third tier. Following rounds would almost exclusively have mid-third tier or higher participants, however. There were still 2/3 of the rounds left in the tournament, but most of the competition had already been eliminated, with less than 500 participants remaining after 5 rounds. Thus was the nature of a single elimination tournament. Barrett continued watching as many matches of those he knew as he could. The next match of note involved Kelani again, though this time Barrett was invested in both participants. Against Kelani was Nilima. Barrett wasn't sure how the match would go. While it was true that Nilima was more or less even with him and Barrett had beat Kelani in both their matches, past effectiveness didn't say anything about the future, nor did it determine what matchups people were good for. Nilima didn't use any metal, so her fighting style would be unhindered against Kelani. On the other hand, she also didn't have any way to attack at long range, not that such issues usually stopped her. The two made an odd pair on the stage, an armored woman with long metal hair versus a skinny unarmored woman with close cropped hair. As soon as the match started, Nilima wasted no time charging forward towards Kelani. In response, Kelani attacked with a veritable wall of spikes launched at her. Instead of trying to get around, Nilima charged directly through, jumping headfirst and twisting her body, avoiding most of the spikes and deflecting the rest of them with the energy she held just above her skin. Barrett saw a few streaks of blood indicating her defenses hadn't been perfect, but none of the wounds were serious. Nilima was fast, and had already reached Kalani before she had time to prepare another attack. Instead, Kalani's armor stretched out to meet Nilima's palm strike, a tactic Barrett found quite useful since Nilima's attacks could penetrate armor, but she still needed to be close enough to the body. However, as Nilima's palm struck the armor, she fell forward and to the side, turning the action into a leg sweep while avoiding a counterattack of needles Kalani had been readying. Kalani jumped back and away, but Nilima's foot just brushed against her ankle, and Barrett could see the energy penetrating in. Based on the way Kalani landed, it had done some damage. However, she had opened up some space to attack again, and she still had control of the various spikes she had thrown out. Attacks started coming at Nilima, but she deftly avoided damage no matter what Kalani did. If the attacks were spread out to cover an area, she slipped through the middle deflecting what remained. If the attacks were concentrated on one area, she dodged around completely, changing directions suddenly as she used her energy to redirect her momentum. Nilima didn't come out completely unscathed, but none of the wounds were yet more than skin deep. Meanwhile, Kalani was slightly slower because of an injured ankle, which allowed Nilima to catch up for more attacks. Nilima expertly shifted her energy around, what looked like an attack with a palm could immediately switch to a leg. Then Nilima used Kalani's own extended armor as a vault to flip over behind her, her heel slamming into Kalani's back. For her own part, Kalani didn't go down from that attack, indicating her internal organs were stronger than most. Normal people or even most first or second tier cultivators would have had their insides turned to mush from that attack. Nilima used the rebound from that attack to pull away from an elbow attack by Kalani, leaning down to step forward and attack Kalani's legs. Her left hand struck Kalani's thigh, and then stuck there as Kalani's armor folded over her fist. She tried to pull away or attack, but her other hand was already restrained from metal sneaking onto her when she had pushed off of Kalani to vault over her, and one of her ankles was restrained as well. Even so, Nilima twisted and struck out with her one free leg, coming in contact with Kalani's gut. Kalani's face contorted, and Barrett could recall exactly the sort of pain she would be going through, but she had Nilima trapped and her spikes were on the way. Nilima was unable to move out of the way, but that didn't mean she couldn't attack. Barrett couldn't make out exactly what was happening, but he saw energy traveling up Nilima's leg that was attached to Kalani's torso before the arena's restrictions activated, stopping both Nilima's attack and the approaching metal spikes and needles. Barrett nodded. Nilima didn't need the momentum behind her body moving to attack, all of the power came from her energy. Even though she was the victor, Nilima had to limp away from the arena. Barrett saw her wrists and ankles were, if not broken, very close to it. Unlike Barrett, she wouldn't heal that much faster than a normal person, so the next few matches would be much more difficult for her. Kalani, meanwhile, was dripping blood from her mouth and hobbling along on one leg with a shattered thigh and one leg with a broken ankle. Barrett went to see Kalani first. "She's strong, isn't she?" "Very. And crazy. She knew I would grab her last foot but kicked me with it anyway. She won one of the second-tier tournaments, right?" Kalani coughed up a small bit of blood. "Right. You should go get look at." Barrett waved goodbye and scurried off to see Nilima. She was already leaving the area. "Not going to get a doctor to look at you?" Nilima turned. "Barrett. I'll be fine. You're actually about to collapse, you know." Nilima looked around and saw there was nobody else looking, then flopped onto her back. "Of course I know. I don't know how you fight injured." "It hurts," Barrett grinned. "I'll get Shanta. You need to recover properly so we can fight later. You just don't want to lose to me when I'm injured." "I don't, but I also don't want to win that way," Barrett shrugged. "I'm planning to win this time." "Pfft. We'll see." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 224. By the 8th round of the tournament there were only about 100 participants remaining. It wasn't surprising for Barrett to run into an Immortal Berserker as an opponent since a handful of their members had made it to the 8th round along with him. His opponent was Katia, and she would be a difficult fight. She had trained for a couple years longer than him, and she was in the late 3rd tier. On top of that, she had a tier 1 immortal body. She had the advantage, but that didn't mean Barrett couldn't win. If fights only went to whoever had the advantage, nobody would bother fighting. It wasn't like Barrett had nothing going for himself either, but a true immortal body was of limited use in combat. Perhaps later when he could heal at 10,000 or more times normal speed, but currently it didn't matter what he could recover from if he couldn't recover it in battle. When the match started, Barrett didn't bother charging towards her. She didn't have any advantage against him at range, and if he rushed towards her he would risk being impaled on her spear. Against many others, Barrett wouldn't worry, but he couldn't just rely on his armor to protect him against her. Berserk energy wasn't kind to armor, and her spear wasn't shabby either. Barrett approached cautiously, considering his options. Then he flicked his wrist, sending a compressed lead ball flying at Katia while he was still a half-dozen meters away. The ball struck her arm, exploding from the impact and the release of berserk energy, denting the bracer on her right arm but causing no serious damage. Barrett followed up with another throw, but Katia was ready, tilting the tip of her spear to catch the lead ball, causing it to detonate harmlessly. The lead balls couldn't contain enough berserk energy to damage Katia's spear, and Barrett had nothing more durable. Most more durable options would also be many times more expensive and probably not worth the effort and cost, though perhaps having one or two would be good for the future. Barrett stepped closer, stepping cautiously in a circle around Katia. She held her spear ready to face him at all times, turning with him. One of them needed to find an opening to attack. Then, almost at the same time, they both moved. Barrett read her killing intent, a skill he'd been getting far too much practice with in real battles. While they wouldn't actually try to kill each other, since the arena would prevent that from happening, their attacks were exactly the same as if they truly wanted to kill the other. Barrett deflected Katia's thrust with his axe, but couldn't do so completely. Her spear still struck against his chest, but down and to the side instead of around his lungs and heart. With the slight change in angles, it also deflected off the armor slightly more, but not enough to prevent penetration. Berserk energy was extremely useful for attacking and not so much for defending, and Barrett ended up with a bleeding wound in his side. In return, he continued forward, striking at Katia's neck. That was the only weakness in her armor that he could aim for, as he also deflected the spear to the side. Katia leaned with the pull of her spear, causing Barrett's swing to only graze her, still tearing through some of the armor and slightly into her neck. Blood dripped down both of the Immortal Berserkers, but from their perspectives it was barely anything. They were wounded, but not badly. They also didn't have to worry about some of the after-effects of berserk energy. Their bodies were already trained to resist any lingering damage from it, whether it was their own or others. Not letting Katia take the initiative, Barrett stepped forward to stay inside her range, swinging back towards her. The steely butt of her spear came up into his side, breaking a rib on the opposite side of where he had been stabbed. At the same time, his axe slashed across her upper arm. The momentum of battle took over, each of them exchanging wounds, not intentionally, but just because they couldn't completely avoid the other while still maintaining their own attacks. Nobody had a strong advantage. Barrett controlled some of the momentum of the fight, but Katia had somewhat stronger berserk energy. Each of them started pulling strange moves that required pure body tempering to keep their balance or to strike with force from an odd angle. Soon enough, both of them were covered in wounds, mostly minor, some enough to incapacitate normal warriors, but both of them were still standing. Barrett saw the first wound on Katia's neck was healed, and many of the others were as well. Not healing, but fully healed. It had been only a minute, and some of the wounds should have been still in the process of healing. Somehow, she was healing more quickly than even her Tier 1 immortal body would suggest, and not through pure body tempering, because every wound was healing quickly. That was bad for Barrett because she wouldn't be hindered by the wounds, but good for him because no matter how quickly she healed, it always took stamina. Even if she had more stamina than him, she wouldn't have an infinite amount. Even so, Barrett was finding himself on the back foot. At best some of his wounds had stopped bleeding, no significant healing had taken place. Katia was more trained in berserk energy and had more than Barrett, enough that he was starting to run out. It was a good fight, but she would be the winner. Barrett wasn't going to give up even though this wasn't a matter of life or death, it would actually be of benefit to both of them to fight until the end. He was just becoming resigned to his loss, until he saw her out of the corner of his eye, watching from the stands. Or maybe it was just his imagination, he definitely didn't have the time to check. Before he even knew what he was doing, Barrett's mind was filled with the thought that he had to win, and his body moved on its own. He raised up his axe over his head for a strike, gathering the remaining amount of his berserk energy. Claudia had more, but the overall amount she could control at once was only slightly more than Barrett. His axe came down towards her, but his swing left him open. Her spear, coated in berserk energy, stabbed straight through the chest of his armor, tearing the metal like paper. Then it continued deeper, stabbing into his sternum and deep into his chest, before coming out of his back. Then the restrictions on the arena stopped the battle with Barrett's axe resting atop Claudia's head. There was silence for a few moments before the match referee shouted, "Winner, the Immortal Berserker Sex Barrett Ravenhall." What? Claudia blinked in confusion. The magic of the arena pulled the two of them apart, Claudia's spear pulling out of Barrett's chest. What? This time she was staring at the hole in his chest. That's crazy. Then she laughed, and she kept laughing until Barrett fell forward onto the arena, a moderate amount of blood coming out of his chest. "Oh crap, are you okay?" She bent down to him, looking at the hole in his chest, first from the back. "Okay, spine is back in place." She flipped him over to see his chest, heart and lungs back in place. She patted Barrett on the head, "Nice one. Probably stupid in a real battle though." Even as she said that, Claudia couldn't help but think about how moving around her organs might be useful in battle. Then she decided she wasn't quite that crazy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 225. Inside his body, Barrett surveyed the damage. The bleeding had stopped, so he wasn't in any danger, but he was actually more injured than anticipated. First and foremost was the damage to his sternum and the ribs around it. There was a large hole where the spearhead had pierced his chest, and a half-dozen ribs around had been broken as well. While he could easily recover from broken bones, missing bone was another thing entirely. Of course, most of the muscles on the chest were anchored to the ribcage in some way, and there was damage to them beyond just being separated. Inside his chest, things were more or less as anticipated. He'd squished his lungs and heart over to the side as the stab had come, leaving plenty of room for the spear to pierce through without hitting them. Of course, organs weren't meant to change shape, and berserk energy radiating off of the spear had caused some damage still, but overall the internal organs were fine. Barrett had also moved his spine, but the spear had grazed the bones there and caused damage to rear ribs as well. He hadn't been perfect with that motion either, so he thought he might have broken some of the ribs himself as he moved the spine. Even so, that would be healed soon enough. At the rate Barrett healed, the single day he had to recover was approximately equivalent to a year. That would allow him to recover the broken bones and slight damage to his organs, as well as the other wounds throughout his body from the rest of the fight. He could slightly speed up the process by using pure body tempering, but with so many wounds there wouldn't be much free healing potential to draw upon for the first few hours. Then, most of Barrett would be recovered, but his chest would still have many issues. As he stepped into the arena the next day, Barrett was happy to have magic bandages among other things. The bandages wrapped his chest tight and everything was held in place by his breastplate. His ribs had healed, with the exception of the two directly adjacent to the part of his sternum that was still missing. Regrowing huge chunks of bone took time and nutrients, and Barrett had been unable to eat for most of the day. He'd remembered to move his windpipe along with his lungs, but he'd forgotten his esophagus, which had fortunately just been split, and it had been stitched back together just fine, though it took time to heal. Barrett's armor had been repaired quickly. The Immortal Berserker sect had some of their personnel on standby for such things during the tournament. Fortunately, magic made it possible to fix a massive hole instead of requiring getting new armor. While normal smiths could close up a hole with enough work, it wouldn't be as strong as before. Stepping up onto the arena, Barrett looked over his opponent. He was a mage wearing plain white clothes without any distinctive markings. From the information given before the match and some research, he had learned they were a rare sort of mage, a light mage. Light mages used light, obviously. The way they did so was either illusions or, more rarely, to attack. Using light to attack was generally weaker, with one significant advantage. It wasn't possible to dodge, or rather, it reached from its point of attack to its final points instantaneously. As the battle started, Barrett moved forward cautiously. Or rather, he tried to appear that way instead of letting on that he didn't want to move violently so that he could avoid worsening the wounds on his chest. It would probably happen at some point during the battle, but he preferred to wait until it was necessary. The first thing Barrett saw of the attack was nothing, or rather, that he could see nothing. Light around him had disappeared entirely. He had enough of a sense of mana to feel more being gathered to attack him. He prepared to dodge. While he couldn't avoid getting touched by light, it wouldn't damage him all at once and aim could be thrown off. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Barrett perhaps should have expected the move, but he hadn't exactly fought any light mages before. The sudden change from darkness to light overwhelmed his eyes, and while they wouldn't take any permanent damage, he found himself blind. More blind than the darkness? Not really, but now his opponent didn't have to actively control his blindness. At that moment, Barrett sensed killing intent. He'd sensed something before the flash, but it had been so broad as to give him no time to react. Now he felt something coming for his eyes in particular. He squeezed his eyes shut tight just in time to feel heat on his eyelids. It wasn't fire, but it was much the same. Barrett threw his left arm in front of his face, the motion very uncomfortable in his unhealed chest. With his armored limb blocking, the attack stopped for a moment before changing targets. Barrett only had a tiny sliver of time between one place being attacked and in the next instant his left armpit was being burned. There was no direct line from where the mage had been to there, but there was no reason they couldn't control light to turn. The mage was doing their best to hide their presence by concealing the flow of their mana, but Barrett could still track their approximate location through feeling back the killing intent, and through hearing. Barrett tossed his axe. It wasn't designed for throwing, but since it was either that or just drop it, throwing it was better. Perhaps in a real battle he would prefer to properly stow it, but here it gave him an opening to attack with lead balls. His counterattack threw off the enemy mage, and the man's accuracy with his attack lessened. Barrett moved, ignoring the tearing feeling in his chest. He continued throwing lead balls on the way, berserk energy exploding out towards the mage. He was either extremely proficient at dodging or had some sort of magical shield Barrett couldn't see, and his hearing wasn't good enough to detect the man's exact motion. In regards to that, he suddenly felt heat in his ears. His opponent was trying to destroy his hearing, a good move, but regardless of the fact that Barrett hadn't faced light magic before, his body was quite resistant to heat. By twisting and turning his head, he made it so the heat couldn't build up quickly enough to deal any damage. He was rushing towards the mage, nearly having reached him, when he leaped towards the light mage with a kick. At the same moment, he used magic to move the stone of the arena to grab the man's feet. His opponent could clearly sense his mana and avoided being caught, dodging out of Barrett's attack trajectory as well, except Barrett changed his weight distribution in the air. His trajectory slightly changed, and his forward kick turned into a side swipe. Barrett's kick connected and he felt that the mage indeed had a magical shield. It slowed the attack down slightly as it shattered, and then the arena's restrictions stopped the blow from connecting and destroying the man's entire ribcage. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 226. Showing pain wasn't a form of weakness, but showing it in front of enemies in battle was. That included future opponents, so Barrett walked carefully out of the arena until nobody could see him. The beams of concentrated light only did damage to him for a short part of a second, but they were still not in a good state. Someone with a weaker body would have been permanently blinded or more likely, would have to take some medicines to deal with it. It's possible that the light mage would have just won the battle instantly against someone with a weaker body, if they hadn't been ready with magic or energy to defend their eyes in particular. Barrett's eyelids had also been damaged, but as long as he kept his eyes closed they barely hurt. The leather of his armor under his armpits had been burned through and there was even some damage to the back of his knees that he hadn't noticed. Pretty much any weak spot had been targeted, but it hadn't been long enough to cause significant damage. At least, Barrett's tendons and muscles were still mostly intact, enough for him to have won the fight. Given another handful of seconds of attack, perhaps Barrett would not have been able to move at all. His biggest injury was still what damage was left to his chest and sternum, but he needed to recover everything to a certain point to fight properly the next day. For that, he needed to eat more and spend time actively recovering, which sounded antithetical, but with pure body tempering he could concentrate on healing just the right places. There were only a few rounds left, and he just had to get through them. By the time of the semi-final round, Barrett had managed to scrape by with only gaining new, minor, wounds, anything that could recover normally within the span of a year for a non-cultivator. He was left with only the scars remaining from the tournament, slight stiffness and twinging pain, especially in the center of his chest. They would heal given time, but before that Barrett had an important battle to fight. Across from him in the arena stood Nilima. It would have been nice to meet up in the finals, but they were not in charge of the tournament, and there was some chance they would lose to another opponent anyway. They didn't speak as the match started, both of them moved straight to the fight. Barrett had debated between wearing armor or not for this fight. The actual material would do no good against Nilima's attacks, but enchanted armor could reduce the effectiveness of her energy as it penetrated through. Ultimately, Barrett had decided the increased mobility would be better than the slight defensive increase. She was swift enough that swinging a big heavy axe wouldn't be useful, and he'd grown used to fighting her unarmed. His boots would still be of use in maneuvering, though he suspected she had some magical items of her own. Though they didn't fit perfectly, she wore a loose-fitting shirt and trousers that were of too fine a make and too lacking in permanent battle damage to not be magical. Barrett tossed a lead ball as he and Nilima approached each other, not expecting it to actually hit her or deal damage but merely to throw off her momentum before they reached each other in melee. Barrett started off with a cross-body kick as they met. Nilima ducked underneath the attack while reaching up a hand to strike Barrett's knee, her energy reaching into his body to try to break it. Barrett felt the energy bouncing around inside, but he had been prepared for such a reaction, using some stamina to reinforce his leg with toughness from elsewhere in his body. The two traded blows back and forth, Nilima mostly dodging or deflecting Barrett's attacks. When she made her own attacks, Barrett dodged or gathered berserk energy to counterattack, keeping her at bay. When he found an opening, Barrett struck with his knee towards the torso of the somewhat shorter woman. She couldn't directly change her direction to dodge, but she threw up a hand to block, using the momentum from the attack to throw herself backwards in a very familiar maneuver. Barrett was smiling in spite of himself, remembering fond memories of previous fights, and some less fond memories of some of the times he had lost and the recovery afterwards. Aches and pains filled Barrett's joints where Nilima had struck him, but he knew some of his berserk energy had slipped through her defenses, not much, but it didn't take much. She seemed to have recovered fully from her fight with Kalani, but now she was showing slight damage to her hands and legs where she had come in contact with him. As Nilima was flying back, Barrett activated his boots to catch up to her, trying to catch her off guard as she was landing. He kicked out towards her, berserk energy flaring off of his foot to try to damage her even if she dodged. Even with her off balance from just landing, she leaned towards him, a cut appearing on her face as she leaned past his attack. As she did so, her fingers extended like a sword towards his abdomen. Her fingers struck Barrett, energy flowing from her fingers into his body and into his right kidney, or where his kidney normally would have been. He was only barely able to change his momentum to avoid the attack, but internally he slightly shifted his organs away from the attack such that his kidney was only grazed instead of pierced through. The momentum of the two combatants carried them past each other as they turned to face each other again. Nilima searched Barrett's face for some signs of pain, then grimaced as she saw how little damage he had taken. She wiped her face of the trail of blood. That new trick isn't bad. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 227. Both combatants were becoming worn down. While Barrett looked fine on the outside, that was true of basically anyone Nilima ever fought. Inside, his muscles and joints and one kidney were all damaged. Nilima, meanwhile, had bloodied hands and feet and a cut dripping down her face. Her wounds were less severe, but her body was also less capable of handling large injuries. Neither combatant was seriously harmed so far, but they would both be just a bit slower and weaker. In addition, their energy was a little less than half depleted. They stood just out of each other's reach, waiting for someone to make a move. They had to find an opening or they would just take more damage, and they couldn't afford to let it keep stacking up. Nilima's killing intent was strong but well concealed. Barrett had also managed to practice controlling his own killing intent. Neither of them could perfectly predict the other's moves, so any attack was a risk. However, neither of the two were worried about risk. Even outside of the arena, they had often fought until one or both of them were bleeding and broken on the floor. As if by mutual agreement, they both stepped forward at the same time to attack. Barrett swept out his leg, forcing Nilima to jump over. As she did so, her right leg kicked out, striking him in the chest. Barrett shifted his heart and lung out of the trajectory of the attack. As she struck, Nilima's energy penetrated through his muscle and bone without causing damage, arriving inside his ribcage. Instead of trying to damage his heart and lung, the energy bounced around throughout the whole chest cavity. That made it do less damage to any particular organ, but it didn't miss. Of course, Barrett didn't just let himself get hit directly in the chest. As he swept his leg under Nilima from right to left, his right arm came up to try to catch her as she jumped over. If he tried to strike her leg, she would just deflect it, but his hand caught around her ankle. As his hand grabbed, he changed his leg sweep into a throw, swinging Nilima up and over himself as his other arm touched the ground for balance. Her other leg managed to swing back and strike him in the wrist, but not in time to stop her from hitting the ground with a thud. However, she was skilled at redirecting energy, and though the impact shook her, she bounced back up to her feet as Barrett was forced to let go. His hand no longer worked, and he didn't act quickly enough to force it to continue grasping through pure body tempering. Feeling the internal state of his wrist, Barrett could tell that the bones there were more like a powder than broken bits. Nilimia's ankle wasn't unharmed either. He'd gripped tightly as he swung her, and she avoided standing on it with her full weight. Barrett's chest hurt, each breath laborious and each beat of his heart shooting pain through him, but he could still fight. Barrett attacked with his good arm, striking out with a punch covered in berserk energy. Instead of dodging, Nilima braced herself and struck his fist with a palm. Both of them had gathered their remaining energy for this attack, and as their attacks connected, Nilima was thrown backwards a dozen yards. Both contestants stood looking at each other, then down at their respective arms. Stupid, Nilima looked at her broken arm. The forearm was broken in several places, the wrist was at the wrong angle, and her fingers were mangled and twisted, but still recognizably a hand. Meanwhile, Barrett's arm flopped at his side, all sense of solidity lost below the elbow. If the bones in his right wrist were a powder, his left arm was basically a jelly. Nilima sighed, "Damn it. I just made it harder, to beat you next time." She fell to one knee, then passed out onto the ground. Barrett shook his head. "How am I supposed to win the tournament like this, huh?" As the winner was announced, he walked over to Nilima, gingerly picking her up with his somewhat functional hand and arm and carrying her over to the medical station. The restrictions on the arena hadn't activated, perhaps because their attacks wouldn't technically be crippling for the other. Either way, they weren't deadly, and the match merely ended because Nilima was out of energy. Barrett was too, but he had just enough stamina to get over to the medical tent before his body collapsed. Barrett woke up with Shanta standing over him, clicking her tongue. "What am I supposed to do with this, huh? I can't stitch bone back together if there's no bones left." She saw Barrett had opened his eyes. "How did you let this happen, huh?" Barrett started to shrug, but decided to only do that with his right arm after the slightest movement hurt his left. She never did something like that before. Usually she just damages organs. I know, Shanta said as she set up a series of splints to hold his left arm still. Fortunately the arena usually just stops her when she hits someone. Repairing organs is hard. Shanta shook her head, yours are, mostly fine. I sewed up that cut on your kidney, and the rest will heal on its own. I'd be more doubtful if it wasn't you though. As for this arm, Shanta shook her head. I'd start taking bone regrowth medicine and pretend it doesn't have any bones left. I can't do anything for you except perhaps surgically remove all that bone. Barrett shook his head, let me see if it heals first. Shanta raised an eyebrow, you gonna use one of the special medicines the Immortal Berserkers have? Because nobody else would bother to try to recover from something like this. Barrett stopped himself from shrugging again. He wasn't sure if he would need it, but they did have something that would probably work. They had all sorts of bone-related things, though none of them were made specifically to regrow all the bones in an arm. Or half of an arm, but that was still quite a bit. Perhaps it would be faster to just cut it off, but then he'd have to retrain those muscles, and cutting off limbs wasn't a good habit to get into. Barrett would think about it more later, when he woke up. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 228. Physical pain came in many different flavors. Cuts, scrapes, bruises, and broken bones were all fairly normal. Burns from fire and electricity or frozen parts from extreme cold were something else entirely. Barrett had even experienced acidic air and toxic metals trying to invade his system. When he woke up, he was back in his room in the Immortal Berserker sect, he could see that by the roof above him. He hadn't fully comprehended the pain before he passed out. Now that he awoke, his arm was an entirely new form of pain. His arm felt like it was trying to explode, being squeezed in by the splints but also pressing against itself from every angle. It was dark outside, which meant enough hours had passed that he had the equivalent of at least a few months of healing, but his arm seemed even worse than it had before. Barrett could just see a pile of food out of the corner of his eye. He used his good arm, the wrist on his right hand was healed, to reach over and pick up a hunk of bread, doing his best not to jostle his left arm. As he chewed on the thick and tasty bread, he felt it filling up his stomach and providing him the needed fuel to actually do something. First, he took better stock of his left arm. It was chaos. Each tiny piece of bone seemed to be trying to grow into a whole new bone, though they couldn't decide on a direction or even what kind. Not that they'd made it far. With all of the swelling, each speck of bone had grown into several specks of bone before it ran out of materials. Only a few of the blood vessels in his forearm had survived, providing just enough blood to keep his arm from falling apart. The first point at which it looked like anything normal was his elbow. At that point, most of the muscles, bones, tendons, blood vessels, and everything else were basically in the right spot. Beyond that point, he mostly had mush contained inside his skin. The first real decision Barrett made was to remove the splint. His arm was swelling too much, and he needed to be able to move things around. As he reached over and removed the splints, pain rushed into him, the parts of his arm that had been numb started complaining in full force. However, that sort of tingly pain was quite familiar to him already. Without the splints, Barrett didn't do much besides lie flat on his back. He could still start fixing his body like that. He started at the elbow, taking whatever tiny fragments of bone were around and moving them into approximately the right shape for his bones. For comparison, he used the internal structure of his right arm. Barrett made sure to get some marrow in the middle of the bones, and for the most part the actual bone part had a mostly smooth outside, but he'd only done a few millimeters of repair. His muscles and tendons were still messed up, but he couldn't even think about them until he had bones to hold up the structure. He continued eating as he worked, regaining as much stamina as he could to use on coaxing his body back into the right position. Barrett's work was very slow, and several times he almost gave up either to ask for buckets full of medicine or a doctor to work on him piece by piece or even to just cut the whole thing off so he could regrow it. However, now was a perfect time to get more practice with healing his own wounds with pure body tempering. Barrett was glad he had run out of berserk energy during the fight. If there had been any left in his body, it would have probably trashed his arm. As it was, he moved the tiny bits he had recovered to help break down some of the pieces of bone that were healing wrong. After he had shaped about 2 centimeters of bone, he was out of stamina, including what he could recover from eating. With that, he fell back into darkness. When he woke up in the morning, it was to a knock on his door. "Come in," Barrett said with as much energy as he could. The door opened and Nilima walked in. Her arms were folded in front of her. "Can't get up, huh? You already missed the final match." "I know," Barrett waved his good arm to signal he didn't care. "Guess neither of us get to win the 3rd-tier tournament." "Yeah, whatever." Nilima shrugged her shoulders, "Just thought you should know." "So, you need anything while I'm here?" "Actually, can you go over to that shelf there?" Barrett pointed to the shelf that had all his medicines. Nilima walked over. "See that one with the blue bottle, little red pills?" Nilima nodded, pouring one out into her hand. "Yeah, got it." She walked over to Barrett. "Here." "Oh, I don't need it. Those are for you. Good from recovering bone damage and the little bits of damage from berserk energy." "Oh. Thanks." Nilima looked down at the bottle. "Well, since you don't need anything, I'm going now." Nilima got all the way out of the room and managed to shut the door before she collapsed. Barrett still heard it though. He sighed and shook his head. Unlike him, she didn't heal quickly, and most of her limbs were at least partly broken in some form or fashion. She'd even insisted on using her right hand, as if he couldn't see it was wrapped in bandages and shaking. "Oh Wayne!" Barrett shouted for his closest neighbor, "Can you carry this idiot outside to somewhere she can pretend to not have passed out?" Owain was a big man. Naturally big, not from training in the Immortal Berserker style, that had barely made him bulkier at all. He opened Barrett's door a few moments after he was called for. "This idiot?" he asked, pointing at the floor. "That's the one. Just prop her up somewhere out of direct sight. Make her swallow one of those pills and one of the nutrition pills from the shelf up there." "Sure thing." Owain stopped just before he finished closing the door. "You gonna be alright? I know you were determined to win that tournament." "Nah. I got as far as I needed to." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 229. As he repaired the basic structure for his forearm, everything else started to put itself back into place. Blood vessels started to flow more freely. The muscles started to connect on their own, though not in a useful manner until he finished the whole forearm. Along with that came the nerves starting to repair themselves, and Barrett realized he hadn't even been feeling all of the pain in that arm. Most of it was just what his body assumed it would be. The actual pain had been dull and under the surface. As it healed, he felt the real pain, though it also faded on its own as he started to really recover. By the end of the second day he had a full 5 centimeters of bone healed, and perhaps the first centimeter of everything around had started to really recover on its own. All it needed was some guidance and something to start healing from. Every step of the way Barrett compared to his healthy arm. He didn't know if his arm could possibly heal in such a way that it settled into a permanently wrong shape, but he didn't want to find out. Food and water were important parts of this recovery process, especially since the inside of his arm was losing blood into places it wasn't supposed to be. On its own, his body had greatly restricted the flow of blood to his arm, such that it was barely staying alive at some parts, with whatever small blood vessels had survived out to his fingertips. As his arm healed, blood flowed more freely and he had to intentionally restrict it to stop his arm from swelling up even more. For a week, he slept only in short increments, waking up to make sure his body was still healing correctly, not too much blood was being lost, and the rest. Fortunately, the healthy parts of his body were capable of producing blood at an astounding rate, and it was also capable of recycling the useless bits he pulled away from his arm, extra calcium from bones that had been overzealous in their regrowing, pieces of dead muscle, and anything else. After a week, he had a whole arm, if he didn't count the hand being functional. Technically his thumb had been fine the whole time, just without proper amounts of blood reaching it. The rest of his hand required some more careful work. The hand had more than just two large bones, and he needed to build up the cartilage and all of the various connections of the bones. It took another 5 days to get everything right, but at the end he had a functional arm. Inside, it was still a mess of scar tissue, but everything was on the right track to heal fully, and all the ligaments and muscles were attached in the right place and at least somewhat functional. Barrett flexed his fingers, the first time he had allowed his arm to move, feeling muscles move all down his forearm. The pain told him it really wasn't all healed yet, but compared to before, the pain was just a hint that things weren't right instead of a cacophony of screams. Barrett hoped Nilima had healed properly, but she had already moved on to whatever wandering she was going to be doing. He supposed that was how things went when you were tied to a mistress who preferred to wander instead of being part of a sect. Barrett preferred to have a specific place to return home to, but Nilima's method of cultivation was obviously working for her. He thought back to the fight. After the first few fights when they first met, Barrett and Nilima had been more or less equal in combat. Sometimes one of them would win a handful of times in a row, but it was never a perfect victory. The last time they'd really fought before this was years ago at the second-tier tournament. They hadn't met in the previous third-tier tournament partly because it ended up cancelled halfway through with all the Silver Blade issues. Barrett's main advantage in the past had been his ability to take a few hits from her, but it was clear she had methods to seriously damage him, either something like the stab to his heart in the second-tier tournament or the final attack in this one. Of course, he didn't have to worry about the latest situation repeating itself. Nilima probably was having at least as much trouble recovering as he was, and she was unlikely to stake so much on a direct confrontation again. Such an attack also required building up more than a normal amount of energy, and if he put any effort into dodging or deflecting it, the impact would be greatly lessened. Even with those details, Barrett wondered if he needed to train his internals more. His bones were quite resistant to normal breaks, but Nilima's energy destroyed everything from the inside out. He wouldn't likely find anyone else who could do that, not that he trusted, but perhaps he could replicate something similar himself. Normally, the damage that berserk energy caused to him was more passive, but he could certainly intentionally use it to train different aspects of bodily toughness. He didn't need to hurry, he had 8 years before the next tournament he would participate in. There wouldn't be another third-tier tournament for 6 years, and if he didn't reach 4th tier in 4, everyone he knew including himself would be disappointed in his progress. Of course, becoming a master could have some snags in the road, but even if he got delayed for more than 2 years, he wouldn't bother attending the tournament when he could be trying to get past that critical point in his cultivation. However, Barrett wasn't much worried. He had plenty of experience with cultivation, both practical and theoretical. He also had the guidance of Master Heikel, and even other masters if he needed specific advice. He had heard that breaking through to 4th tier was a bit different from the others, though not much in the way of specifics. Apparently, it was better to figure most of it out on his own. Before he could worry about that, however, he had to at least get to that threshold. That would be another 3.5 years, more or less. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 230. By the time Barrett's arm healed, he was beginning to worry about Kale. He had gone off to the Metal Sea to break through to 3rd tier. He should have had plenty of time to do so and return before the tournament. The fact that he hadn't returned yet was worrying. It was possibly that his training was just going so well he hadn't bothered to return to Streeto or a city where he could send a message, but it was also possible something had gone wrong. The first thing Barrett did was try to find Kelani. She was still in Streeto after the tournament. Because Barrett knew the two of them, he'd introduced them. Kale couldn't return to his home to train, so going to an area at least nominally controlled by a friendly faction was the best bet. The Lipika clan controlled one of the sections of the Metal Sea nearest to Streeto, so it was also more convenient. Of course, no faction could actually control the area within a few kilometers of the Metal Sea itself. On the way to his training location, Kale had stopped by to visit. While the Anaconi clan was basically wiped out, their existence had been known to the Lipika clan. It took a bit of asking around to find the correct inn, but for a city of 10 million, only asking a few places was rather quick. Barrett knocked on her door and Kalani came to answer wearing everyday clothing instead of armor. Yes. Oh, Barrett. She looked at his arm. It was still wrapped in bandages, but when he waved she shook her head. Healed already? I just barely finished, and I had a head start, and not nearly such significant injuries in comparison. Good thing I thought steel guts might be useful after seeing her when we hired her to fight for our clan. Though I suppose if I didn't have them I wouldn't have gotten injured at all because the arena would have stopped the attack. Kalani shook her head, but it's better to be prepared for more situations outside the arena. You're not just here to show off that you're healed, right? Not at all. I was wondering if you'd heard anything from Kale. Kalani thought for a few moments, then shook her head. He stopped by the clan on the way to the Metal Sea, and when I set out he hadn't come by again. Unless he was being secretive for some reason. That's worrisome. Do you think you could show me where he might have gone? I was about to head back anyway. I'm healed enough to travel, and my other business here in Streeto is done. I'll be leaving tomorrow, or you can ask at the clan. Barrett nodded. I'll meet you tomorrow then. It's better to travel with a friend. Though there weren't that many things that could threaten two third-tier cultivators except others from Streeto, Barrett still kept a watch out for anything. Contrary to what some people thought, cultivators didn't make good bandits. While they might succeed once or twice, sooner or later someone would send a force to wipe them out. If they were capable of taking on third-tier cultivators, they could have a much more stable position doing legitimate work of some kind. Even the heavy blade mercenaries had been somewhat legitimate. As for the remnants of the silver blades, if they were found anywhere near Streeto they would be eliminated, and so Barrett only needed to be worried about them in cities they might be staying in. Nothing of note happened before they reached the Kalani clan. It was just a fairly long trip of a couple weeks and that was because they moved at a swift speed. Kalani was more of an energy cultivator than a warrior, but she still had decent body training. Even on foot, they made better time than any commonly available mounts. Even the steelhead goats of the southern Metal Sea weren't faster over long distances, they could barely keep up with Barrett for a day at second tier, and in subsequent days they would have been exhausted. After arriving at the Lipika clan, no further news of Kale had come in, so Kalani brought Barrett to the section of the coast of the Metal Sea where Kale had mentioned he would be training. Kalani breathed slowly and steadily. I can't believe you're able to move about without trouble here. You're not even from the Metal Sea. Barrett shrugged. Immortal Berserkers can grow resistant to pretty much anything. I had a few chances to train here, and then later I had no choice. Now I'm more or less acclimated to the air. Wonderful. According to Kale, the Anaconi clan's techniques should actually allow them to grow stronger out here. Kalani shook her head. It's not the right place for me to train though. Kalani surveyed the area around them. I'm not sure how to find him here. There's a section of the coast here that should be where he trained. I'm not sure how close he planned to get to the sea itself. He should have been fine quite close to the edge. Perhaps we can find some tracks, there is not too much wind here to cover them up. The pair spent a day combing the land. They finally found some traces. Though the wind around the Metal Sea was not generally strong, over the course of time it would cover up any tracks in the metal sand. Kalani bent down next to some indentations. These should be his footprints. She closed her eyes. There's a faint trace of his metal energy, but perhaps that's just my mind playing tricks on me. It could just be part of the Metal Sea itself. Barrett looked at the indentations. It may not be him, but they are regular enough it was someone passing through here. I don't know how long ago, but we should follow them. It seemed they were heading northwest. The tracks should be slightly wider towards the front. Barrett wasn't an expert tracker, but he'd at least learned the basics. There were no other tracks or any sort of changing terrain to hide these tracks, however, so he had a decent chance, and his eyes were good. If nothing else, they had to see where the tracks went as far as they could. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 231. The tracks continued on through the metallic sands before more disturbances could be seen. Barrett looked at the new tracks and shook his head. Some kind of animal. Looks to have a few toes. Kalani closed her eyes as she thought for a few moments. There aren't many things that live this close to the sea itself. Especially not anything so small. Though Kalani called the tracks small, they indicated an animal more than a meter long. Compared to a great worm, that was nothing, but it certainly wasn't an insignificant size. Then again, it was still smaller than the giant scorpions of the area. As they continued along, they found more and more tracks going off in other directions, but the human tracks they presumed to be Kale's continued until they reached a hole in the ground. Looking down into the hole, they saw a tunnel perhaps 1.5 meters in diameter leading down into the metal sand at an angle. Barrett didn't hesitate to step inside, slowing only to pull out a belt that had been enchanted to emit light. It was much better than a torch, because it didn't take a hand to use and didn't use up the air. The area around the metal sea was bad enough to breathe without adding smoke into the mix. Gophers. Kalani stated. That's what would make a tunnel like this. That doesn't sound so bad, Barrett commented. These have metal teeth and claws 20 centimeters long. They chew and claw through metal just to create their burrows. That's somewhat more worrying, Barrett nodded. Still need to go in. He ducked down to step inside the tunnel. Kalani followed behind. Given the type of animal that had dug the tunnels, they were actually quite spacious. That didn't mean they were comfortable by any means, but Barrett would have thought something at the estimated size of the creatures here would have tunnels 0.5 meter wide at best. Why is the tunnel so wide? Kalani shrugged. Some of them are probably bigger. Plus, they like to travel in packs. Great. The tunnel continued to slope down into the ground, where the sand started to give way to more solid chunks of metal with a substance more like actual dirt holding everything together. After about a minute of walking hunched over, they came to a branch in the tunnel. Any idea which way to go? I don't see any tracks anymore. The tunnel floor was a mess of scratch marks and clumps of displaced metals, but no single tracks could be made out. Let me go first. Kalani crawled through Barrett's legs to get in front as he pressed himself up against the ceiling. She closed her eyes for almost a minute, sensing. I think I feel something like Kale this way. As they took the left path, the tunnel walls turned into more pure chunks of metal, starting with golden but lumpy crystals, almost teardrop shapes. They branched out from a central point, the teardrops growing off of the various arms on every side. However, these had also been dug through more or less directly, with very few times the tunnel turned to go around some obstruction. As they continued on and approached another split in the tunnel, suddenly part of the ceiling collapsed on top of Kalani, half burying her. Are you alright? Barrett reached out and tossed some of the chunks off of her, before they all moved themselves away at once, noticing how light some of them were. I'm fine. A little bit of metal isn't going to stop me. Kalani was still picking herself up when they spotted the figures coming out of the dark. TCH, Kalani clicked her tongue, pulling open a bag out of which flew a number of metal spikes. Even as a half-dozen dog-sized creatures with extremely oversized teeth rushed forward, several times that many metal spikes flew out at those in the lead. To their credit, the creatures managed to withstand several hits each, and some of them deflected the attacks with their claws or even their teeth. However, only one of them reached Kalani before it died. It did manage to swipe her with a claw which tore through her armor and slashed into her arm, though not deeply, and then it was full of spikes. Can't dodge in here. I'd help, but I couldn't exactly reach them, and sending exploding lead balls filled with berserk energy doesn't seem good for the tunnel stability. Barrett held his hands out helplessly. Kalani tapped her gauntlet on the ceiling and walls. I wouldn't worry about that. It's quite solid. I think this particular part was a trap. Great. They're smart enough to make traps. Only just. Mostly they just swarm people. Kalani looked down at her arm before applying a salve to the wound, then she concentrated for a few seconds, running her fingers along the punctured portion of her bracer. good enough. Real repairs take more energy though. The two of them piled the bodies down the tunnel that Kalani determined wasn't the right way to go, and they continued onward. The tunnel continued to slope downward, branching off occasionally, sometimes into 3 or more paths at once. Barrett vocalized, is it getting colder? Up on the surface I was basically sweating but... You're right. It's almost chilled down here. The air's just a bit more breathable too. The golden rounded crystals started to mix with silvery blocky crystals. Barrett didn't know the words that those from the metal sea would use for the specific metallic sheens, but they were good enough. It wasn't like Barrett was selecting paint for a summer home. Barrett had switched to the front position, while the tunnels probably wouldn't collapse from some minor explosions. Kalani could fight just as well from behind him. The next split in the tunnel they came to, Barrett didn't do anything but suddenly felt the weight of the ceiling collapse on top of him. It wasn't that much, less than a ton of material in total, but it still surprised him and took him a moment to push himself up. Once again, skittering rodents with teeth and claws like large daggers came crawling out of the tunnels on either side. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 232. One weakness the large gophers had was their relative fragility. Besides their teeth and claws, the rest of them wasn't much tougher than a regular animal of their size such as a boar or wolf. That meant they were easy for Kalani to take out with her metal spikes while all Barrett had to do was block the tunnel and protect himself. Of course, sometimes the best way to protect himself was to kill whatever was attacking him. If he could slip past claws and teeth, almost any casual hit would kill them. Of course, he still needed to use berserk energy or manage to build up momentum behind his attack even in the awkward fighting space. The gophers themselves seemed to not be interested in preserving their own lives, so Barrett inevitably took damage. However, just because they could bite or claw into his flesh didn't mean they could kill him. He took a few wounds, but nothing serious enough to inhibit his fighting. However, if it continued long enough he could get worn down. After the battle was over, Barrett asked, how many could live in these tunnels? Kalani shook her head, I'm not sure. Usually people avoid entering, and these seem exceptionally extensive. Probably hundreds. If we go the wrong way we may run into more than we can easily handle. But, Kalani nodded, I sense Kale is near. To the right this time. Barrett moved the bodies in the tunnel out of the way and proceeded to crouch walk forward through the tunnels. He briefly wondered why they would dig so deep through the hard earth, but then he considered what else lived in the area. Great worms basically swam through the sand near the surface or the metal sea itself, but likely couldn't burrow through the solid metal down below. They didn't have any method of actually digging, merely being able to push their way through loose areas. If the gophers here could find food, they would be safe from basically any other predator as very few things would be willing to enter the territory of a great worm. Not even Barrett, though he hadn't really known or had much choice when he first did so. Barrett sensed the tunnel opening up before he saw it. Though the giant gophers didn't give off any traces of energy, they also didn't hide from his senses except by naturally feeling like part of the space they live in. Up ahead, he could feel a large mass of them, and finally Kale's energy. Barrett crept forward, but his attempt at stealth was destined to be thwarted by his need for light to see. The gophers also could see, though they didn't rely on their eyes within their burrows. That said, the sudden appearance of light actually gave them pause for a moment. Before the fight broke out, Barrett could see the rodents in a somewhat larger cavern, which was approximately 3 meters high and about twice that wide at its largest point. All of the gophers were surrounding a metallic crystal formation in the center of the cavern, with all of those that could reach, including those piled on top of others, chewing on the metallic crystals. In the center of that formation was Kale, his eyes closed in concentration and clutching something in his grip. Barrett wasn't sure what type of metals the crystals in the center were made of, but some were more golden, some silver, and some were almost rainbow. Regardless, they were tough. The gophers were making some gouges with their bites, but any normal metal would have been bitten straight through with little effort. It was a quick and easy decision for Barrett to pull out his axe and stand blocking the entrance to the tunnel. As he did so, rodents started swarming towards him, but with the improved fighting space he could stand up straight and get in a good stance. Then, he swung his axe, cleaving through a handful of gophers in a single swing. Even so, twice as many replaced them before he could go for another swing, pressing in and climbing over one another. Kalani didn't stand idle, sending metal spikes into every gopher she could. Barrett was impressed by how many individual groups of spikes she could control at once, targeting several enemies at a time while retracting other sets of spikes at the same time to where they could build up momentum for another wave of attacks. Rodents swarmed at Barrett, biting at his legs and arms, but he held his ground. Though his skin was as strong as steel, the teeth of the rodents bit through skin and into muscle, scraping his bones. Though Barrett couldn't move out of the tunnel entrance or leave Kalani up to attacks, he still avoided any attacks directed at vital areas, mostly by slicing the gophers in half. Several rodents still pushed their way past Barrett, but Kalani could handle them well enough herself. It was just better for her to not have to focus on defending herself when she could be attacking. Barrett's position also kept him from being surrounded. Soon enough the bodies of the rodents were piled up enough that their attacks slowed down, and some of them even started retreating down other tunnels connected to the larger chamber. When the battle finally finished, there were hundreds of dead rodents and Barrett was dripping blood from all over his arms, legs, and chest. Though, he only let the bleeding continue for a few moments. One area at a time he held the skin together and sped up that particular area's healing with pure body tempering. That didn't stop the internal bleeding, but he was able to deal with that as long as he still had the blood somewhere in his body. At the same time, he kept his ears open for the skittering of more rodents. Kalani stepped past him into the center of the room, pushing bodies out of the way as she went. Then she knocked on the metal in the center of the room, making it ring out. "Hey! Kale! Wake up!" Kale opened his eyes. "Oh. Hello." He blinked for a second at the sudden light. "Good to see you." He breathed heavily. "I don't suppose one of you could carry me out." He breathed out heavily and then collapsed along with the metal crystals around him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 233. Waiting around for more rodents to come attack didn't sound like a good plan to Barrett, so he grabbed Kale and started to take him towards their exit tunnel, but then something dropped out of Kale's hands. It was a small orb, reflective like a mirror, and very heavy, Barrett discovered as he picked it up. "Is that a metal heart?" Kalani asked. That would explain why he came down here. Barrett tucked Kale under one arm so he had a free hand, then started moving through the tunnel. "What's a metal heart?" "That. Probably." Kalani started following behind Barrett. They're formed when a large concentration of natural metal energy gathers. This gopher nest has likely been around for a long time. That would explain how there are so many of them. The metal heart itself shouldn't matter to them, but they would have assumed Kale was coming to attack the nest, the same as us. Anyway, a metal heart is extremely valuable for cultivation. I wonder if he'd sell it. You'd have to ask, but if it's that valuable, perhaps you couldn't afford the price. They walked past a split in the passageway, going down the pathway without the dead rodents, back towards the surface. The Lipika clan could afford it. However, he doesn't really need the money. He doesn't have to support a clan at the moment, so it would only be useful for buying other treasures, and selling. Then buying can easily come out at a loss. How rare. Wait. Quiet. Barrett held up a hand to his lips. There was a scuffling sound up ahead. After waiting for a few moments it grew fainter. The pair plus the unconscious Kale moved forward as stealthily as they could, but saw nothing. Barrett shook his head. They seemed to have gone down the tunnel to the left. He paused for a moment. Weren't there more bodies there? Kalani nodded. We never fought less than a dozen, so perhaps they were cleaning up. Let's get out of here. As they continued on, down the tunnels behind them came the sound of fur sliding against the walls and metal clacking on metal in very large numbers. Let's run. It wasn't normally possible to run in such tunnels. Barrett had to bend at the waist and shift all of his weight towards the back while carrying Kale across his body. He just barely had enough room to run that way, though Kale occasionally got bumped against a wall, but with his body, it wouldn't do worse than cause him a headache. Kalani managed to speed herself up by taking advantage of the surroundings being metal. She made the walls and part of her armor repel each other so that she could walk at a strange angle, nearly 45 degrees from the angle of the floor. This allowed her to move at least a jog. The two managed to keep ahead of the following gophers as they passed the dozen or so branches they had gone past on the way in, finally reaching their exit with the sounds of those following them uncomfortably close. Fortunately, while the gophers had no trouble moving in their own tunnels, they were never extremely swift. As they made it back to the surface, they broke into a real sprint as hundreds of rodents poured out of the tunnels behind them and a few entrances around that they hadn't seen. However, a short time later they had put a few kilometers between them and the nest and the pursuit stopped. Should we give him anti-corrosion medicine? Kalani asked about Kale. If he was down there for even a day it would have worn off. Barrett shook his head. He shouldn't need it. Though he was pretty much out of energy when we arrived, I could tell he had broken through to 3rd tier. He could already handle the air here without trouble long before then. Right. They do that sort of body tempering, Kalani nodded. The two of them continued walking, away from the metal sea itself and toward safer territory as Barrett looked over Kale. He was covered in wounds, but none of them were new. None of them were bleeding, and Kale's breathing was stable. Barrett didn't really have any way to check on Kale's internal condition, so he just fed him a nutrition and hunger pill. His body still needed the proper resources to heal itself, after all. Of course, the pills Barrett had weren't tailored specifically to Kale, so there were probably various metals that he could also use that were either not useful for people outside of the metal sea or actively toxic. Kale would probably have some food in his magic bag, but he wasn't in a state to actually eat. Kale didn't wake up until after they had arrived at the Lipika clan over a day later. When he did, Barrett was there waiting. How are you feeling? Kale stretched his arms and legs, sore. Drained of energy. Not as bad as I would be if you hadn't shown up. I didn't consider a plan for getting back out of that nest. I just sensed the metal heart and, well, it represented an important opportunity. I need to become stronger as much as possible to take revenge for my clan. Right. Wouldn't do you much good to sell it. Sell it? Kale asked. Kalani came with me. She saw it and wanted to buy it for the Lipika clan. Sure, I can sell it, Kale nodded without thinking. They're a good clan. Hey, I'm not saying you have to. You also have use for it yourself and Dash. Right, but I don't need to. Kale grinned. The other one was much deeper in there, and I almost made it back out when I got surrounded. Kale took a deep breath and looked down at his bandages. Good thing you showed up. I wasn't even that late to return. How'd you know I was in danger? Just a guess. I actually just wanted to come see how you were doing after the tournament. Oh yeah. How did that go? I placed second, though I didn't get to fight the final match because my arm was jelly. Oh. You'll have to tell me about that. Sure. How much excruciating detail would you like on the pain? Maybe just the overview. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 234. It didn't take long for Barrett to return to peak condition after arriving back at the Lipika clan. His wounds were already healed, including the internal bleeding, by the time they had brought Kale there to rest. It did take a bit more time to recover all of his energy and stamina, but he hadn't been seriously injured and the corrosive atmosphere of the metal sea barely affected him now, not that he would choose to stay there all the time. Kale took longer while he was a body temper and recovered wounds slightly faster than normal. The real problem was his energy. He had drained himself dry and even overdraft himself to keep himself alive. It took a week before he could even really move about, though his body was fine. Trying to recover his energy sapped him of the ability to do much else but lie in bed. After the 1 week he could move, and while Kale wasn't fully recovered, Barrett could sense that the ordeal hadn't done too much permanent damage. Kale was still stabilized at the 3rd tier of energy cultivation. So, Barrett asked, what exactly happened? Kale shrugged, nothing much. I was out at the metal sea cultivating and broke through to the 3rd tier. I spent another week or 2 cultivating a bit more. All that metal essence is just perfect for the Aglone clan's technique. Anyway, after that I sensed the metal hearts and followed them, and then I got trapped on the way out, and you know the rest. Was it worth it? Barrett asked. Absolutely. Even if I had ruined my cultivation and had to start over from the beginning and lost all my arms and legs, a metal heart is worth it. Not that it would be of much use to you though. Kale shifted his position on the bed, the sheeting making a crinkling sound as he did so. While the metal sea traded with those from the outside and got materials that way, the Lipika clan was more traditional for the most part, and thus the bedsheets were made out of woven metal fibers. They still kept people warm enough, but they also didn't seem nearly as cozy to Barrett as wool or real cloth. Kale didn't seem to mind though, he probably thought non-metal cloth was somewhat weird instead. That useful huh? What do they do? Kale shrugged, it's hard to explain. As you saw, they can convert metal energy into materials, at least temporary ones. Having one around also can speed up cultivation, or at least smooth it out. Less hang-ups to get stuck on. Of course, that's only useful for metal cultivators, though it could let someone who wouldn't otherwise have much affinity give an attempt at cultivating metal energy or magic. Sounds excellent, and highly coveted. It is. That's why I'm glad the Lipika clan is a righteous clan. Kale scratched his head, though it helps that you have a good relationship with them. Anybody can get tempted. That said, since I'm selling one to them, even a regular clan wouldn't want to risk the fallout if they got caught. Nobody wants to trade with people who break their deals. Too risky, or too expensive to hire that many guards. Honestly, I'm sure they'll be thrilled to get one for just money. Sounds like it. You know, you don't have to sell it to them if you don't want to. Kale shook his head, I'm just talking. I don't think they'd try to steal it. In a way, the sale is good for me. I'll be in the good graces of a powerful clan, more powerful with the metal heart. When I go to avenge the Aglone clan, it will be good to have support around the metal sea. Plus, Kalani herself did come with you to save me. I don't have any way to thank you though. Barrett laughed, well, maybe I just want a powerful friend in the future. I don't know about you, but I'm planning to become a grandmaster. Eventually. That's some confidence, Kale grinned, before I got this. I would have been doubtful about my chances. I'll still have to work at it, but unless I do something really stupid I'm guaranteed to become a master now. Grandmasters are something else though. Barrett nodded, it's not easy. We have 5 7th tier members, but all I have to do to reach Grandmaster is not die before I do. That's pretty much how the Immortal Berserker technique works. Sounds easy, right? Kale raised an eyebrow, knowing you, it will be very easy and very hard at the same time. The two of them returned to Streeto together. Kalani and a group from the Lipika clan would be coming later to trade for the metal heart. The Lipika clan didn't just have resources ready to hand over, or an easy way for Kale to transport the amount. Though it was a decently large journey, they had accounts in Streeto and could also exchange materials or other resources to make up the money. While Kale trusted them, it wasn't enough to just hand over the metal heart without them paying. Barrett returned to training at the Immortal Berserker sect, though as soon as he returned he was itching to go back out. Training in safety could only go so far, while actually going out to do something was the most effective. Of course, it also came with the most risk. Thus, it was important to maintain the right balance. Without enough proper training he might get killed on the outside, and it was always possible to run into remnants of the silver blades. A few members of the sect had died in conflict with them outside of the area controlled by Streeto, and a few more hadn't returned from missions, though that could have been for any number of reasons. Barrett also wanted to go check on Clara and Jack in Sasher. He hadn't seen them in some time. Actually, he could probably send a letter. With the tornado planes being much less tornado-y, people actually went back and forth. However, though he knew where they lived, he wouldn't be quite sure how to address it, and it would be just as fast or even faster to go himself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 235. Crossing the plains was merely a matter of time and not a lot of it. In a day, Barrett traveled from Streeto to Sasher, though most of those traveling along the newly built road would take 2 days to make the same trip. There was an inn at the halfway point and other buildings springing up around it. At some point, it was likely that the plains would be filled with farmland. Barrett arrived at Clara and Jack's farm. All around them, other farmland had expanded and other farmsteads had cropped up. Clara and Jack had been expanding the farm before, but from what he saw now it didn't appear that there had been much growth in the size of their farm compared to the surroundings. He didn't see either of them outside working, so he went to the small house. He could sense them inside, but he knocked on the door to be polite. After a few moments, Clara moved from the kitchen to the door. "Hello." "Oh, Barrett." Her face moved from slightly nervous to excited. "You didn't say you would be coming." "Of course not. It was faster to just come here myself." "Right," Clara nodded. "I was just making lunch, would you like some?" "Sure," Barrett smiled. He followed her into the kitchen area. He saw her take some things from the nearly bare larder and add them to the pot she was already cooking. "How have things been here?" "Father has been sick recently, so things have been a bit difficult." The bags under her eyes told the same story. "Need help?" Barrett asked. Clara shook her head. "I can cook just fine on my own." Of course, Barrett waited patiently while the stew cooked, engaging in polite conversation, but there wasn't much heart in it. When the stew was ready, Clara spooned it into 3 separate bowls, handing one that was more full to Barrett. "Why don't I go with you to serve Jack?" "Right. He'd be happy to see you." On the way over, Barrett pulled out a bottle of medicine and poured it into the soup. He didn't know what illness Jack had, but this particular medicine was strong enough to fortify cultivators against some diseases they would run into. It would be more than strong enough to help Jack fight off a mundane disease. Barrett took large steps past Clara to enter the room first, and stopped beside Jack's bed. At least in this house there were multiple rooms, compared to when he had first met them, and spent most of his time in their only bed. "Hey, Jack." Barrett smiled as he sat down on the stool next to the bed. "I'm here, and I brought your lunch." Jack had been asleep, but he slowly opened his eyes. "Barrett? Why, you're a sight to see." He spoke weakly. "Here." Barrett blew on a spoonful of stew and held it up to Jack. "Have some." Jack sipped on the soup. That was for," Clara spoke weakly, but couldn't make herself say anything. "Don't worry, I'll eat too. Isn't there another bowl, after all?" "Just set it there," Barrett pointed to the bedside table. "Anyway, Jack, I just felt like visiting. It had been a long time. I didn't exactly give you a mailing address either, though it wasn't like there was any way to send mail at the time." Jack smiled weakly. "It's good to see you." He coughed softly. Barrett tried to smile. "Have some more." Jack sipped more soup, clearly trying not to show his aversion to the bitter taste of the medicine. He didn't know there was medicine, but probably thought Clara had messed up the cooking or run out of proper spices. Barrett could tell they were basically out of supplies. There was a knock at the door. "I'll get it," Clara said as she walked out of the room. Jack smiled. "She's really growing up, huh? I'm so proud of my daughter. She's been taking care of all the farm work and everything else while I've been sick." Barrett nodded and fed him one more spoonful of stew, then set it down on the bedside table. "I'll be back in a bit. Try to eat as much as you can, all right? It's good for you." As he approached the front room, he heard talking. Or rather, he had already been able to hear it from the back, but now he could do so without concentrating. The contract said that the payments were due after harvest, Clara was saying. Yeah, well, others have already harvested several crops. Now's the time to pay. If you can't, the man who was speaking reached out to grab Clara's arm. His hand connected with her shoulder, but then he found himself on the ground, his arm behind his back. He couldn't articulate properly to shout as his face was pressed into the floor, so it just sounded like, "Arf." Barrett crouched next to him, holding him down, as he looked up at Clara. "When I asked if you wanted help, I meant with this stuff. I know you can handle cooking." In addition to the man he had in a hold, there were two others. One of them drew his sword, let go of the boss, and without waiting to see if his request would be answered, swung it at Barrett. Clara tensed up as she saw the sword swinging towards Barrett's unarmored form. However, Barrett just held up his left arm, and the sword stopped without even penetrating his skin. "Cultivators, eh? You must be recent imports, but you should still be from Streeto, right? Don't you know that the laws of Streeto apply here?" Because Barrett was only holding him in a grip with one arm, the man on the floor got his mouth free. "What about you? We're collecting legitimate debts and you attacked us." Barrett shook his head. "You attacked Clara first. We'll see what the magistrate has to say about this. I'd love to turn you all into paste, but I'll just have to wait for you to be properly executed instead." Before the three could say anything, Barrett had them all disarmed and unconscious, and was holding them in a pile in his arms. "I'll be back soon. Don't forget to eat your lunch and finish feeding your father." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 236. It was a pain not being able to just kill people, but acting properly inside the jurisdiction of Streeto was important. Besides, if Barrett did things right, he could get to the root of the problem instead of just dealing with lackeys. Having many cultivators in Sasher was new for them, and the cultivators probably thought they could do what they wanted just because they weren't inside Streeto's walls. Maybe they could, but it wouldn't stay that way. Even if Streeto wasn't anywhere near perfect, it was better than this. Osita was just up the road, only a few miles away. Soon enough he was at the gates, where he was stopped by the guards. Before they could speak, Barrett loudly declared his intent. "I am here to turn some criminals who attacked a citizen of Sasher over to the magistrate." The guards at the gate looked at each other, then one of them took a step back. Wait here. I'll go get the captain." Barrett stood there with three men in his outstretched arms, the remaining guards watching nervously with their spears ready. Not that their spears would do them much good, the gate guards were at best first-tier cultivators, the same as the unconscious men. Barrett could almost ignore them. The guard returned with the captain and several others. The captain looked over the situation carefully. "What did you do to those men?" "I knocked them out after they attacked someone." "I see. Might I inspect them?" Barrett gestured with his arms full of unconscious men. "Go ahead." "Should I set them down here?" "Yes, that would be good." Barrett set them down and took a few steps back, to make the guards feel comfortable. Not that he couldn't kill any of them in an instant from where he was, but he didn't seem threatening without armor or weapons out. The guard captain looked them over, seeing no large wounds and finding they had a pulse. "You just happened across their attack?" Barrett shook his head. "I was visiting someone when it happened." Barrett had heard of some theories among the diviners that cultivators were more likely to show up for something at exactly the right time. It was of much debate, with no real way to prove it either way. Cultivators were often a step too late getting to something they considered important, or they had time to prepare, or they were just on time, or any situation that others might find themselves in. The increased likelihood of stories of arriving just in the nick of time being told to others made it hard to determine the actual truth of the matter. "Very well, we'll need to escort you to see the magistrate. Please come with us." The captain pointed to two of his guards. "You two take that one. You two that one, and you that one. Let's go." The guards picked up the unconscious men as instructed, with some of them waiting behind to watch Barrett's actions. He could feel their movements without looking at them, and he wasn't worried even if they had been stronger. They arrived at a large building and marched directly through the lobby. The captain explained to the receptionist, "We need to directly meet with the magistrate." The receptionist shook his head, "Good luck." Inside was a room flanked by 2 second-tier guards likely new to the area, since few second-tier cultivators wouldn't have been living in Sasher, and if they were they would be hired to protect the king or others who were very wealthy. A magistrate was worthy of guards, but perhaps not that much expense. Magistrate Devon, the captain opened the door at the same time as he knocked, and behind it an older man looked up from his desk. As the captain entered the room, the magistrate sighed. "Cultivator business?" The captain nodded. "This man claims these men attacked someone and that he knocked them out. They seem mostly unharmed. This man came peaceably." "Of course," the magistrate sighed again. "Wait here, if you please. You there, what is your name?" "Barrett Ravenhall," Barrett answered. He wanted to immediately explain, but it was more diplomatic to just answer what was asked. The magistrate scribbled on a new paper in front of him. "Very well. What is your claim against these men?" "They laid hands on a local farmer while trying to collect debts." "This is speculation, but they may also have been trying to claim the debts early under false pretenses." "I have not seen the contract, but they were claiming the debts were due because some farms had finished their harvests." "I see," the magistrate continued to write. "I will need you to wait nearby while we wait for these men to wake and make their own declarations. I will also send some men to get a statement from the farmer involved, and to see a copy of the contract." Barrett nodded. They should wake in 5 minutes or so. He had a very good read on his own body, and that extended to the bodies of others. Plus, he had some control over how deeply unconscious they had been, though without causing permanent damage there were limits to what he could achieve. After he was escorted to where he would wait watched by guards but not actually restrained, Barrett sat and waited. It would have been faster to just kill the men and those who hired them, but that would have caused trouble for himself, and it wasn't always the best choice to just take justice into his own hands. Not that he thought he'd done anything wrong up to this point, but the reaction of other people changed depending on the method used. If he wanted to change society as a whole or at least Streeto and the area it controlled, he needed to do it without just killing people. Though that didn't mean he would never do it again. Circumstances didn't always allow for peaceful solutions like today. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 237. A few hours of waiting passed with little happening except someone nervously checking if Barrett needed anything. He didn't. He had all the supplies he needed in his magic bag and he wasn't interested in trying to see how far their offer actually went. It was likely just to be polite, so he just had them bring some water. Meanwhile, he got in some practice with energy training, though he kept his energy well contained as he did so. He was currently pretending to be a bit weaker than he was. Magistrate Devon shouldn't need to know his full strength to do his duty. Conversely, if he was willing to uphold justice involving a poor farmer and a random cultivator, it was a good sign. Even though things seemed to be going fine so far, Barrett kept track of what was happening outside his room. If necessary, he could break through the wall and run away. Even if it was self-defense, he would prefer not to kill anyone within Streeto's jurisdiction. However, after the few hours of waiting, a thin man arrived and knocked on the door, stepping inside. "Barrett Ravenhall. Your story has been corroborated by another witness, and no wrongdoing has been found on your part. You are free to go, though if possible we request that you remain in or near Osita for a few days in case we require your testimony about those from the Earthbreaker Farmers Bank. In addition, the magistrate wishes to speak with you about an unrelated employment opportunity, though you are not required to see him if you do not wish to." Barrett nodded. "I'll go see him." "Is he available now?" "Of course. This way." Barrett wondered what they might need of him. Things couldn't be going that well if they needed to ask a random cultivator for assistance. As he came to the magistrate's office, Clara was on the way out. "Barrett." Clara bowed her head. "Thank you for your help. This has turned into a big mess, but, the magistrate has promised that the debt doesn't need to be paid back until the end of traditional harvest, and that the contract might possibly be declared void because of their actions. Good, I didn't want to give those guys any money. We weren't going to ask. Barrett shook his head, it's fine to ask. If you feel awkward about it, I can give you an official loan, now that there's contact with Streeto. Even if you think I don't owe you anything now, we're still friends, right? Right. Clara smiled. In better news, Father was looking somewhat better after lunch today. I hope that means he's on his way to recovery. Barrett smiled. If Jack wasn't able to walk around within the next few days, then he probably wouldn't have made it as long as he did. It might take longer than that to fully recover, but the medicine Barrett gave him would give him the strength necessary to fight off anything that a normal farmer could contract. Though there were other people waiting to see the magistrate, Barrett was given access next. Greetings, Magistrate Devon. Ah, there you are. The old man looked like he'd aged several more years in the past few hours, which wasn't a good look for him. Quite some trouble you've brought to me. The organization those men were from is quite influential, since cultivators are both physically intimidating and wealthy. No doubt they'll deny requesting their men to act as they did, but they shouldn't have even been where they did, so I can at least pin them with not keeping tabs on their employees. The magistrate shook his head. You've just made some new enemies, but perhaps I could still convince you to help out around here. There is another matter around here that requires another cultivator. I heard you were carrying those 3 fellows like it was nothing, so you should be strong enough to help, though it doesn't actually involve fighting or carrying things. A doctor requires some assistance. We can't pay that much, at least not by cultivator standards, but we would appreciate the help. Well, tell me the details. Barrett was willing to listen to the trouble, at least. He didn't need whatever they could pay, but if it helped Osita it could help Clara and Jack. Barrett found himself outside the building where the doctor was. The trouble was that there had recently been overpriced and under-effective medicine appearing on the market. Nothing was illegal about charging as much as they could get, but not having the promised effects was something else. Barrett wasn't quite sure how he would be able to help this doctor, but the magistrate had only been told they needed the help of a healthy and strong cultivator, someone better than early first tier. He knocked on the door. "Come in," came a woman's voice from inside. As he opened the door, he recognized the voice as he saw the woman it was attached to. Oh. Shanta. Barrett? Are you the assistant they sent? Barrett nodded. It seems so. Funny coincidence. Shanta shrugged. Most cultivator doctors couldn't be bothered to come here for what they could pay. I'm mostly doing this because Dr. Stieber said it would be good training. I recall you mentioning some friends here, so it's not that odd. I only mentioned that once. I have a good memory. Well then, I was worried about being able to complete this safely, but with you it should be just fine. Shanta pointed to a medical bed nearby. Have a seat there. I'm pretty sure these medicines are diluted versions of what they should be at best, but actual testing will give me more information. Shanta pulled a number of vials out of a magic bag she had. What I'm going to be doing is infecting you with rapidly incubating versions of the ailments these medicines are supposed to treat. What if I say I don't want to? Shanta raised an eyebrow. Why would you not? It's good training for you. Besides, with it being you we can get this all done in a day or two instead of taking weeks or months. Barrett looked around, his eyes settling on a familiar-looking bottle. Is that one of the questionable medicines? That's right. Why? I'll do it. I have the feeling this is connected to something else. Barrett paused for a moment. Wait a minute, do you just carry a bag full of rapidly incubating diseases around with you? Shanta pulled out a needle, smiling wickedly. Of course. I'm a doctor, after all. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 238. For all of her joking, Shanta was extremely good at what she did and avoided causing any unnecessary pain for Barrett. Now then, I need you to restrain your berserk energy. Your body itself is enough to fight off everything given enough time, and I need to be able to watch what is happening in there. It would be easier without berserk energy at all, Barrett pondered, but it's a good chance to exert more control, and I can't afford to use it all up. I just made some new enemies. Noted. None of this should be so draining as to incapacitate you, unless any of these medicines are actively harmful. Let's get started. Shanta held out a vial, close to Barrett but away from herself, and uncapped it. Just sniff this. It's airborne. Shanta used her energy to keep anything in the vial from flying off where it was not intended to go, and Barrett took a big sniff. He definitely smelled something foul. How long will this take to dash? Oh. Retract your energy, please. Shanta's energy was gentle and permeated, much like Nilima's, but without any intent to harm Barrett's insides either. It spread enough. Now take this medicine. It should help. Or rather, it's supposed to. Shanta handed Barrett a little pellet to swallow. I have some powder that will help if that doesn't. Barrett had a headache and a slight fever from less than a minute of contamination. He could feel his body fighting against it. Then he took the medicine, which quickly dissipated into his bloodstream. How is it? Marginal, at best. This might be the actual thing diluted to about a tenth and replaced with a similar-looking filler. Go ahead and eradicate all of that now. All that Barrett had to do was let his berserk energy flow back to all parts of his body, and the sickness left him, somewhat painfully, but quickly. After another minute, he was basically back to normal. Oh, after this it will be best not to have too much physical contact with anyone for a day. They probably won't get the accelerated versions of these, but some of these could be bad enough. Right. What's next? They went through a dozen more sicknesses and medicines, and most of the medicines were useless, either barely helping or only treating some symptoms. One of the diseases Barrett was given had him starting to cough up blood, though just barely. Well, Barrett said, at least 2 of those worked. Oh, Shanta said, those 2 were my own medicines. I just threw them in there to make sure you weren't accidentally nullifying the effects of the others. Shanta reached out to pat Barrett on the back, then withdrew her hand, instead settling for a nod. Good work. If it had been someone else, this could have taken weeks instead of just a day. We can't have you go out for a bit, so just rest on that bed there while I go make my report. Barrett did as suggested, taking the opportunity to eat and recover his stamina. Getting sick and recovering took a lot out of him, even if he only had to go through part of the process. Tightly controlling his berserk energy was hard in a different way. Barrett closed his eyes and started to fall asleep. Not long after he fell asleep, he was awoken by the door slamming open. Barrett jumped to his feet, ready to fight, but it was just Shanta. Oh. I thought I was being attacked or something. Not you. There's an uproar at the magistrate's. Some prisoners they took earlier are dead and the magistrate's missing. Dead? How? Barrett sat up. Also, this wouldn't happen to be 3 debt collectors, would it? It would, Shanta nodded. Sounds like you know something about that. Anyway, they were poisoned. Now, I might say that was unrelated to my work, but the type of poison could have been made with some of the actual medicines there should have been. Seems a bit too coincidental. But also stupid. Those men were from the Earthbreaker sect. They'd just been taken in, and so killing them and kidnapping the magistrate seems a bit much. They also don't sound like the type to use poisons. Shanta shook her head. It also isn't clear who was behind the medicines I was looking into, but they may not have known about that. We can try to find them at the shop in the morning, or I can just track them down now. She tapped her nose. What are the benefits of waiting? Shanta shrugged. You get to sleep. Depending on the particulars, they might have fewer guards during the day as well, but that's just speculation. Barrett shrugged. Let's go now then. I assume you want me to come with you? Of course. I don't have nearly enough airborne poisons to knock everyone out, and my other poisons won't leave us with a living magistrate, even if we find him. Sounds good. So how will you find them? They left the smell of poisons behind. It's not much, but that's my specialty. I bet you could track down a berserker pretty easily. Anyone can track a berserker easily. Bad example I suppose. The two of them passed by the magistrate's office, where Shanta brought them off into the streets of Osita. They wandered deep into back alleys, with both of them staying alert for anyone watching them. Barrett saw a few people, but they seemed to be normal humans and not cultivators, likely on the lookout for something or someone else. Even so, they avoided them as best as they could. The scent continues around to the left and to the right. Let's go right first. Moving in that direction brought them to the end of an alleyway, where there was a small barred window. Shanta put her face up to it, then went back down. I thought I felt someone. I was right. There are some magic wards on this building, but they're not much. Just enough to stop casual observers. It didn't stop their scent from leaking out. The magistrate is in there, chained to the wall. We'll need to find a way in. Which wall? Barrett asked, then looked through the bars themselves. This should be fine. When do you want to go in? As soon as possible, I suppose. Great. Give me a minute. Barrett put on his armor, pulling each piece out of his magic bag. Can't be too careful. Lots of poisons have to get to the bloodstream, so Barrett lastly pulled out his axe. All right, ready to go in? Shanta nodded, then started walking out of the alleyway. We might be able to find a side entrance or something if we're lucky. Though she turned back to see Barrett holding his axe up, covered in berserk energy and ready to swing at the wall. That's not just normal brick, you know. I know. I just figured we'd rescue the magistrate first. Then we could deal with the rest. Yeah, but, Shanta shook her head. How confident are you at breaking through? As a response, Barrett's axe chopped through the wall, sparking as it sliced through metal and pulling out chunks of brick. It may have had steel reinforcements in the special magically reinforced bricks, but it wasn't even as strong as the materials that made up Barrett's room, let alone the walls of the Immortal Berserker sect. Another swing opened up a wide enough hole for him to comfortably step through. They haven't had long to set this place up. It's weak. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 239. Cultivator cities were built entirely differently from regular cities. Sure, most of them still had the winding streets and poorly planned layouts of normal cities, but the materials were much different. If there was any interest in security, commensurate expenses had to be made for structural integrity. Conversely, in a normal city, walls that were deemed secure were of little use against cultivators of a certain strength. The wall that Barrett had chopped through was one such thing. It was merely normal brick and stone with slight wards not designed to increase structural integrity. In the short time that Osita had cultivators living in it, they had not had time to change things much. In the current area, large construction projects would have been suspicious at best. Shanta shook her head. Well, I guess we need to hurry now. You get him down from the wall. She immediately moved over to the door, sprinkling some sort of powder on and around it. The chains that held the magistrate were the only part of the simple dungeon that had any real substance to them. Barrett started by yanking them out of the walls. They needed to be able to go at any moment, and then started removing the shackles. The magistrate was old and frail, so any amount of berserk energy would be a problem for him. Likewise, chopping through the shackles around his wrists would likely be too much impact for him. Instead, Barrett clamped his fingers onto one shackle, thumbs on the bottom and other fingers on top. He squeezed down and pulled outward. It would have been easier if he could slip his fingers inside the shackles, but they were tight enough around the wrists it would have been dangerous for the magistrate. Barrett wanted him harmed as little as possible. Shanta. He doesn't seem to be entirely healthy. Having finished her setup at the door, she rushed over to the magistrate. Go watch the hole you made. Shanta looked at the magistrate, opening his eyes and otherwise checking him for problems. I see. She pulled out a small pill, making his unconscious form swallow it. Will that fix whatever happened? Barrett asked from the hole in the wall. Then he heard retching sounds behind him. It's just a start to clean his system. Magistrate Devon, we came to rescue you. I'll carry you. Ah. Shanta. I don't. The magistrate's voice was weak, and then he passed out again. I can carry him, Barrett offered. I need you to chop through the people coming from outside. The ones coming through the door will be fine. Shanta picked up the magistrate in her arms. Though she wasn't a warrior by any means, she wasn't weak either, and the magistrate wasn't exactly heavy. Barrett nodded. He had heard both groups. Let's go. At the same moment as people burst through the door into the room, Barrett and Shanta stepped out through the hole he had made. Barrett could feel the aura of 2 more warriors from the Earthbreaker sect, stronger than the 3 he had captured, but not enough to cause him worry. As they came around the corner, he swung his axe wide, aiming at the one on the right. The 2 warriors were expecting him as well. Gathering berserk energy for an attack wasn't subtle, but they were not actually prepared for the results. Barrett's axe sliced through the armor and torso of the man on the right, nearly bisecting him, and then continued towards the outstretched arms of the other warrior, forcing him to retract his heavy hammer and step back or lose his arms. A moment later Barrett's backswing and a quick step forward caused him to lose his head instead. Shanta raced past Barrett, and the 2 of them took off down the winding alleyways. Behind them chased a few figures that Barrett thought seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't see their faces and didn't recognize their eyes. Then they started coughing up blood, their mask doing little to protect them against whatever Shanta had left for them. Those chasing them started to fall behind. As they ran away, Barrett took one last glance and saw their twin daggers. Silver blades, or was he just paranoid? It didn't take too long for a pair of cultivators to travel to another part of the city, though Shanta couldn't run at top speed with the magistrate, and if she could it would have been dangerous in his uncertain state. They arrived back at the building Shanta had been using to test the medicines. I'm fairly certain they used acro leaf on him. It's used as a component of brainwashing. It takes some time to work, still, a few weeks at the fastest. With less than a day of effects, recovery should be fairly easy, even for this old fellow. Anyway, that would explain why they risked kidnapping him. Barrett nodded. That's good. That he can recover, I mean. It seems the Earthbreaker sect is working with, well, possibly the Silver Blades. It could be. They certainly know their poisons well enough to kill those 3 debt collectors. A little blood leaf powder they weren't expecting still gave them some pause, though. Either way, this will be a big incident. They would have been prepared if the magistrate showed up again in a few weeks saying everything was alright, but it will be hard to cover this up. The whole time she was talking, Shanta was mixing powders and a few liquids from her magic bag in the cabinets around her. She held up a small vial, looking at its greenish contents. This should be good enough. She poured it into the magistrate's mouth and rubbed his throat to make him swallow it. Now then, I need to get this man back to where he can make an official declaration of some sort, and you need to go check on your friends. Just in case. Right. Barrett nodded. Hopefully they thought leaving them alone would give them some deniability. The Earthbreaker sect doesn't use poison themselves, so their men dying could just be something they declare as an attack against them. Barrett shook his head, but who knows what they think. I need to be going. Barrett did just that as he was speaking, stepping out the door and breaking into a quick but sustainable run. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 240. When he arrived at the farm, Barrett first saw that the door was broken open. Later he would have time to berate himself for being stupid, but he didn't have much experience worrying about those weaker than him. Most of those he knew were about his strength or stronger, cultivators who could take care of themselves. Clara and Jack were capable of many things, but combat was not one of them. Sasher was supposed to be safe, but once he had noticed any danger he should have taken better care of them. Inside the house, he saw tables and chairs overturned, including the bed in the back room. That filled Barrett with worry, and then hope. At first he thought the overturned furniture to be signs of struggle, but on further examination that didn't make sense. Any cultivators would have had no trouble capturing or killing the pair, and he didn't see any blood. There would be no reason for smashing furniture except frustration or perhaps searching for something. He moved about the house, finding more signs of the same, destroyed furniture and general chaos, but no real way it could have happened during a fight. He started reaching out with his energy senses, feeling his way around. There was nowhere for anyone to hide under furniture or in a closet, so perhaps they had run away. He didn't feel anything strange at first, but he still had a feeling. Clara? Jack? It's me, Barrett. He called out to them with energy added to carry his voice around. He listened carefully, focusing his stamina on his ears, other senses muting. Then he heard movement beneath the floor. It was just a touch, something he couldn't have done without enhancing his hearing. His senses swept over the floor, finding no board out of place, but sinking down beneath he just barely felt a void of space. Going back from that, he found the edges of a hidden trapdoor, where the normal cracks between boards were used to disguise the irregular shape. He slipped his finger in a slightly wider gap, pulling up. The trapdoor rotated up, and a crossbow bolt flew into his chest. Sorry. Jack's voice called out. I wasn't sure it was actually you. We knew you'd be fine though. Clara came into sight where the light shone down below. I saw you stop a sword with your arm so. Is that so? Barrett pointed to a spot on his chest. How long do you think this will take to heal, huh? I don't. Clara started climbing up the ladder towards him. I don't see any injury. Well, not yet. It's gonna bruise though, and then it will take like half an hour to heal. Or less. I don't really understand cultivators. Clara shook her head. That's right, Jack agreed, but we hoped this secret basement could be of use anyway. It's not hidden under a rug or anything but in plain sight. If something looks like it isn't hiding anything, people might not look, yeah. Barrett nodded. It's made precisely enough that nobody would notice unless their senses went through the planks, but that's not something every cultivator can do. Many, but not all of them. Fortunately, the Earthbreaker sect is full of brutes. Jack climbed out as well, a little more slowly than Clara did. We didn't want to borrow from them or anyone, but we had a bad harvest last year and then I got sick this year. The medicine wasn't cheap, or particularly fast-acting. I have doubts as to whether it worked at all. There's been some bad medicine going around. Barrett shook his head. Do you have any neighbors you can stay with for a day or two? Preferably somewhere no one would look. I could take you back into Osita with me, but people might be watching. Jack nodded. Yeah, there's a place we can stay. We weren't quite sure if we needed to, and then we heard them coming. We just had to hide as quick as we could. Devin Strauss, the magistrate of Osita, was old and tired. He had been the magistrate for over a decade, and while it was more work and less real power than some might have supposed, it had been a worthwhile career for him. He thought he mostly made the world a better place. He didn't take bribes or get involved with any of that nonsense. Now that cultivators had moved into Osita in large numbers, at least compared to the handful they had in the entire country at once before, things had started to change. Things became more complicated. It was harder to keep going. Then he had been kidnapped. He barely remembered anything, except being forced to take some kind of drug. Now he was back in his office, and he certainly hadn't fully recovered from that. However, he had to write up several official declarations. He was lucky 2 strong young cultivators had come when they did. And they were young too. The general of Sasher's army had probably been cleaning up horse dung in the stables at their age, trying to work his way up the ranks. Now, he didn't know much about the young woman except that she was involved in his rescue and his recovery so far, but his guards vouched for her strength and that of the young man. The previous night when Barrett had left, his guards had come to him. They were solid enough cultivators, though somewhat more towards middle-aged. Apparently, the entire time the young man had been around he only gave off the aura of a healthy warrior, perhaps late first year in energy cultivation, though they had seen him carry 3 men like they were nothing. Then when he left, he stopped restraining himself, revealing his 3rd-tier cultivation. While Devon wasn't quite sure what that meant, he did know that it was strong enough to do almost anything in Sasher. There might have been a couple handfuls of 3rd-tier cultivators around, but they didn't work for the magistrate. There was a knock on his door. "Sir, there's someone to see you." Devon sighed. "Send them in." Normal requests had been put aside for the day, he wouldn't be handling any regular cases. That meant this was something else. A woman walked through the door. There wasn't much else Devon saw except a flash of movement. Then, the young doctor, Shanta, was standing behind the woman, who had her arm raising to throw, what? A dagger? It was hard to see under Barrett's arm. All Devon Strauss was sure about was that he was glad he hadn't decided to let anyone in until both young cultivators were around to protect him. Perhaps he would need to spend the rest of the year's budget to pay them, he couldn't say it wasn't a necessary expense. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 241. The woman captured in the magistrate's office struggled for a moment, then found her body wouldn't move. At the same time, Shanta's hand came down on the back of her head and she lost consciousness as energy suffused through her head. "Damn, they took poison before they even came in here." Shanta shook her head, "But if she thinks she can die without my permission, she's got something else coming." Shanta put her hand on the woman's back, and a moment later she was vomiting out some sort of poison. Then Shanta fed her something else. She looked up at the magistrate. "I hope you have at least one set of shackles for restraining energy cultivators." "We have a few, courtesy of Streeto," the magistrate nodded, then called for some guards to go retrieve them. "Any idea what group this woman is a part of?" "She does not appear to be Earthbreaker sect. She's one of the Silver Blades trying real hard not to look like one. Except if they tried that hard they couldn't do anything." Shanta started pulling things out of the unconscious woman's pockets, same sets of poisons, same style of dagger. "Looks like she must have given up her second dagger." Barrett sighed. "What are the chances the others are gone?" Shanta shrugged. "Pretty good. Either way, I prefer not to walk into their den with them being ready. This one is good enough to show Streeto and condemn the Earthbreaker sect as a whole, along with the magistrate's word about what happened here. I've put out the call to arrest those from the Earthbreaker sect," the magistrate offered. "They won't come, of course. However, their refusal will be enough to declare them condemned in absentia. I have requested the assistance of the army, but they will not be prepared before everything is done, even if the request is granted. The public declaration is out, so all they could do is kill me and possibly delay their escape that way." The magistrate sighed in a resigned fashion. "Frankly, I would prefer if they just flee the city. The two of you should take that woman to Streeto itself. I doubt she will be much more secure in the castle dungeons." Barrett went to find Clara and Jack on his way out of the city. He managed to convince them to leave with him. While it was likely the Earthbreaker sect members wouldn't be able to get near Osita in the near future, there was no telling what they would do on their way out and the Silver Blades might sneak back at any time. The whole situation was a big mess, and Barrett wished it could be solved by just killing people, and maybe it could, but he wasn't strong enough to do so without consequences such as possibly dying, not counting the legal consequences doing the same thing to him. He didn't think allowing slaughter of not technically convicted criminals would be a good idea, but just letting them mostly get away didn't sit well with him either. However, any of them who were known would have a bounty and wouldn't be able to come anywhere near Streeto again. Clara and Jack would be coming to be farmers working for the Immortal Berserker sect. Barrett had left them in Sasher to allow them independence and the chance to stay away from the cultivator world, but now the cultivator world had grown to include them. If they hadn't run into any particular trouble, Barrett would have been content letting them stay if they wanted to, but the current circumstances didn't make that wise. Shanta would be bringing them along with her. She had a way to deal with people trying to track them, which was a possibility. Meanwhile, Barrett ran ahead with the prisoner. It would be only a day of running to reach Streeto, more than a week of long days for normal people, especially considering they couldn't continue day and night. Barrett was ever so slightly slower when carrying a person, but it wasn't noticeable. Nobody would be able to catch up to him, unless they had 4th-tier silver blades in an unimportant place like Sasher. In that case, he would likely already have been attacked and they wouldn't have failed to kill the magistrate. Probably just a small number had ended up there by coincidence, instead of it being somewhere important. The longer-term subtlety of the silver blades had been a result of hard work by their older members, whereas it was understandable that some less experienced members had revealed themselves that easily. That said, the silver blades had only managed what they did due to the corruption of others, otherwise they would have been eradicated from Streeto long before. Part of the way to Streeto, the passenger in Barrett's arms woke up, which he noticed from her making some sounds with her mouth. That was all, because she couldn't do much more. Shanta had stabbed her in the spine when she was captured, and unless the woman was secretly a pure body temperer, that meant she couldn't move anything below her neck. That seemed extremely unlikely, especially considering it was usually an exclusive thing. Meanwhile, the shackles drained her energy and restricted her access to mana. If he didn't have a missive from Magistrate Devon, he would have been hesitant to approach Streeto's walls. Not that he expected things to go without trouble because of it, but sometimes sitting around under watch was much different from being actually arrested. It was such a pain trying to do things the right way. Barrett thought back to what he had done in Durham and Trirage. That wasn't the best solution either, but it actually seemed better. He just needed to be stronger. Of course, he also needed to be in the right. It was important to keep a good moral compass, otherwise he really might just start slaughtering people. Not all at once, of course, but if he killed a few innocents here and there to settle things quickly, it could easily add up to him being just as bad as those he condemned. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 242. It was likely things wouldn't have gone as smoothly if Barrett wasn't a part of the Immortal Berserker sect. Not that it should have any difference, at least, with the letter from the magistrate in Osita, but people were more likely to behave as they ought to when you seemed important. However, just because the process was smooth didn't mean it was quick. It was more than a day before anyone was sent back to Sasher to do anything. If Barrett hadn't contacted the Immortal Berserker sect, it was likely every single one of those involved in the incident would have gotten away. As it was, they only managed to catch a handful of those fleeing Osita, primarily because they couldn't run as quickly as Immortal Berserkers. Master Owen was lucky enough to catch another member of the Silver Blades, which would make it easier to positively identify at least one of them. Perhaps some of the stronger masters could have caught more, but the situation wasn't important enough to send the highest-ranking members for. The Earthbreaker sect wasn't that important in Streeto, and there hadn't been any high-tier Silver Blades in Osita. It took several weeks after that for the Silver Blades to be positively identified and to determine unconditionally that the Earthbreaker sect knew that was who they were working with and that the Earthbreaker sect in Osita was acting on the orders of those in Streeto. Those were good things to determine, but it shouldn't have taken so long with the resources available in Streeto. It wasn't like they didn't know exactly where to look. Clara and Jack didn't take too long to settle into the Immortal Berserker sect. Farmers weren't hard to find, but hardworking and trustworthy farmers, at least as verified by Immortal Berserkers, were a bit more rare. The Immortal Berserker sect wasn't worried about non-cultivators stealing from them for the most part, but they could still cause trouble if they just let people live at the sect without some assurance they weren't going to poison the wells or some such. Even though whoever did so would certainly be caught quickly, there were people crazy enough to try for the right amount of money. The Immortal Berserker sect wasn't exactly without enemies, even if the Silver Blades were the ones most likely to specifically poison them. Getting stuck in cultivation was an unpleasant feeling, and one that Barrett had not experienced in a real way up to his current point. However, as he sat at the threshold to 4th tier and becoming a master in terms of energy cultivation, he knew that attempting to cross the threshold would result in failure, and for an Immortal Berserker, that meant death. Individual destructions were of no risk to him, and even if they failed they would merely be setbacks. Crossing from first to second tier and second to third had been difficult, but still with risks. Stepping into the level of being a master was even more difficult, and consequently more deadly. Barrett had the knowledge of many who had achieved success to guide him, as well as personal advice from Master Heikel. That was how he knew he would fail if he tried to make the step now. It wasn't a lack of confidence. Master Heikel believed he could succeed given time, and Barrett knew his own limits better than anyone else. It was just that he was missing something. Sometimes that something was combat experience. Barrett had more life and death combat experience than most people his age, including Immortal Berserkers, but there wasn't a set amount that people needed. It was possible he just needed to spend more time practicing energy control, though he'd remained at the threshold for a month now. Or perhaps he needed something else. There was still a chance he could break through to 4th tier by force and survive, but if he did his growth would be hampered and he wouldn't advance much further. Maybe this was his limit, but Barrett strongly doubted that. While age wasn't a direct correlation to what could be accomplished, there was nobody who would say his talent was low having reached the threshold of 4th tier at 27 years old. Perhaps he was wrong and really was just doubting himself, but he had others he trusted to keep him honest about that. After another month, Barrett had gone out on several missions for the sect, each of which resulted in battle, but nothing that pushed him to his very limits. Perhaps that was what he needed. He was planning to sign up for the hardest mission available for 3rd tiers, or perhaps he might be able to get a mission for a master, but then the news came. Planning to go somewhere, Barrett? Master Heikel came into his room and saw him looking into his magic bag. You've been in and out a lot lately. You know why? I was thinking maybe I need to push myself more. That may be the case, Master Heikel nodded, but first you'll want to listen to this. The 4th Iseers have made an announcement. The bicentennial conflux is about to descend on the region. Sounds like a bunch of fancy crap. Barrett thought for a moment, trying to remember what it was. I don't think I've heard of that. Master Heikel shook his head. It's a rare event. Let me guess, every 2 centuries. Not even close. It's anywhere between 50 and 400 years on average. There have been 6 in the last millennium. Before that, we don't have that much information. It also seems to be localized. I'm referring to the event around Streeto, and a few countries in either direction. Master Heikel shrugged. Anyway, it results in a disruption of energy and mana, subtle at first, but it prevents breaking through to new levels. Specifically, there is a time of buildup where breaking through to master or grandmaster tier become nearly impossible. Everyone's been getting a vague feeling of that, though some choose to ignore it. Anyway, just as we got enough information to be sure of what's happening, the 4th Iseers made that announcement. Currently there are a couple dozen Immortal Berserkers on the threshold, including yourself, Katya, Herman, the list goes on. It only took us so long to notice because everyone takes different amounts of time. So, what, I wait a few years for this whole thing to blow over and then I can break through? Master Heikel grinned. You could, but the proper way to go about it is to use the event itself. It's a bit risky, but it will result in benefits if you succeed. Of course, I won't make you can wait. It will only be a couple more months, even if you wait for it to be over. However, the 4th Iseers have declared where it will be, so you'll have the best chance if you want to go. I'm part of the Immortal Berserker sect, am I not? Of course I'll take a reasonable risk. Who else is going? And where is it? Quite a few people will be going, 3rd tiers like yourself from the Immortal Berserker sect and some of our allies, as well as a few potential grandmasters. The one from our sect is Master Aaron Deca. You haven't met but I've heard the name. I mean, there are only like 20 of you 6th tiers, after all. Indeed. Anyway, the bicentennial conflux has been determined to be arriving in Maustria, south of Ruklua. Great. I'm sure that will go well. Fortunately, others will have their own methods to determine the location, so they won't have the time or the inclination to bother with Streeto specifically. Besides, they will have fewer 6th tiers than just our allies, to say nothing of Streeto as a whole. Every large sect has at least a handful ready to try to break through, though their chances aren't that great normally. At least Immortal Berserkers have higher than 1/3 chance of success, though the alternative is death. It does seem to always be that. When do I need to be ready? A few days. We'll be sending everyone together, for safety, though there could always be danger. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 243. The alliance that the Immortal Berserker sect was a part of had gathered together many people. Obviously they wouldn't be completely unnoticed by others, but any other group of significant size would have already figured out most of the details about the bicentennial conflux anyway. There were members of the Immortal Berserker sect, the Order of Four Winds, the Crystal Palace, a few people from the Fourth Iseers, and many others. Most groups had nearly 100 of those at late 3rd tier, with the Immortal Berserker sect having fewer. There were also a few handfuls of 6th tier cultivators, only one of which was from the Immortal Berserker sect because of the particular timing of the event. There were also some 7th tier cultivators there to escort them along the way, just in case. It wouldn't do to have something dangerous happen to so many promising young and not so young cultivators. Master Heikel would be going as well, though he wasn't at the point where he could advance just yet. He was still considered early 6th tier. Even the fastest cultivators would spend nearly 23 years going from 6th to 7th tier. Along with those from his sect, Barrett recognized Lamont, Reyna and Orelia, who had been in Barrett's squad during the War, Shanta, and Nilima. It was often said that talented cultivators came in waves, and while Barrett hadn't been around to see how it worked previously, he knew so many people who kept at the top limits of cultivation speed. Though all but Orelia had ended up in the excursion in Temper Pine Forest, only Barrett, Reyna, and Lamont had actually been from nearby. The others just happened to be training in and around Etrin over the same handful of years. Even so, Barrett felt a special connection with them, or maybe that was just friendship. After taking in everyone present, Barrett approached Nilima. "No, Mistress Joshi." Nilima shook her head, "No. Next time I meet her, I'll be 4th tier." Barrett grinned, "That's the spirit. We'll overcome anything that gets in our way." Nilima nodded somberly. Since Nilima didn't seem to have anything else to say, Barrett went to find Reyna. 15 years ago, would you ever even have considered we could end up here?" Reyna laughed, "Of course not. We barely even knew cultivators existed. All it took was our worlds being turned upside down." Reyna closed her eyes for a few moments. "Tell me, do you think you would be happier if things had been different?" Barrett considered. "At this point I would probably be, well, maybe I would be running Durham. That would be, so frustrating. I know enough about people that I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted, what's right. Hopefully those would be the same thing, but it doesn't matter if people prevent it and you have to settle for something less. There is nothing wrong with compromises," Reyna sighed, "but not all of them are acceptable. It seems like having strength is the only way to get things done, but even that doesn't really work. On the other hand, I'd rather have strength than not, and knowing I've worked to retain my own personal freedom is comforting." Barrett agreed, but couldn't help but think about those who were unable to protect themselves. What had he done for them, besides a handful of people he was actually close to? Even his hometown he'd just made marginally better than left to its own devices. Did he have to give up his own freedoms to help others? That was a big question he had no answer to, and didn't need to think about if he died in the next few weeks. Instead of going through Ruklua, which might have seemed like a provocation, the group traveled around to the west and through Nospor. The terrain was more difficult, though for a group of 3rd tier or higher cultivators it didn't make much difference. Even the magic users who had made it to that point were at least physically fit, and some people rode on mounts. Nospor was mostly highlands, which gave an advantage to those who knew the terrain, and that combined with lack of many resources besides grazing land made them an uninteresting target for Ruklua to expand into. Nospor had their own cultivators as well, and though the country couldn't compare to Streeto as a whole, they were at least more battle-ready than Sasher. Nothing could really stop such a large group of cultivators, at least without entering a danger zone, so soon enough they had passed through Nospor and around into Mostria. That brought them into desert terrain. Barrett had heard that Mostria used to be fertile land before it was cursed by someone. He wasn't sure if that was true, but the climate had changed at some point. While being able to curse a whole country seemed like a crazy thought, he'd also been to the Tornado Plains, and while they were smaller than Mostria they had indeed been caused by cultivators and the tornado was maintained just by a lingering spirit. In that way, reducing rainfall seemed less intensive than maintaining a tornado, though he would have to actually try some calculations to know for sure. Sometimes things weren't intuitive. Normally it might have been problematic for such a large group to move through the desert. It required large amounts of drinking water or knowledge of where to find more. However, as cultivators they could bring much with them in magic bags, and they could pull water from the air with magic, and there was more moisture in a desert than most people realized. They could also stop at oases, but too many people at once could cause issues with rationing water there. Barrett had an opportunity to practice more pure body tempering, which was the nice way to say he was suffering from the heat and tried to retain as much moisture as possible while still cooling himself down. Finally, they found themselves out in the middle of the desert where they took camp atop a seemingly arbitrary sand dune. There, they would await whatever the bicentennial conflux had to bring. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 244. There were a few days of waiting at the location the Fourth Iseers had declared would be the most generally significant place to wait for the bicentennial conflux. During that time Barrett was approached by a young man. No, he was about the same age as Barrett, which made him solidly a man. It was just that among cultivators they were still considered quite young at less than 30 years old. "Greetings, you are Barrett Ravenhall, correct?" Barrett nodded. "I am." "Who might you be?" "Myself. I am Einar Hale." The man nodded. "I have sought you out because I have a divination that concerns you." Barrett closed his eyes for a few moments. He'd heard some things about the offered divinations from Fourth Iseers. They weren't wrong, but they didn't necessarily help to know them. "Do I want to hear it?" Einar laughed. "That sort of question no divination can answer. I can say it concerns the near future, events occurring within several days." Barrett shrugged. At least he wouldn't spend a decade waiting like Master Heikel had. "All right. Tell me." Einar's eyes glowed bright white, and as they did the rest of his face faded from view. Two more eyes appeared on his face, as if his original eyes had been rotated a quarter turn around their center, taking the place of his forehead and approximately his nose. Though Barrett couldn't see his mouth, he spoke. As he did so, Barrett felt that the sound slipped through the air in such a way that he alone would hear it. His voice distorted, echoing inside Barrett's head. "In the coming days, a long-time friend will face mortal danger. Only quickness of action on your part will allow them a chance to survive, but it will come at a great sacrifice to yourself." The two additional eyes faded from his face, then the glow on his normal eyes lessened as his facial features returned. His expression returned to a neutral state. After that, Barrett actually sighed. "Yeah, I don't think I wanted to hear that." "Too late." Einar nodded his head, then turned to leave. "You already did." It was indeed too late, and Barrett hated it. He didn't really know what to do with the information. In fact, a question about divinations always existed. Did knowing it change the future? Some diviners said yes, some said no. The Fourth Iseers refused to comment on that particular topic. Now that he knew, he had to figure out what it meant. Who was it about? The first to come to mind was Reyna, but there were others here he had known for more than half his life. That even included Master Heikel, though Barrett had no idea how he would be able to assist him. What did quickness of action mean? Did he have to go warn them right now? He didn't see how that would come with great personal sacrifice, however. What even was great sacrifice? An arm? A leg? Both? If that was it, he could grow those back, which possibly meant it would be something else. Maybe his life. Barrett didn't like that thought at all. Might he choose to die for a friend? Certainly, but he would rather choose to save them without anyone dying. That brought up something else. What was a chance at survival? How much? Barrett sighed deeply. Master Heikel approached Barrett. Divination troubles. I saw you get approached. He shook his head. I don't know if I want to hear what it is, but I can at least sympathize. Sometimes, you hear things you don't want to. I don't know what to do. Barrett shook his head. The thing is, nobody really does. Master Heikel shrugged, not just with prophecies, but in general. Outside of very simple things, people just make choices and get stuck with them. The important thing is to follow your heart. Master Heikel poked Barrett in the chest. If you later think your heart was wrong, then you can have a change of heart later. Though of course hearts don't actually do any thinking, so maybe your brain would be a better thing to listen to. Yeah, I get it, Barrett nodded, it's just sitting around waiting for dash. Fortunately, he didn't have to do any more of that. The ground started rumbling, and the top layer of sand started crawling down the dunes. Barrett suddenly could feel it. Energy, of all types, locked up deep underground but now springing to the surface. Mana suddenly suffused the atmosphere, and his vision was obscured by sand and light. He could just barely see Master Heikel a few steps away. Master Heikel laughed in good cheer. Well, seems like it's time to start. I may not be able to stay with you, I can't help just you. So if I do have to go, good luck. I don't know if that will help, Barrett would have said more, but at that moment he felt energy rushing through him. He couldn't control it, and could barely even control his own berserk energy. Then the sand beneath his feet split apart, forming a toothy maw that snapped towards him to bite him. Barrett threw his arms out to the side, grabbing between the many teeth. He had been worried he couldn't stop the thing made out of sand, but if he really couldn't touch it, he supposed its teeth wouldn't have been sharp. Barrett kicked out at one side, controlling his berserk energy as much as he could. His leg connected and the entire figure split apart. Beyond where his eyes could see, Barrett could vaguely sense through the sea of energy that various other things were coming out of the sand. Toothy maws like had attacked him, giant creatures that separated from the desert below, and swirling dust devils that were suffused with berserk energy as well as energy seemingly entirely made out of sharpness. Even as all the chaos broke out, Barrett felt that the barrier preventing him from reaching fourth tier was lessening, but he couldn't exactly try to break through at the moment even if it finished. A slicing sand dust devil was making its way towards him even as he tried to take stock of the situation. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 245. As the dust devil made of sand and all sorts of deadly energy approached, Barrett pulled out his axe. Monsters suddenly appearing hadn't been something he had expected, and he preferred not to try touching the dust devil with his hand, no matter how tough his skin was. Chopping through something without physical form with an axe wasn't an easy feat, but if it was just made of energy, his own berserk energy should be sufficient to counteract it. He hoped. Barrett hadn't heard of anything exactly like these in his studies. With a sweep of his axe, Barrett slashed at the dust devil to no effect. At most, there had been a brief parting of the winds and debris at its edge. It continued to come towards him as he moved away, but Barrett could sense many other unknown troubles in the sandstorm around him. He didn't want to back into something more dangerous. As the dust devil came towards him, he stepped forward and into it, slicing at its center. It seemed to have more of a concentration of energy there. The winds filled with sand and energy of various sorts stripped the berserk energy from his axe even as he swung, but Barrett channeled more berserk energy onto his axe as it neared the center, where he sliced through the mass of energy, hopefully holding the thing together. As he did so, his arms and face were covered in tiny cuts even through his armor. Even so, his axe cleaved it in two, and then it reformed a moment later. However, Barrett felt that it had taken longer than when he had cut the outside. He'd wanted to conserve berserk energy, but it seemed he had to do more. He hadn't been planning to fight anything incorporeal, and weapons specifically made for that were prohibitively expensive. The thing seemed to strongly resonate of the earth element as well, but Barrett's training as a mage wasn't enough to matter. Thus, more berserk energy became the right answer. He just hoped he could keep up for however long this whole event lasted. After his previous attack, Barrett had retreated, but he moved back in to finally strike it down. A good quarter of his berserk energy was being used in the attack, which wasn't easy to control, nor was it good for his axe. However, as he sliced down into it, the form of the dust devil shattered, leaving him with just the cuts all over him. None of them were serious, but the real issue with them was they had come after holes were torn in his armor. His breastplate was still solid, but it was covered in numerous deep scratches. As Barrett took a few breaths to steady himself, he felt the remaining berserk energy from the thing seek him out. As it flowed into his body, he had to wrestle it for control, but at least he was quite adept at controlling berserk energy. In the end, he came out with more energy, though of course he was not entirely back to full either. It wasn't of much help with cultivation, but it seemed he could absorb the rampant energy in the atmosphere to sustain himself. Barrett looked around for others. He couldn't even feel the energy of Master Heikel with the various types of energy flowing through the air. Remaining still didn't seem like the right move, so he planned to find someone else. He could barely hear the sound of voices through the howling of wind, but he moved towards the nearest. Whenever he came across someone he didn't recognize, he left them alone if they didn't seem to be in much trouble. He stumbled across a few people he knew, helping them out with various things they were fighting, but most of them weren't as much trouble as the dust devils. More were fragile like the sandy maw, or occasionally there were some figures of hardened sand that were still easily defeated. Between each battle, Barrett took short breaks to maintain himself. The divination had mentioned the next several days. Was that important? He could fight for several days if necessary, but if that was the case he needed to pace himself from the very beginning. After a couple hours, Barrett stumbled across more sand swirling about a definite center. At first he thought it was another dust devil, but it wasn't formed of berserk energy and cutting type energy. Instead, it was wind energy and magic. Then he caught a glimpse of the figure in the center. Orelia. She turned to face him, then gestured him closer. As he stepped through her barrier of wind, the sounds from all around faded out. Barrett. Good to see you. Everyone has been split up. I saw a few people trying to form a band, but then I saw one of them alone. It seems there's something about all of this, she gestured to the dust storm outside her little bubble, that is causing people to be unable to stay together, probably on purpose. It's possible people can remain in pairs. We can try. Sounds reasonable. How long can you maintain this? Barrett pointed to her swirling barrier. It didn't seem like it would directly stop anything, but it did give her a bigger area of vision and perhaps some ability to attack anything that entered. Anywhere else? A couple hours with no interference. Here, there's so much energy and mana pouring in. It doesn't take that much to maintain as long as it's not being attacked. I guess I should have spent more time on magic. Barrett shook his head, except of course I couldn't know this was going to happen. There's plenty of berserk energy around, but that needs to be wrestled under control. It can't just constantly be used. Too bad for you. Orelia pushed gently off the ground and floated up into the air, almost as if she had no weight. As she did so, a hand reached up from the sand, except it was also sand. Barrett simply stomped down on the things reaching for himself, and they broke apart easily enough even without berserk energy. These were the most basic forms of enemy, and they could only reform parts once or twice before they lost shape entirely. The bigger annoyance was the sand that had gotten into Barrett's wounds earlier, as he had to keep pushing it out of the healing wounds. At least Aurelia's barrier was keeping most of the sand away from them. There was a large nearly flat circle on the ground for them to stand on, and the center of her barrier had no wind moving at all. Then a ball of fire flew out of the sandstorm around them, and they knew they had something new to deal with. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 246. The fireball was flung off course by the winds around Orelia, but it curved itself around to try to still hit its intended target. Orelia dodged out of the way at the last moment, letting it fly off behind her and then fizzle out. There was something much more elegant when a member of the Order of Four Winds dodged and the floating grace they moved with, especially when comparing the lightness of their steps to Barrett. The end result was often effectively the same, however. Barrett looked through the swirling sand to see a humanoid shape formed entirely of fire. Outside of specific places, elementals like the fire elemental couldn't maintain their form. After all, it took the right attribute of energy or mana to power them. It just so happened that the bicentennial conflux was the perfect location for elementals to show up, though with the surroundings being desert Barrett wouldn't imagine there would be water elementals. He couldn't tell for sure, but it seemed the fire and earth energy was a bit stronger and the water weaker, but that could have just been his imagination because he was only really attuned to feeling berserk energy. As the fire elemental approached, its form stretched out with trails of flame stretching out in the direction of the wind. However, at the current strength of Orelia's wind barrier it seemed to be just an annoyance. Even so, it seemed determined to enter the center of the area. Because of that, Barrett moved up to attack. If it was even slightly weaker in the wall of wind, it would be best to fight it there. Fire was well down the list of things that frightened Barrett, but quite near the bottom of the list of things he liked as well. Barrett swung his axe at the fire elemental, berserk energy crackling on its surface. As he swung from right to left his axe moved in tandem with the wind. Even so, the fire elemental merely leaned backwards, not needing to balance on its feet. Still, the fact that it dodged at all meant it sensed some danger from Barrett's attack. On the backswing, Barrett's attack was slightly hampered by the wind instead. Not much, but as he stepped in the fire elemental had an extra moment to step back to avoid his slash at its legs. The fire elemental didn't just stand there letting him attack. It retaliated by launching balls of fire from, pretty much any point on its body. Barrett dodged most of them, though once or twice they hit him and splattered over his armor. The heat seeped in through his armor and the earlier gaps that had been cut on his arms. It was unpleasant but casual attacks from the fire elemental wouldn't be enough. Behind Barrett, Orelia was concentrating on her control of the wind barrier. This included pushing Barrett or the fire elemental at opportune time, helping Barrett to dodge or to constrain the fire elemental's movements. As she did so, Barrett's axe finally found purchase, slicing open a part of the fire elemental's chest. Flames poured out but then resolidified in a few moments, keeping the form of the elemental. Seeing that its smaller attacks had no effect, the fire elemental changed tactics. After dodging another attack, it moved forward while Barrett was slowed by swinging against the wind. It attempted to cover him, flowing over his body. Barrett let it do so, but pulled back the berserk energy he was gathering on his axe to cover himself. The fire burned him but at the same time his berserk energy tore it apart from the inside. It still managed to maintain its form until Barrett pushed the berserk energy out and threw it. He took a few deep breaths. The battle hadn't been all that hard, but it was just one of many he still needed to go through. In addition to that, the fire elemental didn't have any concentrated berserk energy so Barrett had to slowly gather some from what was around. Barrett and Orelia went through an entire day of fighting from afternoon to afternoon of the next day. They weren't constantly fighting, but they didn't get breaks of much longer than a quarter hours at any point. Most of the fights weren't extremely taxing but it was starting to wear on them. If there wasn't a nearly endless amount of energy and mana in the atmosphere they would have been drained dry long before, but then again, in that case they wouldn't have needed to fight or even be where they were at all. Throughout that time they ran into several other groups, some of which had realized that pairs were able to stay together for some reason. During the time between battles, they would sit and rest as much as they could. Barrett admired Orelia's ability to keep up the wind barrier. Though she didn't have to call on large personal reserves of energy and mana, being able to maintain control of it for such a long time was a much bigger accomplishment than if someone merely had high capacity. It wasn't extremely strong defensively but it did provide an area where they could both fight more effectively. As he meditated to gather and tame more berserk energy, Barrett considered breaking through to 4th tier. He would have to do it at some point, and there was certainly enough energy around. However, he would be out of commission afterwards. While Orelia could defend him, he didn't want to burden her with that. In addition, he felt something building up and he might be able to do something even better. Waiting wouldn't be bad for him. Then blood splashed on his face. He'd felt the slightest bit of killing intent from something, and then some from Orelia, directed at that barely felt figure. All he saw in front of him was her sword covered in blood, as well as blood dripping down an invisible figure that had pulled away. An air elemental? No, they would not bleed. Besides, they would be visible from kicking up dust all around them. Orelia sighed, I thought I would get him. Barrett was already on his feet, ready to fight the unseen figure. All he had to do was guess how it might attack, but to do that he would have to figure out how they would fight. He threw a lead ball at the area where blood was appearing and falling to the ground, though he was fairly certain most of the explosion of shrapnel didn't hit the target. Barrett saw a hint of something in the air, poison. That narrowed down the possibilities. Silver blades were an option, but it could also be any sort of other assassin. As for what other assassins would be after them, Ruklua was the most likely subject, though they would have had some difficulty getting through all the higher-tier cultivators. Just because Barrett couldn't sense much didn't mean they couldn't. Then again, the dust storm and abundance of energy could balance it out. The higher-tier cultivators' likely stronger senses and make it much easier for a skilled assassin to slip past. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 247. The assassin managed to stay invisible, and Barrett's senses couldn't pick them out with all the energy around disrupting him. The wind of Orelia's barrier also made enough sound that Barrett couldn't pick them out, and he hadn't trained scent enough for it to be useful in this situation. That still left sight. Though the assassin was invisible, it wasn't perfect. It seemed they had done something to their wound to prevent it from bleeding much, but the wind still picked up tiny droplets of blood. If he could track where they first appeared, he could lock down their position. Barrett moved in with his axe, ready to chop them in half. Then he felt his throat being sliced. He jumped back as he felt the killing intent, unable to do anything but retreat. Even though he did so, he felt a tiny nick on his throat. It was extremely difficult to dodge attacks he couldn't see coming. For one thing, just sensing killing intent gave him less time to react, at least when the opponent could hide it to some extent. Orelia was doing nothing. Instead of moving to attack with him, she was just standing, concentrating on something. Though the wind barrier did take concentration, normally it wasn't that much. She must have had a plan, he hoped. Training with her for a month and fighting with her in a large battle and for the last day had given Barrett confidence in her competence, but he wasn't really sure how good their teamwork would be when it really mattered. On the assumption that he wouldn't actually be fighting alone, Barrett prepared to move forward again. Then he saw it. It was becoming much more clear. There were swirls of sand and dust where there should have been only streaks. They vaguely formed the shape of a human figure, or at least the outline of one. Barrett charged back in, but threw another lead ball to explode vaguely towards the assassin's feet as he got close. With the dust swirling around the figure, he could just make out their movements a moment before he felt the killing intent, and that let him continue his swing and lean forward so that his helmet would be the direct target and aiming at his neck would require an entirely different attack trajectory. Attacking in such a position would have unbalanced him, but he shifted his weight with some stamina. The assassin's attack actually cut through Barrett's helmet and cut open part of his forehead, but the berserk energy on Barrett's axe sliced into them. The actual blade didn't connect, but there was a splattering of blood, and then no signs of the assassin at all. He's gone, Orelia said. He retreated out of the barrier. That was the correct choice, and that also disappointed Barrett. He'd missed his chance to kill whoever that was, though hopefully they would be injured enough they couldn't attack anyone else. If he had kept more alert, he might have had a chance to attack at the same time as Orelia. It was a hard balance to strike, when resting was necessary as well. A moment later, Barrett sensed something else. On the other side of where the assassin had left, another sort of hole in the dust storm had opened up. He whipped around to look, and saw a man with another wind barrier around him. Leo! Orelia called out. Orelia! The man waved as he moved closer. The two wind barriers combined into one, leaving the three of them in the calm where they didn't have to shout. Leo turned to Barrett and gave a slight bow. Leo, of the Order of Four Winds, though I suppose you could guess that. Barrett bowed back. Barrett, Immortal Berserker sect. I suppose I should be moving on now. Why? Leo asked, looking at Orelia, are we not all allies? Orelia responded, we are, but this place seems to be keeping groups larger than two apart from each other. Attacks by various things come to force people apart. I don't know if that's typical of the bicentennial conflux. Oh, I see. Leo nodded, I have not run into anyone else since the start, no one friendly anyway. There were the monsters and a warrior who was likely from Ruklua. Regardless, I suppose I should be moving on then. I don't want to break up a team. Barrett shook his head. I have reasons to go looking for others. It seems like the two of you should work together well, right? That's right, Orelia agreed, Leo and I have fought together many times before. I don't want to send you off on your own though. Someone has to be alone. And, like I said, I have to go look for someone. Who? Orelia grinned, oh, is it Reyna? Well. I don't know. She'll likely be fine, but I got this vague prophecy from the Fourth Eye Seers. Leo sighed, Yuuk, their prophecies are the worst. I mean, they're accurate and all that, but sometimes it just makes your head hurt. I don't know why they can't just explain. It's possible it makes the prophecies inaccurate, Barrett pondered, though I also heard that being able to see the future makes you crazy and incapable of proper communication. Makes sense, Leo nodded. Well then, Barrett stopped as he was heading towards the edge of the wind barriers, then slightly moved between Leo and Orelia. Before I go, are we sure you're Leo? I am, Orelia responded. His wind barrier is real. Great, Barrett nodded, I just wanted to make sure. It wouldn't do to just leave. I remember Reyna talking about the time in the forest after you guys met again, appearances aren't that hard to disguise, but techniques and energy are harder. Speaking of which, this technique is somewhat based on the teachings from the Tornado Plains. Thanks for that tip. Orelia nodded. Well, we are allies after all, Barrett bowed, now I should be off before the bicentennial conflux decides we've been loitering too much. For the next day, Barrett wandered around, occasionally wandering across allies or enemies, and sometimes there were other cultivators that seemed to be neither. Those he completely avoided, and they were happy to do the same with him. Some of them seemed to have just advanced to 4th tier, which was not surprising because that was the very reason people would come to this place. Barrett still felt there was something just a bit more he needed. Then he came across a lone figure facing away from him. The figure leaned slightly to the side and stabbed out over his shoulder with a dagger, stabbing a formerly invisible assailant who was holding a garrote. They fell into a bloody heap on the sand. The lone figure Barrett had first spotted turned around, and Barrett could see it was Einar, with all 4 of his eyes glowing. Barrett. Now is the time. Act quickly. He held his arms out to the sides, and at that moment Barrett just heard 2 voices on the wind. The first was Reyna, and the second was Nilima. Barrett's feet moved on their own, running. He wasn't sure why he made the decision he did, but it was the first thing that came to mind. After knowing someone for so long, all the feelings about them were tied up in a strange mess. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 248. Barrett had known Reyna nearly his whole life, and she had been around during the first half of his life. After the fire, they had been separated for a handful of years. When they met again, Reyna had become strong. She would be okay without him. Members of the Order of the Four Winds were in the area, and they might already be with her. Meanwhile, Barrett had met Nilima at the beginning of the second half of his life. The first thing she did was beat him up on the street. Nilima appeared even stronger, able to stand on her own against seemingly all odds. The chance of her needing Barrett's help weren't high, but if she did need help there was no one else to do so. She didn't have a sect to protect her, and Mistress Joshi often left Nilima to her own devices. After being told to act quickly, Barrett's legs had carried him towards Nelima. He only thought about what it meant afterwards. Even then, he still didn't really know except that he cared what happened to her, though the same was true of Reyna. As he ran, Barrett felt it. This was the time he could break through to 4th tier. Normally, any attempt to break through in an area with combat was risky. That was even more true for the Immortal Berserker style. However, with all of the energy in the area, Barrett felt he wouldn't exhaust himself. There was still the issue that he would be destroying his ability to heal. That would still take time to recover. 8 hours, more or less. However, basic recovery ability would take only a minute. He couldn't recover fast enough in battle to heal wounds anyway. Breaking through would give him access to greater amounts of berserk energy to fight with, and since he felt it was the right time, he didn't hesitate. From inside himself and all around him, Barrett gathered berserk energy, channeling it to destroy his healing ability. Every time he did so, it took more energy as his body's toughness grew stronger, and this time was especially so. He could barely control enough energy all at once to do it, and as he did, pain coursed through his body. This was what it felt like to die, or at least sit at death's door. However, pain could be managed. His body stumbled for a moment, then he continued running. As he ran, berserk energy came to fill him up like rain pouring in an empty bucket. From nearly out of energy, he was filled to an unprecedented level. He could hold more berserk energy now that he was a master, and an additional small portion because of the circumstances. The reason people didn't just wait until after the bicentennial conflux to avoid the possible danger was because it was beneficial to break through during such an event. Possibly only in a small way, but cultivators liked to take advantage of whatever they could. Barrett felt he would always be able to contain more berserk energy, perhaps just 5%, but that could be another average attack. It took less than a minute before Barrett stumbled across Nelima. He heard her shout, a shout of combat and not pain, so he hopefully wasn't too late, or wrong. Maybe she would have been fine and he needed to help Reyna. Barrett just hoped he didn't regret anything, but it was already far too late to change his mind. Barrett couldn't see anything other than Nelima in the swirling sand, but she moved to dodge, using her energy to deflect something. Magic? It was hard to tell from where Barrett was, all the mana around him making discernment difficult. As he approached, he felt something attacking him as well. The killing intent didn't contain any intent for direct physical harm, instead, it was a curse of some sort, carrying with it the feeling of decay. Barrett stepped towards the attack, swinging his axe. Nobody could be very far in this dust storm and target him, and he extended his berserk energy at least a meter beyond the axe itself. He felt contact with something, a magic barrier of some kind, but the curse attack was disrupted. If the opponent hadn't been invisible, Barrett could have made sure they didn't do anything again. At least, that was the way he felt. There was just something different about being at 4th tier. Hopefully it wasn't overconfidence. Nelima. Barrett yelled, then tossed a talisman towards her. He had kept up his practice of making anti-curse talismans, and though they weren't all that much to speak of, they were at least some protection, though Barrett had also just seen Nelima use her energy to redirect such an attack. The talisman flew through the air and Nelima turned to see it, grabbing it. Barrett? She struck out in front of her, her energy likewise extending far beyond her body. Barrett saw it deflect off another invisible barrier. Take care of that guy over there. I'm on it. Barrett was trying to grasp the location of his opponent. It only took a moment to pick them out among the swirling dust. It would take more complicated illusion magic to hide their location completely in such circumstances. While the opponent seemed to be a skilled mage, that wasn't their area of expertise. Barrett launched himself forward, using the power of his boots to move surprisingly quickly, even to himself, because he also added berserk energy to boost himself forward. He swung at the invisible figure, intending to cleave them in two. His axe met something both hard and soft. He felt it cutting through something, but not all the way. Then his target became visible, unable to concentrate on both effects. Barrett recognized the black tendrils of energy that the necromancers of the grasping hand used. Perhaps others, but they were no further from their home than he was. He supposed it didn't matter. Barrett wasn't a fan of necromancers attacking his friends in any case. It only took a moment for the necromancer to repair the damaged tendril, and Barrett could see they were drawing energy from the air around them and not just the mana. They could absorb life force, so any sort of free energy also seemed to be helpful. Barrett could recover his energy too, but berserk energy was exhausting to use and control in any case. It would be better to win faster, especially if he was going to help Nelima by doing more than just keeping her fight to a one-on-one. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 249. Berserk energy flowed through Barrett as he got into the rhythm of combat. Cut, parry, chop, slash, dodge, slice. His opponent matched him at every turn, blocking with tendrils of darkness and forcing him to defend himself from both tendrils and an occasional bolt of blackness, some sort of curse Barrett wanted no part of. If he had to take a hit, he much preferred the tendrils. At most they would bruise him and try to drain his life force, but he had a firm grip on that with his pure body tempering. He wasn't 4th tier as a body temperer, but it still allowed him to resist his opponent as long as he didn't allow them to do as they pleased. His opponent of course was likewise 4th tier, recently broken through as a master. Barrett could feel it in the way their magic fluctuated slightly. It wasn't a lack of control but rather a sudden increase in it, moments where a tendril moved to block something that it shouldn't have been able to, that sort of thing. Winning quickly seemed important, not just because of the warning from Einar, but because of the particular attributes of these opponents. Nelima excelled in fighting opponents she could reach directly, more or less. Armor or thin barriers did little to stop her, but if she could be kept from approaching then she couldn't do any real damage. The tendrils of darkness the necromancers used didn't have any vital organs inside them, so she would have to expend more energy than normal to cause any real damage. Perhaps she could reach through to hit the necromancer behind. She often surprised Barrett with her skill. Maybe she would have been fine without him, in which case Barrett needed to win even more quickly. Perhaps it was Reyna in trouble and he wouldn't be too late. Just as Barrett was starting to build up momentum, sand monsters started popping up from the ground. Though they were not particularly dangerous or hard to defeat, the various humanoid or animal-shaped figures got in the way of everything. Barrett couldn't completely ignore them, so he had to chop a few of them down, which gave the necromancer a chance to breathe. Meanwhile, the necromancer seemed to find no issue pulling energy and mana out of things that were animated as well as the atmosphere itself, so each flick of a tendril collapsed a sand creature and gave their mass of tendrils just a bit more power. Barrett could see the number, size, and reach of the tendrils increasing. He couldn't let the battle drag on. He had wanted to conserve some energy for helping Nelima, but he couldn't afford to think about the next battle just yet. Barrett had to win now, and to do that he needed more energy more quickly. Instead of properly refining the berserk energy from the around him, he could more loosely control it. That meant it would almost certainly damage him as well as causing even more damage to his axe, which had been holding up admirably so far. Still, if he could call upon enough at once he could break through the necromancer's defenses. Barrett chopped and slashed and cut and sliced and pressed forward. Dodging and parrying wouldn't matter if his opponent couldn't take the chance to attack him. It didn't work entirely that way, but Barrett managed to move into a favorable position with only a few hits taken. Berserk energy crackled around him, pulverizing even the dust, along with himself. His body could handle it, but he had taken at least as much damage from the berserk energy he was channeling as the opponent had done to him. The form of the berserk energy around his axe wasn't a distinct shape, but all parts of it were sharp and deadly as it chopped into a dark tendril, severing it and others next to it. The momentum of Barrett's axe didn't stop as he chopped again and again, not giving his opponent time to steady himself. Then there was a perfect opening and his axe sliced through the man vertically, if slightly unevenly. Even with that, Barrett wasn't done. He chopped out once again, his axe slicing at the fleeing spirit that appeared a moment later. His head was filled with a mental scream as he sliced through the hazy figure that fell to pieces. Then he heard a physical scream from behind him. It was a scream of pain and rage. Barrett turned to see Nilima. She dodged and weaved her way among the tendrils of the necromancer she was facing, trying to find a chance to attack. The tendrils slid past her, alternately because of her movements and her deflecting them with her energy. Barrett didn't see any immediate injuries on her except a couple bruised-looking spots where her deflections possibly hadn't been enough. However, he didn't waste time trying to figure out more. He moved in behind the necromancer, not entirely surprised that his attack was blocked even from behind. While he could disguise his killing intent, the amount of berserk energy he was pouring into his attacks couldn't be hidden even among all the other energy in the area. At least his attack forced the necromancer to duck away and try to turn to face both combatants at once. Nilima and Barrett circled around the single necromancer, attacking from both sides. Barrett chopped at the tendrils, and while the necromancer focused on protecting against those, Nilima attacked from the other side. Her energy was adept at traveling through defenses, but the tendrils of darkness could at least diminish the effect. Since she couldn't get close, the distance also caused the power of her attacks to drop off. Most of her attacks just caused slight cuts to appear on the necromancer instead of penetrating inside and destroying his organs. If they could just keep up their pace, they would be able to wear the necromancer down, but that didn't seem to be an option. Barrett wasn't sure about Nilima, but he personally wasn't able to keep up with his level of energy expenditure, even with the berserk energy flowing through and around him constantly. The calm face of the necromancer he was fighting didn't betray any sense of tiredness, though that could have been a bluff. Even so, Barrett was just about empty. Then something happened to make up Barrett's mind about how he would act next. Nilima failed to completely slip past a tendril that wrapped around her leg. It solidly caught on for several moments. A giant tendril slammed towards her and she took the hit from it directly. She used the momentum from the hit to pull away, but Barrett saw her leg was injured, blackened and unpleasant looking. She looked like she could barely even stand. It had been some time since Barrett had to overdraft his energy reserves. He knew it was a terrible idea to do just after breaking through, more than usual anyway. However, it wouldn't do much good if he failed to help Nilima. Barrett reached down inside himself and pulled out berserk energy that he did not yet have, as well as what formed the basis of his energy cultivation. At this point, he wasn't even really thinking about the consequences, or anything. Immortal Berserkers were supposed to be different. They were supposed to think about things before they acted and use their control over berserk energy to achieve victory. However, it didn't matter how much control he had if he didn't have energy. As the berserk energy from deep inside him mixed with all the energies of the bicentennial conflux around him, Barrett just pulled on any source of power he could. His muscles and bones ached from the barely controlled berserk energy passing through him, and his armor shattered. His axe managed to hold together for another attack, chopping towards the necromancer in front of him. All of the tendrils formed together into a solid mass on the side Barrett was attacking. Though he would have liked to change trajectories, it was too late. Even so, his axe chopped through the entire set of black tendrils, exploding from the collision and sending shards of metal covered in berserk energy into the necromancer's chest. The necromancer coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then a spirit flew out of them. Barrett had no more weapon, but he swung out with his bare hand, claws of berserk energy extending from his fingertips and slicing through the spirit, but not completely dissipating it as it flew away into the sandy air and out of sight. Then Barrett turned to look at Nilima. She was sitting on the ground clutching her chest. He immediately rushed over. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 250. Nilima didn't seem to be in any state to talk, so Barrett placed his hand on her back to feel how she was doing. He didn't have any berserk energy left to speak of, the tiny wisps that were left over after his final attack already dissipating. However, it was better to not use much anyway. He felt inside her chest that her heart was contained by her energy. Inside it he could just barely feel sick, twisted curse energy. Nilima's heart was struggling, beating a few times irregularly, and then it stopped. Barrett didn't think about anything. This was the time for action. "I need you to trust me," he said in Nilima's ear. He had no way to know if she heard him. She was still conscious to some degree with her energy containing the curse, but it wouldn't matter if it reached the rest of her if she had no heart. Barrett flipped Nilima around, then plunged his hand into her chest, slicing with wisps of berserk energy. Her bones and muscles were weak, though he did his best to only damage what he had to. At the same time, his left hand went into his own chest. His own bones and muscles were more solid than steel and he didn't have the berserk energy to slice through, so he merely told his body to come apart. Pure body tempering allowed the transference of toughness from one part to another, and the parts it came from were weaker. Barrett's bones were like paper as moved all of the structure from around the core of his heart into it and tore it out, with one last attempt to make it do something that was grasping at straws. At the same time he grasped Nilima's heart and the curse it had. Maybe she had hurt him or maybe she was unable to act, but either way he severed the arteries and veins and pulled it out. It was a mass of black gooey near liquid now, and he tossed it to the side. Then he shoved his own heart into Nilima's chest. It was a bit larger and didn't quite fit, but he watched as it suddenly grasped onto her own arteries and veins, attaching to them. So it had worked. He wasn't sure if he could use pure body tempering to control his heart after it left his body, but giving it instructions had seemed to work. He closed up her ribcage and chest, then pulled out bottles of pills. Some of them he crushed and sprinkled on her chest, some of them he put in her mouth, and some he put into his own mouth and swallowed. Then he flopped onto his back and covered his chest with his hands. He really didn't want any more sand getting in there than there already was. Barrett cut off his senses, drawing stamina from all around his body and into his chest. There, he started moving the blood through the arteries and veins manually. He was almost surprised he could make the blood move, but he supposed stamina was a form of power to make things happen. If he survived, Almher would love to hear what he had discovered. Nilima coughed, a mouthful of blood spraying out. Her chest hurt. Ah, of course it did. The curse, she moved to continue containing it with her energy, but found it wasn't in her heart anymore. No, she couldn't say that. It wasn't even her heart in there. Not that she took careful notice of the details of her heart, but she could feel it was bigger and different. This heart was full of vitality, pumping blood so powerfully through her that it hurt. Part of that was that her chest was cut open, part of it was the arteries and veins were not fully attached, but it was also too much. However, beyond the pain nothing seemed to be in immediate danger. As she looked closely with her senses she saw the heart was fusing itself to her own arteries continuously, the wounds healing one tiny bit at a time. She dizzily sat up. She vaguely remembered what had happened, but she had passed out for a few moments. Or maybe more than a few moments. She felt the remnants of a dozen kinds of medicines in her body, meaning it must have been at least an hour. She looked around and saw Barrett through the dust and sand. That idiot. She crawled over next to him and put a finger on his neck. She didn't feel a pulse, but the body was still somewhat warm. Her energy had recovered somewhat while she was out. She carefully used it to feel if there was something she could do, but found that while Barrett had no pulse, his blood was flowing. It was just continuous instead of in bursts. She didn't dare look long at the mass of blood in his chest for fear she might disrupt it with her energy. As she got close she could hear Barrett's breathing was ragged, and she could guess why. She used her energy to feel inside his lungs and found blood and gritty sand inside. Using as much care as she could she started coaxing it out a handful of grains and a milliliter of fluid at a time. It was hard work, not only because of the detail involved but because Barrett's body unconsciously rejected her energy's intrusion. Ironically, besides the heart her own chest was in a worse state. The damage to the muscles and ribcage of Barrett were just reddish scars now, terrible to look at but no longer bleeding or anything. Nilima's bleeding had stopped for the most part, with coagulant powder being used on the outside. Around her heart where she had expected the worst issues was actually not that bad. If an attack came now, Nilima would probably just die. She couldn't really stand, her leg was still injured though at least it didn't seem to be getting worse. Her energy was stable but drained, only good for small tasks and not for fighting. And, though her blood was flowing fine now, she had lost some. That made her quite drowsy, such that she could barely keep her head up. She didn't even notice that the energy around her was settling down and the sandstorm was ending as she drifted back into unconsciousness. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 251. It wasn't long before Master Heikel came to find Barrett. Nilima heard him calling Barrett's name from a distance. It woke her up, and she rolled away from Barrett as quickly as she could. That hurt her leg, but it was actually beginning to recover. At least, now it was at the point where it was just extremely painful and recovering instead of extremely painful and getting worse. Barrett! Master Heikel called out once again as he reached him. Like Nilima, he placed a hand on Barrett and likely found no pulse. Can you explain what happened here? Master Heikel turned to look at Nilima. She was pretty sure it wasn't directed at her, but at that moment Master Heikel exuded a terrifying aura. She was clearly aware that he could tear her to shreds in a moment even if she was fully recovered. He tore out his heart. Nilima's voice trailed off. To save me. Nilima felt Master Heikel was looking through her, just for a moment. Then all the feelings of hostility faded. Is that so? Master Heikel sighed loudly. I sure picked a crazy disciple. He should be, Nilima found it hard to form sentences, even with the pressure from Master Heikel gone. He should be able to survive, right? He wouldn't have done that if he didn't think he would live. You think so? Master Heikel looked down at Barrett. I don't actually know if he thought about that part. Nilima didn't know what to say. She didn't much talk with anyone anyway. She just waited around as people gathered together. Barrett was loaded up on a wagon next to some other people who couldn't walk. Nilima walked along behind it because there wasn't anywhere else in the group to really go. She probably could have gone on a wagon herself, but she didn't really need it. She could still walk. Sure, pain shot up her leg every time she took a step, but it wasn't making her leg worse, at least not much. Besides, that wasn't as bad as the pain in her chest. Ever since she woke up it had been constantly aching. This wasn't some stupid emotional pain. This was physical soreness. That was strange, because since she had woken up again it had seemed healed. If she didn't pay close attention to the size and how her ribcage was slightly distorted, she wouldn't have known the heart wasn't hers. There was some scarring around where her chest had been torn open and where the arteries and veins connected, but that wasn't where it hurt. It hurt everywhere, like someone was stabbing thousands of needles into her whole chest. It almost felt like fighting Barrett. While she could deflect most of his berserk energy, there was always some that made it through and injured her. Then she had to go around to root it out. In fact, it felt exactly like berserk energy, coming from the heart. Nilima had recovered to perhaps a fifth of her new energy capacity. That was enough to go rooting around and driving out the berserk energy. It was deep enough it was hard to get out without causing more damage, but she eventually managed to drive it out. She thought that would be the end of it until the next morning. When they stopped for the first night, Nilima felt hungry. It wasn't like she hadn't eaten anything. She'd eaten the normal amount of rations plus the amount she ate when she was recovering from injuries. Even so, it felt like she hadn't eaten all day. She ate another helping and went to sleep. In the morning, she woke up feeling like she was starving, and with the feeling of berserk energy back in her chest. She started off by eating triple the normal amount of rations. Mistress Joshi had always tried to get her to eat more, but she just wasn't hungry normally. She hadn't been this hungry since before Mistress Joshi first found her. Inside Nilima, she could see there was indeed more berserk energy. It didn't make any sense unless the heart was producing berserk energy. However, it also didn't make sense because without her actively fighting it off it should have just dissolved her heart, except it wasn't her heart. It was Barrett's, so it would be fine, but in that case the rest of her body around it should have been torn to shreds, and her lungs would have been a bloody pulp when she woke up if she did. There were traces of blood in her lungs which she expelled, but the overall damage wasn't that much. When the alliance started moving again, she noticed her leg was healed more than it should have been. Damn it, Barrett, what did you do to me? Nilima muttered to herself. Dr. Stieber had come with the alliance to the bicentennial conflux. He watched as Shanta looked over Barrett. Well, what do you think? The same as yesterday, more or less. Shanta shook her head. It's clear what's wrong, but I haven't ever fixed a removed heart. At least, not without another one being ready. Could we just put another heart in there? What do you think? Dr. Stieber asked, would you stick a hand in there? Would the heart be rejected by the body? Shanta tapped her chin. I don't know whether his body would reject it, but I wouldn't want to risk disrupting whatever's happening in there. Stieber turned towards Master Heikel, who was watching nearby, assuming we found a donor. I am sure I could sew a new heart in there quickly enough to cause minimal disruptions. Then he would either live or die. Isn't that always the case? Master Heikel asked. The doctor shook his head, as he currently is, I do not know whether he will live or die. There are some signs that he will not be able to keep this up forever, but it may be momentary fluctuations. If I insert a heart and it works he will live, otherwise the disruption will almost certainly cause him to die. He has settled into some sort of a rhythm with that blood flow and I doubt there is any conscious thought to it now. Dr. Stieber tapped his fingers on the nearby wagon as he thought. If the heart is too weak it won't be able to pump sufficient amounts of blood. Too strong and it is more likely to be rejected. The good news is, there's no berserk energy in there to worry about. And yet his heart isn't recovering, Master Heikel shook his head, it should be for any number of reasons. Dr. Stieber nodded, the medicine isn't doing anything. There are stronger organ recovery medicines, but I think the problem is his body's limits. He's just barely able to keep up what he's doing with nothing spare for anything else, and he may even be a bit short. If he were conscious then we could hope for him to improve his technique's efficiency, but in this state that's unlikely. A throat cleared behind them, excuse me, a man behind them bowed to each of them in turn. Dr. Stieber, Master Heikel. Shanta. He seemed unsure of how to address Shanta. She was still Dr. Stieber's apprentice, but she could also be considered a master by martial cultivation standards. That was also true of himself. I am Einar Hale. Your disciple Barrett seems to be a magnet for prophecy. Master Heikel frowned, what does that mean? Is it good? It is just a phrasing. However, most people don't have a half dozen or more prophecies made about or related to them, including the one I have now. Einar's face transformed as the two vertical eyes appeared and the rest of his facial features faded from view. His eyes glowed and he spoke, the one with the greatest concern for Barrett Ravenhall must journey to the Valley of All Souls. There, they might learn to bring peace and life to him. Einar's face returned to normal and he turned to walk away. Is that it? Master Heikel called out after him. Do you want more? Einar turned and raised an eyebrow. Will it disrupt the prophecy? Einar shrugged, I have no idea. Probably. Thank you for the prophecy. Einar bowed, of course. Mistress Ismini sends her regards. Master Heikel shook his head, now I have to find where the Valley of All Souls is. Dr. Stieber shook his head. I am afraid I have not heard of it either. It is just as well that you watch over Barrett until he reaches Streeto. At this point another day or two will be fine, and if there are issues of berserk energy it would be good to have you. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 252. It seemed like things should have gotten better for Nilima, but they didn't. Every day more and more berserk energy was produced inside of her and she had to spend more effort removing it. She could feel her body being taken over, first just her heart but then spreading out from there to her lungs and ribcage and the rest of her organs. Soon enough it would spread to her limbs and head as well. This was all Barrett's fault. If he hadn't done anything she would have just died, but now both of them were going to. Well, Barrett might still live. Master Heikel and Reyna were off at the Valley of All Souls finding the way to save him. Meanwhile, she was feeling her body constantly breaking down from berserk energy. It seemed to be recovering at approximately the same rate, but it was still extremely painful. Sorry, Barrett. Master Heichel shook his head. I searched the whole place. I didn't find anything. I'll be heading back, but I don't know what I could find. That's the thing about prophecies. Does might mean I can fail? Maybe I was already too late. Dr. Stibber shook his head. I haven't found any methods either. I spoke with the pure body temperer, Master Elmher. The body can only keep up with so much, and Barrett is reaching that limit. He said he might be able to take over Barrett's functionality as his heart, or kill them both. I have procured a heart, but I have become more doubtful that a replacement would be successful. I tried some microtransplants, bits of skin and tissue and such to see how his body handles it. They seem to have been actively expelled from his body and broke down quickly afterwards. He doesn't even have any berserk energy. I'm not sure why that would happen. Master Heichel sighed. Perhaps it's related to having a true immortal body. The Valley of All Souls didn't look like much of anything to Nilima. It was just a bunch of rocks and dirt. That is, it didn't seem to be anything until she stepped foot into it. Immediately as she stepped inside she felt the death energy that suffused through the place. No wonder there were no trees or even bits of grass in the area. She circulated her energy around her body, protecting herself from the draining death energy. It didn't seem like a place where there would be anything to find. If there was anything, it would stand out. Like that one boulder. Nilima pushed on it, rolling it off its place. Underneath was more dirt and rocks. After about an hour of wandering and trying to find something under a rock or a cave or something, she had to leave the area. Her energy was running low and she still had to fend off the berserk energy inside her. Using her energy for this was just going to let it spread faster, but she would rather not have them both die. It would be a waste of his efforts. She stabilized her energy and returned back into the valley. She had no idea how this place could be so full of death energy. A powerful necromancer or something must have been here, or someone or something else powerful died with resentment. Maybe a battle. However, there weren't any bodies or bones or leftover bits of equipment. Underneath the ground she didn't sense anything either, though extending her senses far through the death energy just resulted in the extended gentle energy she cultivated getting eaten up. That meant she had to leave to go recover more quickly. Berserk energy was so hard to deal with. She had to constantly fight with it to keep it from tearing her apart from the inside, so she just pushed it out as soon as she could. Once outside her, it just dispersed chaotically into the surroundings. If there had been anything around to damage it may have been a concern, but what did it matter if a few rocks and dirt got damaged? Nilima didn't want to sleep. She knew that she would wake up in the morning with a large amount of berserk energy to deal with. Had Barrett had so much inside him that his heart still had more to come out of it? No, she'd seen him and fought with him so much before then. Even though he'd advanced to 4th tier he wouldn't have that much left after the fight with the necromancer. She'd felt him using up his energy as they fought. Besides, it wasn't coming out but being produced. What was she supposed to do about that? She couldn't exactly live without Barrett's heart in there now, but could she live with it? After one more expedition, Nilima ran into a problem. She'd misjudged her depth into the valley and ran out of energy as she was dealing with the built-up berserk energy. Now she was without any protection from the berserk energy. It was building up inside and she could feel it was causing damage faster than she could heal. Her new heart wasn't really in trouble but her original lungs around it would soon break under the stress. If they got punctured or started filling up with blood it would be hard to recover. If only she could get the berserk energy out of her body. Nilima gritted her teeth, and felt the berserk energy fly out of her chest through her sternum. She learned 2 things from that. First, she could control the berserk energy, and second that doing so inexpertly would cause more damage than doing nothing. Her sternum was basically shattered which made every breath hurt as her lungs and the muscles around them pulled on her ribcage, something she never noticed when she was healthy. She'd had broken ribs before but nothing quite like this. Since all of the berserk energy was gone for the moment, she took some healing pills and ate some rations. She had thought she brought enough of those, even accounting for her increased appetite, but she was going to run out at some point. If she wanted to hunt something for food, she needed to leave the Valley of All Souls, which didn't seem to have any souls in it, at least not currently. As she digested her meal, she drifted off to sleep. In the morning she would have more of her own energy to deal with the berserk energy buildup, and she could figure out what to do then. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 253. Berserk energy was infuriating. That was Nilima's opinion at the current moment. When she had first learned to control energy, gentle energy made no sense. Sure, she understood the idea that she could slip past enemy defenses, but controlling it was too easy. Except it wasn't exactly easy, just that forcing it to work with her didn't work. Meanwhile, berserk energy only worked with her when she forced it, and while she thought she would like that sort of thing, it still hurt her even though it was nominally under her control. Trying to force it out on its own caused more damage, using gentle energy to push it out caused more damage, and just leaving it in her caused damage. There was no way to win. She could expend all of her normal energy to remove the berserk energy, but then she couldn't do any exploring of the Valley of All Souls, and she still needed to go deeper inside. That was the only thing that made sense, because she hadn't found whatever it was that was here. Though, maybe she wasn't the one who was supposed to find it. Master Heikel and Reyna had already been here searching for a while. The prophecy said, something Barrett something Valley of All Souls. The thing to help him was here, somewhere. Presumably, she would know it if she found it, since it would be the only thing besides a few rocks. The problem was she kept running out of energy. There was no way she was going into all that death energy without protecting herself. Even a strain of hair shriveled and fell apart when she threw it nearby. Maybe someone like Master Heikel could protect himself with the strength of his body, but she didn't have that. After she removed all the berserk energy with her own gentle energy, Nilima didn't have much to do but sit around waiting and thinking. Maybe she could do something with the death energy. She certainly hadn't trained to control it, but if she could just keep it away from herself. However, all attempts to control it did nothing. Perhaps if she had a method to draw it into herself she could learn to control it, or perhaps she would die. Either way, she couldn't do anything at a distance, and she sure wasn't going to just stick her hand in it unprotected. Later, when she had recovered some energy, she decided to try with it surrounding her. That meant she couldn't remove the berserk energy, but she could live with it for a bit, despite how unpleasant it was. That said, it probably would kill her if left too long. As she stepped into the death energy in the Valley of All Souls, she protected herself and felt around her. It was death energy. She wasn't sure there was much else to it. It embodied decay and all sorts of unpleasantness, and she definitely wouldn't let it touch her. As for controlling it, she let it get as close to her as she dared, then tried to move it. There was something, but she couldn't really sense any death energy responding to her. Then she was running out of her own protective energy. She was quite capable of keeping the death energy away while she still had power, but gentle energy didn't hold up to sustained attacks as well. Nilima retreated away from the death energy and was left with just berserk energy and a trace of her own energy. Expelling it directly would be disastrous to her health, so she tried to see if she could minimize its impact as it remained in her. Berserk energy liked to move chaotically, randomly, unlike her gentle energy which settled into a nice flow throughout her almost on its own. When she tried to make the berserk energy do the same, well, it turned into a predictable and steady amount of damage everywhere, but she had to hold it into the flow with constant willpower. For a small portion of berserk energy, spreading the damage throughout her body would make it pretty inconsequential, but if she was full up on it, it wouldn't be the same. If she became tougher like Barrett when she took damage, then it would eventually balance out and be alright. Unfortunately, she didn't train in the Immortal Berserker style, not that she would have wanted to risk a potentially greater than 50% chance of death just to start training anyway. After some sleep, Nilima was almost full up with berserk energy and gentle energy sort of filling her up. Her sternum was still broken and barely recovering, or sometimes getting worse. Soon enough, her body would fall apart, even if she spent all her effort to remove the berserk energy. Stepping back over the threshold of the Valley of All Souls, Nilima once again tried to control the death energy. She felt something moving, but this time she discovered it wasn't death energy. It was tiny traces of gentle energy and berserk energy. She adjusted her senses to feel at the smallest scale she could. Indeed, there was gentle energy, berserk energy, and a bit of everything else. Well, she couldn't definitively say there was everything. She didn't know what it all felt like. She didn't think there was any life energy, for example. She didn't feel the tiniest bits of that, except what was inside her. Once again outside the threshold of the valley, she felt inside herself, and besides berserk energy and gentle energy there was just a bit of everything else. It was a completely different scale from the bicentennial conflux where all sorts of energy were everywhere, and hadn't caused any real ill effects. Nilima cursed. Was this some sort of stupid balance thing? That was the dumbest sort of stuff. Taking two opposites to work together didn't even make sense from a basic standpoint. What even was an opposite? Fire and ice? Not opposites. Fire was heat and air, ice was water and cold. Heat and cold were opposites, sort of, but if you called them temperature, then they were just the same thing. Life and death. If you were talking about the death energy in the Valley of All Souls, maybe it was opposite life, but also just not having life was basically the same. She supposed it didn't matter. Some people trained to control multiple types of energy or magic. However, they had to do so from a starting point. It was a bit late for Nilima to learn to control such powerful berserk energy, and more importantly for her body to handle it. But maybe, well, she could use a nice power source to help sustain her gentle energy against the death energy. If she failed, what was going to happen anyway? She might die slightly faster. That was better than doing nothing. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 254. Immediately after Nilima attempted to make the berserk energy and her gentle energy work together, she could see how difficult it would be. Her gentle energy listened to her just fine, but the berserk energy had to be wrestled into place, and even then it tried to eat away at everything, including her gentle energy. At least when generally in the area of her gentle energy the berserk energy didn't do that much damage to her body. It couldn't afford much more. Though it was difficult, she saw tiny bits of progress. It wasn't like she'd been completely in control of her own energy when she first learned to how to use it. Combining her own energy and the berserk energy would be at least that hard. Except, it wasn't just berserk energy. It was her berserk energy. Much as she didn't want to admit it, it was being produced in her own body and vaguely fell under her control. Sure, it all originated with Barrett's heart, but she would be hard-pressed to say the heart wasn't part of her now. Recognizing the berserk energy was also hers might have been a significant mental step towards the right direction, but it didn't really help the berserk energy be under control. Only practice was doing that. After a day, Nilima had what remained of her two energies vaguely flowing together around her body. The gentle energy was sort of wrapped around a flow of berserk energy, which at least kept it from causing too much trouble. They had currently reached a stable equilibrium where they were replaced about as fast as they were moved up. That wasn't great, because it was maybe a quarter of what her total energy reserves should have been, but it was something. At the very least, it gave her body a chance to rest and heal. That only lasted until she slept and had to wrangle her newly recovered energy back into place, but at least she was quicker at it. After that, she moved to explore the Valley of All Souls. She wanted to see if her gentle energy would just collapse as it was damaged from inside and outside, which was a possibility, but she would at least have long enough to flee out of the area. As she stepped into the area she felt the death energy, but also the slight traces of everything else, if she concentrated. As for the actual effectiveness of her energy, she was happy to find that there was no immediate collapse. Her gentle energy held up, at least for a time. There was at least some hope of her being able to properly function, though she didn't last as long as she would have with just her gentle energy. Days passed, and Nilima worked out a system that worked well enough. She was able to get to about half of her full energy capacity, the berserk energy and gentle energy conflicting less. Any significant improvement beyond that point would probably take months or years of practice. Though her energy was less effective overall, at least now her body was able to recover instead of being constantly damaged. Her berserk energy flowed with the momentum of her gentle energy throughout her body without ruining everything, which was an improvement. Nilima was able to go deeper and deeper into the Valley of All Souls, partly because of her improved efficiency in energy usage but also because she just ran until about half her energy was depleted and she didn't have to stop and look for anything, because really, there was nothing to see. She moved around the perimeter of the valley so that she could feasibly explore most of it. If she made it to the middle from every side, that would be enough. Thus, after another week she was reasonably satisfied that there was nothing she could find here. She saw Master Heikel and Reyna occasionally, depending on whether the various rises in the valley got between them or not. Apparently they hadn't found it either. Nilima didn't want to be the first to give up, but she liked to think she was practical. Mistress Joshi had said she would meet Nilima in Streeto, after she became a master. That didn't mean soon, it could be another year, even. Mistress Joshi would show up eventually, in any case. For the time being, Nilima returned to the Immortal Berserker sect. Maybe Barrett was already recovering, or perhaps he had already died. She didn't really like that idea, but it was a reasonable possibility. Someone would have come to notify Master Heikel, but maybe they missed each other on the road or where there weren't roads. She was relieved to see that he was still alive. Dr. Stieber seemed to be checking up on him a couple times every day. However, still alive was about the best that could be said. He was apparently weakening still, not unexpected, but he wouldn't last more than another week or two. Seeing him herself, Nilima couldn't tell much difference. After all, his body was fairly healthy and he wasn't using energy. Just weird body tempering stuff. She wondered what happened to his berserk energy. It should have recovered by now, and there was no way it all originated in the heart. Yet he was empty of berserk energy, at least almost. As her senses swept over him, she detected slight traces of berserk energy. Then again, there was a little bit of everything. Outside of the Valley of All Souls, she had realized that there were always bits and pieces of practically every sort of energy, they just were so mixed up they couldn't really be sensed. Inside Barrett, there was a trace of natural, berserk energy like in the atmosphere in general. Then there was an even tinier amount of his own energy. It was constantly being destroyed and replaced, and it seemed as if it was fighting with his own body. She didn't see anything for it to be fighting against, but that was just the nature of berserk energy. It didn't even seem vaguely controlled, as if he was over his capacity. That didn't make sense because he'd broken through to 4th tier, and even at the very beginning of 1st tier he would have had more energy than this. But, that was in normal circumstances. She hadn't been able to watch him clearly during the battle, but she had felt his berserk energy. There had been a lot of it. He was probably overdrafting himself quite significantly. He seemed to have just broken through as well, which could be problematic. If she were to sense him and guess his tier now, without taking account of his physical body, she would have guessed he was a normal person. That meant there shouldn't have been any energy at all. Nilima thought about the situation. He already wasn't doing well. She had an idea that might ruin everything for him and make him hate her with only the possibility that it would actually help, but then again, he might die anyway. Perhaps she should just wait for Master Heikel or Reyna to come back from the Valley of All Souls with the solution, but she could also do something right now. No one was watching, so she reached over towards Barrett and began to eradicate any traces of energy inside him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 255. Removing the energy from Barrett was easy, there was barely any of it to mention. However, removing all of it was impossible. Specifically, it was constantly regenerating. Even at a slow rate, by the time Nilima reached one end of him there was just a bit more at the other. She'd sort of known that would be the case, but it hadn't really clicked right away. She would have to take more drastic measures. Hopefully Barrett would forgive her, but that would only matter if he lived. Of course, if she was the one to cause him to die, things wouldn't be looking good for her. That probably wouldn't happen, but she couldn't exactly be sure. Destroying someone's ability to generate energy wasn't precise like destroying a spleen or a kidney. The closest comparison would be something distributed throughout the body like blood vessels. Just, not physical, so the difficulty would be yet one step harder, especially if she wanted to avoid collateral damage. Very occasionally people would destroy the energy cultivation of enemies, but it was seldom perfect and always came with damage to the body. Since Nilima wanted Barrett to live and be as functional as possible, she had to be more careful. Fortunately, her gentle energy was entirely suited for such precision. The berserk energy she also had to deal with was a bit of a snag, but Barrett was resistant to that anyway. She started with his toes, not because they were significant in any way but instead because if she messed up it wouldn't be a big deal. Well, toes were important for balance, but he also wouldn't need to move energy through there, so if she found out she couldn't do the whole thing properly, it wouldn't be too bad. Destroying just a metaphysical part of someone couldn't be properly explained to a non-cultivator, but Nilima could do it. Her energy went in his left big toe and, then it was done. It probably hurt, but Barrett didn't have any reaction. Nilima could feel it was different, and with a quarter-hour of careful watching she was sure it wasn't producing any energy of its own, though there was some seeping in from around it. Then she moved on, one little piece at a time. It was hard work. Nilima found herself sweating and trembling after just one leg, but she couldn't quit now. She needed to finish this while she had a chance so that Barrett would have won. Assuming she didn't kill him, anyway. She tried not to think about that, or anything but doing what she needed to next. She had to be very careful in some parts, like Barrett's brain, but fortunately that was nearly the last place. The very last thing she went for was his chest, and where his heart would be. That was the only part Barrett was actively doing something and she didn't want to mess it up. She did her very best to be careful, and as she worked around the edges finishing the very last traces of her work, Barrett's blood flow stopped. Nilima panicked, but she didn't know what to do. She tried to move it herself, but then she felt it tugging against her, and moving on its own again. She breathed a sigh of relief. Barrett might not have been conscious, but he continued controlling his own blood flow. Nilima turned to leave, she couldn't do anything else and didn't want to just collapse next to Barrett, but on her way out of the room she ran into Dr. Stieber, who appeared seemingly from nowhere. At this point, if you'd had any negative intentions towards my patient then you would not be leaving alive. As it is, perhaps you should have considered asking someone else's opinion before doing something drastic. Dr. Stieber shook his head. I must also ask, why? Destroying his energy cultivation capabilities, what difference will it make? He wasn't producing energy anyway. As soon as he had appeared Nilima had jumped back and taken a defensive stance. Not that it would likely do much good against someone 2 tiers above her, but she could try. After she was reasonably certain he really wouldn't kill her, she answered, he was still producing energy on a very small scale. Small enough to be lost in the natural energy, but enough to damage him still. And you couldn't bring this up to me? Dr. Stieber shook his head. No, you were trained to be far too independent. Dr. Stieber moved to look at Barrett. Nilima could feel his energy suffusing through Barrett and the room. His energy focused in on smaller and smaller points, shrinking to the size of a palm and then a tip of a finger. I suppose it's a bit late to verify if your words were true, isn't it? Certainly, there is nothing on that scale now. You could pick it out. Dr. Stieber snapped his fingers. Aha, the bicentennial conflux. That probably had some effect, anyway. Makes me wish I was just a bit faster at my cultivation, but no matter. Perhaps your connection to berserk energy helped as well. Oh, might I say, excellent job, what you've done with your energy. Dr. Stieber waved his hand at her in general. Nilima stiffened and frowned. What do you mean? Just what I said. Excellent job. Balancing different energies is difficult, especially when thrust upon you. A couple weeks and you're basically stable, that's superb progress, even for those with top talent. Now then, he gestured to a nearby chair, you should sit there. Why? Nilima narrowed her eyes. Because I can't just let you leave and you'd probably prefer not to collapse. Nilima sat. Now then, Dr. Stieber looked over Barrett closely, muttering as he did so. Quite. He nodded, then spoke to address Nilima again, not bad. Minimal collateral damage, though it would have been more significant on someone with a less robust body. It's too early to see if the damage will cause him to spiral downwards or if it might actually help. Dr. Stieber grumbled to himself. Might, such an imprecise word. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 256. The perception of time Barrett currently had was vague at best. What tiny part of him was conscious was continuously active, keeping his blood flowing. He had a vague awareness of his body around his heart, and that was it. He didn't notice his body trying to regrow itself or his berserk energy making that very small-scale regrowth impossible. If he had been in a good state, it wouldn't have been an issue, but with his energy overdraft and his body exhausted, his body wasn't functioning properly. He also wasn't conscious enough to do anything about it. Gradually, he felt himself getting weaker. He couldn't do anything about it, and he couldn't even really think. However, the feeling was still there. With no sense of time, he wasn't sure how long he would last. Then he felt the pain. It was a different type of pain, not physical or emotional, it was damage to his soul. However, this pain was very different from the curse he'd previously dealt with. It wasn't so sharp, and instead more like a dull throbbing that spread out throughout his body one bit at a time. The pain gradually faded ere it first started, but it spread more quickly than that. Then it reached his heart, or at least somewhere metaphysically adjacent to where his heart used to be. Suddenly his control over his blood faltered and he struggled to get it back. After he finally did, he felt weaker, but the dull throbbing was fading, and he could just barely sense his heart recovering. Not that he had a heart, but the arteries and veins in the area were recovering, slowly, but perceptibly. Barrett didn't have the capacity to consider that he should have felt more tired, but conversely he felt less tired, or at least his state had stopped getting worse. His work actually got harder as his heart started to reform. Instead of channeling his blood through nothing, he had to move it through the proper places, but they weren't fully formed and thus just slowed him down. However, his heart was growing back quickly. He couldn't say how fast it was, probably days at the quickest, but eventually it was semi-functional even without him. He held on as long as he could, unsure if half-functional would be enough, and not really able to consider it either way. Then he faded into nothingness. When he woke, Barrett felt different. He started with touching his face. That was the same. Arms and legs were still there. He had internal organs and even a heart. He supposed that was different. He vaguely remembered ripping that out. He sat up, apparently too quickly. He was quite dizzy and had to balance himself. Instead of reaching out an arm, he naturally fell to using stamina to shift his weight away from his upper body. It was too easy. Not that he was going to complain, but he still didn't feel right. Then he realized it. There was just the slightest hint of dull aching in his soul, and beyond that there was nothing inside him. Specifically, there was none of the berserk energy he was so used to throughout his body. It was strange. If he ignored the dull ache that was still fading, this was the first time he had been entirely without pain in half of his lifetime. Of course, most of the time it had been very slight and manageable, but it was still there. Barrett reached out for berserk energy, but found nothing. Well, from what he remembered, he had been significantly overdraft. He very carefully tried to create some new berserk energy, but even though he expected sharp pain of some sort, he got nothing. About this time, the door to his room opened. "Oh, you're awake." Shanta walked over to him. "Right?" Barrett took a moment to acknowledge her presence, then turned and nodded. "Yes." The word came out in a croak, and only then did he realize his throat was dry. "I'm thirsty, and hungry." "That makes sense, you haven't had much but nutritional pellets and what water we could give you in months. Shanta held out a water skin. I was just bringing you water anyway. Barrett reached out to grab the water skin and found his arm barely responded to his movements. It was shaky and weak, but that was just from his overall fatigue. He managed to drink some water without spilling more than half of it on himself. He coughed, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I'll just go get some food, and tell people you're awake." After she left the room, Master Heikel showed up shortly. "Hey kid. Glad to see you awake. Pretty sure I'm not a kid anymore." "Pfft, you're like a third of my age." "That's nothing." Master Heikel just stood nearby, not wanting to push Barrett to talk more, and Barrett was already feeling strained just from sitting up. He leaned back into his bed. He stayed awake until he was brought soup which he devoured as quickly as he could with shaky hands, then he let himself fall asleep. Many people came to visit him over the next few days. Reyna and Katia and others from the sect. Then Einar came. "Ugh, you don't have another prophecy, do you?" "I don't know if I could handle it." Einar grinned, "Don't worry. I just came to see you alive. It's hard to believe, even though I know the efficacy of my predictions." His eyes focused on Barrett, but at least there were only two of them, and his face remained normal. "If you don't mind me asking, how do you feel?" Barrett shrugged, "Fine. I could probably get up now if I wanted to. I was not particularly concerned about your body. I am more interested in what made you do what you did. How do you feel about your sacrifice?" By this point, Barrett could feel that he had no energy, and probably would never. Maybe it was something he could recover, but it wasn't even really part of his body, so it would take something truly miraculous. "That depends. How is Nilima?" "You could ask her yourself. She has been standing outside your room for quite some time." Barrett heard the sound of feet running outside the room, and Einar shrugged, though it seemed she had gone away for the moment. "She's still running around?" Barrett shrugged, "I feel fine then. I honestly expected to die." Einar's mouth twisted, "I do find that hard to understand. You're the one who told me to act quickly." "That does not mean I understand. I just knew those were the words that I needed to say. I couldn't just let her die." Barrett shrugged. "What's the point of becoming strong if I can't protect people I care about?" He couldn't help but grimace as he thought about his family. Not that he could have done anything about that at his age then, but he hadn't even considered protecting his family, instead relying on them for everything. That had been fine as a child, but it wasn't good enough to stay that way. Einar shrugged, "Some people might say that no one is more important than themselves. However, your attitude embodies the heart of any righteous faction. It's still rare to actually care about anyone else more than yourself." Barrett nodded as Einar turned to leave, but he couldn't say for sure he had been entirely unselfish in his actions. After all, sacrificing some of himself to save Nilima was overall better for him than just letting her die. He just hadn't expected to lose his energy cultivation. He wondered if he could still be part of the Immortal Berserker sect. Well, at least he could still stay, even if he wouldn't be a core member without being able to practice the Immortal Berserker technique. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 257. After he was able to move around, Barrett went to see Master Aglone. While he hadn't yet given up hope of potentially being able to cultivate energy again at some point, it wasn't something that would come easily. There was no indication that he could regrow anything related to energy cultivation, as it wasn't really part of a body. Thus, neither true immortal body nor pure body tempering would be of much use. Since that was the case, Barrett was left with cultivating pure body tempering. Technically he could still do magic, but he was an entire tier lower and less talented in that area. More than an entire tier, since he was nearly 4th tier in pure body tempering. That was what he came to ask Master Aglone about. "What do I need to do to reach 4th tier?" Master Aglone grinned, his mouth nearly full of teeth now, then shrugged, "No idea. But, you became a master, so you should have some idea." "Oh, I know how it worked for me, Master Aulnher nodded. Once you reach a certain proficiency, you naturally know how to break through. You've been keeping your blood flowing for weeks without a heart, that's certainly within the level of proficiency I would expect from a master. However, you haven't exactly been doing pure body tempering, have you? Well, Barrett shook his head, you're right. I have been reliant on berserk energy to train my body. That's right. Your body has grown used to berserk energy, now without it time must be taken to adjust. That doesn't mean you'll naturally discover how to break through, though. It could be years of painstaking work to find what you need to do, or it could be as easy as flipping a lever. Barrett pondered for a moment. The Immortal Berserker technique was so simple. Cultivate berserk energy, undergo destruction, hopefully don't die. About that, Master Aulnher scratched his wrinkly chin. Do you still heal more quickly? I do, actually. TCH. How fortunate. Well, with that, you should have no problem continuing your pure body tempering. It may take some time to adjust and figure out how to break through, but I have a variety of things that might help. We can try some of them over the next weeks. Thank you. Barrett bowed. I'm glad we met. Me too, and not just because I'd be dead. Master Aulnher's gap-toothed grin was extremely satisfying for some reason. The gardens were very relaxing, and Barrett could still tend to his tree. It was still growing, and hadn't yet produced fruit. Well, it was a very strange sort of magic tree, and even real fruit trees could take a decade or more at the high end to produce fruit. Perhaps it was because he didn't have berserk energy messing with his senses, or perhaps it was an effect of the bicentennial conflux, but Barrett was slightly better at sensing mana. This didn't directly translate into better ability to do magic, but it did let him keep better track of the state the tree was in. Also, without his berserk energy, earth magic was the only way he could sense anything under the ground now. Well, unless it was moving and making noise. His ears were still good, but even enhanced his senses only worked like normal senses, though he wondered if that could be changed. Bats saw without light, using sound. He wondered if he could do the same. Hey kid, Master Heikel caught Barrett as he was returning to his room. You avoiding me? Barrett shrugged. Not exactly. Yeah. It sure feels like it. How come you don't come see me? Well, I'm not sure if I should even be a part of the Immortal Berserker sect anymore. Yeah. You giving up? Just gonna lie down and accept being weak for the rest of your life? Master Heikel leaned towards Barrett and talked from up close. What? No. I just can't cultivate berserk energy and the Immortal Berserker style anymore. I can't really be your disciple then, can I? So you're saying, Master Heikel folded his arms in front of him, that I'm not good enough to teach you anymore? You think I can only do berserk energy training and nothing else? Master Heikel snorted. I'll admit I'm not able to teach you any magic and your level of pure body tempering is at least equal to mine, but that doesn't mean I don't know anything helpful. I've still got combat knowledge and all sorts of things you could learn from me. You still want to teach me? What, is your brain broken? You think I'd abandon you over a little thing like not being able to use energy? How would I know if my brain is broken, if my brain is what I use to think if my brain is broken? Barrett frowned. Oh, that's easy. Master Heikel held a fist up over Barrett's head. We can just make sure it's broken, then you don't have to worry about it. I didn't really think you would give up on me. Barrett shook his head. But what will the sect think about you keeping me as a direct disciple now? Master Heikel shrugged. You think they'll say anything? There aren't that many 6th-tier people. We can do what we want. Besides, the Immortal Berserker sect is about more than just being able to do a specific kind of energy training. You know that. I'm going to blame the fact that I'm still getting over an injury. Hey, getting a little confused once in a while is fine. Just remember, that's when you should go to the people who care about you. We're not just here for when you're doing great. Thanks. Speaking of which, where's Nalima? I haven't been able to find her. Oh, I believe she scarpered off shortly after you woke up. She doesn't tend to stay in one place long. Right. A look of realization flashed on Barrett's face. Can pure body temperers enter the tournaments? How do they know what tier I am? They can do tests. Streeto's not entirely without pure body temperers after all. However, the sect could vouch for you as well. Great, Barrett nodded, then I just need to reach 4th tier by the next tournament. Shouldn't be too hard. I have 6 years. Some people would hate you for how easily you said that. Master Heikel clapped Barrett on the shoulder, but I believe in your hard work and your talent. I heard you broke through during the bicentennial conflux, but I never got to congratulate you on being a master, so you'll just have to become a master again. Master Heikel grinned, and Barrett grinned back. Barrett wasn't sure exactly what he needed to do, but he had plenty of people to help him figure it out. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 258. After a few weeks, Barrett understood why pure body tempering was called that, and why they would forego the use of energy. At least, sort of. With his ability to use energy removed, the training became much harder. Sure, he was capable of performing various techniques just fine, but training his body for strength and toughness was harder. For more than a dozen years, berserk energy had been constantly throughout his body, tempering its toughness whether he wanted it to or not. Though he found the lack of energy troublesome, Barrett realized he was still in a very advantageous position. After all, his body up to that point had received many advantages, most significant of which was his healing rate. While he didn't have any berserk energy, he still healed at 1,000 times the normal rate from having reached 4th tier as an immortal berserker, no matter how briefly that was. Not that there would have been much difference from 999 times anyway. Barrett wasn't really in a situation to complain with that sort of advantage. The only problem was how to continue his training. He could still increase bodily toughness by means of injuries, as his body was already adjusted to that. However, that was more specific, whereas berserk energy had previously been constant throughout his body. No one place would fall behind significantly. He did have an idea of what he could do, but he discussed with Master Heikel and Master Alnher first. That's insane, Master Alnher replied to Barrett's explanation. That sounds very in keeping with the Immortal Berserker style. Master Heikel nodded, it could work. Master Alnher sighed, let me say. I would absolutely not allow any student to even attempt that, unless they were like you. A true immortal body means if you mess up, you probably won't ruin your body forever. Before you try it, we should go over what you intend to attempt in detail. Master Alnher blew out a breath of air, then breathed in again. You intend to reduce your body's toughness down to the point that the pressure from your blood vessels causes damage to you, at which point you will let the natural toughness return and your body will repair itself. Barrett nodded. That's right. I was thinking, what is all throughout the body? Blood is the only thing, going into every nook and cranny. I even have fairly proficient control of my blood. I've never really intentionally reduced toughness, Master Heikel pondered. I've shifted some from one part of my body to another, but that's not the same. I definitely haven't reduced it to the level blood flowing could cause damage. It would take quite some precision to get that right. Too little and you get nothing, too much and you cause more damage than intended. Master Alnher also provided his opinion. I'd start with skin, possibly the tip of a finger. If you explode that, you can grow it back. Barrett nodded. I did plan to start small. Also, right now my heart is a little new. Since I had to completely regrow it, it's not much better than a normal heart. I'm having trouble keeping up with my normal level of exercise for long, but the blood flow is also weak enough that it shouldn't cause too many problems when practicing for this. Relatively, anyway. So, what do you think? I think you're going to do it anyway, Master Heikel shrugged. Even if you can't technically be called a master now, you've shown you have that capability. Master Alnher grinned, you know enough to make your own decisions. Well, I was wondering if either of you two would point out a significant flaw. There could have been something I overlooked. Barrett stood up from his chair, starting to leave. Thank you for your time. Master Heiko laughed. Hey, you're still my disciple, even if I can't tell you how to do this particular thing. Barrett concentrated on his left hand. That wasn't as important as his right. But which finger? Thumbs were important, index and middle fingers, pinkies sort of completed the set. His ring finger seemed least important. Hopefully, it didn't matter. He focused in on the very tip, inside of himself. He very gradually started to reduce its toughness. It probably wouldn't hurt much unless he messed up, but now that he didn't have berserk energy in him all the time, he would actually be able to discern that small pain. He continued reducing the toughness bit by bit until the blood vessels burst. At that point, it was too late to go back. It wasn't a big deal, it was just a bruise, but it did give him some useful information. After waiting about 15 minutes for his finger to fully recover, he tried again, but left a bit more toughness in the vessels themselves. That was difficult, and if he had been working on a larger scale, probably impossible at the moment. Now, they might have been tougher than the rest of his finger because they had just healed, but that didn't matter when he was removing their toughness anyway. It was all about how much toughness he left behind. It took a full day of unsuccessful attempts before Barrett could say he did it right. He could cause a minor amount of damage and have it heal up. However, it took several more days of practice before he could extend that to a full finger. At that point, he decided he would cover each part of his body a bit at a time instead of trying for any larger area at the moment. It would be slower, but it would also come with less risk. Even if he damaged part of an organ, he could recover from that. The only area he stayed away from was his brain. While his brain could and had taken a beating from various things in the past, removing toughness from it would mean if he messed up and lost consciousness, well, he couldn't be sure what would happen. As he trained, his heart rapidly caught back up with the rest of his body and his proficiency in his new training method grew as well. He spent less time reducing toughness to the proper point without risking going past it. His overall skill in pure body tempering improved as well, but he still wasn't sure how to break through to 4th tier even though he could feel he was just one tiny step away. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 259. A whole year passed. Barrett felt improvements to his body and technique, but hadn't yet broken through to 4th tier as a pure body temperer. In addition to his training, he spent time researching destroyed energy cultivation and if it could be recovered. There were a few accounts of it happening in the past, but at least one of the incidents involved energy cultivation that wasn't completely destroyed. It wasn't clear with some of the others, but there was at least one case where energy cultivation had been restored. Or at least, the capacity to do it. By coincidence, it was another berserker. Lena Havener had been a grandmaster cultivator of berserk energy a handful of centuries before Barrett was born. She had been captured by her enemies who destroyed her energy cultivation, but let her live to wallow in her weakness. Not that a berserker would be entirely useless without energy, but she was effectively several tiers weaker and with some other permanent injuries if the records were correct. The records didn't include all of her efforts, but eventually after 3 decades of searching she found and killed an ancient dragon, devouring its heart and regaining the ability to cultivate energy, though she had to start at 1st tier of energy cultivation again. Her progress was swift but she only barely reached her former power again before she started hunting down her enemies. Eventually, she died along with the very final one. Barrett didn't have much hope of killing an ancient dragon. Master Heiko might be able to do it, but it could also require a grandmaster. It also wouldn't be the case that just any ancient dragon would do. It required one with the right type of energy cultivation, otherwise his body wouldn't be able to handle it, and even then it was possible he needed to previously possess a grandmaster level of cultivation for the process to work. Fighting a dragon that cultivated berserk energy certainly wasn't a safe proposition. However, even if someone would do it for Barrett's sake, it would take a significant amount of time to find such a dragon. Years, if he was lucky, or a century if he wasn't. Barrett might be able to live for another century, but he would be old and frail by then. Barrett wasn't just going to wait around for that. He didn't even bring up the idea to Master Heichel. Even if there was no risk, there was no point in waiting that long. Barrett had just 4 years to break through to become 4th tier again, or he would disappoint Nelima, being unable to enter the tournament with her. While it might be considered her fault that he was no longer able to cultivate energy, Barrett didn't blame her actions. They made sense, and as far as it went the process had been successful. He had survived, anyway, which was the point. Dr. Stieber mentioned that perhaps Barrett's own heart could have been transferred back into him. That would have certainly worked for Barrett, but Nelima might not have been able to survive Barrett's heart being removed. Barrett had told his heart to make itself part of her, and it had done so, and more. Her surrounding organs and flesh had also started transforming, exemplified by the berserk energy Nelima had been producing. Even without the heart, any replacement would have had to be able to survive berserk energy, and by the time Nelima had control over the berserk energy it was far too late to go back. After all, there was no point in causing her risk when Barrett's whole plan had been to save her. Eventually, Barrett's body plateaued. It was hard to grow stronger in muscle power or toughness without breaking through to another tier. At the same time, he was also thinking about increasing his healing rate. Not that he was going to complain about 1,000 times normal healing, but it wasn't that useful in combat. Even 10,000 times what would be called a Tier 1 immortal body was barely functional in combat. Did he need to be able to heal in combat? No. Would it be nice? Absolutely. Besides, it would always help his pure body tempering training if he spent less time recovering. The only question was if he could increase his recovery speed. Almher didn't know of any way that had been successful, but Immortal Berserkers did it. However, they used energy to destroy certain points of the body in just the right way, and Barrett couldn't do that. After all, he didn't have energy. But, did he need it? Barrett strongly considered. Immortal Berserkers used berserk energy because that was what they cultivated. Nothing said they couldn't get the same effect through physical destruction, except that causing injuries immediately before losing your ability to recover was a terrible idea. However, it wasn't like Barrett had to stab himself. He could damage any part of his body he pleased. Why couldn't he do the same for complete destruction? He brought that up to Masters Almher and Heichel. Well, Master Heichel shook his head. There are basically 3 ways that could go. First, you destroy your ability to heal, and just die. Master Heichel drew a finger across his throat, or you mess it up and die, but I'd group those up under the same thing. Second, you successfully do it, and effectively start over from the beginning, gaining healing rate or maybe failing and losing some. Or, it could just build on what you've already done with the Immortal Berserker technique, and if it followed those same rules, assuming you don't mess up, you'll be fine. Master Heichel frowned. I'd give you about a 1 in 4 chance of just dying, combining the likelihood of the first 2. Master Almher smiled slightly. You're a crazy one, that's for sure. Let's say you succeed. I'd like to ask you to teach me, but honestly I'm not willing to risk a chance of death, even if it's 5% or so like when Master Heichel first started. Anyway, I can't say it wouldn't work. In fact, if I said you absolutely couldn't do something with pure body tempering, I'd never even have made it this far. Barrett thought for a few moments, then turned to Master Heichel. So what you're saying is, I have a 25% chance of death, which is less than the normal chance of death during the first destruction. Master Heichel laughed. Well, I guess you could say it like that, yeah. It's just normally nobody needs to take that risk twice. Well, Barrett shrugged. I suppose I technically never took that risk to begin with, not that we knew it. I'm not going to give up this chance. Master Heichel clapped Barrett on the shoulder. Before you decide, remember that's just my guess. I don't know anything for sure. So, ask yourself, do you believe it can work? Barrett felt inside his body. Without energy, that was the only thing he could feel the inner workings of, and that was okay. What his own senses told him. I think it will work. I'm going to do it. I thought so, Master Heikel grinned broadly. I can get a place set up with minimal distractions. I can also prepare some incense but... Barrett shook his head, I couldn't afford to have my senses dulled. Certainly, not the first time using a new technique, or a different method of it, maybe. I'll take a day or two to prepare so I can be sure. I can't exactly practice, but I can go over the technique in my mind. Maybe that will help. Almher nodded. Also, you shouldn't need drugs to turn off your sense of pain. With your sense of your body you should be able to tell if something is going wrong, so maybe practice that. It's a terrible idea in battle since pain is the quickest way to sense something wrong without focusing on your own internals, but for this situation it should be quite useful. Right. Thanks, Barrett nodded. Now all he had to do was go get ready, and hope he was right. It would be a shame to die before really getting to experience being 4th tier, and he had some things he still wanted to do beyond fighting Nilima again. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 260. Berserk energy needed to be stabilized before a breakthrough in the Immortal Berserker style, but Barrett didn't have that anymore. All he had was his body, and that stabilized itself on its own just fine. Thus, he only needed to calm his mind and prepare himself for what he was about to do. He had simulated his next step in his mind many times. He was intimately familiar with the process of a destruction, though even though he had reached the 1000th destruction he hadn't actually done it that many times. After the 1st tier they were done in multiples for the most part. A 5th tier berserker couldn't afford to undergo a destruction every hour to keep up with training. Instead, they were generally in a constant state of recovery from a handful of destructions. Doing it without energy was a strange thought. However, Barrett concentrated on the 3 points within his body anyway. He couldn't do a half measure. If they were incompletely destroyed it would at best waste his time, or at worst kill him. This didn't feel like a regular destruction either, but like breaking through to 4th tier again, except without the aid of the bicentennial conflux it would be difficult. He had to be precise. Once he'd focused on all the points, he had them break. Pure body tempering was about ultimate control over one's own body, and Barrett had attempted something similar a few times for practice. It was different from removing toughness and letting it break from the pressure of the body around it. Instead, it was like just telling a bone to snap in half. Except with bones the pain hadn't been so bad. Barrett didn't really remember what happened immediately after he'd attempted to break through except the pain. Maybe there had been such pain during the bicentennial conflux, but he hadn't had the mind to notice it. There wasn't much pain that could cause him to lose consciousness, even tearing out his own heart hadn't been that bad. It was certainly no higher than the 5th worst pain he'd experienced, with the top spots all being occupied by breaking through to new tiers and first starting Immortal Berserker training. It was pretty easy to tell he had succeeded, since he woke up. At least, the worst definitely hadn't happened. Barrett took stock of his own body and could tell his recovery rate had increased, though if he had been watching actual healing it wouldn't have been that noticeable. However, he'd had that sense of which destruction he was at before, and now he was even more in tune with his body, and 4th tier in pure body tempering. He doubted an outside observer would be able to tell, but he could feel it. As for what difference it made, well, the immediate increase in strength was actually basically nothing. Perhaps he could store more stamina throughout his body, he wouldn't know for sure until he fully recovered. However, he knew he would be able to grow stronger, though he couldn't have explained how with words. Having only performed a single destruction, it would only be 8 hours to a full recovery of his healing ability, and he'd been unconscious for half that time. He showed up to Master Almher's training session like normal. He performed exercise with multi-steel weights, lifting them and shifting his own weight and just carrying them on him as he did normal weapons and unarmed training. His performance was only slightly better, but the biggest immediate increase was how efficiently he used his stamina. His body just felt like it moved better, responding to his will even when he didn't focus much effort to make it do what he wanted. After training he still wanted to go collapse in a pile on the ground, but that was normal, and the muscle pain was the good kind of pain. However, instead of immediately collapsing he went to dinner where he had arranged to meet Masters Heikel and Almher. Master Heikel looked over Barrett. How did it go? I carried you back to your room afterwards but I can't really tell. Obviously you didn't get the worst case scenario. Barrett nodded. Success. I think. Unless I managed to trick myself, anyway. I broke through to 4th tier in pure body tempering. Ah, Master Almher nodded, stopping to speak between bites of food. That makes sense. Your body was attuned to that sort of training by the Immortal Berserker technique. That could make your pure body tempering path quite different from my own. The 3 men ate quickly, but not messily. It was just that they barely chewed the food before swallowing it, not that they needed to chew many times to break the food up sufficiently. Barrett finished a few bites of the chicken he was eating, a whole roast, and nodded. I feel like I started to shift the control of my body away from its connection to berserk energy. It might take a while more to complete the change but it will probably happen. Barrett frowned. I don't mind changing to pure body tempering exclusively, and since it's my only real course of action if I want to continue cultivating I don't have that much choice, but I do have some concerns. I can control my own body just fine, but I'll be shorter on reach in combat. Do I just have to learn to deal with that? I can't extend my reach all the time. I know I can still use weapons but they'll be more susceptible to outside influences, though I suppose their durability might hold up just as well since I won't be using berserk energy with them either. Master Almher grinned. You've started to feel that, have you? You're right, normal weapons aren't quite suited for pure body tempering. Nothing is better than the cultivator's own body, but the rest of my students all use energy as well, augmenting their weapons with it. It works just fine. As for me, I don't use a weapon, but I would, if I had the right kind. What you want is living metal. All you need is to find some of that, attune it to yourself, and forge it into a weapon. Master Almher laughed. At least, that's what I hear. I've never seen more than a single bead of it. I've heard that Grandmaster Pure Body Temperers can refine it from various other metals using their own body. Master Almher took a sip of soup, but then again, I also heard that a Pure Body Temperer punched a hole through the moon, but nobody seemed to be able to point out where it is. Master Almher shrugged. So, if living metal exists, it's rare and hard to find. Though if it's anywhere, it might be around a metal sea. You have some friends from the southern metal sea, correct? Perhaps they might know if it's real, though I imagine the metal cultivators there would covet it at least as much as you would. I've heard the words, Master Heikel added. One of the ancestors of the Immortal Berserker sect had a living metal weapon. It may not be the same thing, but it recovered from damage on its own, quite handy when one uses berserk energy with something. It's entirely possible that it's a different thing, however. People do like reusing names. That ancestor went off adventuring, by the way, and the weapon with her. It was over 2 centuries ago, so she is long dead. She was nearly a century old when she left. Even in exceptional circumstances nobody will make it past 200, at least not any Immortal Berserkers. Great. I'll talk to Kale about living metal. He may have heard of it. If not, I can send a letter to Kelani. Though, I won't get my hopes up of actually getting any. My next biggest issue will be dealing with opponents at range. Keep up with your earth magic and you can swim through the ground, Master Heikel smiled. Sure, I'll just become a master of magic real quick. It's not like it will take 20 more years at minimum, and that's if I focus on it exclusively. Barrett shrugged. He wasn't concerned about not being great at magic, he had already been given plenty of opportunities to become strong. It just seemed like he always needed to be stronger than he already was. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 261. Finding Kale was easy enough. He spent much of his time around the sect as of late. The reason for that was fairly simple. It was a safe place to cultivate, and he could freely bring out the metal heart he found to cultivate. Barrett. Kale grinned. You're looking much better. I came to visit after you got back, but you were sort of unconscious. Though for not having a heart I suppose you looked pretty good. Kale looked to the reflective metal orb near him. If this thing was a real heart, I wouldn't have minded giving it to you. You saved my life at least twice, after all. Besides, I know you'd pay me back at some point, and we'd get locked into a vicious cycle of helping each other out. Barrett looked around the room, mostly a plain bed, desk, and standing closet. Everything was covered in a metallic sheen, and there were little crystals growing off of the walls and ceiling. This place sure has changed. The metal heart does it. I removed the crystals off the floor, they're no fun to step on. So, what do you need? What makes you think I need anything? Maybe I just came to visit. I can tell. Besides, you usually prefer to spend time out at the sparring grounds. Kale frowned, his golden skin wrinkling on his face. Barrett could feel his hair standing on end, indicating Kale was assessing him with energy. Barrett couldn't sense energy beyond his body now, but if it was directly sending him or shortly around him he could feel it now. What happened to your energy? Oh, you haven't heard. It's gone now, Barrett shrugged. That's, sorry to hear that. Kale bowed his head. Don't worry about it. It was an indirect consequence of my choices and I don't regret it. Besides, Barrett flexed his hand, cracking his knuckles, I still have more options left to me. I'm now a pure body temperer, for real, instead of just using their techniques with energy to supplement. But I did come here to ask about something. Have you heard of living metal? Of course. Who hasn't? Kale grinned, I suppose people who didn't grow up around a metal sea. But no, I don't know where to get any. Kale shook his head, I don't know if there is even any of it around the southern metal sea. Maybe one of the big clans has some, maybe not. As for actually finding it, that's harder. Though I bet a metal heart would help. I'd also bet you'd need to be much stronger to find it or at least keep it for long. The southern metal sea hasn't been doing that well lately, far too few masters. A few generations ago there was a war with the northern metal sea, and we lost a lot of people, inheritances, and equipment. What do you want living metal for? It should go well with pure body tempering, but I hadn't expected it would be easy to find. Though if it was, it would be better to have it. That's right. I'd be better off with a full set of adamantine gear, Kale grinned, but I'll have to wait. However, maybe sometime after I'm a master. I could help you look for living metal. Though maybe just being 4th tier wouldn't be enough. Speaking of which. You want to know how strong I am currently? Barrett raised an eyebrow, why don't you come find out? Barrett didn't bother wearing armor to fight Kale. Besides the fact that his best armor had shattered into pieces during the bicentennial conflux, it wouldn't do much good against Kale. While he wouldn't be able to control it from a distance like Kelani, all of his attacks would be able to basically ignore it, especially since Barrett wouldn't be able to do anything special to his armor. He couldn't reinforce it with energy, and his earth element magic wasn't powerful enough to help there either. Kale favored a two-handed maul as a weapon, and Barrett brought with him nothing, since his axe had also been destroyed. However, he was a pure body temperer, and even before that had been his exclusive designation he had preferred fighting with fist and foot to any weapon. Each attack by Kale brought with it a surprising amount of speed and momentum, as the large metal hammer was propelled by both his muscles and metal energy. Barrett ducked and dodged, using his uncomfortably small advantage in speed to the best advantage he had. However, it was enough for him to get in a strike or two of his own. His fist collided with Kale's breastplate, and though Barrett's fist didn't get damaged, he also wouldn't be able to break through without the aid of berserk energy. He went in for another strike, but Kale's hammer swung towards him, the haft bending to bring the head closer to Kale's body. Barrett caught the head of the hammer with his hand, bending his elbow and allowing the hammer to push him back to dissipate the momentum. Before he'd broken through to 4th tier, his body would have been just on the edge of being able to withstand that blow, but all it did to his current body was numb his hand for a moment. Barrett considered some alternate ways to attack Kale. He could go for the legs, but while Kale could probably fortify his armor to prevent any damage, it could also result in snapping a knee the wrong way. Kale didn't recover as fast as an Immortal Berserker, and such an injury could be hard to recover from. Instead there was a better option. Barrett ducked past the maul, which came within a centimeter of his head, and punched towards Kale's head. Kale of course ducked out of the way, Barrett's fist deflecting off his pauldron in metal energy defenses. However, instead of pulling back for another strike, Barrett continued forward, reaching that arm around to grab Kale's shoulder as his left arm snaked behind Kale's waist. Immediately Kale's energy became a repulsive force pushing Barrett away, but Barrett wasn't a fourth-tier pure body temperer for nothing. He got a solid grip on Kale and didn't let go. His muscles strained, but metal energy wasn't suited for Kale's current position. It could keep him from getting damaged, but Barrett shifted his position until he eventually was behind Kale holding both his arms. Kale was strong, having trained his own body to be hard like metal as well as dabbling in some pure body tempering, but he couldn't do anything to Barrett. Though he could twist and turn his maul to swing at Barrett even without full mobility on his arms, it couldn't strike hard enough to injure or dislodge Barrett. Give up. Ugh, yes. I surrender. Kale slumped to the ground as Barrett let go. What was that? You got stronger. Kale rubbed his shoulder. You almost ripped my arms off. Don't be silly, you're tougher than that. I can control my own strength at least that well. Anyway, I broke through to fourth tier in pure body tempering. TCH. It's really hard to make up the 5 years between us. Those muscles are crazy, though honestly you were somewhat scarier with the berserk energy. I don't know which is worse though, getting beat without really getting injured or being beat up. Kale frowned. Should I add some spikes to my armor? It couldn't hurt. I mean, it could hurt someone, but having more close-range options could be good for you. Though you might find it somewhat difficult to damage me anyway. Yeah, I know. I saw you eaten by the great worm, then you swam out of the damn metal sea. Now you're even tougher. Kale accepted Barrett's outstretched hand and pulled himself up. Listen, in 4 years or so I should be a master. Kalani too. The Lipika clan has agreed to help me avenge my clan against the Makao clan. Will you come with us? What, do you think I'd not be? I already agreed a while ago, remember? Just that's the same year as the next 4th tier tournament. I need to participate in that. Sounds great. Actually, I'd like to participate too if I advance by then. I'll also be in the 3rd tier tournament in 2 years. I'd like to see if I can find anyone from the Anaconi clan. A couple have been in contact with me, but I'm hoping more survived. The two men shook hands, but after the tournament we'll go. I don't want to say anything good about the whole situation, but at least I met you, and was extremely motivated to grow stronger. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 262. It had taken nearly 10 years for Barrett's tree to start producing fruit. That was rather slow for most sorts of trees, but it clearly wasn't a normal tree. Besides the fact that it had managed to grow from an ancient shriveled fruit, it also preferred to break down and absorb rocks instead of just normal soil. Now that it was finally producing, Barrett could see it did indeed produce fruit that were like peaches, or nectarines. Some sort of pitted fruit, anyway. The color was a swirl of oranges, reds, and yellows. As for the size, they were about the size of a fist, only slightly bigger than a normal peach. Barrett and Mistress Abels waited until the fruit actually fell from the tree before inspecting them in more detail, not wanting to interfere with their growth. They didn't know what sort of magical properties the fruit might have. One thing that couldn't be told before they fell off the tree, the fruit were heavy. More than a kilogram, in fact. As agreed, the first one is yours, Mistress Abels gestured to Barrett, though looking at this tree, you're liable to be able to get a few more. Barrett nodded. The tree still had another dozen fruits on it, beyond the handful that had already dropped. He had brought the seed, and the agreement was that Mistress Abel's would raise the tree and Barrett would get the first fruit even if there had only been one. The tree would belong to the sect, but if there were more Barrett would be entitled to a quarter of the fruits each production cycle. The rest of the fruits would be split between the sect and Mistress Abel's, for both raising the tree and paying for the expenses incurred there. Seeing that there were so many fruits, Barrett would get 4 in the end. More fruits seemed to be a good thing, but in actuality for many magical fruit trees the more fruit there was the less effective they were individually. As for what these particular fruits did, Barrett wasn't sure. Even Mistress Abel's didn't know, though they could both sense earth magic from the fruits. After they determined the fruits were safe to eat, Barrett decided to eat his first one. If the effects were short-term, he might regret it later, but not that much. He would have more of them anyway. The fruit was hard to eat. It tasted just fine, but it was dense and sort of gritty. However, it was also juicy and sweet. The strange texture mixed with the flavor to produce an enjoyable but not exceptional experience. As for the effect, Barrett didn't notice anything right away. In fact, as far as he could tell, none of the magic of the fruit entered him. As he searched his body, he couldn't find any of the magic on the fruit in his stomach or moving through him. Soon enough, the reason for that became obvious. The pit has all the magic. Barrett held the pit with traces of fruit still clinging to it up to see it in better light. Indeed. Mistress Abel's nodded, looking at the pit. It seems to have most or all of the magical properties. Should I eat it? Barrett asked, then shook his head. It would probably be very bad for digestion. This thing is dense. He held out the pit, about the same size as a normal peach's pit, feeling its weight. It was just under a kilogram, weighing more than all of the fleshy part of the fruit. In addition, it was a stony gray color, like an actual rock. Then again, maybe it was a rock. While the pits of nectarines and peaches were called stones, this one actually seemed to be stone. Barrett concentrated, then watched the pit roll around on his outstretched palm. It responds easily to earth magic. Barrett tried the same with one of the other stones lying around the orchard, just to be sure. A stone of similar size was much lighter and took similar amounts of effort to move with magic. Barrett tossed it up and down in his hand a couple times, then made a throwing motion towards Mistress Abel's. Maybe they could be weapons. While Barrett had been musing, she had eaten the second fruit so she could have a pit of her own to experiment with. Maybe. It's also possible all that magic is just, so that it can grow another tree quickly. That's all most trees are interested in, after all. That doesn't sound that amazing. Then again, what do I expect from a ghost who lost most of his memories? Barrett was disappointed after waiting 10 years for seemingly nothing. It's possible he didn't intend to deceive you. In fact, it is amazing, isn't it? A tree that absorbs rocks into itself and produces dense stone. Besides, even if they aren't meant to be weapons, you can definitely use the pits that way. Right, Barrett looked at the pit, rolling it around in his hand. The strange density of it felt strange as it moved, and almost. Barrett turned his hand over and the pit fell to the ground. He picked it back up out of the slight impression it left in the dirt. It wasn't so insanely heavy as to do more than that. Is there such a thing as living stone? I've heard about living metal. Mistress Abel shrugged. I don't know that much about it, but I'm involved in the more practical side of earth magic anyway. Though if I were to say it, it's clearly stone, and does appear to be as alive as the rest of the tree. Barrett looked at the pit, once again turning his hand over. Once again, it slid off and fell to the ground. Either it's not living stone, or I don't know how to make it work. He used a touch of earth magic to pull it back up into his hand. Still, could be useful. Indeed, Mistress Abel's looked at the pit in her hand. I'm tempted to plant more of them. We'll see what the sect wants done with their portion. Right. Well, I'm going to go see Master Elmer. Maybe he'll be able to tell if this is living stone, or if it even exists. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 263. Dunno, Master Almher shrugged when Barrett showed him the stone. I only saw a small bit of living metal. What I know is that it takes a while to form a connection. After all, it's not really a part of your body, is it? People talk about using weapons like they're extra limbs, but that's usually an exaggeration. You don't even think about moving an arm, you just tell your arm to move. You don't tell it to move this muscle and this tendon just this precise amount, Master Almher grinned, though we can if we want to. Anyway, I would suggest keeping it on your person at all times, not in a magic bag. If nothing else, you'll be familiar with their weight if you use them as throwing weapons. Barrett nodded. I wish there was more information on pure body tempering. Me too, Master Almher laughed. If I had a grandmaster teaching me, maybe I could reach that point. Maybe I would have taken part in that tournament if I were just a decade younger, but time doesn't work that way. I wish I had secret information to give you, but honestly you know most everything I can teach, the rest is just what works for me personally. Barrett found himself getting back into the rhythm of training his body, going through destructions, and sparring. It took some time to get used to not having berserk energy. He had actually spent the majority of his life with it, using it to fight, and it was strange to not feel it. Even after more than a year he wasn't quite used to it. Swinging a weapon was an odd feeling. He couldn't use berserk energy to augment its power, and while he could use pure body tempering to enhance the swing, it was always slightly off swinging something outside his body. Not that weapons weren't better than not having weapons. The very fact that they focused the force into a smaller point and thus could cause more damage, made up for the weirdness in swinging them. He wouldn't always be able to get into a grapple, especially when there were multiple opponents. It might leave him open. Maybe not for long, if he was ruthless enough with his attacks, but every moment counted in combat. He'd been the one taking advantage of that to keep winning up until now, or at least surviving, when he didn't win. Barrett started taking up missions for the sect, little things to start with. He went on guard duty, which didn't mean much really. Around the sect there were very few incidents that needed handling, guards were only there to make sure it stayed that way. Nobody would be crazy enough to actually attack, because even if they could beat the Immortal Berserker sect somehow, Streeto wouldn't allow such an attack in their territory. The sect was in good standing with the laws as well, and though Streeto was still far from perfect they wouldn't have any reason to act against them. Guard duty was mostly a period of rest where he just happened to be standing around, and he used it as training for his senses, before expanding to other training in that area. Without energy he couldn't feel things happening out of his sight, but that didn't mean it was impossible to sense certain things. Pure body tempering was all about making the impossible possible, and this wasn't even stretching things. If he tried, Barrett could hear the movements of insects digging through the ground, which was more than he needed, but that level of sensitivity was possible. More relevantly was listening for invisible enemies. The walls of the sect were enchanted to prevent people from climbing over and from sneaking inside invisibly, but it was possible he would run into more invisible enemies in the future. He needed to be able to hear their heartbeat, their breathing, or if they could conceal those, the slight sounds of disturbed air they left behind as they moved. If they left none of those, then things got even more difficult. Barrett would have to listen for the wind not blowing through a particular area, or something to that effect. To get practice with that, he trained with some people from the Palace of 1,000 Eyes. It was good practice for him, and for them. They primarily used illusions, and that included invisibility. Though the Palace of 1,000 Eyes would be keeping some of their techniques concealed from Barrett, he could improve his senses and make some of them learn to make better illusions. Below third tier, it was easy to pick them out either because they were merely invisible, but still making sounds, or because the silence where they were was so blatant. He only faced off against second-tier people at the request of the palace, just so they could have a chance to realize that they weren't that amazing yet. Third-tier members were better, but they still had some flaws, like sometimes completely forgetting scent. It was a hard sense to get used to using, and at first he had just overwhelmed himself with all the scents around, but it was hard to prevent scent from moving on the air. The only real way to conceal it was to control the whole area with illusory magic, making every scent fake. In that case, however, Barrett could immediately tell there was an illusion, even if he couldn't detect the person doing it. There were so many small scents that they never even knew were in the air and thus couldn't replicate. Only very experienced illusionists could get rid of only their own scent without disturbing anything else. Of course, Barrett also faced fourth-tier people as well, masters like himself. In that case, it was a test of how long it would take before he could discover them. Sometimes, it was tiny little things. They would often launch illusory or real attacks at him. None of them were particularly dangerous, but the point was how real they felt anyway. Their ability to disguise the mana used was very well developed and they could hide killing intent, but there were always small sensory things they didn't think of or couldn't produce perfectly. For example, they might overestimate the amount of damage that an attack would do, letting Barrett know it was an illusion. That was especially the case against him, since he was a pure body temper and thus they had less experience against people like him. However, even when they got most feeling exactly right, a real attack would impart some momentum to him, and that feeling was hard to replicate. It could be done, but Barrett had an extremely good sense of what was actually happening to his own body. Sometimes he could trace back the trajectory of attacks, and rarely he could even tell how the spell curved in the air to try to throw him off. Every time he discovered the illusionists, he would point out what gave them away so they could learn. That would make it harder for himself the next time, but it wouldn't be training if it were easy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 264. The stone pits from the ancient fruit tree were either not living stone or it was much harder to form a connection with one than Barrett anticipated. Then again, maybe it was just that. After all, if Grandmaster Pure Body Temperers were the only ones known to produce living metal, it wouldn't be strange for it to be difficult to control. Living stone would probably be similar, or it could just be some other sort of special stone and Barrett was too eager to get living metal or something like it. Regardless, when using magic he was able to control the stone more easily than any other stone of similar mass. This allowed him to have more velocity and tight control over the movements, but with his level of magical training, it would still be less effective than just tossing one of the pits as a weapon. The only advantage was that he would be able to control it from a distance with relatively little drop-off in effectiveness. One other convenient property of the living stone, if it was living stone, was that it was tough but also easily repaired if it was actually damaged somehow. The pieces stuck back together with a little bit of earth magic, and finding them was easy enough because of the magic they emitted. He wouldn't have tested breaking them on purpose if he had just one, but Barrett had 4 pits total after all the fruit had been produced. The fruits themselves were of little interest, even after they had been studied further. It looked like the tree would produce more fruit in a few years, perhaps every 4 or 5 years after reaching maturity. When using the pits as a weapon, Barrett could throw them at a velocity that would be dangerous up to about 30 meters. Beyond that, people would have too much time to dodge and they did slow down slightly as they went, though given their density they carried a lot of momentum with them for their size. Though it would have been convenient if Barrett could stay in the sect as long as he wanted and grow to any strength, that just wasn't practical. Cultivation slowed down after too much time spent without gathering more combat experience. It wasn't the same for everyone, but Barrett had to get out and do something every once in a while. This time he wasn't going far. He would still be within sight of Streeto, though that was a somewhat misleading description. Streeto was huge, 10 miles on a side, and with its tall buildings it could be seen from very far away. That was especially true if you were on top of a relatively nearby mountain, except sometimes you couldn't see Streeto either because clouds were in the way or because you couldn't see anything at all. Barrett didn't have any particular mission except to go to Bittercold Peak. That was where the Crystal Palace was located, but he had never made the trip. As a 4th-tier cultivator, the trip wasn't hard, but even the short trip reminded him of why it was called Bittercold Peak, and it wasn't even fall yet. However, he needed to arrive early to get used to the area if he wanted any chance of being able to find his way back once the fall and winter and the storms they would bring made it impossible to see. Maybe it wouldn't help that much, but Barrett wanted some recourse besides running down the mountain. The Crystal Palace was aptly named, glittering in the sunlight, when there was any. Not that it was actually crystal in the normal sense, but instead was formed from natural ice and magic. The temperature never went above freezing, and even if it had, the magic would have kept the structures solid. The entrance to the Crystal Palace was a pair of massive ice gates made of smooth and clear ice. They stood open, leading into the secluded valley where the main structures of the Crystal Palace stood. There were other locations they claimed, but as they raised people from the very beginning of cultivation, some sections of the mountain weren't suitable, even if the area was somewhat warmer. Not all of the structures were made entirely of clear ice, some privacy was wanted, after all. In those cases there were internal structures made of stone or opaque ice, though even the stone structures were covered with a layer of ice. The floors, meanwhile, were kept clear of ice, or occasionally they were enchanted such that the ice was not slippery. Certain portions were kept in a more natural state for those with more training. They were constantly in actually freezing temperatures and the ice had to be navigated. Barrett didn't have any trouble with that, his sense of balance was excellent and he could even cheat with pure body tempering techniques if he needed to. For a few months he trained with some of those from the Crystal Palace, and while he could build up his resistance to cold with ice magic, it wasn't quite the same as natural cold. It was the difference between fire magic and a volcano, and while a 4th-tier fire mage could conjure fire hotter than a standard volcano, it would never be the same sort of all-encompassing heat. Maybe a grandmaster could do that, but grandmasters didn't have enough free time to help any old person who felt like training their body, even if they were from an allied sect. After fall began, Barrett went away from the Crystal Palace to train on his own in the wilderness. For that he would need to secure his own food from some of the surrounding animals. Fortunately, Bitter Cold Peak was large enough to support a good number of cultivators training in such a way. Grains and fruits were also imported from outside the mountain range, but Barrett wasn't the only one undergoing the same sort of training, though most people were training ice magic or ice-type energy, and very few were training their bodies, though a handful of Immortal Berserkers would do the same as Barrett each year. It was the most convenient place to train cold resistance and it didn't require spending large amounts of money for magical enchantments. As the days grew colder and the cold started to seep into Barrett's bones, he wondered exactly how cold it might get in the dead of winter. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 265. There were other dangers on Bitter Cold Peak besides the temperature itself, though nothing was as aggressive as the monsters around the Metal Sea. In fact, it had been more than a week before anything attacked Barrett, though he also wasn't moving around to new areas very often. Eventually a huge white bear, whose legs held its body almost as high off the ground as Barrett was tall, decided that he would be tasty to eat. Barrett really couldn't blame it, he likely didn't feel very dangerous. He was tiny, at least in comparison to the bear, and probably didn't smell very dangerous. However, the bear didn't know what it was really getting into. Even though he was somewhat slower from the cold, it wasn't so bad that Barrett couldn't fight. That was something the bear found out rather quickly. Though Barrett started by ducking under its claw swipe and punching it in the gut, he found that its thick fur, blubber, and muscle meant he didn't do much damage. He could probably pummel the bear into submission, but it would be a slow process. Instead, he had to take another approach. The first thing he did was roll through the meter-deep snow out of the way as the bear tried to crush him underneath, then he grabbed onto the thick fur and pulled himself onto its back. The bear thrashed wildly, but its own fur would likely give out before Barrett's grip strength. He pulled himself up one handful of fur at a time until he reached its head, then put one arm around its neck, and used his other arm to complete the circle. One arm could only go slightly more than halfway around. As he gripped his wrist, he pulled in, squeezing the bear's neck. Of course, the huge white bear didn't just let him do as he wished. It flopped over on its back, trying to crush Barrett, but the thick snow provided some padding, and only a small part of the bear's overall weight pressed down on Barrett, no more than a few tons. As a 4th-tier body cultivator, that much distributed over his whole body was almost insignificant. At most it caused his ribs to creak a little bit, but he squeezed even more strongly around the bear's neck. It was hard to breathe with the bear's fur in his face, but the bear was much worse off than he was. Eventually, Barrett felt its pulse slow and stop. As he looked at the body, he thought about how warm it must be inside that fur. However, if he were to wear it, that would ruin the whole point of his current exercise. His body wouldn't grow resistant to the cold if it wasn't cold. He did skin the animal, a task he wasn't exceedingly proficient at, but capable enough. He could eat the meat and use the bones for stock, though his skills in cooking weren't that great. Either way, this one bear would be sufficient to feed him for his entire stay. He had rations to eat, but those weren't the same as real food. The bear had a strong taste and was stringy and tough, but it was sort of satisfying to eat. Barrett carried the bear hide with him outside of his magic bag. It wasn't properly tanned, but it also wouldn't rot in the cold. He wasn't wearing it, but instead using it to dissuade anything else from approaching him. He didn't have any grudge against the animals that were just living in the area, and killing more than he had to wouldn't really benefit him. The cold was his real enemy here. His body adjusted quickly to freezing temperatures. Even without any warm clothes, he didn't feel cold, assuming the temperatures weren't that far into freezing. However, the days grew colder gradually, and at night the temperature dropped significantly. Barrett changed his schedule to sleeping during the day, because he needed to be aware of his body's temperature during the coldest points. It was unlikely he would actually freeze to death, but he needed to be cautious. He also needed to intentionally be training. If he just let things happen naturally, his skin got cold first, sometimes showing traces of frostbite. During the day he would recover, and though Barrett could just leave it at that, he needed to do better. The way things were going, the inside of his body wouldn't become used to the cold, at least not as much as it needed to. Thus, he intentionally let the cold deeper into his body. First he started with breathing in as much freezing air as he could, but his lungs had quickly started to adapt to the air on their own. Then he let the cold move through him from both the outside and inside, reducing his own body's insulating properties. Training his body to be stronger was all about pushing his limits, and sometimes it was easier to make his limits lower than to reach higher limits. After 2 months, Barrett didn't remember what it felt like to be warm. During the day he felt warm, but it was still far below freezing. The only time he was really a little bit warm was when he was exercising to train his muscles, but even the heat from that only brought him up to slightly above freezing at best. Barrett relied solely on his body and some thin clothes for modesty until the first blizzard came. At that point, the moisture on his eyes and in his lungs was freezing more quickly than his body could warm it back up. Though he might be able to withstand colder temperatures in theory, in practice he couldn't do anything once his blood froze. He could lower the temperature that he would actually start freezing solid, but for that he needed to be cautious. Thus, he set up a little cave in the snow and ice to protect him against the blizzard while sleeping. Inside he kept it a nice, comfortable temperature just barely below freezing. Going outside involved digging to the surface, and Barrett couldn't go far or risk losing his cave. He couldn't see anything through the constant snow except a vague sense of the sun somewhere beyond the clouds, and sometimes his hand right in front of his face. Barrett found it hard to envision temperatures even colder than what he was experiencing, but he knew they existed. Apparently, there were some places where even the air itself started to freeze. That was the sort of thing that would cause trouble even for grandmasters, though of course that depended on whether one was trying to train in those conditions or just warm up enough to survive. Survival was easy, by comparison, since the body would be allowed to function at peak capacity. Barrett lost track of time, surrounded by white and black and cold, and nothing else. The only indication of time passing was slight changes in how dark it was and his stomach growling when he was hungry, but even that wasn't necessarily consistent. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 266. After he killed the mountain bear, most creatures living on Bitter Cold Peak had left him alone, or were easily scared off after a brief conflict. While fighting in adverse conditions could be good training, that wasn't Barrett's primary goal, and as it became colder and colder he had less desire to do so. However, just because he wanted something didn't mean it would necessarily happen. It was now what Barrett hoped was the coldest part of the year. Even though his body was adapting to the cold, it still wasn't the best environment to function in. Breathing was one of the worst parts as his lungs tried to freeze over with every breath. Every time he opened his eyes, he was worried they would freeze solid and break apart. Even his eardrums were more than half frozen most of the time, making hearing difficult. That was all bad enough, then the ice wraiths appeared. Ice wraiths could be considered elementals, they were formed from energy and mana, but instead of creating a physical or semi-physical body out of their element they merely controlled their surroundings to attack. In short, they had no real body to speak of. The first thing that tipped Barrett off to their presence was a trace of killing intent and then a dagger of ice forming out of the surrounding ice and snow, flying towards him. The ice dagger was not particularly dangerous. With his tough body, Barrett wasn't much worse off than a normal person getting pricked by a needle. However, it also wasn't something he could ignore, especially since he vaguely felt more concentrations of ice mana around him, as opposed to its normal diffuse state. Finding a target was difficult, actually doing anything to it was much harder. Barrett didn't have any weapons out, but he was worried even a magical axe would shatter from the current cold if it struck anything solid. Not that he was fighting something solid, his fists and feet merely moved through the area where the ice wraiths were with no resistance except the normal ice and snow in the air. More ice wraiths converged on Barrett, launching more ice knives and drawing up ice spikes from the ice beneath his feet. Barrett dodged what he could, but there were many attacks, and a few more connected, causing small cuts. The blood froze over so he wasn't at risk of bleeding to death, but the bigger issue was the cold getting inside his body. Barrett considered moving into his cave where it was somewhat warmer, but he would also have less room to maneuver there and the ice wraiths could easily move through the walls and floors. It was likely better to fight them out in the open. Immediately upon sensing danger, Barrett had ceased his training mode. He no longer was letting cold enter his core, but it was still cold and only starting to warm up as he moved. Conversely, cold was seeping in from the tiny cuts he was getting. Barrett uselessly swung his fist at another ice wraith. It would be so easy to kill them with energy. Pure body tempering must have a way to beat such things, but nothing was coming to mind immediately. Barrett pulled out the pits of the ancient stone fruit tree. He used them to attack by launching them with earth magic, and they did cause slight fluctuations in the magic and energy around the ice wraiths. However, that was the limit. The attack was still entirely based on physical movement. As for trying to directly disrupt the ice mana, Barrett wasn't skilled enough in magic to do that at all. It was already good that he could sense it without trying too hard. His axe was magical, but he found that its sharpness and durability enhancements did little good against incorporeal enemies. What could Barrett do? He could run. He wasn't sure if the ice wraiths could follow him, but they would likely be able to move fairly quickly in their home territory. Running through the ice and snow would also slow him down significantly, but if necessary, he could do it. However, this was a good opportunity to try to learn something. What could he do? Barrett recalled that he could use pure body tempering to affect his own soul. The body was always connected to the soul, but what if there was no body? Ice wraiths weren't the sort of creature that had a core floating around that he could just break. They did have an insubstantial presence, long and wispy, but Barrett's movements didn't even disturb their form in the slightest. Barrett frowned. He was a master now, or at least he was supposed to be. Ice wraiths weren't even that dangerous, at most first or second tier creatures depending on the particular one. He could tell these were no different, so he had to be able to defeat them somehow. Pure body tempering could do anything, or rather, they made the impossible possible. However, there was always some sense about it, and it only worked on the user's own body or soul, to some extent. Numerous tiny cuts appeared and froze over, and the cold was trying to work its way into his body through those points. Fortunately it didn't get far, frozen blood didn't conduct much more cold further in. However, each little bit added up. He couldn't afford to do nothing. What could he do? His fist struck out towards another ice wraith. They didn't even bother to dodge or respond in any way except to ready another attack. Barrett breathed out slowly, the moisture in his breath freezing into ice crystals that floated through the air as he did so. He'd almost felt something. He kicked out towards another one, merely because that was the best way to reach out and dodge most of the incoming attacks. Once again, he felt the slightest thing. As his body passed through the ice wraith, he was feeling inside his soul, and he felt just the tiniest bit of overlap with something. It could have been wishful thinking, but Barrett had to trust his senses. He felt it one more time, it certainly was there. Now all it came down to was figuring out how to actually do something with it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 267. The best thing about learning something in combat was there was real, immediate feedback related to whether a technique was functional. The worst thing was that if you needed to learn something new in combat, things weren't going well. So far Barrett was down to about half of his stamina reserves, a quarter of that was from his training in the cold and the other quarter was from the fight with the ice wraiths so far and the damage they had caused to him. He could still run at any time, all he had to do was pick a direction and go straight and he would get down the mountain at some point. He wasn't worried about falling down a pit or off a cliff just because he couldn't see very far. It was just that running away would constitute giving up. Was giving up always wrong? Not at all. Knowing your current limits was important, but conversely, that meant giving up too early meant not really knowing your proper limits. Barrett felt like he could do more. As long as he paid attention to his stamina reserves and didn't let himself take any dangerous hits, he would be fine. As for what constituted a dangerous hit, Barrett leaned to avoid an ice spike stabbing towards his neck. Even a small bit of damage could be significant on his neck. If a bit of ice blocked part of his windpipe or an artery, his combat efficiency would drop. There was little chance of him actually taking a serious enough hit to be immediately dangerous, just because there wasn't that much force or sharpness behind the ice spikes, enough to kill a normal person instantly, probably, but in most cases that was just a scratch to Barrett. Regardless, he could continue for some time, and now that he had thought of a method to attack he had to try it. As his fist passed through another ice wraith, their souls overlapped in space and Barrett imagined his soul attacking the ice wraith, except of course that didn't work. It wasn't that souls couldn't do things on their own, probably, but mostly they were guided by something else. They were accessed through energy or magic or even pure body tempering. Barrett recalled fighting off the curse. The curse had come and gone, hiding itself in places he couldn't reach, but he could intentionally reach out to the ice wraiths and their souls. He just had to do something to it. It should be easier because he was the one choosing when it happened. Since the ice wraiths knew Barrett couldn't hurt them, they started to take advantage of every time Barrett attacked, since his movements would be more predictable. While their attacks still did very little individually, together they might cause trouble. Barrett had to avoid or deflect their attacks as much as he could without giving up his chances to try damaging them. Pure body tempering was already about doing things inside himself, he just had to reach even deeper than normal to try to reach something that seemed to be outside himself. As his fist trailed through another ice wraith, he not only felt the traces of their soul but touched it. Just a tiny bit, but the ice wraith's incorporeal body was moved back a small amount. When Barrett's follow-up attack did nothing it seemed to think it was a fluke, returning to concentrating on its assault, but Barrett knew better. As wounds built up on his body, his attacks grew more effective. He shoved the ice wraiths around, further and further. However, since they had not yet felt any pain, they didn't seem worried, but they should have been. Barrett reached out and grabbed an ice wraith. Its body was insubstantial, or perhaps it was better to say their bodies didn't really exist, so no matter how quick he was he couldn't hold on to it, but its soul was certainly real. Barrett clamped down his hand on a tendril of the creature's soul. It slipped out of his grasp, but he could feel the damage he had done. That was good, because it took more stamina than expected, and he was starting to feel like he was made out of more ice than flesh. In addition, as he performed that attack his soul even felt a chill, but only a slight one. The next ice wraith he approached with a kick, slamming it down towards the ground. It couldn't be crushed between his heel and the ground since it had no form, but the sudden shock of the initial hit caused it to shudder. Barrett tried swinging one into another, but it seemed he needed something else since their souls didn't directly impact on each other. Then again, he couldn't say his current level of proficiency with this technique was at all elegant. Barrett continued to throw attacks, none of them yet enough to destroy an ice wraith, but as they started to realize he could actually hurt him, the ice wraiths began to retreat. As they were fleeing, Barrett chased them briefly, finally turning his hand into a claw, and though the imagined shape was similar to what he did with his actual hand, it was all inside of himself, and the ice wraith, as their bodies and souls slightly overlapped. There, his claw hand was sharp, and actually tore apart the ice wraith, which shrieked horribly as it died, the sound of chill winds and ice cracking. The remaining ice wraiths flew up into the air or down through the ice, and Barrett retreated to his cave, where it was, well, not as cold anyway. As he warmed up, his blood started to unfreeze, which meant it was flowing from the numerous tiny wounds. However, he kept it from bleeding too much, and his replacement magical bandages helped warm him and cover his numerous wounds. It didn't do much more than prevent too much blood from leaking out, but at least he didn't have to bandage anything by hand, and controlling his own blood in so many places was difficult. Barrett built a fire. He had mostly done that to cook the bear's meat in the past, but he needed to be warm now. The entire cave he dug out warmed up to a toasty above freezing temperature, because recovery was an important part of training. Normally less freezing temperatures were enough, but now Barrett bundled himself up in every warm thing he had in his magic bag and dozed off in a corner. Even if the room itself was warmer, at most a little bit of water would drip down the walls from the ceiling, refreezing as it did so because of the dreadful cold that permeated through the ice all over the mountain. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 268. Warm blood once again pumped through Barrett's veins. In his dug-out shelter, the barely freezing temperatures couldn't even penetrate his skin. It was actually quite cozy, even without the fire. Over the last couple of days his body had recovered to its peak, first recovering from the wounds and then the fatigue that had built up over the entire time training on Bitter Cold Peak. After the encounter with the ice wraiths, Barrett had needed to fully recover to feel safe. While he now had a way to attack them, he hadn't known when another group might appear, and there was no guarantee they couldn't find him in his cave. He also took time to digest his new technique. While it sounded quite useful to be able to attack someone's soul with pure body tempering, usually that wouldn't be necessary. That was because to do it he already had to have a hand inside them, and thus he could have already killed them before that point. Actually, he couldn't be entirely sure it would work on corporeal creatures. Maybe having a hand in someone's chest wouldn't provide enough overlap since technically their body would be in a different place than his still. Either way, it seemed like pure body tempering would be the least efficient way to attack a soul. Energy and mana would do it better, but Barrett couldn't use energy and wasn't as good at controlling mana, and had no training in the right area. Barrett could certainly improve his technique to be better, but he doubted he could have accomplished it at all before becoming a master. Meanwhile, curses could be done very early by those who learned them, and Barrett had seen numerous third-tier cultivators perform curses that could affect the soul. As for energy, he hadn't really met anyone who trained in the right sorts of energy to affect the soul, at least not more effectively than attacking the body. As Barrett finished recovering and left his cave, he felt it was warmer out. He wasn't sure at first if that was just his resistance or if it was actually warmer. It took some time to become used to such changes in his body. However, he eventually settled on it being warmer. That was likely partly due to it not being a blizzard at the moment, but it was also likely getting towards the end of the cold seasons. Not that Bitter Cold Peak ever grew warm, but it did warm up to almost sensible temperatures during the summer. While Barrett found his training to resist cold slower than other forms of training, it was also safer and more thorough. Currently his greatest training against fire came when he threw himself into a volcano without the intent to survive, which wasn't exactly even in its effects on his body. The Metal Sea was much the same, and the Lightning Mountains training wasn't exactly thorough, but at least it was controlled. Here, he had developed his resistance to cold all through his body quite intentionally, and without nearly as much risk of dying. Sure, there had been some danger when fighting the ice wraiths, but only because he stayed to fight them instead of just running away when he had plenty of stamina left. He was still nowhere as close to dying as he had been at the volcano and the Metal Sea. As things stood, Barrett's fire resistance was probably lagging behind, though elementalists used fire often enough for him to have kept up with training. When the ice wraiths returned, Barrett felt them coming. He knew what he was looking for, though it was hard to say if these were actually the same group. He wasn't sure if ice wraiths would even be interested in revenge. Either way, they weren't prepared for what he could do now. As their shards of ice tried to cut into him, Barrett started out with his attacks. He hadn't taken their attacks everywhere, so he was taking similar amounts of damage, small cuts, freezing blood, but it didn't matter. His first attack knocked around an ice wraith, and the second caused a wound, but by his third attack he had regained the proper feeling. His third attack was a punch that tore straight through an ice wraith and more importantly its soul. Its incorporeal body also broke apart in a similar fashion, as it let out a blood-curdling death scream. The ice wraiths then realized they found the wrong target. They were either a new group or hadn't learned at all. Either way, they could recognize danger after seeing it, and they began to flee. However, Barrett was near top shape and chased after them, killing another half-dozen ice wraiths. They weren't innocent animals but monstrous spirits, and there were plenty of them around Bittercold Peak. As the days became longer and warmer, Barrett stopped by the Crystal Palace on his way out to thank them for letting him train on their mountain. Then he returned back to the Immortal Berserker sect. The stone fruit tree seemed to produce every 2 years after its initial fruiting. That meant Barrett got more pits, because the fruits themselves seemed to have little value. They were decently nutritious, but otherwise not useful to cultivators. However, the pits were quite nice. The stone fruit tree did need nearly constant supply of more rocks in the dirt beneath it, but that wasn't hard to provide. Mistress Abels was experimenting with several different sorts of stone, but it seemed to absorb pretty much anything with little or no change to the pits. They remained as dense and hard as ever, which was good. Barrett continued training with them as weapons, both thrown with muscle power and with earth magic. It was actually possible to control several of them together at the same time without much difficulty. Normally each additional projectile would require more concentration, but as long as he was performing the same task with all of them the pits would move together with his earth magic more easily than was expected. Thus, he could launch a small barrage of attacks if he wanted to. It was still weaker than using his own body to toss them, but there were a few circumstances it could work out. He had some success leaving them around a battlefield to attack an enemy from different angles, and they seemed to become attuned to him. Though it was easy for him to control them, even Mistress Abels found it hard to control of the ones attuned to Barrett, and she was a master in earth magic, 2 tiers ahead of Barrett. Of course, Barrett couldn't even slightly affect the pits that were attuned to her, but that was to be expected. Though they were attuned to him through earth magic, Barrett still didn't feel any sort of connection to his body. He was still unsure if living stone existed, and if it did whether they were living stone, but either way the sort of connection he expected living stone to have hadn't been formed. He was very familiar with them as weapons, however, and he was able to make accurate attacks at a reasonable distance. It wasn't better than a good bow, but he couldn't afford a bow that was strong enough for him to use, and if he could, it wouldn't remain that good for long. The pits were able to be easily repaired, not that he often managed to damage them. Overall, Barrett considered his current training successful, though he did sometimes miss some of the convenient features of berserk energy, though not the constant pain, even as little as it had seemed sometimes. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 269. Shortly after his return from Bittercold Peak, Barrett was surprised to receive a letter. Not that he never got communication from anyone, but usually it was a messenger with a direct message. This was just a letter. Barrett wasn't even sure who he knew who wasn't near Streeto, and was the type to send a letter. He didn't spend long guessing because he opened the letter, first checking who it was from. Simon. He was the follower of the nameless god, the one who had given meals to those who needed as much as he could afford or sometimes more than he could afford. Honorable Barrett. I do not know if this letter will reach you in time. Streeto is quite some distance away from Tri-Ridge. However, you are the only one I know to ask. Brothers and sisters of mine, in the spirit, if not in the flesh, are facing trouble in Rucklua. The Church of Ristos there has taken issue with their denouncements are justified. They are facing many persecutions, public beatings, imprisonment, and death. They have been praying to the nameless God for deliverance, and I as well. Though I know your doubts about the nameless God, I would ask for whatever assistance you can provide in this matter. Sincerely, Simon of Tri-Ridge. Barrett considered the situation. He wanted to help, he still owed Simon for what he had done, but he wasn't sure what the best method was. The Church of Ristos was larger in Ruklua, and would likely have cultivators working for them. Ruklua was powerful enough Barrett couldn't just do whatever he wanted there, even as a master. The actions of the Church of Ristos must have been at least tacitly approved by the local authorities. It wasn't a question of whether Barrett would go or not. It was a question of what he could do. Barrett considered his skills. Fighting was at the top of the list. Below that were things related to fighting. Delicate political maneuvering was near the bottom, even though he'd been taught some of that when he was young. He also had money, and while money couldn't buy everything, it could help with many things. It could buy food or a place to stay or help with things he couldn't do on his own. If an escort was needed while they fled the country, Barrett could do that. If they needed him to fight all of the soldiers of the Church of Ristos, he would try. Barrett owed Simon more than his life, he owed him his sanity. During his time in Tri-Ridge, Simon and those with him were one of the few signs of people possibly being good, the only hope that things might get better. On the other hand, even if Barrett had fully paid back what he owed to Simon, he would have wanted to help. That was the thing about friends, you did things for them even if you didn't owe them anything specific. Barrett considered if he should bring anyone else with him. The positives of doing so: backup was good. He would be crazy to think he could take on everything himself. However, other people had their own things to do, and bringing too many people would be very unsubtle. With the recent conflict between Streeto and Ruklua, it seemed unlikely they would take well to a large group of people moving through their territory. That said, if they tried to completely prevent the movement of people from Streeto, they would likely face retaliation. They had already gotten off lightly for trying to move an army through Streeto's territory when they tried to take over Sasher. They didn't want a full-out war with Streeto, but they wouldn't mind letting some of their internal factions cause trouble. Immediately Master Heikel was off the list. It wasn't just that calling on Master Heikel to solve his own problems felt like a sign he couldn't do anything on his own, it was also that bringing Master Heikel into Ruklua would be a political incident on its own, and he would definitely be watched, if nothing else. 6th-tier cultivators weren't a joke. If he really needed to just fight his way into the country, he would ask Master Heikel, but Simon's methods of contacting the followers of the nameless god indicated he hoped for a more subtle solution. Reyna was out on a mission, Kale was working on his final push towards 4th tier, Lamont's magic was easily recognizable, the first lead that seemed to make sense was Shanta. She was interested in helping people, though Barrett didn't yet know her opinions on this particular conflict. She was a doctor, and no sensible country would deny doctors with a good record from entering. Not that Barrett expected to be watched too closely. Masters weren't that common, but they also weren't that rare. The Immortal Berserker sect itself had over 200 of them, and while Ruklua wasn't as big of a cultivator population as Streeto with its 10 million that were mostly cultivators, they were a fairly strong nation. The army they had sent had only been intended to fight Streeto, it had only hoped to pass by. If Ruklua's various factions combined all their forces, they would be a significant threat to Streeto, but such battle wouldn't be worth the huge losses on either side. Since Shanta happened to actually be in Streeto, Dr. Stieber was a known wanderer and Shanta often went with him, Barrett decided he might as well ask for her help. He explained the situation to the best of his awareness. He didn't want to bring her into a situation she didn't understand and a situation she wasn't invested in at least a little bit. The Church of Ristos, you say? She stroked her chin, I've worked for them a couple times. They're moneybags who pay huge amounts of money for medical services, for the important members of course. Though they're touted to have healing magic, the number of them that actually have such abilities are low, and they lie about healing others. Sometimes people just get better on their own. Shanta shrugged. Do they actually help people? Sure, sometimes. I worked with one of their healers who had a good heart, but she didn't seem entirely convinced of their version of prosperity. I've never heard of the followers of the nameless god, but if they're as you say, then I would be glad to help them. I'll come with you, and reserve judgments with my actions, though I can promise not to work against you. She grinned. That would be a bad move even if we weren't friends, for many reasons. Great. It seems like they needed help as quickly as possible. I'll also help pay for supplies you need. Barrett hoped there wouldn't be any fighting, maybe this time he would be able to make that choice. The followers of the nameless god didn't disparage violence as being necessary in some cases, but it also wasn't supposed to be considered as the first and best option. Barrett liked the idea of that, at the very least. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 270. Though there hadn't been any conflict between Ruklua and Streeto in a handful of years and they weren't technically at war or anything, Barrett and Shanta still kept a low profile as they entered the country, mixing in among the many others moving through. They were headed for Fanapis, a smaller city in Ruklua. That is, it was small compared to the relative city size in Ruklua and tiny compared to Streeto, but larger than Durham and Triridge put together. Though he'd now grown desensitized to Streeto's size, Barrett could still recall how big his home city had felt when he was growing up, even though it wasn't large in the grand scheme of things. Along the way, Shanta asked about the followers of the nameless god. What made you feel you owe them so much? They were the only ones willing to give me food and shelter. Technically, I lived with my cousin, but they provided so little of those things I wouldn't count it. Simon and the others helped me out when no one else would, at risk to themselves. Sort of like when you found me out on that battlefield. Bah, that was my job. You just happened to live long enough for me to help you. I'm sure you knew what was going on. People don't get stabbed in the back for no reason. Shanta shrugged. I might have had suspicions, but I wasn't going to let anyone tell me who I could and couldn't heal. It seems I made a good choice. You saved me a bit of trouble at the expense of a lot of trouble for yourself. Don't tell me running while that injured wasn't a lot of trouble either. Just because you didn't get caught doesn't mean it wasn't bad. Barrett grinned sheepishly. It's weird to think about now. People like that couldn't even scratch me now. That's right, but you managed to keep finding people who can almost kill you. Even among your sect, you spend a large amount of time being almost dead. I almost couldn't believe you ripped out your own heart. But then again, it was you. Shanta shook her head. Did you even think about it? A prophet told me not to. Barrett held his head high, more or less. Subconsciously, I expected to be able to grow back my heart, and I almost couldn't. I guess true immortal bodies aren't all they're cracked up to be. Maybe you're just pushing things too far. Shanta looked at Barrett. It's great that you care about your friends more than yourself, but you should put more value on you too. You think I don't care about me? Barrett made a fist in front of himself. Here's the thing. I don't know if I'd want to live as the kind of person who let their friends die when they could do something. Not being able to do anything is the worst feeling in the world. Shanta nodded slowly. Yeah. Tragedy is an unfortunate motivation for many cultivators, and so far, nobody has managed to stop it happening in the future. Too many people who think their ways are right. Barrett shook his head. Travel through Ruklua was safe, since Ruklua wouldn't have become a very large country if their roads were filled with wild animals or monsters. It was part of what was holding back the southern Metal Sea, but even they had relatively safe roads away from the sea itself. Either way, they kept monsters out of the country and removed any groups of bandits who thought they might prey on the wealth of the country. While Ruklua might not have cared if a group or two were beset by bandits, nobody would trade with them if it was a regular occurrence. Two individuals such as Barrett and Shanta might look like easy targets, but also didn't have wagons full of goods. Up close one might notice the quality of their clothes and other gear, but that was actually another reason to leave them alone. Smart bandits preferred avoiding bloodshed entirely if possible. It didn't take too long for them to arrive in Fanapis, which was merely a few days into Ruklua, at least when traveling at a cultivator's pace. They weren't sure of the exact urgency of the situation, so even thought it was evening. They immediately went to look for the contacts Simon had mentioned in a second sheet attached to his letter. "I think we're in the right section now," Barrett sniffed. "The apothecary should be this way." He pointed down a narrow but well-kept street. After another block or two, Shanta sniffed as well. "You're right. I smell the herbs now. I've trained to pick them out, but you got them from all the way over there." "It's not like I could distinguish anything in particular. I certainly couldn't say what most things were, anyway." However, Barrett tapped his nose. "Pure body tempering isn't just about muscles." "I hate it," Shanta said. "What's the point of learning all this stuff about bodies if you can just change it?" Barrett shrugged. "It's not like energy cultivators and magic users don't go against what's normal. It's just that most of what they do is common enough to be included in your learning." Shanta grumbled as they stepped into the apothecary. A bell rang over the door as they opened it, and an older man stepped out from the back room. Barrett addressed him. "Hello, we're looking for Charlotte." The man looked Barrett and Shanta up and down. "Is that so?" "This way." He gestured behind the counter into the back room. They followed him out through the back and out a door into another alleyway. "It's just over here." He walked down a few doors, then knocked in what was obviously a special pattern. Barrett listened, both for people in the alleyway around them and for what was going on inside. Master Alnher said that it was possible to sense the layout of a room, but Barrett wasn't at that point yet. However, he could hear each person moving inside. One person moved towards the door, and there were many more in back rooms talking quietly. The door opened, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman, not a cultivator, similar to the apothecary. "These two are for you, Charlotte," the man gestured to Barrett and Shanta. "Oh. Do come in," the slightly heavy-set woman waved them inside. "There's a pot on the stove. You're welcome to stay as long as you need, but," she shook her head, "we're out of beds. Only room on the floor now. This is one of the few places left." "That's okay," Barrett held up a hand to stop Charlotte. "We're not here for charity. We're here on Simon's request, more or less." "Simon?" Charlotte's eyes lit up. "You've come all the way from Tri-Ridge?" "Not exactly," Barrett shook his head. "We're from Streeto, but I was in Tri-Ridge for some time." "Don't worry, we're here to help." Barrett turned to face the door. "That's to you, behind the door." A grim-faced woman, about the same age as Charlotte, stepped into the room. She looked at Barrett in surprise. "You don't look much like a wizard." "Regardless, I won't let anyone cause trouble here." Her eyes flicked to Shanta. Shanta shrugged. "Relax, I'm a healer. We're here to help." "That's right," Charlotte waved a hand at the woman. "Simon sent them to help. You remember me talking about him, right, Caprica?" Caprica frowned. "That's the priest from the Church of Prosperity?" "He was, once. Decades ago. I'm sure you wouldn't begrudge his background, Caprica grimaced. "No, I get it." Barrett could feel she was a cultivator, a third-tier magic user who gave off a gloomy aura. It seemed somewhat familiar, but not quite the same as anything else he'd previously felt. Charlotte turned to Barrett and Shanta. "Caprica's been with us a couple years, and with all the trouble lately she can be a bit overprotective. If Simon sent the two of you, I'm quite grateful for whatever help you can provide. Times have been hard." "You said you were a healer?" Charlotte looked at Shanta. "We have a few sick people, we don't want to turn them away, but we also don't want everyone else to catch what they have. If you could look at them." Shanta quickly agreed, and Barrett wished he had more he could do besides fight things. Well, perhaps they would need help moving things, but also, there certainly could be attacks, so he kept his ears open for possible people coming from outside. For the first night at least, there was no further trouble. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 271. In the morning Barrett talked to Charlotte to try to figure out what he could do to help. "I heard that many of your members were imprisoned. If you know where they are, I could break them out." Charlotte shook her head. "That won't do much good. Some were already executed, and those who remain will not be killed. Breaking them out would just lend some sort of legitimacy to the Church of Risto's actions, and innocent guards will be killed. Perhaps if you had arrived sooner, but I doubt that would have been possible. Then, I can help to defend against future attacks. Is there anywhere that needs protecting? This is our last safe house. For now, it is safe enough. For now, the thing we could most use help with is cleaning, cooking, and serving food. Shanta is already helping with medical needs more than we could have ever hoped. Charlotte tapped her lips. For something that might suit you better, we could use more food. I could go hunt something and bring it back. No, that won't be necessary. We have suppliers for rice and flour on the other side of the city, but it takes work to bring it. The church watches for carts and wagons carrying large amounts of food to abnormal places, so we carry it by hand. You could help bring some. I see. How much? I might be able to bring it all. It's a shipment for the whole month. With all these people, it's about 1.5 tons. Oh, yeah, I can do that. I'll just throw it in my magic bag. Barrett nodded. Your magic bag has enough room. It does. Barrett didn't bother explaining why. Magic bags were more expensive based on their volume, but also by how much they reduced the weight of the contents. Thus his magic bag, which didn't reduce the weight at all, could have much more space than normal. Enough for a pile of armor or a big pile of rice and flour. 30 large bags was a wagon or two, depending on the specific size. That's very helpful. I'll send someone along to introduce you to our supplier. Wilt was a young man with a lot of enthusiasm in his walking. Roscoe is all the way on the other side of the city. Wilt practically skipped along, but Barrett had no trouble keeping up. He supplies most of our food. It's kinda boring, but it's better than being hungry. Wilt commented on most shops they went past. The owner of that restaurant is so stingy they feed any leftovers to their already fat dogs and then mix what's left with dirt so it's inedible. The tailors over there sew up my pants when they get holes for real cheap or free, sometimes. He continued to comment on his personal experience with places until they passed out of the main shopping streets and into alleys and roads around warehouses. Roscoe owns a few real big grocers around here, but he has a warehouse over here. He should be there today. Ah, I see him. Wilt waved to Roscoe, a middle-aged man of average build. His clothes were neat and tidy, but not expensive looking. Wilt. Good to see you. The rest of the crew running late? This guy's got a magic bag. Wilt looked around after he said that, but there wasn't anybody else around to have overheard. He says he can take it all in 2 trips. Really? Roscoe raised an eyebrow. I'd love to get a magic bag, but they're expensive. Selling food doesn't cut it. Speaking of which, next month's shipment is going to be more. The grain harvests have been bad so far, and I can't sell at a loss. Some people always buy up fixed amounts, and others are hoarding the grain so the prices go up even more. Roscoe shook his head, but this shipment is at the agreed-upon prices, of course. I'll talk with Charlotte about next month. He motioned the two to follow him, and took them to a corner of the warehouse. This is your shipment. Food for 100 people for a month. Both looked very large and very small, depending on how you thought about it. The stack was only a bit taller than Barrett, each layer 3 bags with 2 next to each other and the third perpendicular running next to them. Overall it was about 2 cubic meters. The warehouse had dozens of such stacks, though some of them were in crates which took up a bit more room compared to the stuff inside them. Of course, not all of it was grain and rice. Barrett started taking things out of his magic bag, like his axe and armor, which he wanted to be on top. Then he tossed the bags in a couple at a time. Each bag was about 50 kilograms. Once he was done, he put the armor back in, as well as the axe, in its sheath that covered the head and stopped it from chopping up the inside of the magic bag. Unprotected sharp objects were a good way to suddenly not have a magic bag anymore, but instead a pile of stuff spilling out onto the ground. Barrett hefted the magic bag. It wasn't the weight that made it awkward to carry, though he wouldn't say it didn't cause trouble at all, but instead all that weight being in one place outside his center of gravity. Still, it just took some adjusting to his balance to walk along in a way that looked fairly normal. "I can't believe you fit all that in there," Wilt looked surprised. "It doesn't even look big enough to fit one. I wish I could have a magic bag like that." "Well, just train as a cultivator for a dozen years, and maybe you can afford one. Maybe earlier if you're willing to settle for a bit less." "Yeah." Wilt shook his head. "I don't know. I'm not much for fighting." "Cultivators have to do a lot of fighting, right?" "Usually," Barrett nodded. "I'd like to be able to help people that way, but I get afraid," Wilt grimaced. About that," Barrett followed Wilt's line of vision. He recognized a few soldiers in the uniform of the Church of Ristos standing around a man whose hair was just starting to show signs of gray. "See, can you help that guy?" I can't." Barrett patted Wilt on the shoulder. "It's okay. I'll handle it." Barrett wasn't sure how he was going to do it. He could of course smear their bodies all over the street, but that didn't seem like it would help in the long run. "Go make yourself scarce before they notice you." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 272. As he walked towards the soldiers of the Church of Ristos surrounding the old man, Barrett pondered his options. Upon infusing himself into the situation, Barrett didn't know what he was going to do, but he knew he would do it with confidence. "What's happening here?" Barrett asked loudly. He hadn't had as much practice projecting his voice with just his body as with energy, so it came out a bit louder than intended, instead of just traveling a long distance, but the effect was still good. It got the attention of the soldiers. "Nothing that concerns you, mage," said a warrior leading the group of soldiers without turning to see Barrett. His assumption wasn't strange. Barrett projected the aura of a second-tier mage. In fact, he was a second-tier mage. That just wasn't all he was. "Really?" Barrett's voice raised a bit more, "Because I was going to call the guards to arrest your group of street thugs." So far, attempting to sway public opinion had rarely ever improved his circumstances, but if he was just going to kill people he could have already done that. Barrett continued walking toward the group. At his continued interference the leader of the group turned around. "We are not street thugs, we are enforcers of the Church of Ristos. Now back away." "So you admit the Church of Ristos acts like a group of thugs and unlawfully attacks people in the street?" At this point, no one within a few blocks could even pretend to ignore Barrett's voice. Barrett could have been louder, but the first eardrums he would have broken would be innocent civilians standing around and not that of the warriors. "All of our actions are within the laws of the city dash." "So you admit to bribing the city guards too?" Barrett was only 2 steps from the group. At that point the captain stepped forward and drew his sword. "Men, seize the blasphemer. I'll handle this one." As the remaining handful of soldiers stepped towards the old man pressed up against the wall, Barrett moved. He completely slipped past the captain and into the middle of the other soldiers, reaching the old man before they did and grabbing him under the armpits. Then he leaped into the air, getting about 3 meters into the air, halfway to the height of the roof of the nearest building, followed up with tossing the old man the rest of the way from the height of his jump. There were some tricks he used to reduce the strain on the man's body, but he still couldn't safely do it all in one move. Overall, Barrett was in the air for a second and a half, just long enough for the soldiers to start drawing their weapons or to point their spears at him. As he fell, he twisted his body to avoid the spears reached out to stab at him. Violence in the open streets. How barbaric. Barrett wondered if the windows would give out before people's eardrums, but he had no desire to find out at the exact moment, so his voice remained at its previous volume. "Get him," the captain shouted. As he did so, he moved in to attack Barrett at the same time as the others. Barrett grabbed the nearest soldier, holding out the soldier's arm to block an incoming spear. It was completely unnecessary, as he could have dodged out of the way, or had the soldier stabbed straight in the gut. However, he had a different idea. Be careful with those weapons. Of course, they didn't stop attacking, so he next directed another soldier's leg into the path of the captain's sword. Well, fine then. Don't blame me when the Church of Ristos abandons you after you get crippled. The soldiers were only first and second tier, with the captain being at the peak of second tier. Against a second tier mage they would have had no trouble, is what they likely thought. However, 2 of their members had been severely wounded in an instant. One soldier backed away, but one continued to attack with the captain. Barrett glanced around to make sure Wilt had safely left the scene, then directed the captain's face into the tip of the spear of the final soldier at its farthest point, so the spear didn't go into his brain. At that point the captain started screaming incoherently and Barrett heard the footsteps of more soldiers coming a couple streets over. He wasn't sure if the Church of Ristos had actually successfully bribed all of the guards, but he didn't want to stick around to find out. He jumped up onto the roof where the old man was gripping onto a chimney. "Time to go," Barrett said, grabbing the man by the waist and jumping from roof to roof, relatively short jumps, until there were a few solid rows of buildings between them and the coming soldiers. Barrett then jumped down to the ground, decelerating the man by holding him above his head when he hit the ground, allowing a certain amount of force to push his arms down until they nearly reached the ground below. The actual impact to the man would likely be less than throwing him up onto the roof, but it was certainly more disorienting. "Be careful, all right?" Barrett held on to the man until he stood on his own 2 feet. "They might remember you. I know some people who can hide you if you need it." "I know, I'll be all right." It took the old man a moment to remember he could speak. "I'll be leaving the city." "Why were they after you?" The old man pulled a paper out of the rucksack he had slung over his shoulder. "I was distributing these. A simple comparison of how much money the Church of Ristos takes in versus their charity. Half of the money goes to large buildings and the rest goes to priests and soldiers. Only a few % actually goes to handouts." The old man then pulled out another flyer. This should be compared to an official report of the Church of Egdes, who preach self-sufficiency as a primary tenet. Charity is not considered a primary virtue for them, yet they give approximately 3 parts in 20 of their earnings, primarily from crafts and services rather than donations towards work education programs. "It's the hypocrisy that's the problem." He shook his head. "Not that I'd support a church of greed, but at least they'd be honest if that's what they said. Unfortunately, nobody cares, and enough of the guard is bribed." The man shook his head. "I don't speak loudly, so I thought I would go unnoticed as I left these, before I moved to another city, but I suppose now I'll be leaving town sooner." "Perhaps your words have more impact than you thought, then." Barrett looked at the pages. "Numbers can make people feel things are real." "How accurate is this?" "Not perfectly, but it should be within a few % in each area." "They really spend that much on soldiers, huh? That must be a lot of cultivators." "Maybe 100. As for you leaving town, they might end up with men watching the gates. I'll give you a contact to help with that." After arranging things with the old man, Barrett waited. Once he was sure the watcher didn't follow the man, he walked along the streets. If he stayed too long the guards might find him, if they were willing to go out in force. He still needed to deliver the rice and flour whose weight had not been good for the roofs he stepped on. Before that, however, he stepped around a corner, faking the sounds of fading footsteps. As the watcher came around the corner behind him, he grabbed them by their face and pressed the back of their head up against the wall. Their legs flopped against the wall as he held them off the ground. Barrett narrowed his eyes and spoke sternly. "You know a lot of watchers. Scouts, spies, whatever you call yourselves. I'll never give them up." The man he was holding onto still had free arms, and stabbed out with a dagger towards Barrett's eye. If the killing intent hadn't been so obvious, his attack might have done something. The man wasn't exactly weak, and his previously well-concealed energy expertly coated the dagger and increased its sharpness. In fact, Barrett got a tiny nick on his eye even after he moved a considerable portion of toughness to it. Barrett pressed harder on the man's face, hard enough the man had to use his energy to keep his skull from being crushed. Don't worry. I won't ask who they are. In fact, I'll do them all a favor. You tell them not to even try following me, and I won't crush any of their skulls. You can tell that to your friend with the bump on his head too. What fr dash, the man started to speak as Barrett's left hand whipped out, tossing one of the lead balls he still had off onto a distant rooftop. At that distance it wasn't enough to kill the other watcher, but Barrett's arm moved in such a way as to hide the attack until the last moment. It was difficult to track the movement of a tiny sphere coming directly towards you. As I was saying, you can talk to everyone you know and save their lives. Barrett's grip tightened and his pressure against the wall increased, forcing the man to desperately defend with his energy, before his control broke. Barrett loosened his grip at just the right moment to not crush the man's skull. You understand? The man tried to nod, then spoke, yes. I do. Great, Barrett smiled and dropped the man who barely kept to his feet. Remember to tell everyone, because the next person who follows me dies. Then Barrett walked towards his actual destination, after doing a few loops to make sure no one else was after him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 273. Barrett returned to the safe house of the followers of the Nameless God only after he was certain he wasn't being followed. The Watchers hadn't smelled like they were from the Church of Ristos, expensive oils and perfumes, but that didn't mean they weren't working with some allied faction or the city guard or something like that. Even with all his wandering paths, Barrett didn't arrive much later than Wilt. Barrett moved much faster alone than if he was walking with someone. The first thing he did was deliver the food, then talk to Charlotte about what he had done. Because of that, I'm not sure if I might be recognized in public and cause trouble for you. Normally we would allow anyone who needs help to stay with us, no matter what potential trouble they were in. However, you don't really need our help, do you? Charlotte shook her head. I won't say you can't stay with us, but it indeed might be dangerous for us if you stay. However, if you want to help, we do still have something you can do. Some people have been talking about leaving the city, and we have finally decided it would be for the best. You're leaving the city? Good, that makes the most sense if you wish to avoid conflict. I think you slightly misunderstand. We're not all leaving. This is our city, after all. We couldn't just leave the people here alone. However, there are also many who don't wish to stay here any longer. They might be recognized at the gates or run into trouble on the road. With you, Caprica, and Shanta, you should be able to keep them safe. We just need a good way to get everyone out of the city, preferably without anyone getting caught or ending up in a huge battle with the city guard. It depends on how long you want to wait. Barrett scratched his chin. I could dig a way out of the city, but that would take days or more, mostly because of disposing of all the dirt. Then of course the tunnel would lead back to wherever it started. We could just force our way through the gates or break down a section of wall. Or we could try to sneak past the guards during the day, though one large group would cause complications and many small groups would risk too many chances to get noticed. Cultivators allow so many options, Charlotte half smiled. We will have to determine how many people are leaving and figure out the best method. Over the next few days Barrett moved around Fan Apis in disguise. It wasn't a very complicated disguise, he merely put on his armor. There were enough cultivators that someone walking around in armor wasn't strange. As long as he didn't go through any checkpoints and have to remove his helmet, he wouldn't be easily recognized. Of course, he also had to keep his mana restrained. It was odd to have a mage in heavy armor, though not impossible, depending on the sort of mage in question. Barrett noticed the city seemed to be on alert. He couldn't say it was unrelated to his actions. In fact, he saw wanted posters that vaguely fit his looks. The wanted posters couldn't or didn't say what he had done or even mention a reward, which resulted in some scoffing from the general populace. His actions had been public enough for many people to know what really happened, or at least some idea of it. Barrett hadn't even directly attacked anyone, nobody died, and while only a few dozen people at most saw the battle, many more had heard of it. The Church of Ristos wasn't the only power in the city, and the city guard was receiving flack for favoring them so strongly. With the embarrassment of what had happened, the Church of Ristos was both on the alert but not willing to take any actions for the moment. Overall, it wouldn't be much easier or harder to leave the city. I see why you wanted to help these people, Shanta remarked to Barrett, they're good people. You are too, you know, Barrett responded. I appreciate the sentiment, but while I care about certain people, they care about everyone. Shanta shook her head, not that they wouldn't kill people if necessary, but they think about all the people who might die slightly innocently, guards and regular soldiers. They even believe everyone should have a chance at redemption, though Charlotte admitted that it's very hard to actually go through with that. However, a handful of the people hiding here were members of the Church of Ristos who denounced their practices upon finding out what they really did, or even after having a change of heart. That Simon you mentioned, he was an inquisitor of the Church of Ristos once. The Simon I know. The middle-aged, portly fellow. The very same one. It took some time for the followers of the nameless god to accept him. There are reasons he ended up all the way in Ashia. And Caprica, well, she has her own story. Shanta shrugged, the plan to get out is pretty simple. I'll knock out the guards at the gate, then we'll travel north toward Streeto. Most of the non-cultivators will likely end up settling in Sasher. Either way, we'll give them a chance to settle elsewhere. The total number of people Shanta brought with her was about 24 in size. There were a handful of first and second tier cultivators, with Caprica being the only third tier cultivator in the bunch. They headed for the west gate. The guards had a chance to remember activity nearby, and so going through the north gate would reveal the ultimate direction they were headed. South led deeper into Ruklua, so it might lead on that they were going the opposite direction. The gates weren't exactly laid out on compass directions. The west gate was more to the northwest of the city. West led towards Nospor, which was a sensible enough place for people to go. It would still be possible to track them through various means, but at least they might slow down pursuit slightly with their diversion. The western gates were closed. Shanta walked up to them, turning sharply as she neared the wall. Powder floated up to the guard towers carried by her energy, and within a minute Shanta had circled back around, the heads of the guards in the tower already drooping. Shanta jumped up and grabbed onto the wall of one of the towers. They might have been high enough to do some good against lower-tier cultivators, but Fanapis was certainly not intending to resist a siege against masters or even large numbers of third-tier cultivators. It was nowhere near the largest city in Ruklua, and had nothing on the size of Streeto itself. She climbed the rest of the way onto the wall and inside the gatehouse. Once inside, she rotated the wheel to open the gates. It was supposed to require multiple people, though that was with the intention of them being first or second tier cultivators at most. While Shanta wasn't extremely strong in body training, her energy helped provide sufficient leverage. Once everyone was through, she returned the gates to their closed position and jumped off the wall. The group hurried along to cover so they could avoid the gaze of the other guards in different sections of the wall. Meanwhile, Barrett was elsewhere, hopefully causing a worthwhile distraction. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 274. The East Gate wasn't anything special. It was just there to save time for the various farmers that lived out that way, getting them into the market more quickly. It wasn't made to withstand much more than a casual intrusion attempt, so when Barrett pushed, it opened. He also left some trails of broken cobblestones and grooves in the dirt below him as he needed leverage to push the gate open. Needless to say, the guards noticed the sound of the metal gates bending, and shouted down at Barrett, not that he planned to listen. He was already walking away, but he turned around to give them a good look at him. There was something good about him being recognizable, because this incident would be noticed much more than whatever Shanta was doing. The guards had bows to shoot arrows at him, and he didn't even bother dodging. Even if the guards were strong enough to fire a bow that could hurt him, they certainly couldn't afford to equip them with something like that. Barrett stayed on the road for several kilometers before turning away into an orchard. He continued on in that direction for several more minutes before suddenly turning, flinging one of the stone pits behind him. It curved through the air, a solid push of magic turning it from its trajectory slightly as it curved towards the hidden figure, striking them in the side. The blow threw them off balance so that they were delayed in their retreat, and within a handful of seconds Barrett had caught up to them, grabbing their shoulder to turn them around. It was a young man slightly younger than Barrett, even, but with a cultivation at 3rd tier. He wore earthy clothing, good for hiding at night without being extremely suspicious during the day like wearing all black. Barrett shook his head. I said that anyone who followed me would be dead. Didn't you listen? Barrett looked for the young man's reaction. He could see the determination to not say anything, but that also told him what he needed to know. It had been possible this young man really hadn't been told about Barrett's declaration, but that didn't seem to be the case. Barrett wasn't interested in attempting torture to get more information that he probably didn't even need, so he merely snapped the man's neck. It was quick and relatively painless, compared to some ways to die. After retrieving his stone pit, Barrett took his time looking through the man's things, fumbling around with his own magic bag as he did so. There wasn't much to find: a small magic bag with a couple weapons and some backup armor and changes of clothing and some money. It was clearly set up to leave few identifiers. Barrett had guessed that, but the reason he waited so long was because he wasn't quite done with his promise yet. Barrett didn't sense the magic until after the killing intent, though perhaps malicious intent was the right word. After all, the magic wouldn't kill him, and in fact it wasn't even directly harmful. However, the magic still activated the talismans Barrett had pulled out as it tried to latch onto his soul. Tracking magic, Barrett was pretty sure. The talismans couldn't completely stop it, but as it reached towards his soul Barrett tore it apart internally. It wasn't made to be sturdy and enduring, only unnoticed, but Barrett had been expecting it, or at least expecting something. After all, what else would the other person following behind him be there for? They had done quite well concealing themselves, remaining invisible and barely even disturbing the ground as they walked hundreds of meters away. However, to keep up with Barrett they couldn't go as slowly as they might have wished, and Barrett could pick out single stones being knocked out of place as long as he was expecting sounds from that direction. He'd intentionally stayed within sight of the city for long enough to give people this chance. As he tore apart the tracking spell, Barrett sprang forward towards the hidden figure. While there had been some risk letting them act, he wanted them to be closer, and complex magic was difficult to do at a long distance. Barrett's target was still over 100 meters away, but they were not a master of illusions, maybe nearly so, but they could not hide the slight dust clouds their feet kicked up as they fled. The fleeing figure made it back to the road just before Barrett caught up. Darts laced with poison and other frantic attacks didn't slow Barrett much, and Barrett grabbed onto the invisible figure. There were ever so slight distortions of the air around them. Perhaps even trained eyes couldn't see it, but when he focused on one particular sense with pure body tempering, the results could be spectacular, if he was able to interpret it. He didn't bother to say anything as he reached out to grab another part of the invisible figure. Both parts seemed to be arms. He then stomped on their back, not wanting to waste time with silly things like talking. He heard their spine crack and their shoulders pop at the same time, before they became visible. Just in case they weren't actually dead, Barrett crushed their head under his foot. While doing so, he looked down the road towards the following soldiers, admiring how quickly they were assembled. They were mostly just outside the gates, but Barrett could make them out clearly, including the fact that they had guards from the Church of Ristos with them. They would just barely be able to see him standing over the dead figure. A normal shout could perhaps be heard at that distance, but Barrett needed them to really hear what he said, so he raised his voice significantly. Fortunately, the man below him was already dead. If you wish to die for the Church of Ristos, you are welcome to follow me. Just don't forget, they can't pay you when you're dead. Now that he'd killed someone, they technically had some sort of justification to come after him, but it wasn't like they wouldn't have made one up anyway. Barrett still assumed some or most of them would follow him, but that was good, because it would be quite a good distraction. With the warning, he wouldn't feel bad about killing anyone who came after him, though he would start with their leaders, just in case. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 275. As they traveled away from Phanapis, Shanta kept one eye on their surroundings and one eye on Caprica. The caution was likely noticed by Caprica, but she would also understand why. While the followers of the nameless god had known her for a few months, Shanta knew both them and her for only a few days. The group did actually travel west until entering Nospor, just so they could be out of Ruklua as quickly as possible. The trip took more than half a week, though it could have been done in a single day if everyone in the group was a cultivator. However, normal people simply couldn't travel at such a fast pace, especially not when they had to bring provisions with them. Terrain that didn't seem difficult to Shanta was much harder, especially with the climb in elevation. Part of the delay was also caused by being restricted to roads, which meant taking more circuitous routes. After they crossed the border into Nospor, Shanta was almost willing to believe that they had gotten away unnoticed. More likely, Barrett had drawn so much attention that none had been paid to them. He was good at that, even when he didn't intend to. Shanta just hoped he knew his own limits. As long as he didn't get careless and reserved enough stamina, he could run away and nobody would be able to catch him. Unless there were masters they didn't know about in Fan Apis, but it wasn't likely that they would be involved. Fan Apis wasn't such a large city that the city guard would have any masters, and if they did they wouldn't likely just leave the city undefended. The Church of Ristos had some masters, but they hadn't heard anything about them passing through the area. Upon reaching the main road in Nospor, they turned north. Streeto was their eventual destination, or at least, a safe stopping point along the way. Unfortunately, they wouldn't reach there without trouble. Shanta picked up on the danger a moment before Caprica acted, which was a surprise to Shanta, since Caprica was only third tier. However, it seemed to be she was feeling for something particular that Shanta was not. Caprica turned, her hand outstretched. Motes of darkness flung out of her hands towards seemingly nothing, but of course, that likely just meant invisible people. Indeed, as the darkness flew out it latched onto certain points in space, and one revealed a woman clutching her eyes. It seemed that the motes of darkness weren't entirely harmless. Run! I'll hold them off here. You heard her. Shanta gestured, with me. The only place to run to was an outcropping of rock nearby. The non-cultivators with them wouldn't be safe there, but at least they would be out of easy reach. As she moved, Shanta reached into her bag and pulled out a red powder which she poured into her mouth. She watched both ahead and behind the group, her eyes twitching as the powder flowed into her system. Behind the motes of darkness, she could now see outlines of figures, not quite as red-orange as she had expected. Up ahead, there were no signs of life until the outcropping. Shanta moved ahead and circled around it once to make sure, blowing a powder into the air. The group did not all run the same speed, but with the help of those who could move faster everyone soon reached the far side of the rock outcropping. Stay here. Also, don't cross this line if you use magic. Shanta blew one last gust of powder from her palm, then returned towards Caprica. The rock outcropping also provided another benefit: nobody could watch Caprica. There were many among them who knew about her past, but the rest might not take it well immediately. Tendrils of darkness circled around the middle-aged woman, twining in an incomprehensible pattern. As they moved, they blocked various bits of magic curses unseen except by magical senses. Besides the figure whose eyes were damaged, two more had also become visible. They likewise had tendrils of darkness, but instead of defending they reached out to attack Caprica. Shanta wondered if these were members of the grasping hand that Barrett had previously run into trouble with or just more necromancers. As Shanta returned, Caprica noticed her and shouted, "What are you doing? Run! This is my problem to deal with." Shanta looked around at the various necromancers, seeing them merely as colors. There was a noticeable drop in the body temperature of those who summoned the tendrils of darkness, making them more of a green and sometimes blue than red-orange. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think they will stop pursuit when you die? If you truly want to redeem yourself, you have to stay alive. Shanta pulled out a small vial, dipping a needle into it before immediately throwing it. Her hands flicked, launching a needle at each of the half-dozen enemies. Two of those who were still invisible managed to dodge, though one got caught in the arm. All of those with tendrils of darkness blocked with them. Shanta carefully sealed the vial and returned it into her magic bag. "Look out!" Caprica called out, unnecessarily. Shanta cultivated energy and magic, so it was easy enough to see the hidden spells. She dodged the squirming magic while at the same time moving closer to the two who had dodged her needles before. Tiny little packets dropped out of each of her sleeves into her hands, and she flicked them towards the two necromancers. One of them dodged the packet, and the other dodged the needle returning from behind them. Caprica was slowly being forced back, but she was just barely managing to protect herself from three opponents. Her own tendrils of darkness latched onto theirs, ripping them apart. Nothing stopped them from being recreated, but some of the magic was lost. However, the same was done to her as well, and she had to keep retreating to prevent her body from being within easy reach of a sneaky attack. While a moment of contact wouldn't kill her, she didn't want her life force absorbed at all if she could help it. Unfortunately, she wouldn't likely be able to outlast three people. No, she certainly couldn't, but then she noticed what was happening to the three she was fighting. It had been slow at first, tiny veins of nothing appearing in one tendril, slowly working its way to the necromancers themselves, and then the tiny veins moved from them up each and every tendril of darkness. The veins really were nothing, but what caused them Caprica wasn't sure. The only thing she was sure about was that the tendrils quickly lost most of their substance, and she had an opening to attack. A pair of tendrils wrapped around each of her opponents, and they moved their own to tear hers away, but their tendrils continued to disintegrate with little effect. Caprica felt the life force of the three necromancers going into her. It was exhilarating, but she shook the thought away. That wasn't her life anymore. She only did this now out of necessity. As the three slumped to the ground, she turned to deal with the remaining necromancers, who would likely be more cautious, but they were all on the ground, basically uninjured but lifeless. That was something she could sense. Shanta stood in place calmly, unsurprised at the results. What was that?" "Poison," Shanta stated matter-of-factly. "Well, clearly, but what about with these three?" Caprica waved to the three she had been fighting. "Also poison. Poison doesn't affect things made out of pure magic and life force." Shanta took a small dose of some powders, closing her bloodshot eyes. "You're right. It's not poison. It just so happens that there are things like poison that affect magic and life force directly. That sounds even more terrifying than necromancy. Only if you carelessly touch it with magic tied to you. If it just touched your skin or even your bloodstream, it wouldn't do much of anything." Shanta sighed. "I hope these fellows have quite a bit of money on them. That stuff is expensive and hard to make." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 276. People with average eyes could recognize someone familiar in clear weather perhaps 300 meters away or more. Someone less familiar might have to be much closer. Cultivators of course had better eyes and memories, so that distance could increase significantly. Looking back towards the city just a few kilometers away, Barrett picked out the captain of the Church of Prosperity he had run into previously. It wasn't so hard, with one of his eyes covered in a patch. Perhaps they had the means to heal it with magic or medicine, but even if it was being done, it wouldn't have completed healing yet. Barrett's attempt to intimidate the group only made a few people lag behind, either those guards who weren't paid well to begin with, or members of the church who weren't entirely on board with their agenda. Barrett couldn't say that the rest of them were stupid, they did have the advantage of numbers, after all. However, those who continued to follow him after noticing the body at his feet would be extremely incautious at best. Then again, everyone who fought with any regularity would end up believing they wouldn't be the one to fall even if someone was guaranteed to die. That applied to Barrett as well, but he had more than just his past experience not dying to go off of. He was also 4th tier, and none of those he saw were higher than 3rd tier, most being 2nd or 1st. Even so, instead of moving towards the running group, he continued away from them on the road. Their different cultivations and speeds would lead to them splitting up or having no hope of catching him. Of course, they didn't have any hope of catching him anyway, but he wasn't going anywhere close to full speed. He just wanted to push the limits of their speed. Barrett was actually somewhat impressed. One Eye was leading the pack, which meant he hadn't completely fallen into a routine of living comfortably in a city. Soon enough Barrett was 10 kilometers away from the city, far enough to make reinforcements inconvenient. Over that distance, Barrett had let people catch up to him so that they were merely 100 meters or so behind him. Now he slowed down, doing his best to appear physically exhausted, something he had much experience with. He made his breathing heavy to help with the illusion. This time, he took a deep breath. There aren't any, old man, for you to attack. Barrett coughed once, then put on a placating smile. Fine guards of Fanapis, I did not mean to cause damage to your city, I was merely running for my life. He didn't expect that to convince much of anyone, but it would let him judge reactions, and determine who needed to die. The man leading the city guard didn't respond to Barrett's words except with an order, open fire. Around him, the handful of guards who had managed to keep up pulled back bows they carried with him, launching a rather small volley of arrows. The arrows took an entire second to reach his location, more than enough for him to step behind a tree. If any of them were specialized archers, Barrett might not have considered the thick oak sufficient cover, but they were not, so their energy faded before the arrows struck the tree, only causing damage based on the momentum and sharpness of the arrows, at most sticking a few centimeters into the 50-centimeter trunk. Not that Barrett actually needed to dodge, but he preferred to have them be the ones to close the distance, because taking out an enemy or two with surprise would save him some effort. It was unfortunate One Eye seemed to remember the danger from before, so he wasn't the very first to move in. He was still the first to die, but that meant it took some mana for Barrett to do it. As One Eye approached slightly behind a handful of soldiers from the Church of Ristos, Barrett stepped out from behind the tree, a stone pit in his hand. His entire body leaned almost perpendicular to the ground as his arms swung over his head, flinging the stone pit with the most force he could muster. Perhaps the mana was an unnecessary addition, but he didn't want to worry about potentially not killing people. The stone pit flew straight and true, through One Eye's layer of protective energy, his breastplate, his chest, and then the back of his breastplate and the far edge of his protective energy which hadn't yet registered that One Eye was dead. In fact, he could probably survive without his heart for a handful of seconds, but his brain didn't seem to think it should try. His body collapsed in a heap as Barrett pulled the pit back towards him. The soldiers in front moved to attack Barrett, but he charged past them, using his axe to lop off whatever limb or torso was most convenient at the time. Perhaps their attacks could have touched him if they had been expecting him to be as strong as he was, but they had assumed they had him cornered and tired. That was the fault of One Eye, who hadn't properly explained Barrett's strength, not that he had experienced all of it anyway. The guard captain or whatever his rank was actually managed to bring his spear up to try to impale Barrett. To his credit, he actually pierced through Barrett's chest plate, even as his body twisted to deflect the impact. Unfortunately, that meant he only ended up leaving a trail of blood on Barrett's ribs, while Barrett's axe found its way right through his midsection, bisecting him. The arrows that had been fired by the other guards were inconsequential. With a spin, Barrett cut down the rest of the handful of guards, merely second tier for the most part. Because he didn't emit any energy, they couldn't get a handle on his strength and speed, and by the time they realized their mistakes they were dead. Then he doubled back to kill the remaining church soldiers. Overall, the fight only took perhaps a dozen seconds. Barrett shouted towards the rest of those following him, "Next time Fanapis will do better not to attack blindly." Barrett left behind the bodies, not because the armor and weapons weren't at least slightly valuable except perhaps the pieces that had been bisected. He didn't have the desire to hang around picking everything up, and he also didn't want to dump a bunch of bodies into his magic bag. Having seen him quickly take out most of their best soldiers, the rest of those following were hesitant. Many of them turned back towards the city in retreat, though Barrett doubted they would actually change their methods of doing things. Instead, they would just make sure they were stronger when they next tried to kill him. With that, Barrett planned to be gone before they could gather a bigger force after realizing the whole extent of the situation. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 277. As he made his way vaguely to the north, Barrett thought over the situation. Would things changes in Fanapis? Perhaps a bit, but that also might be for the worse. The biggest hope for the city actually changing for the better were the followers of the nameless god, or any others like them. People who stayed around to enact change over time, hopefully for the better. While the Church of Ristos would disagree with Barrett on what was better, Barrett believed he was in the right, more importantly, that there actually was a right side. Maybe he didn't fully understand it yet, but he knew that trying to make things better for people in general was better than making things exceptionally good for a few, which was what the Church of Ristos practically did. They also worked to deceive into believing they were doing good for people as a whole, while they really only made life slightly better for those more sympathetic people they fed with a small portion of their donations. They were worse than the merchant guilds, who were at least quite honest about the fact that they were lining their higher-ranking members' pockets with gold. Then again, Barrett thought the Church of Ristos was wrong even if they only cared about money for their highest-ranking members. They could spend more money on encouraging real economic growth, which would then mean whatever portion of money they had would become larger. However, he understood that it was easier to just receive money and speak vague and encouraging platitudes, though he wondered how much money they might be spending to maintain their image. Barrett had been raised to take over Durham and the surrounding region. Now he knew how small that place was. He'd seen Streeto, which had more population within its borders than all of Ashia, but only took up a very small area. Of course, that was all because it was a city of cultivators, and it had grown to that point over many years. It was just so huge Barrett hadn't even considered being able to rule anywhere and having it be relevant. Even though his father had rules in Durham, he had been tossed away callously for, well, not a better ruler, certainly. Someone with connections, then. Even if Barrett ruled all of Ashia, he would still be subject to the control of the Ustane Empire, and even just the grasping hand probably held enough sway to remove the king of Ashia. They certainly wouldn't be the only faction with that much power in the Ustane Empire. Thus, he hadn't even considered a leadership position. He had considered perhaps one day being an elder of the Immortal Berserker sect, but while they certainly had influence to make the world better, there was only so much they could do. In Streeto, there were many powerful factions. Ruklua was weaker than Streeto as a whole, but they were unified under a king. Then there was the Emperor of the Ustane Empire. When Barrett was young there hadn't really been much information about cultivators in Ashia, but the Emperor was a mage of some sort. Barrett hadn't looked into it much, but that was what he remembered. Maybe he was a member of the Grasping Hand, though from what Barrett had heard the Emperor didn't seem to use necromantic magic. The point was, he was very far from being able to truly influence the fate of a country or even a region, not if others set their minds on it. However, that didn't mean he would always be so far. He had somehow become a master. It wasn't that he hadn't worked hard or had fortunate events help him along, but it was just that he hadn't even known people could be as powerful as he was now, and he wasn't even close to the limit if there really was one. Barrett wanted to be stronger to control his own destiny, but he knew there were many who couldn't either because they didn't have the opportunity or the aptitude or they were devoted to something else they found more important. Most people were in the first group. Maybe he could provide more control for other people, but if he was providing it, was it just him having control? That did seem to be a contradictory task, so perhaps he could at least make things better and give people a chance to control their own life. All he had to do was become a grandmaster. That just meant cultivating diligently and continuing to not die for 45 more years, 3 times as long as he had been cultivating so far. And, while he definitely had the potential for that, even if he never got in another battle, there were 3 more chances for him to die, with not an insignificant chance of it. Advancing to new tiers as an Immortal Berserker was dangerous. Though it was hard to say exactly how now that he wasn't even using berserk energy. Maybe he would run into a roadblock nobody knew about, or maybe as he aged his body wouldn't be able to handle pure body tempering. Almher had made an advancement to 5th tier at his age, but with no offense to Almher, Barrett had his eyes set higher than that. Barrett avoided going directly to the Immortal Berserker sect. Instead, he went through Streeto. It was a handful of kilometers out of the way, but on the chance anyone decided to track him they would lose him there. That didn't mean he would be perfectly safe, but if he could reduce the risk of trouble to himself and the Immortal Berserker sect it would be better. The relationship between Streeto and Ruklua couldn't really get much worse, and Barrett wasn't going to significantly change that with his actions. He met up with Shanta and the refugees from Fan Apis, except Caprica wasn't with them. What happened to Caprica? Barrett asked. Nothing, Shanta shrugged, she just moved on to other places. She can't exactly enter Streeto anyway. She was headed for Aglone, last I heard. I see, Barrett nodded. He understood the implications of that. However, Shanta had nothing negative to say about her, and Caprica had been hidden by the followers of the Nameless God, which meant they had been willing to give her a chance. Barrett's personal opinion towards necromancers and the like wasn't positive, but he supposed everyone could change. Especially if what was said about Simon was true. Barrett wasn't sure if he would be able to trust people so easily, but maybe that was a problem with him and not the followers of the Nameless God. Then again, it wasn't like they trusted people instantly in most cases. Barrett just found the idea hard, which was strange, because he at least had a way to protect himself if someone chose to betray him. He just hadn't personally seen anyone change, not that he'd given anyone a chance. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 278. Barrett spent much of his time in front of the stone tree trying to figure out whether living stone actually existed or not, and whether the tree or pits were made of it. The tree was most definitely alive, but that didn't mean it was something with the properties of living metal, specifically being able to be used with pure body tempering. So far, Barrett had gotten no reaction. Though many people passed through the gardens, nobody disturbed Barrett. He wasn't in the way, and of course he had good reason to be in the particular section with the stone trees, if one could count the additional saplings that barely had started growing nearby as trees. Mistress Abels would speak to Barrett as she came by, and the same was true of Clara and Jack whenever they happened to pass. Barrett wasn't always there during sensible hours, so that was perhaps once a week. When they had first met, Clara had been a young girl, perhaps 8 years old. Barrett had been a bit older than 18. Now Barrett was older than 30, a strange thought, since once he had considered that somewhat older, but as a cultivator, that was still very young. Even Master Heikel was considered just barely middle age at 70 years old. If Barrett had a little sister, he imagined it would have felt the same as watching Clara grow. It was one thing to see his peers grow up, that made sense, but people younger than him were little kids, right? Of course, that couldn't remain true for very long. Even back in Sasher, Clara had taken over working the farm when it became necessary. Barrett was still quite fond of the two who had saved his life, and even though he had saved them a few more times probably, that didn't make him like them less but more. Clara often had questions about cultivation, and while Barrett didn't know much outside of pure body tempering or the Immortal Berserker technique, he could give insights on some things, and he had been practicing earth magic for almost a decade. He didn't mind answering any questions she had. "I see you here often," Clara commented. "What are you doing with that pit?" "Trying to make it move." "With earth magic? Is it very heavy?" Barrett shook his head. "It moves just fine with earth magic." Barrett stretched out his hand flat and sent the pit rocketing into the air, catching it as it came back down. "I want to use pure body tempering." "I assume you don't mean throwing it?" "Because I'm sure you can do that." "How would you use pure body tempering to move it?" "It's not part of your body." "Indeed, that's the problem. In fact, I don't even know if I could. However, there is such a thing as living metal that can be controlled by pure body temperers. I have a hunch that this is living stone, but so far I might just be wasting my time. Maybe living stone doesn't exist." Clara nodded. "So, what is living metal? How does it work?" "That I'm not entirely clear on. However, the idea is that as I can shift around, for example, my weight and toughness and strength, Barrett balanced in an impossible position to demonstrate. Living metal could do the same, as an extension of the body. Presumably, grandmasters can produce it from their body after intaking certain metals and utilizing special methods. I see, so they eat hunks of metal. Clara tilted her head. That would seem to be the easiest method to intake it, yes. Pure body tempering doesn't work outside of one's own body normally, and I don't know any of the details to form a connection, so it's difficult, even without being uncertain if living stone exists, and this is some of it. Sounds complicated. Since eating it doesn't work, perhaps it isn't living stone, Clara nodded. Right, that's what's so hard to tell. I don't even know if, wait, did you say eating it? Of course. Clara frowned. That's what the grandmasters do, right? If you can't do pure body tempering outside of your body, you have to do it inside, right? That's true even for me. Food I eat becomes part of my body, though it doesn't really stay in the same form, which I imagine living metal and stone would. Barrett looked at the pit between his fingers, then tossed it into his mouth. It was far too big to swallow in one piece, being a few centimeters across, but that wasn't really a challenge for Barrett. He ate food way too big to easily be swallowed all the time, at least when he was in a hurry. Barrett felt the weight slide into his stomach. It was heavy, not that he didn't know that, but he could really feel it, and not just the weight. It felt like he could reach out and touch it, or reach in, as such things went. It sloshed around inside him as he tried that, but Barrett wasn't sure if he moved it, or just the stomach acid around it. Even so, he grinned to himself. It was just like with the ice spirits. Pure body tempering didn't work unless it was part of the body or inside the body. Perhaps the grandmasters created living metal, or perhaps they just uncovered it. Barrett? Clara asked, waving her hand in front of his face. Are you all right? Oh. Yes, I'm fine. I think this might help. Are you sure? That doesn't look like something you can digest. Barrett shrugged, probably not, but I don't plan to digest it. It's not that hard to bring it back up if I need to. But to be honest, I hadn't thought of eating it. I held it between my hands, trying to make it a part of me while it was outside, but of course it needed to be inside. That looked really uncomfortable, Clara said, but you should know what you're doing. Master Ravenhall. Barrett grimaced. Oh, that's so weird to be called. It's also weird to say. Well, I still have work to get to. I hope that didn't just make you sick, Barrett. Clara nodded and moved on her way. Barrett watched as she went for a few moments, then returned his thoughts to inside himself. Why was something so simple so hard to think of? Well, perhaps it wouldn't actually work, but Barrett thought it could. At least, it was already more progress than anything he'd tried lately. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 279. The stone pit was heavy inside him, like Barrett had eaten too much at once, though if he ate too much now, he could quickly digest any food. As for the stone pit, he wasn't sure if it was a good idea to actually try to digest it. Normal stone fruit pits, apricots and peaches and the like, were poisonous. He had no guarantee this one wouldn't be much worse. No, it was better not to try that just yet. It seemed to be resistant to his stomach acid at the moment, so he didn't have to worry about digesting it on accident. What he was really doing here was overlapping the stone pit and himself. One might say that since he was physical and the stone pit was as well, they couldn't overlap, but Barrett would claim that even the air inside him was part of him, at least while it was there. He could argue about the point when food actually became part of him, but he wasn't interested in that. He was trying to see what would work. In the case of the ice wraiths, the metaphysical overlap was enough, so this should work too. Barrett just wasn't sure how to attune the living stone to himself. He tried moving it again, but he still wasn't sure if it was his stomach acid pushing it around. It was certainly partly that. Then again, it was most likely that, like anything with pure body tempering, it would happen because he wanted it to. Understanding was required in some ways, but intuition could bridge early gaps. The stone was now part of him. He told himself that, and thus he would make it true. If it was part of him, what would it feel like? Would it have senses? He supposed living stone must have senses. He pushed away all doubt, intrusive thoughts that it might not be living stone. If it wasn't, he would simply fail, but if it was and he let himself be convinced it wasn't, he would also fail. Senses. What would a living stone feel? It would feel around it, feel the earth, feel the heat of the sun. If it was a part of him, he would be able to feel exactly where it was and sense its structure. He could feel the outside of it, but what was it like inside? Was it the same all the way through? No, there was a softer core in the middle where the tree would grow out of. Not that any of the stone pit would be considered soft, but relatively so. It was much like his own organs, protected by the outside, but not weak in absolute terms. If the seed was part of him, he could control it like his own body, not just where it moved, but its distribution of toughness and weight. Indeed, he could. First one side was heavier, then the other, but of course, if it was part of him, surely he could move the weight from it to him. The pit was a few kilograms, and when such a weight was added to Barrett's own, it was nearly insignificant. However, adding weight in reverse was quite obvious. Barrett wasn't sure how long it had been, an hour. More. Regardless, he felt as if it really was part of him. Now to see if it would last. The pit wouldn't do much good just sitting inside him. It had to come back up, but first he made sure it left behind any stomach acid. It was not a pleasant experience to have acid in the throat. The pit quite easily slid up his throat and out of his mouth, clean and dry. He could still feel it as it rested in his palm. He placed his hand vertically, having it roll on its own up to the tip of his fingers. Then he let it drop to the ground, apart from him. He could still feel it, but muted, as if he'd gone underwater or hidden under a blanket. He pulled it back towards him and felt it in full again. Unless things changed, pure body tempering wouldn't be much use with the stone pit as a projectile weapon, but then again, perhaps it would be good enough to make a difference when it mattered. If he could make it tougher in just the right places at the right times, well, he'd have to experiment. He could even change its shape, though not easily. Just as his body wanted to retain its normal shape, arms and legs and a head and torso, so too the pit wanted to retain its relatively spherical shape. If he pushed it too far it might break permanently. Barrett considered attuning to more of the stone pits, but decided against it. It was like adding another body part, and it would be better to do it only a small amount at a time. He didn't know if there would be any strange side effects. A single pit by itself wasn't enough to be used as a melee weapon just yet, but he would sort that out as he went. Aulnher grinned widely as Barrett held out a stone pit. "You really made one of these part of you? I really made the right choice with you. You have just the right temperament to practice pure body tempering, and the ability to recover when you mess up. Though you reached the point where you could recover anyway, couldn't you?" "Yes, but it's easier if the recovery works on its own. Just guiding it along is hard work. I'm sure you know, with the teeth and all." Aulnher nodded, very hard. Then he sighed, "I wish I was younger. I could give the Immortal Berserker technique a try, pure body tempering style. Though without berserk energy, it might just be called the Immortal Body Technique, Barrett tilted his head, "Perhaps, though my body is still suited for bursts of power. About your age, why not give it a try anyway? I know it's risky but your recovery speed also lends itself to being a berserker. As for me trying the technique," Aulnher shook his head, "I am certain it would not work. That doesn't mean it's impossible, yet it also is, for me. Unless I can convince myself otherwise, it most certainly won't work. As I'm sure you know, believing you can do something is the very basis of pure body tempering. If you don't think you can, you can't." Barrett nodded. "I don't know if I could have gone down this path by myself, but seeing you as an example made it possible." Aulnher laughed a very toothy grin, "You'll make me blush, kiddo. I wish I could guide you all the way down the path, but to be honest, I don't have much left to teach you. All you need is more experience and training. That said, I'm sure I have a few more nuggets of information in this head we can mine out, if you run into any problems. In the end, Aulnher did accept a stone pit from Barrett to try to attune to it himself. Though Aulnher didn't have much hope of advancing to a higher tier, the extra decade of life he had managed to eke out for reaching 5th tier was helpful, but even the most optimal projections of reaching 6th tier from 5th were 15 years, and pure body tempering more than many other methods relied on a young, healthy body to progress. Even so, he wasn't going to give up training just because he wouldn't reach a whole new tier. There was so much he could attempt along the way. Barrett really respected his dedication, though he supposed pure body temperers had to be even more dedicated than most. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 280. The Immortal Berserker sect had approximately 6,000 core practitioners, with a slightly greater number of auxiliary personnel, including blacksmiths and alchemists. Some of these positions overlapped with main cultivators, but a majority of them did not practice the Immortal Berserker technique. About half of the 6,000 cultivators were only first tier, with over 1,000 second tier. In the years he had been at the sect they had grown by about 1/5 overall. However, the proportions remained about the same even though earlier cultivation tiers should have improved faster. That was mainly because cultivation wasn't a smooth road. Not everyone was so lucky as to receive the personal attention of a master, nor were they all blessed with a body that could stand up to the training. It was possible that some people were not even suited for cultivation, but Barrett preferred the idea that everyone would be quite suited to something. He wasn't particularly adept at magic, but he'd taken well to berserk energy cultivation and pure body tempering. That said, he wasn't particularly awful at magic either, since most people never reached second tier of any sort of cultivation. That was significantly because most people weren't cultivators at all. Barrett had to admit he had been lucky in some ways, but it wasn't like he hadn't worked to reach where he was, risking death many times in the process. That risk of death was part of the reason there weren't more second-tier Immortal Berserkers. Either on the battlefield or while cultivating, many of them died and many others gave up or sought out another path. Thus, those at the lower ranks cycled in and out. Even with that, the numbers remained as they were because many people cultivated more slowly, either from lack of aptitude or caution in an attempt to avoid mistakes and possible death. Not everyone could be expected to cultivate at the same speed as Barrett. He more or less kept closely upon the minimum expected time to reach the next tier, with perhaps a year or two lost for various reasons, a bit more than 10% slower than what could be considered optimal. Assuming people found the right style of cultivation for them, Barrett knew the next biggest factor was having a proper master. At least, he knew he would have not reached similar levels without Master Heikel and then Master Aulnher guiding him. Even if he'd managed to start down the path, their personal instruction kept him on track. Barrett thought about all of this, and decided he needed to live up to his title of master. The sect wouldn't force anyone to teach students, but it was considered a form of contribution. There was also payment, of course, but most teaching was done chiefly for the betterment of the sect. Barrett wasn't planning to take a personal disciple at the moment, mostly because he couldn't expect that he would stay around the sect for long, but he could definitely guide people on the beginning of their journey. In fact, he was uniquely suited for a different option. Some potential candidates didn't have much potential for energy cultivation, and Barrett's version of the Immortal Berserker technique relying on pure body tempering could be used. Pure body tempering was a hard road, but if one was suited for it, it could be better than other options. There were a few dozen students who first showed up to his classes, mostly young teenagers with the oldest generally being below 20 years old. It wasn't impossible to start cultivation later than that, but for more physical-based options it was better to be younger. Barrett looked over the selection of strong young men and women. Basic body training was a must for everyone who attempted to practice the Immortal Berserker technique. With the facilities available, it was possible to accurately judge some of the potential of a student's energy cultivation. Master Heikel hadn't really had the option with Barrett and had used his own judgment, and Barrett had been determined to follow through with the first destruction regardless. The Immortal Berserker sect wouldn't turn away those with low potential, as long as they were willing to give it their all, and sometimes, the tests were found to be incorrect. Still, the first destruction was a big step, because it involved potentially dying. All of the students in front of Barrett had decided not to take that step for one reason or another, but had not wanted to leave the Immortal Berserker sect. They were allowed to stay to continue tempering their bodies or even attempt the first destruction later, though most such people ended up in auxiliary positions of some sort. Some potential candidates would find they were more suited for other techniques that allies of the sect practiced, and they were more than happy to send them to other groups. Of course, candidates were free to go wherever they wished, including to join sects not so favored by the Immortal Berserker sect, though in that case they would likely not be welcomed back. Before even attempting anything else, Barrett had the students display their abilities, so he could know the limits of their bodies. Pure body tempering could be dangerous if the body was not strong enough, even if there were no mistakes made. Mistakes would inevitably happen, but if problems could be avoided to begin with, it was better. He pushed all the students to their limits, and found basically what he expected. They were still basically normal humans, perhaps some of them could be counted as early first-tier body temperers. However, it was extremely difficult to improve beyond where they were without a real cultivation system. Barrett looked over the exhausted pile of students. Good, it seems you are just capable enough to try. Now then, on to the lecture segment. I suppose none of you expected that from pure body tempering? All he got was tired groans of acknowledgement at best, or a head nodding or shaking. Regardless, jumping straight into pure body tempering without talking about cautions you need to take is unwise. Watch this, if you would. Barrett held up his hand, showing its profile to the group in front of him. Then he bent his fingers backwards towards his wrist on their own, without using his other hand. What do you think happens if I do this, and don't have the proper technique to return my fingers back to normal? Barrett twisted his wrist so his backwards fingers pointed towards one of the students. Can you guess? The young woman he picked looked around to see she was the one being pointed at, then nodded. You'd cripple your hand. That's right. Barrett twisted his arm while keeping his fingers pointed in the same direction, until they were aligned normally. Then he let his hand drop to his side. While we have medicines or other techniques to recover from many things, crippling your hand is painful. Maybe it won't recover right, and even if it does, your training will be delayed. It would be a shame if that meant you couldn't keep up with your peers, especially if you have great potential. Now then, after the precaution, what is pure body tempering? It is, quite simply, making the body do what can't be done, but nothing is without limits. Perhaps it is only limited by your understanding or your stamina, but limits nonetheless. Bending a finger the wrong way is something, but this Barrett let his forearm flop down as if it was made of jelly and had no bones. This demonstrates a primary use of pure body tempering. I removed the rigidity of my bones there. Why is that useful? Well, for a few things, but more importantly, because that rigidity can go somewhere else. Moving something from one place to another, muscular strength, toughness, or even weight, Barrett balanced on an outstretched hand, these are the most practical parts of pure body tempering. As for intentionally becoming weaker, it can help you temper your body, as long as you don't destroy it. Barrett pondered for a few moments. He wanted to demonstrate undergoing a destruction before they attempted it, but it wasn't something they could actually see or even sense. What if he made his body transparent? Could he even do that? In the spirit of pure body tempering, the answer was obviously yes, but practically the question was whether he could do it now. He decided that he could not, at least not now, as in at this very moment. Perhaps back in his room he could attempt it, and then he would see. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 281. Changing the material properties of one's own body was one of the primary functions of pure body tempering. Each little thing could be more or less useful depending on the circumstances. Barrett wanted his students to be able to see the inner workings of his body so he could show them a destruction. He could of course describe the exact points intended, but it was best if they could see it. Of course, with energy or magic he could point out the locations as well, but not all of the students could sense energy or magic. While berserk energy wasn't hard to sense, Barrett no longer produced any of his own. One might say that what he practiced wasn't the Immortal Berserker technique anymore, but it was really just using berserk energy to elicit certain responses from the body. Based on what Barrett knew, the fact that berserk energy could also be used to attack was just an added benefit. The transformation of the body and its healing factor was the primary reason it was created. Regardless, even if the students could sense berserk energy that was left completely unconcealed, it might not be with the correct precision. That normally wasn't a problem, because the first destruction was done by a master, but Barrett imagined it would be rather dangerous to physically reach inside people. Maybe once he was a grandmaster, but that was the sort of thing that was extremely difficult. Even if he didn't plan to show his students the inner workings of his body, now that he had the idea in his head, Barrett couldn't give it up. Was transparency something he could change? It was certainly a property of his body. It likely came with many other factors attached to it, but Barrett had a way to try it without any real risk. The first thing he started with was his thumbnail. Fingernails weren't alive, but they were part of his body. They were also already partly transparent. Thus, they were the perfect candidate for what he wanted to try. If he messed it up, he wouldn't be worried about crippling part of him. At worst, he'd have to wait for his nail to regrow. The first few attempts Barrett made had no visible results, and visible results were the only ones that mattered in this case. He also didn't feel like he'd done anything. He tried a few different methods, trying to figure out the right way to think about the task of making something transparent. Was there anything else besides fingernails he could observe? Eyelids came to mind. Of course, their entire purpose was to block light, but that didn't mean they did so perfectly. Barrett got up to stick his head out the window, then closed his eyes and looked towards the sky. He could see the light through his eyelids. He looked back down, then at his hand. He recalled seeing something with the magic lights they had in the rooms. Long term, they were only slightly more expensive than candles or torches, but they were better. Barrett closed the window and the blinds to make the room dark, then held the magic light in his hand. As he thought, he could see light through his hand, at least parts of it. He opened the blinds so he could see his window, made of glass, but good glass was relatively cheap when magic was plentiful. He wanted his fingernail to be as clear as that, or possibly even more. Barrett thought for a while, then decided it would be easier to try to shift transparency from elsewhere, or shift opaqueness to elsewhere. He wasn't sure which one was the correct idea. Barrett looked at his thumb, and tried again. It took several attempts and more stamina than it really should have, but after a half hour he made a section of his thumbnail more transparent, while having the immediately adjacent area become more opaque. It wasn't much, but everything started with the concept being proved possible. After a few weeks of practicing for a few hours each day, Barrett had moved on from fingernails to hair and then to skin. In addition to those being the least risky things to test, they also had a similar makeup forming the basics of their structure. Barrett noticed something interesting as he experimented with his new technique. Transparency happened just as he expected, but the reverse of it was different. He had expected his fingernails to grow dark, and they did, but they were also somewhat shiny. When he did the same with his hair, it gained an almost mirror-like quality. However, his skin was hardly shiny at all. Was the opposite of transparency absorption of light or reflection? Apparently it was some of both. Perhaps it had something to do with smoothness. His skin was very much not smooth, his fingernails somewhat smooth, and his hairs nearly perfect cylinders. It was interesting, but not particularly useful, unless he needed very tiny mirrors that distorted the image completely. Barrett had finally reached the point where he could make his body transparent at will, or at least, parts of it. He couldn't do much without relocating the opacity of parts of him, so there was no hope of becoming invisible, at least not at his level of control. His students had managed to begin actual pure body tempering, and those who remained in the class, about 2/3 of them, had decent control. It should be enough to attempt the first destruction. It was easier to weaken the body than to strengthen it, and the core part of a destruction was the weakening. Then the body would either recover, or it would not. Before he had the students attempt it, he wanted to show them him doing it, and give them a chance to change their mind. It wasn't any less dangerous than the berserk energy method, just differently dangerous. Barrett still expected an unfortunately high chance of death. Barrett sat in front of the group with his shirt off. He couldn't exactly make his shirt transparent, and even if he could it would be a waste of effort. Watch carefully. I will show you what a destruction looks like. Pay attention to the precise locations of everything. Barrett would never attempt a major destruction while also performing any other pure body tempering. It divided his attention. However, he'd undergone thousands of destructions now or the equivalent, since they were usually done in batches. Thus, he was confident in his ability to demonstrate. About half of Barrett's chest became transparent, perhaps there was still some light blocked or distortion, but it was enough to see inside. Barrett intentionally left a few specific places opaque, then proceeded with the destruction. They always hurt, but at least he didn't have to worry about wrestling berserk energy under control afterwards anymore. Barrett lost control of the transparency a few moments after the destruction, but he held it until then. In 4 hours or so, his healing would be recovered, though his stamina would take longer to return. Barrett looked out over the students, assessing their determination. One of them would have to be first, and that would be the highest risk, or at least perceived that way. He hoped it would be a success. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 282. The first student to volunteer to undergo destruction was a young man named Rolf. Barrett was perhaps even more nervous than he was, though Barrett didn't let it show. He was responsible for this young man's life. Barrett thought he should be capable of undergoing a destruction, but if he had inadequately explained it or overestimated the abilities of his students, he didn't know what he would do. Even though it wasn't a destruction using berserk energy, failure of the first destruction meant death. Barrett was certain of that, even though nobody else had used his pure body tempering method besides himself. Rolf couldn't show inside his body by making it transparent, and even if he could, he definitely couldn't yet do so while undergoing a destruction. Barrett wouldn't be able to see exactly how he did things, but it didn't mean he wouldn't have some sense of it. He could hear it, for example. If he tried, the sound of blood flowing through the bodies of his students was clear to his ears, as well as many other smaller sounds, including the rumbling of muscles. It didn't give him the same exact picture as he could get with energy senses, but with practice relying on his bodily senses he would be able to interpret information more clearly. Rolf chose to attempt the destruction publicly, though that just meant the other students would be watching, plus a few other masters of the Immortal Berserker sect. Barrett hoped Rolf would succeed, for Rolf's sake, and for the others. Barrett was confident it could work, but not that it would have a perfect success rate. If the first person to attempt it failed, the confidence of others would be shaken. Barrett could still teach people pure body tempering even without them having to undergo destructions, but their advancement through tears would be up to themselves, and the lack of quick healing would make things more difficult. Barrett sat cross-legged in front of Rolf, and the two of them faced each other. Barrett nodded. "You are ready. Remember my instructions." Rolf nodded, taking a deep breath, then another. He closed his eyes in concentration, and the entire courtyard fell quiet. Nobody wanted to disturb this moment. Barrett's ears focused on Rolf, and inside him. Blood flowed through veins, heart pumped, lungs bellowed, and muscles creaked. Then, there were tiny little changes in sound. Popping and a change in the flow of blood. More than there should have been, which meant the destruction wasn't perfect, but perhaps it wasn't far off. Barrett couldn't stop Rolf at this stage, all he could do would be to stand ready for him to finish. What felt like forever later but was perhaps only a minute, Rolf's eyes flicked open. "I did it," he said, before collapsing onto his side. Barrett reached out to catch him, placing a finger gently on his neck to feel his pulse, though it was mostly a gesture. Rolf's blood flow was still strong, and not getting weaker, but there was too much internal bleeding. Barrett pulled out a few healing pills. They wouldn't change success or failure in the destruction, merely help with the aftereffects. If Rolf failed, they would know soon enough. Pills couldn't do anything on a body with no natural healing rate. The Immortal Berserker sect had tried many, many times to change that, with no success. Magic bandages also didn't help, but they did reduce the recovery time if the destruction was successful. There were no signs of anything more wrong. Besides a few burst blood vessels, the destruction seemed successful. Rolf's bleeding was being managed with the pills, and his breathing and other vital signs remained steady. He would be watched for the next day as he stabilized, but Barrett breathed a sigh of relief at the success. Though they would have to wait weeks or months to be sure everything had gone right, it didn't seem to have gone entirely wrong. Rolf was up and about within a few days, not strong looking, but that was exactly as expected. Having 1% or 2% of one's healing abilities meant even the normal reparation of the body took what felt like all the energy in the world. It had been almost 20 years from Barrett's first destruction, but he still remembered that specific feeling, and was reminded of it much more briefly on subsequent destructions. After Rolf's success, others came forwards to attempt destructions one at a time, though Barrett delayed some of them for a month or so if he felt they needed more training. Within a few months, 10 of his students had been successful, and Barrett was starting to get nervous. Even though his students had excellent bodies, even the most optimal projection without an immortal body had a 5 or 10% failure rate for destructions. Barrett was certain there would still be some chance of failure even if the students did everything right, even though it was done with pure body tempering. He had about 20 students who he felt would undergo the process total, others having dropped out because of the difficulty of pure body tempering or other risks, or because they found another more enticing trajectory to bring their life. Eventually, it came to Caroline's turn. She was the young woman who had answered Barrett's very first question in his first lecture. While her answer wasn't particularly hard to arrive at, he still appreciated her for being willing to speak up. Barrett sat with her as she underwent her destruction. He had a pretty good picture of what was happening in people now, the tiny shifts in their body standing out to his ears. Everything was sounding just right, no imprecision in her locations and no excess bleeding. Everyone collapsed afterwards, but shortly after she did so, Barrett heard her heart rate and breathing turn south. Barrett fed her healing pills, and the standby doctors checked her over for hidden bleeding or other problems, but over the next few hours her life signs faded slowly. It was a failed destruction, not because of bad technique, but just unfortunate luck. Barrett understood why Master Heikel hadn't been willing to invest much feeling in Barrett before his first destruction, and he finally felt the pain that Master Heikel had felt many times during the years waiting in Etron by himself. He knew in his head that he hadn't done anything wrong, his instructions had been clear, and Caroline had even followed everything correctly, but she still died. His head couldn't reconcile what it knew to be right with his heart. Of course, Barrett wasn't the only one who was disheartened. 2 of the remaining 7 promising candidates withdrew. They knew there was a risk, but they hadn't yet seen it firsthand. They couldn't be blamed. Even Barrett might have hesitated if he hadn't been at such a low point in his life where everything seemed like it led upwards, even potential death. There was a month of time where Barrett didn't oversee any more destructions for his students, but even having seen failure, some of them still wanted to try. Since they were ready, he couldn't hold them back. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 283. 3 failed destructions out of 18 total students was a good record. It proved his method was sound, as well as his judgment of probable success rates. Of course, failure was terrible, nobody wanted to see a student die. However, if successful they could continue with the Immortal Berserker technique and would likely have a good rate of advancement. For one reason or another, all of Barrett's students could not or did not cultivate energy or magic. That meant body training was the only method left to them. Pure body tempering was the only way to advance body training beyond first or second tier on its own, and there weren't many avenues to learn it. There was only one more student that had not chosen a different path. Hayden would be the final student in the current class. If Barrett's students continued to be successful in their cultivation, it was likely that more people would seek out his teaching, but it would be a year or 2 before many results could be seen. The worst part about watching a destruction was just that, he could only watch. Once it came to that point, there was nothing he could do to influence success or failure except make sure his students had distraction-free environments to work in. Of course, the Immortal Berserker sect had many places already picked out for that, so it wasn't like he really did much work to arrange to use one. Hayden looked frail, at least compared to the general stock of Immortal Berserker candidates. Actually, he was from the Order of the Four Winds. They had determined that he wasn't suited for energy cultivation or magic, but his temperament was good and he wanted to cultivate. However, no matter how he looked, he was quite tough. He was the hardest training of Barrett's students, and that said something in that batch of students. He also took some risks, a trait Barrett wasn't exactly happy with even though Hayden had been successful so far. He delayed Hayden's destruction because he felt he wasn't ready, but now he had no reason to stop him. His chance to succeed was as good as it would be, at least without many more years of pure body tempering training. As Barrett watched, he saw the technique was performed nearly flawlessly. Hayden must have been simulating the situation beforehand. As was always the case, Hayden was carried away after the destruction. It was only the next morning that Barrett heard from the doctors Hayden had failed the destruction. However, he wasn't yet dead. He'd only caused the very minimum amount of damage to himself, besides what was necessary for the destruction. However, he wasn't recovering. After 1 week, it was determined he was at least stable, but he couldn't even lift himself out of bed. Normally without any healing rate, one would die regardless of injuries. However, Hayden was extremely lucky in that he had been slightly above average in healing rate to begin with. A single destruction only increased or decreased healing rate by approximately the average for a healthy human. Thus, Hayden had just a tiny sliver of healing rate left, supported by magic bandages. The bandages would normally add a full level of healing, but on his weakened body the effect merely seemed to keep him alive. Months passed, and those who first passed their destructions returned to peak form, first of which was Rolf. It was not long before Rolf was successful with his second destruction, and could be said to have truly started down the path. There were many stories of those who regressed on the second destruction, finding themselves back at the very start, and it was hard to keep heart in such a situation. With the aid of magical bandages the early recovery time was significantly improved, from a year to half a year for the first destruction, a third for the second, and a quarter for the third. In total, that was 13 months plus some small downtime in between. At this point, Hayden was showing signs of recovering, though not to a normal healing rate but instead just to any form of functionality. Barrett was worried about him, but he couldn't do anything at the current moment. Worrying wouldn't do anyone any good, and Barrett also had his own things to take care of. One of those things was the 4th-tier tournament, the Masters Tournament. Yes, there was also the 5th-tier tournament that came once every decade, but that didn't apply to him just yet. The 4th-tier tournaments were still tournaments of masters. There were no elimination rounds before the tournament, so being from a sect didn't mean anything. After all, masters were masters. Some might be better or worse, but all of them deserved their chance to properly compete. The 4th-tier tournament would only be 11 rounds. That wasn't a decision, just how it ended up. Though it was only 3 rounds shorter than the 3rd-tier tournament, it meant a lot. There were 10 times as many people participating in the 3rd-tier tournament, more or less. 32,000 versus a much smaller 3,000 masters. In fact, it was only like 10.5 rounds, but that was just how it was. Because it wasn't forced into a multiple of 2, some people got a past the first round randomly. In exchange, those who didn't fight in the first round fought early in the second round, giving those who fought as much time as possible to rest after their first match. Barrett looked around the arena. There were not particularly fewer people around. The 4th-tier tournaments filled the stands in all 40 arenas. Overall there would be millions of people watching. Anyone who could get a ticket from Streeto or even further away, once every 5 years was a serious event, and the other 4th-tier tournament in the rotation was shortly before the 5th-tier tournament, which meant this was the biggest thing to happen for a handful of years in either direction. Picking out one person among all of that might be impossible, but there was a difference between tournament participants and everyone else. Besides, eyes could more easily pick out those that were recognized, even more so highly trained eyes of a fourth-tier pure body temper. His eyes soon picked out his target, small though she was. "Hello, Nilima." Barrett greeted her as he approached. She turned upon hearing her name, then blinked. "Barrett." She stood silent for a few moments. "It is good to see you are healthy." She looked him up and down, with her eyes and energy senses. Barrett felt just a slight tingle of berserk energy covered by the gentle energy she had previously cultivated exclusively. "You still cultivate magic? That's good." Then she frowned. "You're here for the tournament?" "Of course. Didn't we promise to fight here?" "I thought Nilima held onto her arm with the other, gripping tightly. "I thought I ruined that for you. You almost died and it was my fault." "Sorry." Her senses continued to scan Barrett. "We both got pretty messed up, huh?" Barrett shrugged. "It was just one big mess. Don't lose before we meet up." "You can really fight? Body tempering?" Nilima narrowed her eyes. "I'm now using a very strange technique due to extenuating circumstances, much like yourself." "How's the berserk energy?" "I hate it so much." Nilima's energy flared as she said that, "but I have to admit it's a bit useful. I'm glad you lived and that I didn't completely mess things up for you after you saved me." With that, Nilima seemed to have had her fill of emotions. Barrett let her walk off. Things hadn't been easy for her either, especially since she didn't have the support of a sect. From what Barrett had heard, even Mistress Joshi wasn't able to give her much guidance on cultivation. Then again, Barrett knew Nilima could handle whatever life threw her way, even before she became a mistress herself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 284. Opponents for early rounds in the tournament were only announced a few minutes before the match, so knowing beforehand about the various factions that existed was useful. Of course, with so many people in just Streeto, there were also many factions, and cultivators came from outside as well. However, the number of factions that had masters was more limited, still easily hundreds, but limited. That was enough to know at least a basic overview of each faction's abilities, and they would vary by individuals anyway. During later rounds, Barrett might have the chance to study his opponents more, assuming he made it to the later rounds. He was determined not to lose before facing off against Nilima, but he wasn't sure if he could consistently beat late fourth-tier opponents. He could certainly beat one if he was willing to overdraft himself. Most people wouldn't be willing to do so just to advance in the tournament, since they would waste precious cultivation time recovering. Maybe he could beat 2 or 3 if he got lucky. More, if he got favorable matchups. However, instead of that, Barrett just hoped not to face off against any late-stage cultivators in the first few rounds. In the first round, he would be facing off against Skyla Schenk, from the Court of the Heart. They specialized in illusions, and emotion influencing. That could be a problem for berserkers who were unprepared even with training. Barrett didn't have any berserk energy anymore, but that didn't mean he had no emotions. A master likely wouldn't be relying on people being easy to influence anyway. Skyla was thin, almost wispy, but Barrett could tell her body wasn't weak. Not trained to the same extent as a warrior, but it wouldn't be a hindrance in battle either. Sensing energy and magic without using energy in return had taken some time to learn, but the results were that Barrett could sense some things people didn't know to hide. The woman cultivated energy as well as magic, though the magic was stronger even if the feeling of it was more vague. As the match began, Barrett moved in to close the distance between them. He could certainly attack with the stone pits, but he wanted to save that for a surprise, either in this battle or for when he needed it. As for other weapons, he found them strange to carry. It was like they didn't belong. It wasn't the type of weapon, but just that he couldn't control a weapon as well as he could his own body. Even armor felt strange, but whenever he got his hands on living metal it would first go towards a weapon. Though magic users weren't generally thought to be best in melee combat, Skyla didn't retreat as Barrett approached. That said, she didn't stand there doing nothing. Barrett felt something. Anger, the desire to attack, and he did so. As his clenched fist curved towards her ribs, he felt a sense of calm and peace. There was no need to attack. Of course, he didn't stop entirely, but the sudden swing of emotions slowed him down. At that same moment, a dagger stabbed towards his neck, the killing intent behind it expertly concealed. With Barrett's body feeling a bit sluggish, he barely managed to move. Even so, the long thin dagger still managed to just barely reach between plates of armor and slice into his skin and some muscle underneath. It wouldn't have been the end to the match unless he actually stood still and did nothing, but if she'd cut a vein or artery it would have held him back. Barrett shook off the emotion influencing and backed away, but he knew it would happen again. The only questions were what and how much. Barrett steeled his mind, more literally than one might expect, since he actually used pure body tempering to affect his brain somewhat. Then he moved back in, reaching out for a grab. No, that wouldn't be enough, he had to break something. He shifted into a kick, which of course was the plan all along. His aggressive attack left him open, but his body wasn't trained for nothing. Skyla ducked to go under his attack, but wasn't fast enough and had to deflect his leg with her own arm and a coating of energy, sending her flying backwards. Barrett felt his emotions return to normal, but he could tell he'd kept things slightly more in control. At the very least, his opponent had required more effort to get the same effect. Protecting his mind was good, but he could do better. Maybe instead of trying to react to the stimulus or block them, he would ignore them. Barrett's body moved in a flash, closing the distance between him and his opponent. He would grab, and if that missed he would go for a leg sweep. Anger came over him, sadness, calm, but he didn't change his motions. However, because of how he had envisioned his attacks he couldn't quite keep up with Skyla's dodging. Her dagger stabbed into the inside elbow of his outstretched arm, probably not as deeply as she had expected, only a centimeter deep instead of all the way through the elbow. Barrett's body still changed into a leg sweep, and his foot clipped Skyla's ankle as she stepped away. There was no real damage except to her energy reserves, which wasn't inconsequential. Both participants traded blows back and forth, neither gaining enough of an advantage to end the battle. Even if he knew what was coming, Barrett couldn't completely negate the emotions trying to throw him off. If he kept a set plan in mind, it wasn't flexible enough to account for her reactions. However, he was still able to somewhat resist her influence, and he had one advantage that couldn't be made up for. He was stronger and faster, and if he wasn't slowed down by emotional and mental chains there wasn't much she could do. She had the speed and accuracy to strike at his unarmored points, but not to do enough damage to take him out. Barrett didn't want to rely on possibly taking a hit to win, but what was important was whether it was something he could do in real battle. He thought so, and if he was fast enough then she wouldn't have the chance. Barrett rushed forwards, moving towards a predetermined distance from Skyla. As he did so, he saw a slight flicker. She wasn't quite where she appeared to be, but Barrett's eyes picked that out. With an additional half-step that required him to skew all normal rules of balance, Barrett transitioned instantly from running into a sweeping kick with his full force behind it. All of his weight ended up in that leg, and his strength was distributed through the rest of his body to provide the necessary force. With all the stamina that took, he couldn't make such an attack many times, but Skyla wasn't prepared for him to attack exactly the right location. Emotions flickered through Barrett's head, but he was waiting for one response in particular that would make him consider his plan a success. As his leg collided with Skyla's side, she couldn't dodge fast enough to move, he shattered through her energy and then, the arena's defenses took over. Barrett had seen and felt them many times before, so he knew their efficacy. He didn't intentionally stop his leg, it just stopped. His senses told him that there was no illusion in place, and the only illusions that were strictly forbidden were pretending the match was over when it was not. Barrett doubted anyone could exactly replicate that feeling at 4th tier anyway, though perhaps that was one of the many reasons there were no 6th tier tournaments. Skyla bowed in acknowledgement to Barrett and turned to walk away, not looking disappointed but rather thoughtful. Meanwhile, Barrett considered what he had learned as well. He'd had some practice resisting emotional influences, but that hadn't applied to in battle. If he hadn't been expecting it, things could have gone much worse, though he'd managed to rely on his more practiced qualities to push through anyway. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 285. In Barrett's second match, he faced off against an ice user. They froze the entire arena around them, which wasn't as effective against Barrett as they might have hoped, but they also conjured ice creatures to bite and claw and otherwise attack Barrett constantly. However, even though it was just a single arena, the cold was actually even more piercing than bitter cold peak during the winter. Barrett just didn't have to stay in it for an entire season. Barrett found himself gradually covered in wounds caused by the ice creatures even through his armor, but he managed to use a stone pit to attack his opponent behind their ice creatures. There was a limit to what his opponent could handle at once, creating so many creatures limited how much they could defend themselves, and Barrett's resistance to the cold without needing to expend much stamina to combat it meant they were behind in efficiency. It didn't seem to bother them when Barrett shattered one ice creature after another, but eventually they were worn down. Barrett did have to admit the wounds on him would have killed a regular person and greatly inconvenienced most warriors of the same tier in the next round, but there was nothing that would take 5 or more years to recover, so he would be fine for the next match. Barrett managed to find Nilima's second round match and observe it. Her opponent was a giant woman from Steinbertarwen, a country far to the south. Normally Barrett would have considered someone of over 2 meters tall potentially a giant, but in the case of Steinbertarwen it was more literal. While not all of them were monstrously large, Nilima's opponent in particular was almost 3.5 meters. Needless to say, they had many cultivators in Steinbertarwen, and they were also primarily warriors. Even the smallest people were Barrett's size, a bit less than 2 meters tall, and he'd actually grown a bit taller and broader than he would have because of body training. Upon watching the fight, Barrett found the large woman, Cordula seemed to be her name, didn't actually rely on her size primarily. It certainly served to enhance her attacks with her spear, but the energy she cultivated seemed to be the basis of her abilities. Barrett would have called a sort of stoic energy, tough and durable but not with the same feeling as a rock or metal. On the other side, Nilima didn't feel powerful at all, at least not at first. Gentle energy was deceptive in that way, even if it wasn't intentionally concealing anything. Nilima clearly wouldn't be relying on her body to fight, though Barrett saw she looked a bit sturdier than before, which wasn't saying that much. At the very least, she wasn't quite as skinny and breakable looking as before, though she was still quite thin. Cordula had quite a massive advantage in reach, she could easily reach 7 or 8 meters away with her spear, though that distance wasn't quite as long as it sounded like. After all, for a cultivator at 4th tier they could likely cover that distance in a fraction of a second. Even so, it made things more difficult for Nilima. While it might have seemed like she could just dodge a thrust and make her way in afterwards, Cordula had sufficient technique with her spear to make that difficult. It was already something that Nilima cleanly dodged the thrusts coming her way as they were in no way slow or inaccurate. However, as she tried to move forward, Cordula retracted her grip on the spear, allowing her to guard closer. In addition, she could sweep with the spear, and while it wouldn't be quite so deadly as a hit with the point, a sweep could certainly cause damage. Even so, Barrett saw supreme confidence on Nilima's face. She momentarily appeared to stumble, leading Cordula to attack slightly less cautiously, and as Nilima slipped by the spear, she held out her hand and pushed down just behind the head. While the motion of her muscles wasn't liable to even register as trying to move the spear, Barrett doubted her entire weight would prove much of a hindrance. The spearhead crashed into the ground. Nilima's gentle energy wasn't much for tossing things around, but it was what had been concealed underneath that did it. Berserk energy poured out as it was no longer restrained by Nilima's gentle energy, and the head of the spear embedded nearly half a meter in the ground. Not that Nilima stood around to watch, she sprang forward with such force that she damaged the arena floor underneath her, likewise leaving berserk energy behind her. Barrett hadn't realized quite how much berserk energy she had been keeping inside, but he supposed it was just as plentiful as the gentle energy she had. In fact, from what he could feel, she seemed to have more than half of a normal cultivator's amount of each, compared to the amount of energy he expected an early to mid 4th tier cultivator to have. She had perhaps an extra third total, which meant each individual energy was approximately as plentiful as 2/3 of someone else's. Of course, the fact that Nelima could actually handle that much energy was the most impressive part. In an instant she had reached Cordula. Her palm struck out towards Cordula's guts, approximately the highest point Nelima could reach without her feet leaving the ground and leaving herself open. Barrett felt the gentle energy weave its way through the Cordula's armor and into her body, hindered by her stoic energy but not completely stopped. Then the energy exploded inside of Cordula, the gentle energy having brought with it berserk energy. Normally, berserk energy had to break its way through from the outside, and the effects on the inside of a body not trained to resist it were significant. The only thing that saved Cordula was her great size and Nelima not being able to reach anything vital. However, the damage wasn't negligible either. She couldn't pull back her spear in time, so she kicked out at Nelima, catching her with the energy she extended from either side of her foot. Nelima absorbed the impact and rolled away to the side, but then rebounded off of the ground and back at Cordula. She seemed more like a malleable ball than a solid person, though that was more due to her control of energy than actually changing her body. Barrett briefly wondered if that would be useful. For her part, Cordula managed to gather her energy to defend against Nelima's unexpected rebound attack, but it wasn't quite enough. Even though Nelima's gentle energy surrounding it, Barrett could feel how much berserk energy was hidden in the attack, and both gentle and berserk energy were gathered swiftly and cleanly. Nelima struck at an upwards angle, and if the arena's restrictions hadn't stopped it, Barrett imagined her attack would have completely destroyed Cordula's heart, lungs, and stomach. Nelima walked away the victor, though Barrett could tell she had used much of her energy and would need to furiously cultivate to recover for the next match. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 286. Barrett's opponent in the third round was a duelist at late 4th tier named Egon. Barrett himself could be considered in the middle of 4th tier, though just barely. A high tier didn't mean anything without a good underlying cultivation technique, but anyone who could become a master had something powerful to work with. However, even more important than differences in cultivation progress was the suitability of opponents. Egon was fast and strong, augmenting himself with magic and energy and stabbing through Barrett's armor and into Barrett himself. However, for all of his effectiveness, he had a weakness. Egon wasn't specialized in one-on-one combat. Instead, he was a support type, and while he could augment himself, he would have been even more effective augmenting a whole team along with himself. Even so, Barrett didn't find the fight easy. The rapier stabbed into his chest where his heart and lungs would normally be. Shifting them enough to avoid damage was simple enough, and the damage to muscles wasn't such a big deal. While it might seem like he was taking a hit to provide an opening, Barrett considered it differently. This was more like dodging an attack by a small margin. Just because the sword happened to be in the middle of his body didn't change the fact that he dodged that way on purpose. As the sword pierced him, he clamped down the muscles around it, and grabbed onto the blade with his hand as well. At the same time, the stone pits he was controlling came to attack Egon from behind. Egon swiftly dodged away, but that meant he had to leave his sword behind, and while he had backup weapons, they weren't quite as good. Barrett managed to squeeze out a win, but not without many cuts and scrapes, and he hadn't always properly avoided the hits to his organs. Nothing that a few years of recovery wouldn't fix, however, so he was fully recovered for the next match. In the fourth match, the competition became even more fierce. The average strength of the participants was higher, and Barrett found himself up against a woman warrior wielding an axe and using light energy. He was able to resist her blinding attacks, but he wasn't able to stop her from chopping up his armor and almost himself. One of her swings got about halfway through an arm even though it was tougher than steel. The fact that it did surprised her because normally the arena would have stopped her before things got that far. It did stop her later sideways chop at his ribcage, since it probably could have nearly bisected him, and there was only so much he could move his organs. Barrett was disappointed to lose, but he couldn't do much about it except become stronger. The sad part was he hadn't gotten to face Nilima, but there were still 256 people in the tournament on the fourth round. The chances of them coming into contact by that point were quite low. Barrett had underestimated the competition, but in 4 years he would be back. Of course, before then he had to tell Nilima. Just because they couldn't fight in the tournament didn't mean they couldn't have a proper match. As it turned out, she was just leaving her match. Nilima looked over Barrett with her energy senses. Wow. That arm is barely attached. Did you win? Barrett shook his head disappointedly. No. Even if I did, I wouldn't even be recovered for the next match. Nilima sighed. Good, I lost too. She pointed to a cut on her neck. This one I more or less dodged, but it took most of my energy. Still, I learned a lot. I haven't fought that many masters yet. Barrett nodded. Indeed. If you're willing to wait a few days, we can still have our match. A few days for that? And here I was feeling good that this cut would clear up in a day or two. The faster healing was the one good thing that came out of that whole mess. Nilima shook her head. I'll be there. Let's say, a week. Barrett looked down at his arm, probably for the best. Barrett was glad that he hadn't said he could heal faster than a week. Even with concentrated effort, stitching together so much muscle and bone and making it right was tiring work. If Barrett had left things alone, it would have reattached and become a mass of scar tissue that would eventually recover, maybe even in just a few weeks, since his healing rate was so much. A doctor could have helped, but Dr. Stieber and Shanta were not around for this tournament, and Barrett didn't trust anyone else to get it quite right. Even if they stitched everything up properly, it wasn't as good as having his body reconnect itself. Barrett was glad the cut was nice and clean. That meant he could distinguish which muscle fiber went with which. He actually suppressed the healing his body was trying to do in favor of specifically attaching each bit on his own, reattaching with minimal scar tissue involved. Otherwise, even if the scar tissue healed up eventually, he would have to retrain the muscles. Besides, he had an important match to take place in. Barrett noticed something different about Nilima, not that it was hard. It was difficult to hide anything on her person, especially something like a whip. He hadn't seen her use it in the first few matches, and he hadn't been paying attention to whether she had it in her fourth match. He did know she had never used one before reaching 4th tier, and Mistress Joshi had no whip techniques to teach, which meant Nilima had added it to her own personal style. Barrett had never even considered using a whip. While they could be useful for energy cultivators, berserk energy was not kind to them. Nilima had berserk energy now, but not just berserk energy. Meanwhile, Barrett had his stone pits, which weren't something that was really part of the Immortal Berserker style at all, though he supposed the idea was similar to throwing lead balls. Immortal Berserkers couldn't use bows because the strings wouldn't even last a few shots. There were other options, but Barrett had really liked that particular style for ranged combat. Either way, Barrett actually felt like the two of them could really be called masters. They had really started to form their own sub-styles. Not that everyone had to do that, sometimes the best method for them was already what was in place. Barrett and Nilima had been forced to change things around due to circumstances. Well, shall we? Barrett asked. Let's see how strong we've gotten. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 287. Nilima didn't start off easy. The moment their match began, her whip was twisting towards Barrett. He dodged, of course, but its course changed as her energy redirected it. It only grazed the edge of his shoulder, but from there energy flowed into him and then exploded. Barrett could feel the effectiveness of berserk energy riding along with gentle energy, able to penetrate deep before wreaking maximum havoc. However, his body had grown used to berserk energy, and the gentle energy wasn't enough to significantly harm him either. That said, it was only a small amount of Nilima's total energy, and he couldn't say the damage was nothing. However, until something shattered bones or tore apart muscles and tendons, he was liable to count it as inconsequential. His shoulder was still basically intact, but he had to make sure contact was brief. Barrett tossed out 3 stone pits. He could control more if he focused on that exclusively, but in their current form they served as a distraction, able to cause damage if ignored, but otherwise hindering movements. They responded to his mana easily, flying with sufficient force to kill a second-tier cultivator. While they wouldn't serve as a threat to Nilima on their own, Barrett himself was the threat. As he had them attack from the sides and back, he moved in from the front. Nilima flicked her whip and struck one of the stone pits, sending it flying away as she dodged in that direction. However, the stone pit came out relatively unharmed and Barrett could feel Nilima's expenditure of energy for that. Meanwhile, he didn't have to spend any mana to defend against the attack, merely to bring the pit back close to her. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to completely take the stone pits out of the picture, Nilima adjusted by returning to attacking Barrett. She had to dodge the stone pits at the same time she attacked him, but she hadn't reached 4th tier for nothing. The stone pits would only cause problems if she let them hit directly and she was able to twist and deflect them with her energy. Meanwhile, she attacked Barrett with the whip, and he focused on avoiding getting too close. He considered grabbing the whip but felt that prolonged contact would just end up with him having a destroyed hand. He likely couldn't yank it out of Nilima's grip either, since she could hold on tight enough to move with it. It wasn't worth trying that tactic at the moment. Instead, he moved in when he saw a slight opening, dodging around the twisting whip. With some changes of his weight placement, he could keep most of his forward momentum while moving his body far to the side, moving almost as agilely as the whip. When necessary, he used his hands to push off the ground instead of his feet, like when the whip came for them instead. There were a few grazes, but he managed to reach Nilima. He kicked out, but she caught his leg and pushed off of it, right into one of the stone pits. She hadn't felt it coming because Barrett had left the traces of his magic behind, instead pulling it to him. It was hard to say it was like a part of his body with it being fully disconnected from him, but it was close enough. Nilima went flying and tumbled over the stone pit as it struck against her protective energy, but for all it looked like she was out of control, she landed firmly on her feet. She was basically uninjured, but the expenditure of energy would start catching up to her eventually. Barrett would grow tired himself, but in that exchange at least he'd gotten the upper hand. Things went back and forth. Each graze of the whip past Barrett sent energy into him, wearing him down, while every attack against Nilima lowered her defenses slightly. Nilima's whip actively sought to twist around Barrett, but he could change direction fast enough that it could never catch hold. The few meters between them seemed like an impossible distance to close, but Barrett did it over and over, slowly wearing Nilima down, but not without taking a few hits himself. In fact, every time he struck her, half of her defenses counterattacked him. As she pushed away from him, berserk energy flowed towards him as well. Even if his body was used to it, even if he still cultivated it currently, there was only so much he could withstand. His arms and legs, the easiest places to reach, were starting to get bloody and battered, though mostly on the inside. Once more, Barrett reached Nilima, but he feinted with a kick, though he was capable of turning that into the real attack if the circumstances arose, leaning into the attack and meanwhile reaching out towards Nilima's hand holding the whip. Nilima wasn't slow by any means, but it took her a fraction of a second to realize what was happening. By that point, it was too late to pull her arm away. As Barrett grabbed her wrist, he crushed and pulled to slam her into the ground, but that also left her with a direct way to attack Barrett. Energy flowed into his arm. It wasn't all at once, instead coming in a continuous wave. Nilima crashed into the ground, but Barrett had to let go before she hit, unless he wanted his arm to turn into jelly again. She bounced off the ground and rolled away, and the two of them both stopped at the same point. Barrett sighed, looking down at his hand. Her energy had worked its way up his arm and into his chest, and one lung was filling with blood along with all the muscles and bones along the way there. "I think you win the match." Nilima groaned, "Why don't I feel like a winner then? If we fought for real and you wanted to kill me, we'd probably both die." Barrett shook his head, "But it could be just one of us." Barrett sat down, pulling his blood back inside himself and holding together his blood vessels. The damage to his arm wasn't as bad as the last time he had fought Nilima, but conversely the damage had reached all the way to his organs, so it was actually more dangerous for him. Nilima had scrapes and bruises and a broken wrist and a few ribs. No matter how good she was at redirecting energy, Barrett's attacks weren't inconsequential. I can't imagine you dying without taking your opponent down with you. I imagine it all the time. Barrett pulled a mouthful of blood back down into himself. It's the worst feeling in the world. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 288. Nilima spent a few days recovering, then she came to visit Barrett. I'll be out wandering the world for training. The next 4th tier tournament is in 4 years, we should be at late 4th tier by then. I won the 2nd tier tournament, for whatever that means, but the timing just wasn't right for 3rd tier. One of us should win the next 4th tier tournament. Okay, Barrett nodded, in that case, it will be me. Well, you can try, Nilima shrugged, but if you don't work hard enough, you won't stand a chance against me. With that, she walked away. Interactions between Barrett and Nilima had always been like that, though their first interactions involved even less talking and even more fighting. Barrett would be lying if he said there were any friendly feelings towards Nilima in those first days, but after he learned more he realized that was just the way she was. She fought people to grow stronger because the other choice was not to be stronger, and Barrett understood more and more what that meant. That meant accepting the choices others in power made, and while Barrett didn't mind some of the choices, there were many more he disagreed with. Streeto managed to maintain peace within itself for the most part, but there could certainly be more attempts to root out corruption. As for particular things, besides everything that had happened with Ashia, Barrett was also thinking of the Southern Metal Sea. Kale had reached 4th tier as well, just before the tournament. However, instead of participating he had worked on stabilizing his cultivation. That was because there were plans to take action against the Makao clan. Of course, Kale wouldn't be doing so alone. There were other members of the Anacone clan Kale had found, and they wanted to help take revenge. One of them had reached 4th tier as well, though he had been 3rd tier long before. In addition, he had Barrett and Kelani and the rest of the Lipika clan. The Immortal Berserker sect had also sent a few members, or rather, Kale had convinced them to come. The Immortal Berserker sect wouldn't be officially participating, both because they didn't owe Kale anything and because it was inappropriate for them to take action in that way in another country. However, because the actions of the Makao clan were deplorable, they sent a few members to help, along with the volunteers. Among those volunteers was Master Heikel. The Makao clan wasn't made of pushovers, but they weren't like the Immortal Berserker sect either. They didn't have any grandmasters, or even many masters. At the time they had wiped out the Anacone clan, they had 2 masters and 24 third-tier cultivators in the area. Barrett had killed 2 of their weaker 3rd tiers, 2 middle-aged men who had barely reached 3rd tier. More importantly, he had killed one of their direct members. Even though he had only been 2nd tier, he had potential. In theory, anyway. Otherwise, Barrett doubted he would have had 2 3rd-tier guards, even if they weren't that strong. In the 12 years since then, they now had 4 masters and around 50 3rd-tier cultivators, plus 2nd and 1st tier. However, the Lipika clan had also grown stronger since that time. Though they hadn't participated in the struggles with the Makao clan, Barrett knew they had at least 1 master protecting their clan during that time, possibly a few. 7 years before the current moment, Kale had given the Lipika clan a metal heart. Barrett wasn't sure of the exact results, but the Anacone clan was sending Kelani, an older master, and 2 other recent 4th-tier cultivators. It was likely they still had several remaining behind. Of course, it wasn't all due to the metal heart. The spring they had fought for also contributed to their clan's growth. Even so, they were very grateful to Kale, and they disliked the methods of the Makao clan as well. The 2 clans weren't close enough to have any real conflict, with about a quarter of the Metal Sea in between them, but they came into contact occasionally. Recently the Lipika clan had been researching the Makao clan for this very purpose. The Makao clan might not have suspected anything, though it was likely they would become aware of the army as it marched. That's what it was, an army. Any group with 10 fourth-tier cultivators was an army. In fact, Master Heikel himself could certainly be considered an army. He wouldn't be participating much in the battle, not because he didn't want to help, but because it was a matter of the Metal Sea. It wouldn't do to look like the Immortal Berserker sect was trying to attack a clan. If that was the case, Krylon, the nearby city, might take action. Then again, Barrett knew they wouldn't do so without proper incentives, because they didn't even bother to chastise the Makao clan for their destruction of the Anaconi clan. The army marched around the Metal Sea, staying much further away from it than Kale and Barrett had been. Though with their numbers they could easily handle any monsters that came out, it was the corrosive effect of the area there that was the problem. Not even all the metal cultivators would do well there. The Anaconi clan's technique did well in such an area, but the Lipika clan cultivators focused less on their bodies and more importantly on different sources of metal intake. The Anaconi clan's land had been next to a river with the same properties as the Metal Sea, though on a much weaker level. The Makao clan either had a technique that worked there to some extent or had stolen the Anaconi clan's technique, because they had been doing well there from the information that was gathered. In fact, they had to have known beforehand that they could gain benefits from there, otherwise there was no reason to make the attack. It wasn't unreasonable for there to be other techniques around the Metal Sea that would use its power to cultivate. In fact, it would be weirder if there weren't at least a few, even if it was somewhat dangerous. It was the same principles behind the Immortal Berserker technique. It was dangerous, but it also came with a high likelihood of becoming strong if you survived. Of course, that was just during cultivation for the most part. Barrett knew Kale and the rest of the Anaconi clan members were planning to make sure as many of the Makao clan members as possible died in battle, though they also wanted to take back their ancestral land. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 289. Unlike normal armies, armies of cultivators could carry all their supplies with them without worrying about long supply lines. Magic bags made that possible, though not all of them would have their own magic bag. Lower-ranking cultivators might rely on others to carry excess supplies for them. Sometimes volume was a bigger problem than weight. It was still more secure than having supply wagons that could be attacked. If there was going to be a long-term campaign of cultivators fighting, things might be different, but Barrett didn't want to think about that. Barrett watched the Anaconi clan cultivators marching in front. They stepped with such determination, he doubted anything could stop them now, even if everyone else all left. It had been more than a decade since their clan had been nearly destroyed and their land taken over. Even for cultivators, a single decade was a long time. Barrett had taken about that long to return to his home city of Durham, but he knew the home and the people were already gone. He returned only for revenge. However, the Anaconi clan still had some surviving members. Even more would likely surface once they could confirm things were safe. They were a clan of cultivators and meant to continue that way, but Barrett hadn't been interested in going back to being a normal person. Kale was the one in charge of the Anaconi clan forces. He had been in the line of succession for leadership of the clan and he was also the strongest. At his side stood an older uncle, Makana. He was one of those to break through to 4th tier, but having done so late in his life showed his more limited talent for cultivation. However, he had knowledge of how to run things and could provide advice to Kale. Makana had no left arm, though it was possible for Kale to procure medicines to help him regrow the arm. He had refused to use them until after the clan was resurrected. At first that had seemed to be a far-off dream. Scattered clan members couldn't grow stronger faster than a clan with established holdings, both the land that they had for a longer time and the new holdings taken from the Anaconi clan. Fortunately, Kale had managed to receive the support of the Immortal Berserker sect to help with his cultivation and then the help of the Lipika clan. While the Lipika clan was growing stronger more quickly than the Makao clan, along with Kale himself, the Anaconi clan as a whole wouldn't grow quickly without their own land. Thus, they were taking a more risky attack now for greater future growth for their allies. Besides, it couldn't be said for certain that the Makao clan wouldn't accelerate in growth somehow. The army had almost reached Krylon, though they would be going around the city itself. It was likely that they would be spotted before they reached the Anaconi clan's land, but there wasn't all that much that could be done about that. The important thing was that they avoided being spotted enough in advance that the Mikao clan could call in reinforcements from their other locations, or any nearby allies. Since they were close, the entire army picked up the pace, not enough to tire them out over just a few hours. They moved with purpose, eventually arriving outside the north end of the Anacone clan's land. There were walls surrounding the area, but there was a river flowing through the land that was the primary feature that made them settle there in the first place. The river flowed from north to south towards the Metal Sea, of course. As they approached the area, everyone began to feel the corrosion, but it was nothing compared to being near the Metal Sea. Even very close, it was only about equivalent to being half a day or more away from the sea. The lower-tier cultivators needed to protect themselves, except the few from the Anacone clan. It wasn't difficult, the corrosive vapors produced were based off metals, after all, and the Lipika clan cultivators merely pushed them away. All of the Immortal Berserkers could withstand that level of corrosion without issue, especially for a short time. As they approached, the guards on the wall spotted them, opening with the firing of ballistae. These were similar in design to those possessed by the Lipika clan, lacking metal entirely but still managing to fire bolts with deadly force. However, only a few of them were ready by the time the group reached the walls. They fired on those in front, which included Barrett and other Immortal Berserkers. Barrett was slightly hesitant to try to block or deflect one of the bolts directly, but he threw out one of the stone pits to deflect one. With perhaps a tenth of his magic behind it, it carried enough force to shatter the bolt. They were only meant to take out second-tier cultivators at best, and Barrett didn't have to use any of his magic to protect the structural stability of the stone pit. It couldn't be certain whether any magical restrictions had been set on top of the walls. It was expensive to do in all locations, but there might be a few that would attack anyone attempting to climb over or destroy a section of wall. Thus, the lower-tier cultivators remained back while Kale stepped forward, supported by Makana, Kalani, and another master from the Lipika clan. Kale turned to Makana, who nodded. The river gate does not seem to have been changed. From where they were, the 100-meter-wide river stretched out to their left, flowing under and through large gates. Very well then, Kale spoke confidently, and Barrett could feel how much he had gained over the years. Tyr opened the gates. Kalani and the other cultivator from the Lipika clan reached out with magic, entwining it about the metal gates. They had already been told what they would be doing and how they should do it. Barrett could sense the magic tugging, but the gates held, then tore apart all at once. An explosion blew out from the gates, but what reached the group was blocked by Kale and Makana. Even though Makana knew how the defenses on the gate were designed, he couldn't say how to perfectly avoid its backlash. The explosion certainly alerted the entire place if the guards on the walls had somehow not seen them yet. However, they had only been around a very short time. Scum of the Mikao clan. For your crimes against the Anacone clan, ye shall all die, and any who entreat with you. We shall generously allow any servants to flee. Kale's voice, aided by energy, carried over the whole compound. That was the plan, everyone on the grounds would be killed, except for servants. Of course, with a force of their size they couldn't completely stop everyone from running away, and they wouldn't try. If they gave no path of retreat, then the enemy would fight even more fiercely. Today, they just wanted to regain control of the land, further actions would be for later. However, they would still kill who they could, especially the stronger cultivators, so that they didn't have to face them later. The army ran towards the gate as cultivators of the Mikao clan did their best to hold the breach, but they had only been able to gather a portion of their force in the few minutes since the army had been spotted. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 290. Though Kale and the others stood at the forefront, they weren't the first to enter the grounds. That went to third-tier cultivators, not so they would take on greater risk, but actually for their sake. Since it was known there were masters that needed to be fought, it was better if their own side's masters were fresh. The third-tier cultivators rushed forward, just slipping past the broken gate on their side of the river. Behind the third-tier cultivators came second and first-tier cultivators, mostly from the Lipika clan and a few scattered handfuls from the Anacone clan survivors. Before the last of the group could enter the walls, the closest enemy cultivators were already dead and they cultivators were headed for the walls. Atop the walls the guards scrambled to attack, but they hadn't expected an attack and their numbers were limited. They readied the ballistae as fast as they could, but there were too few of them set up in just one section of wall. Within another 2 minutes all of the nearest enemies were dead. Alarms rang out throughout the area. It had been called as they were approaching, but even as more Makao clan cultivators approached, the Anikoni clan and allies had secured a foothold. Barrett followed behind Kale and Kelani. Makana had split off into another group, along with 2 other groups, each containing 2 masters, and members of the Anikoni clan. This was their revenge, after all, so it wouldn't do to have groups of people completely without them. A better reason was that having different types of cultivators, even mixes between Anikoni clan and Lipika clan, helped cover weaknesses. Kale's group was headed straight for the main buildings. That was likely where the most danger would be. They couldn't expect all of the masters the Makao clan had in the area to be around, but if they were they would likely find them ahead. They fought their way through the enemy combatants, leaving any servants or unrelated people. It was possible to pick out those who cultivated the Makao clan's techniques. Every cultivation technique would have a feeling to it, like the Immortal Berserker technique. Around the Metal Sea they seemed to feel somewhat more similar, but Kale and the others could easily pick out the differences. Barrett just stuck using a stone pit on anyone who was going to attack them, if they got close, while keeping an eye and an ear out for stronger enemies. He couldn't sense energy in the same way he could before, but he could pick out strong cultivators in different ways. One of those was killing intent. Barrett sensed a particularly strong killing intent, but it didn't worry him. Master Heikel had run off away from the group. That meant there was a strong opponent, but he had confidence in Master Heikel. There had only been a flicker of a feeling that brushed past Turan Heikel's thoughts, but a cultivator learned to pick out which such thoughts were worthwhile. He couldn't say what he had sensed, only that it was an enemy and a danger. He didn't recognize more than that, but he went with his gut. He sprinted between the buildings, and when they got in his way he went over them. He might have gone through them, but buildings around the Metal Sea were built tougher than normal and he didn't want to waste the energy. In less than a minute he arrived where he felt the something. Now he didn't feel anything, and that told him they were still around. He swung his arm directly into a flying needle, batting it away. It wasn't merely a deflection. He could have just blocked it directly, but he wanted to make sure it couldn't avoid him. While he wasn't a master-level pure body temperer, he was still able to transfer a good portion of his toughness around his body, and as a 6th-tier Immortal Berserker, his body was tougher than almost anything. Of course, that didn't mean he could ignore attack, that toughness only counted normal materials unaugmented by magic or energy. Turan Heikel tried to pick out where exactly the needle had come from, but it wasn't as easy as just following a direct line. All he got was a general area. The subsequent needles gave him a better idea of their location, though he doubted the opponent was completely still. It also made him certain of their origin. While he didn't like it, at least he could go all out without concerns. The Silver Blades had really had many more members than they let on. He would say it was surprising to see them everywhere he or Barrett went, but then again they were at all of those locations as well, and enemy cultivators ending up where they would fight wasn't entirely a matter of coincidence. He wouldn't say there was necessarily fate or something guiding everything, but things just worked that way. As he began to hone in on the location of the enemy, he felt something in his chest. He had been watching out for tricks, but apparently not well enough. Whatever poisonous gas was in him had been very well concealed. It started breaking down his body much faster than the natural effect of the river or even the Metal Sea itself, but it felt somewhat related. Turan even felt the blood vessels in his eyes ready to burst. Another needle came, and he realized his mistake. There wasn't just one enemy. The question was, how could he deal with them all? Then he shook his head. Sometimes, the easiest strategy was the best one. After he'd picked out a few likely locations, he threw a series of multi-steel balls out. Lead was good and heavy, but it couldn't withstand enough berserk energy to avoid exploding early. Multi-steel wasn't exactly strong, but it was strong enough to last long enough. As the multi-steel balls struck the surrounding buildings, they exploded. Turan Heikel admired their solid construction, since the buildings didn't completely collapse. When he was 5th tier, it had only taken a couple swings of his axe to bring down a building in the Raging Fire sect. While the buildings were more or less still standing, the same couldn't be said of all those inside. Shrapnel and berserk energy had torn into some of them, and at least one of them had taken a direct hit and couldn't be recognized as a body anymore. Turan Heikel felt the poison spreading from his lungs into the rest of his body. While he could contain the poison, it would be hard to expel it without some time taken to understand it. Instead, he merely let it try to break down his body a little bit at a time. If he wasn't healing, he thought he would be dead within a minute. Wounds that took more than a couple months to recover from usually just moved into the deadly range. However, he was recovering. Since he was a 6th tier Immortal Berserker, he healed at a rate of more than a normal day's healing per second. The fact that the toxin could overcome that was already impressive and meant he couldn't afford to waste time. Even if he could completely heal as fast as he was being damaged, it did take stamina to heal. He needed to completely take out the strongest enemy quickly, then he could basically ignore the rest. He would at least be able to detect them trying to poison him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 291. There were only so many options that could be done with any particular material in terms of cultivating with it. In terms of metal, one could make their body like metal or actually metallic, or they could use energy or mana to control external metal. That was only the base level, of course. The Lipika clan used metal projectiles, the Anaconi clan trained their bodies and accelerated metal weapons held in their hands. The Makao clan also trained their bodies, but they used metals more as a poison. The first cultivators of theirs Barrett faced used something akin to mercury, likely a mixture only part mercury, since it was still relatively more rare in the area, though it wasn't entirely impossible to outfit many 3rd-tier cultivators with it. However, even the Lipika clan was a bit conservative with it even after possessing the metal spring. In addition to such liquid metals which they stuck to the skin to be absorbed into the body, they created dust made of fine metal particles, capable of damaging the eyes or lungs, and that was just the short term. While not exactly poison, it had the same sort of effects and delivery style. The Lipika clan cultivators were adept at controlling metal, so as long as they could sense the energy controlling the metal dust, they could keep it at bay. They protected what Anaconi clan members they could. However, Barrett saw Kale went completely unprotected against the master he was facing off against. The results were indiscernible. He might have thought Kale was not breathing in tiny particles of metal at all. It was likely a benefit from training with the metal heart, though it would have been possible to achieve with the Anaconi clan's technique normally. It would likely have taken him until a higher tier to so easily deal with the problem. Barrett was protected during the initial attack, but as the battle progressed he had to breathe, and with the tiny metal particles all around, that included them. His eyes were relatively unaffected, they were tougher than most metals, so the tiny particles couldn't penetrate. Likewise, Barrett's lungs were trained as well. The only problem with his lungs was, even if they weren't directly damaged, the metal particles built up. They were heavier, so once they were in the lungs they were reluctant to come back out. Before that time they were held up in the air by energy, for the most part. For the moment Barrett was fine, but he would have to be aware of the buildup in his lungs. It was making it difficult to breathe, even if it hadn't turned his lungs into a bloody mess like was intended. Barrett's fist struck the middle-aged cultivator he was facing against. He had to admit that their body transformation was quite effective, they could take a hit from him and even cause his hand to be slightly uncomfortable. Even more than that, they weren't particularly damaged. If Barrett could get a solid hit on them it might be a different story, but they didn't just let him attack them as he pleased. The man had a curved sword that he wielded with great finesse, and Barrett had to move carefully to keep himself from being chopped into. With the energy on it, it carried great momentum and sharpness. As a wide slash swept towards him, Barrett leaned backwards in a way that would certainly lose him his balance, then swung his upper body forward to grab his opponent's arm. They weren't quite quick enough to avoid him, and he pulled them closer. While training their body to have the toughness of metal was one thing, they were a bit lacking in muscular strength. Barrett would consider that aspect of them third tier at best. The man used energy to try to anchor his feet, but Barrett lowered his body mass while moving his strength to just the right places to toss the man over his shoulder. There wouldn't be much damage from that, even impacting on the hard and metallic sandy dirt, but once they were off their feet Barrett grabbed on from behind, first twisting the weapon out of their hands. His strength was exactly where he needed it to be, and while it took Barrett significant stamina, the opponent who fought back and was overpowered in one area after another started to feel the strain first. He wasn't able to get a good grip to try to snap their neck. Heads were awkwardly shaped like that. A normal person might have been simple, but this fellow was tough. Barrett could feel more metallic dust being brought into the air around him and even globs of liquid metals trying to seep through his skin. However, he just held his breath for the moment and closed his nostrils to prevent the dust from being forced in. Even in battle, he could easily hold his breath for half a minute without issue. Barrett grabbed one arm and twisted it. It wasn't a submission hold, that was what you used when you wanted to threaten to break something. It was basically the same sort of move, but Barrett didn't stop at the point where he could break their arm. With a snapping sound but also the screeching of a metal beam being bent, the upper right arm of the man broke. Since they couldn't use that to struggle anymore, it was easier for Barrett to grab the other arm and do the same. Once both arms were broken, which didn't entirely mean they couldn't do anything as a cultivator, Barrett put his arm around the neck from behind. Choking someone out could take far too long on a battlefield. Barrett had already had to flip around a few times to block attacks with the man's body, but he wasn't planning to do that. He once more returned to the man being face down in the dirt, but instead of straddling him he placed one knee on the man's back. He didn't know where in the spine would give first, neck or lower back, but he didn't care. It turned out to be the neck, which saved him some trouble because that meant he couldn't move at all. For a cultivator, it didn't mean immediate death. The man could still control his energy, but as he couldn't move his body he couldn't stop Barrett from stomping his head into the ground at full force. All of his body weight and muscle brought his foot down to that point, and the man's head deformed, and Barrett could feel the life slip out of him. Barrett then elbowed the throat of the other man who had been attacking him, crushing it. He was just a second-tier cultivator. Finding a moment where he was free, Barrett turned himself over and coughed out the metal dust. It tried to stick to his lungs, but it wasn't so hard to shake it off with a bit of coaxing. Barrett certainly couldn't say the process was pleasant, but it was relieving to have only a very small amount of metal dust left in his lungs. He would more meticulously remove that later. Looking around the battlefield, Barrett saw the master Kale had been fighting was defeated as well. As for the remaining two, they were either on a different part of the battlefield or not present at the moment. It would be good to kill them if they could, but the Aglone clan would be more prepared to defend themselves, and they had some backing as well. Barrett started to help with the cleanup of the remaining cultivators, though he wondered what Master Heikel had been up to. He could just feel him approaching now, weaker feeling than when he went out, but still full of more berserk energy than Barrett had ever had. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 292. Though they had won the battle, it wasn't a flawless victory. Barrett would like to say they hadn't lost anyone important, but that was only from his perspective. Obviously from the perspective of those who died they were important to themselves and those they knew. However, what they could say was their losses weren't too bad. Of the approximately 200, around 20 had died, mostly first and second tier, though a few were third tier. Many more were injured, but they would be able to recover. On the other side, the Mikao clan had been overwhelmed and had lost 3 masters. One of those that should have been present was unaccounted for. Perhaps they were in the nearby city or traveling, there was no way to say for sure. They didn't have the luxury of capturing any of the other masters. Holding back was far too dangerous and nobody else knew anything. The number of losses among the Mikao clan was several hundred, most of them were first and second tier cultivators, but they had still lost dozens of third tier cultivators. That didn't count the members of the Silver Blade that Master Heikel fought. There were a dozen third tiers, and a pair of fourth tier masters, and a sixth tier. According to Master Heikel, the 6th tier had likely advanced fairly recently, sometime after the fall of the Silver's blades in Streeto, anyway. It wasn't clear what the Silver Blades had been doing with the Makao clan, though perhaps searching the records the Makao clan left behind might provide some clues. It was unlikely to have anything definite because the Silver Blades didn't like records, but there was always something. At the very least, expenses had to be noted somehow. Unfortunately, but expectedly, they hadn't been able to kill everyone and some people had escaped. They would likely try to cause trouble later, but even if they came to attack again in great force, the Anacone clan was relieved that they had retaken their ancestral grounds. Though Master Heikel was arguably the most injured of those alive at the end of the battle, he was the first to recover. It took him almost an hour to recover, which sounded very short, but Barrett knew that was equivalent to 10 years, more than 10 years, really. Especially since he could focus on specific parts of him to heal. The issue was all the internal damage caused by the poison. On the outside, he had looked fine, but Barrett knew from the way he moved that he wasn't okay on the inside. Barrett didn't take too long himself. Once he had a chance to properly remove the metal dust, his lungs healed up what damage there was fairly quickly. Of course, the other Immortal Berserkers were also fairly quick to heal, though some of them would still take days to recover. Before that, after only a few hours had passed, a large group arrived from Krylon. It was not unexpected, so everyone able to fight was put together before they arrived. According to the plans, they might not need to fight, but they needed to be ready. Barrett watched from the wall to the side of Kale as the group came closer, stopping out of easy ballista range. Kale looked down at them, his arms crossed. Who the hell are you? Why are you trespassing on the Anacone clan's land? A woman stood out at the front of the group. We are the militia of Krylon. We heard there was an attack on the Makao clan dash. Kale laughed. What a joke. This is the Anacone clan's land. The Makao clan has been forcibly occupying it for a while, but what did you do then? Besides, you clearly don't represent anything but those who take bribes. Now get out off of our land, or we shall treat your Iacopa clan and the others as enemies. We have caught you in the middle of a vicious attack. Do you think we'll let you go now? The woman stood up bravely. You are under the impression that we are still in the middle of taking back what belongs to us. Kale shook his head, but that is simply not true. Now, I told you to leave, and I shall give everyone not standing near you one more chance. If you would, he gestured towards Master Heikel who was standing behind him and off to the side. Barrett felt the flare of energy, going from restrained to full power in a single moment. Even the wall trembled slightly as Master Heikel threw a multi-steel sphere, absolutely full of berserk energy. Before the woman could properly react, there was a crater in the ground where she had been standing and not much of her left. Those who had been standing around her had been partly able to defend themselves, though some of them were dead and most were injured. Now get off our land. Besides the Iacopa clan, I know several others. At that point Kale pulled up the heads of the 3 masters of the Makao clan they had killed, and I doubt you can do much without the Makao clan having any local forces left. We will allow the Iacopa clan to pay reparations to us for this farce in exchange for not being wiped out. The head Barrett had squashed was obviously misshapen. With only 100 or so meters between them, cultivators could make out the heads well enough that any who actually had seen the masters would recognize the other 2. Nobody spoke, but the people at the back of the group turned around to run first. Some of those at the front momentarily tried to walk away with dignity, but once they sensed everyone else running they went with them. They might have had more to say, but there was nobody willing to say it. The Makao clan had managed to get some of the city to support them and the rest to look the other way in fear, but now that they were basically without any power in the area, the former weren't strong enough to do anything, and the latter would be quite relieved. Barrett knew they still weren't done here yet. The Anacone clan would likely have to avoid actually wiping out any of the smaller clans except perhaps the Iacopa clan, but there was still vengeance to be taken. Any of those who had escaped the attack of the clan had at least a few grudges to take care of. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 293. While the current army stationed at the Anikoni clan could defeat the other part of the Makeo clan if they attacked in retaliation, it wouldn't be simple without the presence of the additional help. The soldiers from the Lipika clan would be staying for some time, but Kelani and the other masters wouldn't stay as long. Barrett, Master Heikel, and the rest of the Immortal Berserkers would also be moving on. Before that, the Anikoni clan needed to stabilize itself. There were likely more members of the clan who had fled upon its destruction who would return once they heard of its restoration, but that could take a very long time. It had been over a decade since the fall of the clan, and thus unless they had taken shelter elsewhere around the southern Metal Sea, the news would take at least weeks to reach them. Kale was going around to various sects in the area to form alliances with them. That was one problem the Anikoni clan had before, they were too insular, sure of their own abilities. While they weren't wildly arrogant and trouble-causing, they didn't have any allies either. At the moment they had once again become the strongest power in the area, but they still needed support. Most of the powers in Krylon weren't much good either, they were too weak to matter or they had capitulated to the Makeo clan. While the Anikoni clan was strong enough to make them capitulate for the moment as well, it couldn't be said that they wanted those sorts under them and would have to watch them closely. However, there were other groups in the area who had merely been unable to stand up to the Makeo clan without helping them, the Scions of Steel among them. While they hadn't been able to accept Kale's joining them for fear of repercussions, they were more than happy to support the Anikoni clan after their return. They likely would have supported them before, but they hadn't been asked, and the attack had been sudden. Speaking of such attacks, it was clear the Anikoni clan would need more awareness of their surroundings. As evidenced by the Makeo clan, the time from spotting an army visually wasn't enough. They would need to put together a system for spotting potential enemies from further away, even if it was just contacts with various people in the region who would pass on the information to them. The time eventually came for Barrett and the rest to leave. Kelani and the other masters from the Lipika clan were returning back to their clan. The Immortal Berserkers, however, had a different destination. They had been waiting for a group of people to show up. Because there were Silver Blades staying with the Makeo clan, there could also be more of them at the Makeo clan's main location. That would be a problem for the Anikoni clan because while they weren't as good in a straight fight, the Silver Blades were actually quite good as assassins. While the various scattered Silver Blades might not know where the others were and thus be interested in retribution, if there were more with the Makeo clan they would surely get the news. However, the Anikoni clan couldn't afford to fight the Makeo clan on their home turf, they had little to gain and much to lose. The Immortal Berserker sect also couldn't afford to go attack them there, not from a military standpoint, but from a social and political one. The Makeo clan having attacked another clan just to take over their land was enough for the Immortal Berserker sect to feel morally justified in launching an attack, especially with the suspicion they might be hiding or just working with more members of the Silver Blades, but they couldn't act with just that. However, they did know some people who could help confirm their suspicions and give them more reason to act. Greetings once again, Barrett Ravenhall. Einar nodded as they saw each other. This time I bring with me no particular divination. However, I have been assigned as your battle partner and guide based on our relatively similar ages and cultivation strength. Einar stared at Barrett for a few moments. It wasn't as strange as when he showed his third and fourth eyes, but it was unsettling. It is rather difficult to pin down your cultivation strength. If I did not know better, I might have determined you were merely a second-tier mage with an oddly strong body. Barrett shrugged. He didn't really know how to respond to that. Guide? Are we going somewhere secret or hidden? Einar shook his head, his face remaining nearly expressionless, though it was quite a bit more expressive compared to when his third and fourth eyes were open and his face lost all other features. No, the location of the Makeo clan is well known. However, the optimal placement of soldiers will require constant adjustments. We are under the impression that the Silver Blades will likely try to flee, given the chance. Our purpose is to optimize their deaths. Though his face didn't say much, Barrett could hear his heart momentarily quicken at discussing killing Silver Blades. Very well, I look forward to looking with you, Barrett bowed. As Einar had indicated, the fourth Iseers had determined that the Mikao clan was indeed housing more members of the Silver Blades. While their powers of divination were strong, trying to determine the location of unknown Silver Blades without any indication of their location was fruitless. If they attempted to determine if they were hiding at each individual city, town, clan, sect, or other location, they would only be met with meaningless feelings and no real divinatory information. Sometimes true divinations came unbidden and without a guide, but sought divinations required something to work from. Silver Blades being found with the Mikao clan near Krylon was sufficient reason to believe there might be some at the Mikao clan's primary location. Because of that, they were able to accurately determine their presence. From what Barrett had heard, they didn't know exactly how many or how strong they were, but the fourth Iseers had sent over a handful of masters including Einar. They along with the Immortal Berserkers traveled to the main location of the Mikao clan, north and west from Krylon, a week's journey by foot for a beginning cultivator. The Mikao clan was barely in the area that could be considered the southern Metal Sea, but their location likely had some significance, though whether it was hidden resources that had long been extracted or some defensive advantage wasn't yet certain. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 294. The location of the Mikao clan's headquarters was on top of a mountain. It wasn't the largest mountain Barrett had ever seen, nor the most dangerous, since that went to the Lightning Mountains and Bitter Cold Peak. However, the mountains had unique qualities all their own. As one might expect from the area around the Metal Sea, the mountain was quite metallic, making it shine in the sunlight as it stood up from the area around it. As they approached they could see the walls that stood up around the land, protecting it. It would likely be much harder to breach them than the ones around the Anacone clan land, specifically because they didn't know any of the weaknesses. However, that wasn't Barrett's concern anyway. Before they approached the walls, he was led away by Einar, and various other people and groups were led to different locations as well. Barrett only took note of Master Heikel who was going up to the main gate. They moved to the side and around the mountain away until they were out of direct sight of the walls. Barrett was going to ask what they were doing, but he wasn't sure whether he would get an answer or if it would help. Then he heard a hollow ringing beneath his feet. It was deep, through perhaps a meter of metallic ground, but he could hear it nonetheless. Even when he wasn't specifically enhancing them, his ears could pick up the tiniest sounds, yet weren't overwhelmed by exceedingly loud sounds either. Barrett started to walk along above the underground tunnel, and Einar didn't stop him, which indicated they were going the right way. They stopped next to a seemingly normal boulder that Barrett was pretty sure was the exit for the secret tunnel. Here is where we should wait. I will be a bit further away to better hide my energy and magic. Left unsaid was that Barrett should hide his magic as well, though perhaps Einar not mentioning meant it didn't matter. Either way, Barrett did it to the best of his abilities. At least it should be enough that he wasn't noticed before they stepped out of the secret tunnel, which someone would presumably be coming out of. Was there anything else? Barrett considered. Could they sense him through a half-meter of metal? He couldn't say for sure there would be any barrier to metal cultivators. It would be better if he felt like metal. Barrett wasn't sure if he could have gotten the feeling of metal just right without so much of it all around him, but it was fairly easy to copy the boulder he was leaning up against. As long as they didn't feel around for the exact shape of everything he wouldn't be noticed. He wasn't sure how long he would have to wait, but then he heard something. It was a voice he couldn't fail to recognize. At his level, Master Heikel's voice could likely be heard at the bottom of the mountain, let alone anywhere near the top. Mikao clan. We know you harbor Silver Blade criminals. Turn them over to us and we won't crush you. Master Heikel had to know that wouldn't work. At least, not directly. If there were any Silver Blades worth bothering with, the Mikao clan likely couldn't restrain them, nor would they want to try. However, Master Heikel's straightforwardness would be acting as a distraction in this case. Without it even being said, it was obvious that someone would be coming out of this secret passage, or more likely this was one of many that people could come out of. Divination wasn't perfect after all, at least not sought divinations. However, Barrett trusted that with the help of the fourth Iseers they had the best setup they could hope for. It was only a few minutes before Barrett heard someone coming. He only had a handful of seconds before the boulder burst away from its location, followed by a man. Of course, Barrett had been ready for a while. He was only a single step away from them, and he swung down his axe. It was still quite useful as long as he presumed he was fighting silver blades and not metal cultivators. Even though there was no warning, the man dodged away almost effortlessly. Barrett wondered if he had been detected, but that didn't seem to be the case. Was it his killing intent? Upon having clear access to sense the man, Barrett could feel his energy, a 5th-tier cultivator. A younger one too. While in some fields youth might speak of inexperience, as a cultivator it spoke of talent. It was hard to say exactly how old the man was since cultivators aged more slowly, but his youth was good enough. At the very worst, he wasn't that much older than Barrett would be when he reached 5th tier. He was only early 5th tier, but Barrett wasn't quite mid 4th tier yet. He could already tell it would be a dangerous fight. Barrett wasn't wearing armor because that was harder to get rid of when fighting a strong metal cultivator than a weapon which could just be tossed into a magic bag. However, that didn't mean the dagger that sliced towards his neck was completely unhindered. Armor was just an extra layer of defense for an Immortal Berserker. Barrett's body as a pure body temper was something that most first-tier cultivators couldn't even dream of damaging, and his 5th-tier opponent only managed to cut through the skin and some of the muscle beneath instead of reaching all the way to a vein or his windpipe. He didn't feel any poison, but as he pulled back he saw his opponent make a move that indicated that subsequent attacks would. A blade couldn't be constantly poisoned. Most poisons would lose their potency when left out, or they may soak into a sheath. Barrett took a deep breath. He'd failed to win immediately with the element of surprise, which meant this battle would be much harder than it had to. He didn't feel anyone else around, which meant he had a chance, but it wasn't going to be easy. That was counting Einar participating as well, but he was still out of sight. Barrett readied himself to shift toughness to wherever it needed to be, at the same time swinging his axe so his opponent didn't have too much time to prepare more poisons. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 295. The Immortal Berserker sect had many alchemists, but few who produced poisons of any kind. They were more interested in producing pills to heal people, and poisons were quite the opposite of that. While it could be useful to train immunity, just having the poisons would shed a bad light on them. The same was true all around Streeto, so it was hard to build up an immunity to poisons, and there were so many kinds. An immunity to one poison might help resist another, or it might do absolutely nothing. The 100 poisons pill had let Barrett build an immunity to some poisons, but with each flick of his opponent's wrist there seemed to be a new poison. He couldn't even remove the poisons from his body quickly since he needed to concentrate on one type at a time. He also had to continue fighting. The Silver Blade Cultivator kept dodging around Barrett, but it was not like he was completely untouched. However, Barrett hadn't managed a proper hit yet. At best his attacks had been deflected off of the man's energy, turning into a miss or just grazing him. Even his stone pits were easily avoided. In return, he tossed poisons into the air or used needles or daggers to administer them. Barrett avoided many of the attacks, but he couldn't completely avoid all of them. Just a little scrape could be enough to let poison in, and he couldn't control his blood flow at every single location anymore. His opponent was 5th tier. He'd encountered 5th tier cultivators from the Silver Blade before on the way back from Aglone, but he hadn't fought them directly. Master Heikel had fought them and one had just attacked Barrett from a long distance away. He was stronger now, of course, but being up close meant they were better able to damage him. If he could get a solid blow he could turn the battle, but until that point he was losing and needed Einar to help. However, he was nowhere to be found. Barrett hoped it was due to some plan instead of just unwillingness to fight, but his heart couldn't help but lean towards the second option. Suddenly Barrett's right arm stopped listening to him. He wasn't sure if it was poison or some unnoticed damage, he couldn't feel it anymore. However, just because his arm didn't work didn't mean he couldn't make it. Pure body tempering was all about that. He held his axe in just his left hand, letting his right arm go limp as he did so, and as was likely expected. As he thought, the Silver Blade man moved to his right to take advantage of his unworking arm. Barrett swung the axe, though it was meant for two hands that didn't mean he was incapable of swinging it with one. His attack just led his opponent to step in closer to Barrett's right side, stabbing one dagger towards his spine and one under his armpit. Barrett wasn't able to avoid the attack, but that just made his deception more convincing. The damage to his armpit was minimal, the blade went perhaps a centimeter deep into the muscle, though he could tell it was coated in poison. The stab into his lower back went deeper, as it scraped along the side of Barrett's spine, which was now in a different spot than it had been. Moving his spine involved stretching the bones and nerves inside it, but that was something he could do. At the same time as the attacks, his right arm came up into the right armpit of his enemy, grabbing on just below the shoulder. His arm wasn't receiving signals to the muscles like it should have, but Barrett didn't know of anything that could stop him from telling his body what to do regardless. It was obviously better if his nerves could do their job, but a little bit of extra expenditure of stamina was a small price to pay for the results he got. The other man's energy acted as a cushion trying to keep him from getting a grip. His fingers couldn't reach around the whole arm surrounded by the layer of energy, but he could lengthen his fingers as well. For the moment he couldn't really lengthen the bones, but he could dislocate his joints and still retain grabbing power. His hand was going to complain massively once he could feel it again, but that was what he had to do. He grabbed on and held the man at arm's length, but of course his opponent didn't just do nothing. His right arm wasn't any longer than Barrett's, so he couldn't reach Barrett's neck, but he could attack the arm itself. One of the daggers stabbed into the back of his elbow, while the other went for his wrist. However, because it was the only thing his opponent could reach, Barrett concentrated all of himself into that arm. The attacks met a nearly unbreakable arm, though poison started to run rampant throughout the rest of Barrett's body. His right arm could only maintain its grip, but his left arm still had the axe. It swung at the man's ribs, but didn't manage to break through his energy. That was what the advantage of a tear brought, but the concentration of his energy on his shoulder and ribs left him open elsewhere. Two stone pits flew out towards his knees from next to Barrett. He tried to dodge, of course, but he didn't sense them in time. Barrett had previously been using magic to control them, but up close he could command them as part of himself. It wasn't quite as good as accelerating them with mana, but knees that were only half protected by energy were breakable enough. Everything happened in a moment, and though he felt his grip was secure, the energy under his hand twisted, and the man pulled away. Only one knee was broken, the other merely bruised. Even if he wasn't a body temperer, any fifth-tier cultivator could fight with a somewhat broken body to at least some extent. He could move himself around with energy as a crutch. Barrett readied himself for the next attack, but the man just stopped. Barrett took a moment to return his hand to how it should be, though he would need to feel it out to make sure he hadn't messed anything up. He casually sent his stone pits forward to keep his opponent busy, but was surprised when they directly impacted his chest. Was it an illusion? A fake? It shouldn't have been so easy, but as the man fell forward, Barrett saw Einar standing behind him with a bloody dagger pointed at where his neck had been. Finding an opening was extremely difficult. Einar's eyes, all four of them, looked around the scene, then back at Barrett. Barrett wasn't quite sure how he talked without a mouth, but then again, it would make more sense if his other facial features were really still there and the extra eyes were an image. Will you live? Shouldn't you know that? Barrett started taking stock of his body. You think I can know everything? Einar shook his head. I was merely aware that we were the optimal people to place here. That did not mean we would survive or even guarantee that someone else would take out this foe. But you are not listening anyway. He was right, of course. Barrett had no time for talking. His body was full of poisons, both in his lungs and some that went directly to his bloodstream from needles or daggers. The physical damage to his body was inconsequential. He wouldn't bleed to death even if he did nothing. However, his entire body was going fuzzy, or more accurately, his brain was losing touch with everything. First he started with clearing his brain. Fortunately, even his brain had been included in toughness training, so it wasn't completely destroyed by the poisons. However, as it felt to Barrett, it was clogged up with all sorts of things, and that was just the metaphorical. His blood was also physically sluggish, as if trying to turn into a gel instead of a liquid. Barrett felt his consciousness fading. He hadn't paid enough attention to the poisons because they hadn't been inhibiting his ability to fight. He was only just barely able to squeeze some blood flow back into his brain, but there were still so many problems to clear up and his stamina was half exhausted from the fight. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 296. Before he could do anything else, Barrett needed his blood to flow, especially to his brain. Normal people would die or suffer serious injuries without blood flow to the brain for a few minutes. Barrett could likely survive longer, but if he went unconscious he couldn't do anything to save himself. Undoing the effect of his blood coagulating only took a few moments, after which his blood suddenly jerked back to a start, flowing through his body. However, that was just one of the many problems he was currently experiencing. Barrett took care to protect his brain first, identifying first one problem and then another. Einar finished searching through the magic bag. There was nothing he could identify as any sort of antidote, only more poisons and venom, which he supposed technically wasn't a poison. The assassin must have been supremely confident or immune to their own toxins. Very few people were vindictive enough to not carry a way to save themselves on the off chance it might save someone who killed them. Then again, that could be a policy the Silver Blades had enacted after their dispersal or even just the circumstances of being unable to obtain them. His eyes flicked to Barrett. It wasn't clear to Einar if he was dead or not. His body was curled up in a ball and hadn't moved since then. He wasn't breathing and Einar couldn't sense a heartbeat, but the aura of magic from Barrett hadn't started to fade. There was no movement on the surface, but underneath there was a hint of something. Though his heart had stopped pumping, Barrett couldn't worry about that at the moment. That was just his muscles freezing up. It was quite troublesome to manually circulate air in and out of his lungs and the blood just to and from his brain, but he needed that. Along with that, he was working on clearing out his liver and kidneys, which had been doing an admirable job clearing out his blood but were quite overwhelmed. Barrett managed to pull a whole mass of junk out of his liver, squeezing it through his body until it squished out of his pores. He already didn't have any open wounds to move it out of. He did the same with his kidneys and started on the rest of his organs. Besides his brain, his body wasn't getting much in the way of oxygen. He was running out of stamina, so he would have to clear that up and hope his body recovered the rest of the way on its own. First he started with his heart, removing all the little bits that were blocking the signals to his muscles. His heart was still stopped even after that, but he gave it a manual squeeze and it continued on its own. His heart had been regrown and had been weaker than the rest of him, but he trained it to catch up. Maybe it hadn't quite been enough, or maybe it wouldn't have made a difference if he had his original heart. Then he fixed his lungs, especially the diaphragm muscles which did all the moving. There was some actual damage to the lungs themselves, but that would likely heal if he got the chance. He just needed to force out all of the air and any toxins with it, then refill his lungs. That wasn't something that was even possible normally, but he could push around the air inside of him with some difficulty, so he could remove one portion at a time and replaced it with somewhat cleaner air. Hopefully he'd collapsed far enough from the battle that the air was clear. It felt fine, but that wasn't a perfect judge of whether it was, especially in his nearly incapacitated mental state. He coughed, and with his lungs and heart moving he was content to let himself fall unconscious, not that he had any way to prevent it. Destroying the entire Mikao clan for working with the Silver Blades felt like appropriate retribution, but the Mikao clan hadn't acted directly against the Immortal Berserker sect. Thus, Tyrann Heikel let them off with just killing a few important people and smashing up part of their wall. The defenses on the walls had exploded around him, half intentionally, but he was beyond the level they expected to have to deal with. He didn't actually try to go far beyond their walls, so when he walked away they didn't even think about pursuing him. The Silver Blades had already scattered anyway, they weren't willing to die for them. When he found Barrett, he sighed. His disciple was nearly dead again. The Immortal Berserker technique might have been one that tread the line between life and death frequently, but Barrett went even more to the extreme. According to Einar, he had just started breathing again, which meant he would probably be fine. He fed him a nutrient pill just to make sure his body had something to work with. As for Einar being uninjured, he just shook his head. Trying to understand exactly how any of those from the fourth Aesir's worked was pointless. Either he'd helped in battle and Barrett still ended up in this state, or he hadn't but had predicted Barrett's survival, or some other optimal situation. Since they were allies, they would never let anyone intentionally die, but a few of the Immortal Berserkers wouldn't be returning home, but the same could be said of a handful of fourth Aesir's as well. Sometimes, even the best odds didn't work out. Turan Heikel took one last look back at the Makao clan. They had made many enemies, and a few of them were still strong enough to stand up to them. Now that they'd had such a quick downturn, things wouldn't bode well for them in the future. Even so, the Metal Sea had to at least partly deal with its own problems. The biggest problem here was even though they had killed most of the fleeing Silver Blades, including the 5th tier that Barrett fought, there were likely more significant forces of the Silver Blades elsewhere. If he recalled correctly, they had at least one Grandmaster who had escaped during the beginning, and they could be setting up something big. Even if they didn't plan immediate revenge and were just trying to regrow their organization elsewhere, the idea of a group of assassins growing stronger wasn't exactly pleasant. They wouldn't likely be a threat to Streeto, since they'd had to flee instead of standing their ground, but Streeto wasn't the end of the world. There were more people out there who had to deal with the Silver Blades in addition to their own problems, because Streeto hadn't been able to or willing to root them out before they became strong. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 297. When he finally woke up a day later, Barrett was on the path to recovery. It was unfortunate that while the Immortal Berserker technique allowed the healing of injuries at much accelerated rates, other bodily processes weren't necessarily so fast. For example, Barrett wasn't able to fight off poison at thousands of times the normal speed. Of course, with his body being trained as it was, he would be much less affected and recover more quickly, but only a handful or a few tens of times what would be normal compared to thousands. Of course, there was a very important thing to consider with poison: whether one would recover at all, and whether there would be permanent damage. Barrett was fortunate to have a true immortal body, which meant he didn't need to consume medicines of various sorts to guarantee a full recovery. Medicines that would heal wounds that normally wouldn't recover could set back cultivation, either directly or requiring time not spent cultivating for them to function properly. Barrett wasn't sure how much difference it would make with pure body tempering, but it was nice to recover without active input. Since he had recovered naturally, he was able to build up at least a partial immunity to the various toxins he'd experienced. Some likely couldn't have an immunity to them, but at least he would be conscious of how to deal with them in the future. He didn't feel fully recovered after just a day. His wounds were healed, but his body was still weak and working on filtering out the last bits of everything. That would take time, and it was better to let his body do it naturally since he wasn't in danger anymore. While that was happening, he would still train magic. Having another source of power in combat was very useful, which was the unfortunate thing about no longer being able to cultivate energy. While berserk energy wasn't entirely beneficial, it added effectiveness onto a strong body and had reserves separate from stamina. That was why most people cultivated at least a small bit in several areas. Barrett's magic was currently at 2nd tier. It was only because the stone pits responded so well to earth magic that he was able to use them effectively in battle. Because of how useful they were, he had somewhat been neglecting his training in other areas. He barely ever even thought about shifting the ground beneath people anymore. When he could do that a few times or attack with stone pits for an entire battle, it didn't seem that useful. Of course, that all came down to timing. Either way, practicing in more areas would increase his capabilities. While his body was rather weak at the moment, he could still use magic, though if he strained his magical abilities it would be a problem for his body. Everything connected to body and soul eventually. As for what he could do, the Metal Sea didn't have traditional earth, but earth and metal were related. They just used different methods to control similar things. Barrett could control a rock with or without metal in it, whereas a metal cultivator could control only those things with high metal contents, preferably pure. From that perspective, it sounded like controlling metal was worse, but that wasn't the case. Barrett would be much less efficient with trying to control something entirely metallic, and he couldn't do anything advanced with it. The Immortal Berserker sect and the Fourth Iseers were planning to leave the area of the Metal Sea. He'd been carried while unconscious. Now he could walk. Even in a weakened state he was more than capable of that. He just wouldn't be able to travel much faster than a normal person. As they moved along, Barrett lifted some of the metallic dirt into his hand. Metal cultivators could take advantage of its properties and magnetize it to stick together if they wished, or even form it into a solid shape that would stick together, assuming such was a possible form for the metal. Meanwhile, anything he did to the sand was temporary, fading as soon as he stopped using mana to control it. Technically, there was nothing except experience stopping Barrett from controlling it the same way as metal cultivators. Metal and earth were related after all, it was just that specialization allowed for greater effectiveness. There were specializations even inside metal cultivation. Kalani cultivated with energy and magic and used both to control metal weapons external to her and anything metal an enemy had as well. She could likely control stone as well, but it would have less force behind it, and if one were to make a dagger out of stone, it would naturally be less able to hold an edge. Obsidian knives, for example, were extremely sharp but didn't hold an edge at all, and could be easily shattered. Thus, they weren't used unless enchanted. Meanwhile, enchantments on metal could go to things other than just structural stability, even greater sharpness, for example. Kalani's methods were one thing, but Kale's were quite different. He controlled metal that he was touching directly, such as any weapon he held. He trained metal energy and was also a body temperer. He'd learned a touch of pure body tempering from Barrett, but mostly trained his body to have a metallic constitution. In theory anyone could do that, but those from around the Metal Sea were naturally more suited to it, both from their ancestry and being raised near the Metal Sea. Kale used his energy to add momentum to his swings and toughen his armor to be even harder than metals of the type could normally be. Meanwhile, the Makao clan was not so interested in the material strength of metals but what they did when introduced into the body, sometimes their own, but usually that of an enemy. Barrett thought it wouldn't hurt to get some experience controlling metal. Firstly, it was related to Earth so it wouldn't be too much more difficult, and if he were to eventually run across some living metal, he wanted to have better affinity with it. Barrett knew he wouldn't have even been able to form a pure body tempering connection with the stone pits without his experience with earth magic. The thing about metal was it could be treated as many different entities but also one entity. One might say a rock was a single entity of earth, but it wasn't quite the same. Perhaps the definitions were just how it felt rather than a strict law of the world, but feeling was important. Coming from another angle, metal was about purity compared to earth or stone. It was about focusing on one type of thing, such as iron. Barrett took his handful of sand and did his best to pull all of the iron out of it. He wasn't sure if he did it right, but he did end up with the pile in his hand and a floating clump. It didn't seem to be entirely pure, but at least he hadn't just gotten everything vaguely silvery. Barrett wondered if studying the different ways to describe metal available in the Metal Sea's dialect would be useful for metal magic. Having words for concepts did help sometimes. Perhaps he would find some time to study with some of his friends from the Metal Sea, but for the moment it was best they didn't stay in the area. The continued presence of the Immortal Berserkers might make people nervous. They were planning a takeover of some kind. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 298. Once back at the Immortal Berserker sect, Barrett went to check on his students. He had only been gone for about a month, but a lot could happen in a month, especially near the beginning of cultivation. Those who had survived the first destruction were mostly doing well. Rolf and some of the others were recovering from their fifth destruction. Out of 15 of them, only one had so far regressed a level, but that was just from the fourth destruction back to the third. It was unfortunate to lose 4 months of progression like that, but it happened still. Not everyone had true immortal bodies. Barrett hadn't experienced that sort of setback, but Alexei knew that this happened to normal practitioners of the Immortal Berserker style, and with several successes under his belt he was still confident in pushing forward. Hayden was still managing to hang on to life, if just barely. He had failed the first destruction and only retained a tiny sliver of a normal fraction of healing, and the magic bandages couldn't help him with that. Normally they provided an increase of a standard rate of healing, but for Hayden it was unclear if they were helping at all. Perhaps they were what kept him alive at whatever he was at, a 10th or a 20th of the normal rate of healing, maybe. He couldn't even sit up most days, even a year and nearly another half after his failed destruction. However, Barrett saw signs of something deep within his eyes. He couldn't move much, and he could barely be considered to have survived, but his eyes still showed life on the inside. Barrett knew what those sort of eyes meant. He must have looked just like that, once. If Hayden managed to recover, he would certainly try for a destruction again, even though it would almost certainly kill him. It was one thing to try knowing the first destruction could kill you, but the chance was rather small for those who were suitable, 5 or 10% at most. It was entirely another to have experienced near death and know that the same chances likely didn't apply. In fact, it was expected for his survival rate to be reversed. Some people who experienced near death would cling to life with all their strength, and while Hayden certainly clung to life, he wouldn't hesitate to throw it away at a chance to cultivate. Barrett wasn't sure quite what motivated him, but he knew he wanted to help, but he didn't know if there was any way to do so. If there was anything that was known to increase the success rate of destructions, the Immortal Berserker sect would have done everything in their power to track them down and obtain as many as possible. If it was some sort of magical fruit or herb, they would grow it in their gardens and fields. After all, increasing the success of future generations would make the whole sect that much stronger. Barrett knew he wouldn't be able to find anything of the sort. He mostly had the records of the Immortal Berserker sect to go off of after all. However, there might still be something to help Hayden. He hadn't heard of people surviving after failing the first destruction. Even those with a tiered immortal body might die at the loss of their fundamental healing rate. However, it was possible Hayden's case was just rare. If that were true, there might be something that could help him. Increasing success rate of destruction was one thing, but mitigating his additional failure rate was something that might be possible instead. Ah, Master Ravenhall. I very rarely see you here. Luther was an old man who watched over the records, and he greeted Barrett as he came in. I rarely have reason to come here. Barrett shook his head. While the records could be useful, this place didn't contain any cultivation methods or anything immediately relevant to it. That was why it was only watched over by this normal old man. Well, perhaps it was more correct to say he was a non-cultivator. Barrett knew that this old man knew the records quite well. I was wondering if the records here had anything about someone surviving a failed first destruction. It had been expected for Hayden to die as everyone else who failed the first destruction. After there were signs he might survive, Barrett had asked around among the masters he knew, and had Master Heikel ask others. He'd also searched the cultivation information and found nothing. The records here were mostly related to statistics of various sorts and had little to do with cultivation for the most part, but there was a chance. The old man stroked his chin and shook his head. As far as I know, that does not happen, but it is possible it happened before my time. I can certainly bring out the records for you. Do be careful with them. Barrett followed as he started walking through the shelves filled with piles of scrolls. Aren't they magically enchanted to prevent wear? Indeed, but berserk energy is still not kind to them, Luther replied. Ah, that won't be a problem with me. I don't have berserk energy anymore. Truly. I had heard something about that, though I didn't know it was you. He bowed his head. Forgive me for forgetting. It's quite all right. You remembered who I was, even though I haven't really been here at all, especially since becoming a master. What good would I be if I couldn't remember a few names? Barrett wouldn't necessarily consider 300 or more people a few. One thing that the Immortal Berserker sect had was masters. Those who survived long enough would usually be able to become a master, but it was still fewer than 10% of those who were first tier. Luther gestured to full shelves. This section contains most of the records on the personnel and their progress. I am fairly certain there won't be anything of import in the last few decades, so I would suggest starting here. He moved to a particular section and pulled out a scroll. He partly unfurled it to check the dates at the top. Yes, this would be about 3 decades ago. There were hundreds of scrolls at least, though Barrett supposed it made sense. Even the current number of cultivators in the Immortal Berserker sect numbered almost 6,000, and that wasn't counting those who had died. As he looked at the scroll, it contained information of what happened on various dates, members joining, successful destructions, and the like. A quick scan told Barrett it wasn't entirely complete. Not everyone reported on every destruction, after all. Mostly it kept track of advancements from one tier to another or at least significant progress within a tier. Barrett noticed Master Heichel's name and how he'd made some advances within 4th tier. It shouldn't have been surprising at all, but it was somewhat strange to think Master Heichel had been a master before Barrett was even born. There was so much information to look through. Barrett wasn't sure how long it would take, but perhaps he would get used to the format and be able to pick out what he wanted with some practice. As he took the scroll to a reading desk, Luther came along with another and sat down beside him. You were interested in surviving a failed first destruction, correct? I may not know much about cultivation, but I know about records. As long as no one else needs my help, I can assist you. Thank you, Barrett nodded his head. While he had no problem with reading, going over so many records was an intimidating prospect. He couldn't go too quickly or he might miss what he needed, but there were also so many names and numbers to get used to. At least he had the help of someone who knew what he was doing. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 299. Cutting off 30 years of history certainly helped with the search, but it still left a large number of records to search through. Barrett realized that after they started taking records from the other side of the shelves. Luther was very quick and efficient in his reading, keeping pace with Barrett even though Barrett had enhanced senses and mental processing speed from being a cultivator. It reminded Barrett that even people who didn't cultivate might have some exceptional skills. Were mental exercises a form of body training? The brain was part of the body, but perhaps it could be considered separate. Barrett did train his brain, but mostly for things that were useful for combat, such as quick reflexes and thinking. Reading quickly wasn't necessarily on the list, though he was better at it just by virtue of being trained in general. The Immortal Berserker sect wasn't particularly rapidly growing. The early death rates had something to do with that, both preventing people from wanting to join and making it difficult to successfully do so. The sect had been about a quarter smaller 30 years before, but that was still 4,500 direct members. 100 years before the present they had been 2,500 members, and the current grandmasters would have just joined at the time. The history continued for quite some time before that, so naturally there were many records to look through. Barrett frowned. A name had come up several times, and it was one that he should have known. Who is Grand Mistress Aurora? There were only 5 grandmasters at the moment, of which one was a woman and her name was Dima Mabin. He didn't know of her having the nickname of Aurora either. It had only been 30 years, so she should have still been around, according to her age. Grand Mistress Aurora? Luther nodded his head. Yes, I remember her. She trained Master Heichel, among many others. It was a few years after that I obtained this position. I believe she was killed by the Convocation of Souls. They killed a Grand Mistress. Barrett was of course aware that 7th-tier cultivators were just as mortal as anyone else, even members of the Immortal Berserker sect, but it was still somewhat jarring to hear. He knew of the Convocation of Souls. They were a group of soul binders from Smyenia, another large cultivator city a few countries to the northwest of Stredo. He was aware that the Immortal Berserker sect had some conflict with them. Everyone was warned about where it would be unwise to go. He hadn't known quite how strong they might be or why, but now he knew. I wonder why Master Heichel didn't say anything about her. Luther shrugged. Perhaps it wouldn't have helped you. Tell me, even now, can you be considered a relevant factor in the battle of grandmasters? That was a rhetorical question, of course. One tier might not be too big of a difference, but Barrett would find it impossible to kill a grandmaster even if they weren't trying to kill him in return. If Barrett were to try to kill one of the grandmasters of the Immortal Berserker sect, in a fictional scenario, he likely couldn't do so unless they lowered their body's defenses, even if they didn't actively try to stop him. 3 tiers was a big deal, after all. Barrett could let normal people stab at him with spears all day long without worry. That said, if he had a good weapon, he might be able to change things. Since he was a master now, he wouldn't need to worry about his equipment falling behind quickly. The only problem was he couldn't make optimal use of a weapon with pure body tempering, unless he could get some living metal. Maybe there were other options, but he didn't have enough of the stone pits to form into a full weapon, though if he could make a mace or club with them it could be quite effective. He did know the stone pits preferred their form, and even if he changed it they wouldn't form sharp edges well. Barrett considered he would have to search something out soon. Buying a weapon that would be sufficient would be prohibitively expensive. However, before that, he needed to see if there was a way to help Hayden. If there was, he would be prepared if the situation came up again. So far the record showed it was very rare if it had happened at all before. Then he came across a name, finally. Failed first destruction, but it didn't mention deceased. The name was Maria Sol Marina, and the incident had happened 120 years before. After finding the name, they had to look forward in the records again for that name. Fortunately, they could restrict that search to a few-year period since there would either have been action of some sort or her name would come up as deceased. Looking by name was much easier, they only had to rescan one column, and they knew what they were looking for. While it had taken days to find the name to begin with, it only took a few hours to find her name later. At the time, Barrett hadn't taken note of it. "I have found something," Luther mentioned. Maria Sol Marina consumed a vitality pair to aid in her recovery, followed by a few months later, successful first destruction. Great. What is a vitality pair? I have no idea. I would suggest inquiring in the cultivation or medicine departments. Barrett nodded. Thank you, Luther. If you could keep track of where we left off, just in case this turns into a dead end. Of course, Master Ravenhall. I will take note of it. I hope you find what you are looking for. Once he had a name of something that might help, it only took a short time to find information on the vitality pair. While there was an entire book of medicines and such with the name Vitality attached to them, it was organized alphabetically. The description of its effects were rather short. The vitality pair is a curiosity that can provide healing to non-cultivators and early first-tier cultivators. In the presence of energy or magic it breaks down quickly, providing little use. In non-cultivators it has been demonstrated to heal nearly any injury not involving the loss of a body part, with an efficiency similar to a number of first-tier medicines. No observed side effects. First-tier medicines weren't of much note. Barrett didn't carry any of them around on him. In fact, except when he was first starting to train under Master Heikel, he didn't even have any of them, and when he was given them he never used them. However, it was possible that the vitality pair would be able to heal damage from a failed destruction. Barrett didn't blame them for not having notes about something that had happened 120 years prior, especially since this compilation wasn't written for the Immortal Berserker sect specifically. There was room to add additional notes, and Barrett planned to add them if it was seen to work. First, though, he needed to find a vitality pair. He might be able to buy them, they likely wouldn't be seen as very valuable, so they would be cheap if they were on the market, but that could also mean nobody would bother selling them. If he couldn't find that, the compilation noted potential growing environments. Because of their nature, they wouldn't grow in the same places one would expect of any sort of cultivation resource, significant energy or mana in the area, for example. Barrett hadn't sought out those places in the past, but there might be notes of them. Hopefully, he would be successful and be able to help Hayden. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 300. Barrett stepped into yet another shop. It was full of various fruits, vegetables, and herbs hanging from nets and set on shelves. He didn't see any other customers, just a round little man who was likely the proprietor. "Do you have any vitality pears?" he asked as he stepped through the haphazard rows of shelves. The round little man shook his head, which involved shaking much of his neck and his entire body and setting it jiggling slightly. "No, no, we do not." Before Barrett could respond, the man had reached to the shelves behind him and pulled out a few boxes with little round pills. "We have many pills with healing properties of a similar strength to the vitality pear. This one is a bit more expensive but likewise has no side effects. This kind is cheaper. Don't cultivate energy until you have finished absorbing it." Barrett shook his head. "I don't need pills. I need a vitality pear specifically." "You've heard of it?" The round man shrugged. "Yes. They are not worth the effort to grow, they're more difficult than regular medicinal herbs, and no good for eating. Too grainy and not sweet. I believe they sometimes grow in Nospor and Sasher. I don't know where, specifically. My supplier stopped bringing them decades ago." "Thanks," Barrett nodded and flipped the man a coin for the information. He'd been searching for a few days, and hadn't found much information. None of the shops had any, at least. Nospor and Sasher made sense, because there wasn't much magic concentrated in either of those countries. However, knowing an actual location was important. He'd already been asking around about possible locations, but he might be able to narrow his search. After another week, Barrett had narrowed down the possible locations to just a few, though it was also possible none of them actually had vitality pears. The important thing was that the areas in question had no natural mana or energy, but weren't completely devoid of life, plant life in particular. Usually this came as part of a natural barrier of hills or mountains that kept ambient mana or energy from passing by. Such places were actually more rare than exceptionally magical places, such as the Lightning Mountains or Metal Sea. Perhaps they were more common than they seemed but just went unnoticed because after all lack of mana and energy meant there was generally nothing interesting to be had. There were some magical things that absorbed all the energy and mana from around them, but that left a place with a very different feeling than just not having any. Most naturally occurring incidents would result in the usually valuable source of the absorption being taken by whoever first noticed it, unless the surroundings were especially dangerous, in which case the information was sold off instead. Of the locations he had picked out, only one was nearby. Nospor was close enough, and there was said to be a series of ruins where no magic and energy entered. The compound had been thoroughly searched, but there were gardens that had many wild plants and some mundane orchards that had been left undisturbed. There was some possibility of a vitality pear tree being among those in the orchards. It was the best and closest lead he had, anyway. Nospor was southwest of Stredo, west of Ruklua, but he wouldn't be going close enough to get noticed, even if anyone knew what he looked like and was still looking for him. Barrett thought of the disciples of the nameless god that were still there. It was their choice to remain. He hoped they were safe, but knew they would likely have many more troubles. Passage into Nospor was easy. He passed through the guard station with a simple inspection. They weren't interested in stopping people from Stredo, though Barrett felt eyes on him and could sense cultivators nearby. Nospor didn't have much to offer but grassy hills, so nobody was much interested in trying to conquer them. Even so, they had a fair number of cultivators. As long as there was food of some sort and land, cultivators could set up a base. While the hills weren't particularly good for farming, that grains and such could be imported. The hills were good for grazing, which meant there were large numbers of sheep and goats. The previous times he had passed through Nospor, he had been in more of a hurry, either traveling towards the bicentennial conflux or retreating from Ruklua with others. As he passed by herds, he could see the herders watching him and more likely for predators. Stealing a sheep or a goat wasn't much use for a cultivator, especially not with the potential consequences. Barrett made his way further into Nospor, and found that where he was going the terrain became more difficult, and the land less tamed. He was attacked by a number of predators who couldn't sense how dangerous he was. They were more than just normal wolves and wildcats, but nothing of threat to a master. He found his way along, using his exceptional vision to find his way from ridgeline to ridgeline. Finally, he sensed the ambient mana and energy decreasing as he approached his destination. There was no visible difference, grasses and plants still grew, and he spotted wild animals roaming the hills and birds flying above, but he could feel both sources of power fading. If he cultivated energy still, he would still be able to use his internal stores, it would only slightly affect his endurance in battle and recovery of energy afterwards. As for magic, he would be more hindered. Magic relied more on external sources, and magic users only stored a portion of what mana they might actually use. As he reached the top of a rise, he could survey most of the valley he was looking for. There was indeed a series of ruined buildings in the center of the valley. He could also see trees of various sorts that were clearly not native to the area, including some fruit trees that wouldn't necessarily be so happy in the colder temperatures. He couldn't see any pears, but it was easy for them to be hidden behind leaves or other trees from where he was. It didn't matter how good his eyes were or how much he focused to enhance them if things were completely covered. He could also see a number of larger things moving around below, disturbing the tall grasses and leaves of the trees. There might be some creatures that considered this area their territory, but unfortunately for them he needed to pass through.